Chapter 71. Zhu Yitong was shocked. What? How is this connected? The Tao Tai, one of the 4 great demonic beasts. Wasn't that the one you encountered when you fell into the demonic beast's lair when you were 18? That's right. For me, I knew the Tao Tai much earlier. As for why she is Wei Shengyin, simply put, the Tao Tai ate Wei Shengyin. What ate her? Who? Zhu Yitong felt that this situation had completely overturned her understanding. Wei Shengyin is my mother's cousin. My mother was found by my father on the mountain. She remembers nothing except her name. I only remember her surname is Wei Sheng. Later, my mother found her own family in the world, Wei Shengyin. But when my mother found her, she was terminally ill, and Tao Tai said it could save her. So eat her? That's right, that's Tao Tai's unique ability, immortality. They share past memories, senses, everything. From that moment on, Wei Shengyin is Tao Tai, and Tao Tai is Wei Shengyin. Actually, to you, they are no different. Di Fuyan's expression remained unchanged. Although she was initially shocked when she first learned of Tao Tai's ability, she had long since accepted it. Zhu Yitong's voice was weak. I see. She took good care of you. I'm very pleased. Zhu Yitong asked again, then what about the seal? Why was I sealed? Is there something wrong with my body? According to Zhu Yinheng's records, she was unable to grow normally due to the erosion of Yang fire. Then Yang fire is Yin Yang fire. You and I are identical sisters. When we were still in the womb, we were relatively well behaved, but problems began to appear after birth. I failed to awaken my magic at the age of 2, and you remained in a deep sleep, your body burning with an unusually intense heat. So mother repeatedly traveled to the sacred mountain to find a way to suppress your inner fire. Where is the sacred mountain? Zhu Yitong asked curiously. Di Fuyan's expression softened as he spoke of the past. It's mother's hometown, a high mountain perpetually covered in snow. Each time she went, she would stay for more than half a year, and when she returned, she would bring back some artifacts to help suppress your inner fire. But in the end, she always failed. Your growth rate is extremely slow, unlike that of a normal child. When I was 5, you looked less than 2. The longer you grow, the greater the troubles you suffer, as the inner fire remains unresolved. The year I left home at 8, my mother sealed you away before I departed. That was the first time I witnessed you shrinking, becoming like a newborn infant. I traveled for 10 years, returning home for the first time at 19. I learned of the existence of Wei Shengyin, and under various influences, I tacitly allowed Tao Tai to eat Wei Shengyin. For my mother, she was a lost and found family. For Tao Tai, it was the beginning of a new life. For me, I always felt she could take our place and care for you. Later, I set off again, but unexpectedly, my mother disappeared not long after. Disappeared? Zhu Yitong asked, frowning. Di Fuyan was silent for a moment. That's the official story. The soul lamp left in the Xian Palace is in an extremely dangerous state. It hasn't gone out, but everyone knows it won't burn again. My father was devastated by this, and the imperial power was thus seized by the non-royal Wang Hao. I didn't learn of this until I was 27. I hurriedly ended my affairs abroad and rushed back to the empire, reclaiming power and controlling the sewage system. Although I don't know what happened between Aunt Yin and Zhu Yinheng in the Zhengrong Empire, what allowed you to remain there as Zhu Yinheng's daughter, I can roughly guess it was to treat your inner fire. So what are your plans now? Just to regain your memories? Do you want revenge? Do you want to come back to life? Zhu Yitong asked cautiously. Di Fuyan smiled. Of course. Although I don't remember that person, I remember the feeling of that familiar sword piercing my body for a very, very long time. She paused, then continued. Resurrection is too difficult for me. I'm already very satisfied to be able to protect you like this. Why is it too difficult? We helped the dragon girl rebuild her body. Can we rebuild yours? Zhu Yitong asked persistently. Di Fuyan's expression was unclear. Dragon girl, she's a mage of divine descent level. I already broken through level 100. Even the world's #1 blacksmith couldn't forge a body suitable for me. It's probably because of the attraction of our bloodlines, our shared yin-yang fire, and the fact that you don't reject my soul now, that I'm able to live in your body and nourish my divine soul. She raised her transparent hand and touched Zhu Yitong's head, smiling as she said, being able to accompany you like this is already very satisfying. Changing the subject, she asked with some curiosity, you don't seem surprised by our relationship. Don't you resent your parents for not raising you and taking care of you? Don't you resent me, as your older sister, for not fulfilling my responsibilities? Zhu Yitong slowly said, I always feel a strange sense of familiarity with you. She shook her head at the end, Although I can't accept so many things all at once, I didn't actually suffer any difficulties in that world. When I was very, very young, some people would gossip, but my aunt was very kind to me, and I made many good friends. Those things were just the most insignificant trials in my life. Coming to this world, whether it's the Dragon King and Dragon Princess, Xiaoyan, Yueyin, or Buju, they are all invaluable companions in my life. The Dragon King said my talent is rare in the world, and I want to use this talent to become the most powerful person in the world, to protect my cherished friends, just like my sister. Hearing Zhu Yingtong's words, Di Fuyan smiled with relief. That time traveling abroad was indeed the freest and most carefree period of my life. Zhu Yingtong said seriously, I have another question. What was the name you gave me back then? Di Fuyan remained silent for a long time. I'm sorry. I don't remember either. Perhaps Aunt Yin will remember. Yi Buju shouted, I know, it must be surnamed Di. Zhu Yingtong quickly covered Yi Buju's mouth. Then I go back and ask Auntie. Di Fuyan shook his head. Since she has chosen to appear in this world, I don't think she will continue to stay there. But where she went, I don't know either. Perhaps we can ask Jiongqi. They used to be very close. Yi Buju broke free from Zhu Yingtong's embrace and asked directly without stopping, what about Han Lung? Your fiancé, what happened to you two in the end? Di Fuyan raised an eyebrow. My fiancé? His name is Xian. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened. Huh? Yi Buju explained, What? You met my egg when you were 14. Let me correct you, not your egg, but you still inside the egg, Di Fuyan said. Alright, you found me when you were 14, and met Han Lang when you were 16. You two fell in love at first sight, I saw it all clearly. Di Fuyan tilted his head slightly, his expression surprisingly confused. What did you say? Zhu Yingtong asked, then do you remember the person standing next to me at the Zhengrong Observatory? Di Fuyan said without hesitation, although I have amnesia, my soul perception is still intact. I'm quite certain I haven't seen that person before. Strange. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but do a few calculations in her mind. If Xian equaled the person she first met in the Cold Land, then he was from the Zhengrong Empire. Yi Buju mentioned a man from the northern continent, her sister's fiancé, but her sister's fiancé was named Xian. Who is this Xian? He's my childhood sweetheart. He's 5 years older than me, we grew up together. When I was 8, I went away, and he took care of my parents. Zhu Yingtong and Yi Buju's eyes widened. Yi Buju, unwilling to accept that her memory wasn't acknowledged, continued, You also have a child. Di Fuyan was silent for a long time before saying, Yes, I have a child, he's dead. She paused before continuing, That's my child with Xian, I named him Di Xian. Zhu Yingtong mechanically and blankly stroked Yi Buju's head repeatedly. Buju. You must be mistaken. The father of my sister's child. Is that person named Xian? Yi Buju howled defiantly. How is this possible? How could this be? Zhu Yingtong pondered, wondering who this cold one Yi Buju spoke of was. She asked, Has Buju ever seen cold one? Do you know what he looks like? Yi Buju howled dryly. I don't know, I never seen him. His egg is pitch black inside, I can't see anything. Zhu Yingtong asked again, Then, sister, were you always alone during your 10 years of traveling? Di Fuyan thought for a moment, and Xiongqi and the others. I must have met many people along the way, but I don't remember them. Zhu Yingtong thought for a while, considering she might have a chance to ask Xian about the cold land and his question from back then. Perhaps she could learn something from it, but she didn't know if Xian would be willing to tell her. Yi Buju wanted to howl again, but Zhu Yingtong manually shut him up, pinching his mouth shut, so he could only make muffled sounds. Di Fuyan raised her hand, as if to pat Zhu Yingtong's head, pausing for a moment above the girl's head before saying with a hint of melancholy, Take a rest. For some reason, Zhu Yingtong, who hadn't been sleepy, suddenly felt drowsy upon hearing Di Fuyan's words. Her arms, holding Yi Buju, suddenly felt weak, and she drifted off to sleep in no time. Yi Buju's loud voice softened slightly. My God, what happened to you? How did you fall asleep so quickly? Di Fuyan's fingertips carried a hint of magic as she brushed away the stray hairs from the girl's lips. She slowly approached the girl's face, gently inhaling her scent, her voice extremely low and devoid of emotion. Fuzhua. She looked up and flicked her finger at Yi Buju, who was about to say something, a small ball of magic landing steadily near his mouth. You sleep too. Yi Buju whimpered and shut his mouth, curling up to sleep. In the dim light, Di Fuyan placed his palm close to Zhu Yingtong's forehead, and waves of magical energy rippled through him. Zhu Yingtong, still asleep, stirred restlessly, but remained unconscious. Chapter 72. The next day, when Zhu Yingtong woke up again, the sun was high in the sky. Di Fuyan's presence was long gone from the room. She called out to him several times in her mind, but received no response. Was it because I was too tired from recalling those things yesterday? Zhu Yingtong muttered to herself, instinctively clenching her fists. Sister, what should I do? How can I bring you back to life? The beeping sound on her bracelet pulled her back to reality. Although she still didn't have Qi Xian's contact information yesterday, she had accidentally added Emperor Zhu Jiadi of the Zhengrong Empire. The message on the bracelet was from Zhu Jiadi. At Zhu Yingtong's repeated requests, His Majesty the Emperor finally stopped calling her aunt. Yingtong, the sacrificial ceremony is in 3 days. Why don't you come and learn a bit first? Zhu Yingtong breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, one must learn wherever one goes. With that said, she quickly washed up and went out. The sacrificial ceremony was rushed, and Zhu Yingtong was hastily taught some of the relevant etiquette, rehearsing a few times with Emperor Zhu Jiadi and Crown Prince Zhu Sungmu, barely managing to avoid making a mistake during the ceremony. The people seemed particularly fond of this suddenly appearing Grand Princess of Anchuan simply because she was the daughter of the god of war, Zhu Yaneng. As for the question she wanted to ask Qi Xian, she received a partial answer. According to Qi Xian, the cold land was indeed in the north, but it was a secret space near the boundless sea, perpetually shrouded in spatial magic, so outsiders couldn't see it. Zhu Yingtong continued to press, spatial magic? Is Qi Xian a spatial magician? Qi Xian shook his head. No, I use mental magic. That place only exists because a friend helped me. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise, mental magic? That's rare. I heard it's even rarer than spatial magic. Qi Xian smiled and nodded. Zhu Yingtong suddenly grasped Qi Xian's hand and said seriously, then what about the cultivation technique you mentioned? How did it change the color of my eyes and hair? It's not some harmful technique, is it? Her speech quickened towards the end. In those stories, people who go mad from cultivation all have white hair and red eyes. It's so scary. Qi Xian was startled by the sudden closeness, but didn't pull away. Hearing the girl's later words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Storybooks aren't necessarily true. He patted Zhu Yingtong's hand reassuringly. It really is just a technique. I'm a mental magician, unlike most magicians. Those things don't harm my body, don't worry. He spoke vaguely, ultimately not explaining the reason. Zhu Yingtong blinked. Mental magic. Come to think of it, teacher Nianluo also uses mental magic. She have to ask her next time. As they chatted, Qi Xian suddenly felt a warmth on his wrist. He stopped talking and said to Zhu Yingtong, It's getting late. Are you going home? Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly, squeezing Qi Xian's hand. What? Are you already kicking me out? Qi Xian was a little flustered, his voice low and hoarse. No, but I have something to do right now. Can I come find you tomorrow? Zhu Yingtong blinked innocently. What is it? Can I help you? Qi Xian pursed his lips. My brother is looking for me. I have to go. Brother? Does Qi Xian have any siblings? Qi Xian paused, then seriously started counting on his fingers. 1 older sister, 1 older brother, 5 younger brothers, and 5 younger sisters. Zhu Yingtong? ? Zhu Yingtong was so shocked that she pinched Yi Buju to stop herself from screaming. Yi Buju, who was sleeping soundly, let out a loud yelp when pinched without warning. While soothing Yi Buju's head, Zhu Yingtong said in a dry voice, Ah, that's truly a big family. She paused, then asked somewhat shyly, to live together for so long, Qi Xian's family must be incredibly kind people. Haha, although I don't have that many brothers and sisters, I do have a few friends I grew up with. We live together like family. Her words were subtle. Qi Xian was born in the 1800th year of the continental calendar. If this information was accurate, then his brothers and sisters, having grown up and lived together for so long, must not be ordinary people with little magical power. The 1800th year of the continental calendar is now over 1,100 years old. If his brothers and sisters are still alive, they would at least be saint-level magisters. Qi Xian smiled faintly. Yes, everyone is doing well. After saying goodbye to Zhu Yingtong, he left. Yi Buju yawned and asked, What do you want to ask? Zhu Yingtong relaxed and lay on the top floor of the observatory. I was thinking, could it be that there really is such a person named Han Lung? You suspect he lied to you? Perhaps it's not so much deception, but rather selective telling me what he told me. I understand. We only known each other for such a short time. Zhu Yingtong stroked Yi Buju's fur and said softly, What you said that day gave me a guess. Perhaps There really is such a person. Yi Buju said firmly. Definitely. Then what kind of relationship would they have? Zhu Yingtong's voice gradually lowered as she fell into deep thought. After leaving the Zhengrong Empire that day, Qi Xian went directly to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. If Zhu Yingtong were there, she would definitely have discovered that Qi Xian's destination was the Golden Spring. The depths of the Golden Spring, with its complex magical attributes, were unusually different today. Powerful fire magic swept in, making the underground exceptionally scorching. Qi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Fenger!" A beautiful young girl ran out from beside the spring, staggering to Qi Xian's side, her whole body. She was in so much pain, she could barely open her eyes, her voice trembling with tears. "Brother Xian. I feel so bad. It feels like something's about to come out." "What?" Qi Xian grabbed the girl's hand, and the rampant magic within her seemed to suddenly find an outlet, rushing into Qi Xian's body. Qi Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Before he could say anything, he sensed another presence besides the two of them. Who? Beside the tree by the Golden Spring, next to the Holy Spirit Unicorn, stood a beautiful woman. Qi Xian's voice choked as he recognized her. "Little master." The woman sighed and said to Qi Xian, "Give her to me." Qi Xian did as she said, helping Fenger to the woman's side. "How old is she?" Sensing the unusual magical fluctuations within Fenger, the woman asked. Qi Xian pondered for a moment. Fenger was born in the 1500th year of the continental calendar. She's over 1,400 years old. No wonder, she's a bit late blooming. Qi Xian, ? It's her heat cycle. Qi Xian, ? Luckily, you didn't merge your magic with hers just now. Qi Xian, ? Qi Xian thought to himself, "Little master, every word you say makes my brain shut down. Do you know her background?" Qi Xian said solemnly, "She is the child of master and mistress, and the only phoenix in the world." She, when did she leave?" The woman's voice was filled with extraordinary melancholy. "After master passed away, master's wife gave birth to the child alone, but..." The woman began. "I remember now, she used her last strength to extend the barrier of Atlantis." Qi Xian's voice was low and tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, little master. It's not like you did anything wrong. Why apologize?" The woman shook her head. "But the one who did wrong was my brother." The woman's expression was bewildered. "Perhaps initially, I was wrong." Qi Xian explained urgently. "That's clearly true." The woman shook her head, interrupting Qi Xian. "It's pointless to discuss who's right and who's wrong now." The woman looked at the golden spring behind her and asked, "This spiritual spring?" Qi Xian replied, "My brother, and I accidentally knocked it away from the heavenly mirror pavilion during training." The woman gave a perfunctory hum, then looked down at Fenger's face in her arms, her expression somewhat somber. "Who raised her?" Qi Xian watched as the uncontrollable flames engulfed the woman's body without harming her. He whispered, "My master's wife entrusted me with taking the unborn phoenix egg away from Atlantis before she died. But some things happened afterward. I wasn't in Bei Nu Yuqi. At that time, Ji Liang and Bai Jia were the ones who took care of the phoenix egg, and Fenger was mostly with Bai Jia when she was little." The woman nodded, embracing the flames engulfing Fenger. "Burn without worry, sister is here." Qi Xian hadn't returned the day he said he was leaving. Zhu Yingtong only waited at the observatory for a day before finding another place to cultivate. Qi Xian returned more than 6 months later, in a summer that wasn't scorching hot, but still incredibly lively. Qixi Festival. Zhu Yingtong was taken aback by Yi Buju's words, not expecting such a joyous and playful festival to exist here. Yi Buju, playing with Zhu Yingtong's bracelet, said, "Yeah, masks, lanterns, it looks like it'd be really lively tonight." Zhu Yingtong glanced at Yi Buju, who was having a great time, and comforted herself. "The child is still young, and we're rich. Let him do what he likes." Since the sacrificial ceremony, Zhu Yingtong had moved out of the hotel. Although she had accommodation in the capital, she most often went to the simulated training ground at the Star Observatory. Yi Buju thought that perhaps half of her heart was still with that man. Zhu Yingtong expressed concern. "Is Buju in heat? Why are you thinking about these things every day? It's a pity there aren't any suitable female wolves I can introduce you to right now." Yi Buju flew into a rage. "What? I am the most powerful bloodline of the night wolves. Do you think just any magical beast can catch my eye?" Zhu Yingtong thought for a moment. "That's true, but the Dragon King said there's no reproductive barrier between magical beasts, so it doesn't have to be a wolf clan, right? Maybe the Dragon King can introduce you to someone." Yi Buju, Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong laughed heartily. "Just kidding, Marriage is a matter of personal choice. Mom will never interfere, haha. Yi Buju blushed, idiot. Besides her regular cultivation, Ju Yingtong also made some friends, like the one at the door. Xu Sungmu, why are you at the stargazing platform again? You come but don't cultivate. Chapter 73. Crown Prince Xu Sungmu of the Zhengrong Empire, her eyes brimming with tears, Grandma. Although she had almost grown accustomed to the Crown Prince's habit of only visiting when he needed something, Ju Yingtong's expression still froze for a second upon hearing this address. What is it now? Xiao Su is ignoring me. Xu Sungmu deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping weakly onto the table. Ju Yingtong added a spoonful of tea leaves and began to slowly brew them. Let me think. Last time at the palace banquet, it was the second young lady of the Shen family. The time before that by the lake it was the 17th young lady of the Qi family. And the time before that at the restaurant it was the vice president of the Magic Association branch. And this time? Xu Sungmu whispered, when I was shopping for clothes with Xiao Su, I bumped into people from the Magic Priest Tower. Zhu Yitong raised an eyebrow slightly. Your romantic history is quite extensive. That's all in the past. Since meeting Xiao Su, I haven't been alone with any other woman. I swear. Zhu Sungmu raised her hand, her face full of sincerity. You have too many old lovers, and you keep bumping into them. That's why Miss Yin Su is too lazy to deal with you. It's a tangled mess. No matter how many vows you make, it won't help. Xu Sungmu changed the subject, winking and saying, Little Tong, do you know the Shui family? Zhu Yitong poured the first brew of tea onto the teapot. I heard of them. The Shui family has always only had a head of the family, no wife. What do you mean? Zhu Yitong slammed down the teaware. This lousy tea, one wrong step, and the taste is wrong. It means the head of the Shui family is always the same person, finding lovers one after another until a satisfactory heir is born. Oh! You think so too? A sinister laugh rang out. Zhu Sungmu's hand trembled as he picked up the teacup. No, that's not it. The newcomer was dressed in clean, casual clothes, black earrings gleaming beneath his shoulder-length hair, and an unusual smile graced his delicate face. Zhu Yitong warmly greeted the newcomer. Qingwan's here. Sit down, have some tea. Where is Miss Yin Su? Qingwan thanked Zhu Yitong, bowed, and accepted the tea, drinking it down in one gulp, but didn't sit down. The young master is getting ready. I'm just delivering a message in my own name. With that, she tossed a rubbing of a stone tablet to Zhu Sungmu. Zhu Yitong leaned over, getting ready? Going out to play? What does this say? Zhu Sungmu skimmed the inscription on the steel, then slammed it on the table. Qi-san dares to poach my man? Zhu Yitong, wow. Oh. Qi-wan, he. After saying that, Zhu Sungmu stormed out of the stargazing platform tea room. Zhu Yitong curiously picked up the steel and looked at it. It said that the third young master of the Qi family invited the young master of Chaoyang Manor to the Lantern Festival. Zhu Yitong nodded knowingly. Oh, the third young master Qi has started making his move. What's Miss Yushu's attitude? Qingwan chuckled. Of course, I'm waiting for some blind fool to make the invitation. As soon as Qingwan finished speaking, a faint light flashed on her earring. She adjusted it to hear more clearly. After arriving in the Zhengrong Empire, Zhu Yitong realized why she hadn't been able to contact Yue Wei and the others even after staying there for so long. The traditional communication bracelets could only maintain a signal range of about 100 miles, roughly within a city. Even within a country, the signal was barely there. No wonder she hadn't received a single reply to her messages for so long. Meanwhile, Chaoyang Manor, where Qingwan resided, seemed to possess its own self-developed communication tools. Even though Chaoyang Manor was located on the border of the Zhengrong Empire, those outside the manor could receive messages from it. Qingwan ended the call and glanced at the sky. It's almost time. Would Miss Yu like to go to Lantern Street with me? Zhu Yitong blinked her watery eyes. I'm waiting for someone. The single-minded Qingwan was about to ask when, from the open-air observatory, she saw Emperor Zhu Jiadi and the Imperial Advisor Qi Xian emerge from the palace council chamber. Upon seeing them, Zhu Yitong's eyes lit up, and she stood up, waving to those below. Under the setting sun, the girl's smile bloomed like the most radiant flower. Yitong wishes to invite the Imperial Preceptor to spend Qixi Festival with me. I hope the Imperial Preceptor will not refuse. Qi Xian's calm smile froze, his jade-like hands clenching unconsciously, his mind going blank for a moment. He had lived for thousands of years, though his conscious time was limited. He had witnessed much of the world. His outstanding appearance and remarkable talent naturally attracted many admirers. But no one had ever expressed their love like she had. No one had ever come to his side, enveloping him with such passionate love. Zhu Yitong then noticed the courtiers following behind them. Coming to her senses, she felt her blood rush to her head, her face burning hot, but she did not back down. She was still waiting for an answer. Below the platform, her beloved nodded in agreement. Zhu Yitong embraced Qingwan tightly, the girl's excited screams surrounding her. Qingwan, looking utterly dejected, "Enough," I said, "enough." The bustling market was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, and the shouts and cries of vendors. Although dusk was approaching, the lantern still illuminated the area. The beautifully dressed Su walked ahead, with Zhu Sungmu, carrying a large bag of goods, about half a step behind her. Not far away, Qingwan curiously looked at the various stalls' wares. Even though she hadn't been released all night, she was out wandering around aimlessly. Behind them was Zhu Yitong, dressed in a bright red dress, with Qi Xian rushing over beside her. "Sorry I'm late." Zhu Yitong shook her head. "No, it's just the beginning." The two walked almost side by side. Zhu Yitong occasionally glanced at Zhu Sungmu, who seemed to be trying to take Insu's hand, then looked at the warm, jade-like hand that was only half a foot away from hers. Zhu Yitong felt an itch in her hand. But there seemed to be no reason to take that person's hand. Zhu Yitong sighed silently. Qi Xian, however, keenly sensed the change in the girl's emotions. Acting on impulse, he took her hand first. The next instant, he snapped back to reality, his ears turning bright red. He tried to let go, but the girl gripped his hand tightly. He hesitated for a moment before softly speaking, "How about we go release some lanterns?" Zhu Yitong's mind had nearly melted the moment he took her hand. Her grip was purely instinctive. Her throat tightened as she replied, "Okay." The two walked hand in hand towards the various lantern stalls. In no time, Zhu Yitong had already chosen 5 or 6 lanterns she liked. "This one's pretty. This one's pretty too. This one's so creative. This one's so unique." The lanterns were all quite similar in style, but each vendor added their own little touches of creativity. "Yitong, over here." Not far away, Zhu Sungmu and the others found a ladder leading into the river. Insu had already released several lanterns. The lanterns were inscribed with blessings. They flowed along the mother river of their lives, and at the estuary, a designated person would collect them. Zhu Yitong placed the lanterns one by one on the bank, then began writing blessings on them. "May my search be successful. May those around me be safe and well. Yu Wei and Jean, Zhou Yu, don't worry about me, everything is fine." When she finished writing the last one, Zhu Yitong glanced at Qi Xian, then wrote her message and sent the lantern away. Qi Xian asked curiously, "Does it concern me?" Zhu Yitong leaned close to Qi Xian's ear and whispered, "I wrote it. May the spring breeze recognize this scene, and not let the flowing water be heartless." Her words were vague, yet brimming with affection. Qi Xian's ears tingled. He felt an overwhelming surge of love enveloping him, pulling him forward, until he was beside that person. Caught off guard, he was immersed in it, yet unwilling to pull away. After releasing the lanterns, the group ascended the stairs, Zhu Yitong slightly behind Insu, 2 steps behind. Zhu Yitong inadvertently caught a glimpse of a person in black robes brushing past Insu. Insu had just stepped onto the stone steps when she cried out in alarm, lost her footing, and fell into the river. Zhu Yitong, who was closest, reacted immediately and jumped into the river. Qingwan, standing on the bank, immediately changed her expression, drew her sword from her waist, and stopped Zhu Sungmu, who also wanted to go into the river, whispering, "You are the crown prince. There are too many people here, wait up there." After speaking, he also submerged into the river. Although Zhu Sungmu was anxious, he could only issue orders, instructing the palace guards to maintain order in the vicinity. Qi Xian, who was slightly faster than Zhu Yitong in reacting, was drawn to the black-robed man before he could utter a sound. Seeing that Zhu Yitong had already entered the water, Qi Xian pulled the black-robed man into a small alley. Qi Xian whispered, "How did you get here? Have you manifested a physical form?" The black-robed man removed his hat, revealing a face covered by a half-mask. His mask was peculiar. It only covered the lower half of his face. If a third person were present, they would notice that the half of the black-robed man's face was exactly the same as Qi Xian's. If Zhu Yitong were here, she would definitely recognize this blue-haired, blue-eyed person as the one she had encountered in the cold land. The man removed his mask, and it wasn't hard to tell that even their voices were remarkably similar. "Yes, I finally have a body of my own. I waited too long for this day. Too late, over 3,000 years late." He kept looking at his hands as he spoke. He had waited far too long for this body. "You just bumped into that girl?" She suddenly fell, causing others to go and save her. Han Lung coldly replied, I didn't bump into her. Even if she fell, it was her own choice. Chi Xian immediately realized, what did that person want with Ying Tong? Han Lung said calmly, who knows? Maybe she just wanted to get closer. I didn't sense any malice in her emotions. Saying this, Han Lung glanced towards the riverbank. Her name is Ying Tong? She looks a lot like her sister. Chi Xian, as if struck by something, grabbed Han Lung's collar and slammed him against the wall, shouting sharply, What are you doing here? Chapter 74. Han Lung lowered her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Me? I just got a body and wanted to get out for a walk. Your brother agreed to let you out? Him? For him, as long as I'm alive, that's enough. If what he wants requires me to give everything, why can't I be a little more carefree before that? Chi Xian hesitated, finally whispering, Could you not appear in front of Ying Tong? Han Lung glanced at him, self-deprecatingly saying, We two really are both devourers. We like the same people. Chi Xian's tone was somewhat urgent. She still remembers the first time she saw you, and I don't want her. Han Lung scoffed, interrupting him, So you lied to her? Chi Xian's expression was unusually embarrassed. Back then, you hadn't yet formed a body, although you were in control of it. But I'm conscious too. Chi Xian turned his head away, a headache throbbing, his voice dry. No, she has the right to know. I tell her myself when the time is right. Please, don't appear in front of her for now. Han Lung's tone was icy. Oh, then how are you going to tell her? Your second soul, someone who looks exactly like you, killed her sister? Chi Xian almost flew into a rage, taking several deep breaths to compose himself before saying, Don't you have a single regret about Di Fuyan? Han Lung suddenly fell silent, not speaking again. Chi Xian's voice was low. You could have chosen not to kill her. Han Lung murmured, If I took her yin yang fire and turned her into a cripple, what difference would that make from killing her? You're still jealous of that person. Chi Xian remained silent for a long time before speaking. Han Lung paused for a moment, then whispered, Yes. I'm jealous of that person. I'm insanely jealous. I was jealous of him until his death. And what about her? Can she face your face with equanimity? A face exactly like her sister's killer's. Doesn't she feel disgust when she sees this face? Han Lung quickly composed herself, her tone unreadable. Chi Xian hissed, Enough. He paused for a moment, then said, Leave here? I prepare everything for you, if you're willing to start anew. Han Lung put her mask and hat back on. Whatever, leave it to you. I'm leaving. Chi Xian watched Han Lung's departing figure, and couldn't help but sigh. Such a well-matched couple had come to this. He sighed deeply, and hurried back to the shore, just in time to see Zhu Yingtong helping the unconscious Yin Su ashore. Zhu Yingtong handed the unconscious Yin Su to Zhu Sungmu, who had been waiting. She removed her soaked boots, making every step difficult, and before she could even speak, she sneezed several times. Chi Xian's expression darkened. He deftly squeezed through the crowd, took a fox fur coat from his storage container, and draped it over the girl, who was drenched in the winter cold. Zhu Yingtong stared blankly as Chi Xian draped the coat over her. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips, and she threw herself into Chi Xian's arms, her voice trembling so cold. Chi Xian's ears burned. He hurriedly said, Let's go back to the observatory. I had ginger soup prepared. He glanced at the girl's feet, which had turned red from the cold in no time, coughed lightly, and said, Excuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped Zhu Yingtong up in his arms, his long arms sweeping the cloak around her feet, so that only her small face was visible. Zhu Sungmu, carrying Yin Su, followed behind the two, muttering, So the Imperial Preceptor wasn't here earlier because he was preparing things. Then he called out, Little Su wants some too. Little Su wants some too. The group quickly returned to the observatory. Chi Xian lit the stove in the room. Zhu Yingtong took Yin Su to a side hall to change into clean clothes and drink the ginger soup Chi Xian had prepared. She then felt barely alive again. Zhu Sungmu, supporting the unconscious Yin Su, fed her medicine little by little, anxiously asking, Yingtong, what happened at the bottom of the river? Why is little Su still unconscious? Zhu Yingtong drank some hot tea, frowning as she said, that water was very strange. The story then rewinds to when Zhu Yingtong had just jumped into the river. Zhu Yingtong had already entered the river, feeling only a bone-chilling cold. She could only vaguely see Yin Su not far away, then struggled forward for a short distance. Just as she grabbed Yin Su's hand, she heard a splash and fell directly into the water onto a soft patch of grass. Not far from her was Yin Su, soaking wet, slowly waking up. After landing, Zhu Yitong tried to dry herself with magic, but to no avail. She then took out dry clothes from her storage container and tried to wipe herself, which surprisingly worked. Although the yin-yang fire couldn't dry this strange water, it could at least warm them up. Insu also dried herself, and as she tried to stand up, the unbearable pain brought tears to her eyes. Zhu Yitong quickly removed Insu's shoes and socks. Her ankle was terribly swollen, clearly injured from the fall. Zhu Yitong took out some spare medicine from his storage container and applied it to Insu, but with her body so swollen, she could barely walk. Zhu Yitong deftly squatted down in front of Insu. "Get on, I carry you." Insu lowered her eyes and climbed onto Zhu Yitong's back. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhu Yitong smiled and said, "It's nothing, you're very light. When I grabbed your hand just now, I felt how thin you were. Is it because Zhu Songmu is so angry that you can't eat? I teach him a lesson when we get back." Insu gave a soft hum and shook her head slightly, then hugged Zhu Yitong's shoulders and neck a little tighter. "Yitong looks quite sturdy." "Haha, hold on tight then, don't slip." "So you two fell into some kind of barrier? And for some reason, that barrier only let the two of you in? No wonder Qingwan came up after only a few minutes, saying she couldn't see you underwater, and then seemed to have received some news and left," Zhu Songmu said. "A barrier?" Zhu Yitong repeated. "Did Qingwan come along too?" "We definitely didn't encounter Qingwan inside." Qi Xian frowned slightly. "A barrier requires a highly talented mage to construct, and the area beneath it is a real place. If it were just a barrier, Qingwan should have been blocked outside, not unable to see anything. Therefore, the barrier might be accompanied by a teleportation array." "What kind of place did you enter?" According to Han Lung, he had no physical contact with Insu at all. And Insu, the young master of Chaoyang Manor, wouldn't be so frightened as to fall into the water upon encountering someone dressed in black. Therefore, it's highly likely that she chose to fall into the water voluntarily, and waited for Zhu Yitong, who was closest to her, to rescue her. But in reality, Insu, the young master of Chaoyang Manor, was a mage with low magical power. Such a barrier and teleportation array couldn't have been created by her alone. Moreover, the barrier even shielded her personal guard, Qingwan. So who was manipulating all of this behind the scenes? Zhu Yitong continued recounting what had happened. It was a boundless grassland. Zhu Yitong carried Insu for a long time before she could faintly see wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Before Zhu Yitong could even feel happy, she vaguely sensed an unusual energy fluctuation approaching. As soon as she entered this place, she discovered that all communication functions were blocked. Neither her communication bracelet nor the calls from her magical beast contracts could contact anyone. A rumbling sound came. Zhu Yitong steadied herself and steadied the girl on her back. "Little Su, hold on tighter." Although she also hugged Insu's legs even tighter, in this position, she couldn't use any weapons, and could only manipulate the most ordinary flames. The space fell silent for a moment, then a colossal magical beast burst forth from the ground before them. Resembling a giant python, its body was incredibly long, and even with its incredible speed, it took several breaths to emerge from the ground. Its head was deep blue, its scarlet snake eyes hidden beneath black scales. Its long red tail thrashed violently across the ground, causing cracks to appear. The next instant, the tail lunged at the two of them. Insu's eyes widened. "It's the heavenly scaled magical beast. How could such a beast be here? Judging by its color, it's already broken through to the 6th rank. The heavenly scaled magical beast." Zhu Yitong's heart skipped a beat, immediately recalling the 6th rank heavenly scaled black serpent she had encountered with the Shui family's magic team in the Pugu Forest. The demonic beast, possessing only 1% of the heavenly scale's bloodline, already possessed astonishing destructive power. Shui Hanjia, the main force fighting the heavenly scale serpent, was a level 60 Grand Magister, while she herself had only recently reached the level of Magister. But she merely chuckled softly, her tone devoid of panic. "Consider it a trial." She straightened her back, staring directly at the massive demonic beast, her eyes showing no sign of retreat. Although her flames might be countered, and the heavenly scale's magic power was higher than hers, Zhu Yitong had never feared challenging those of higher levels. Zhu Yitong first retreated rapidly, flames surging from her body like dragons. Now, she had mastered the yin-yang fire, using it at will in various situations. The raging flame surged layer upon layer, continuously engulfing the heavenly scale demonic beast. The demonic beast roared angrily, as it was scorched by the mutated yin-yang fire, its long tail continuing its relentless attack, aimed directly at Zhu Yitong's back. Zhu Yitong's eyes turned cold. She released Insu's leg, and before In-Su could react, she flipped her over, pulling her from behind to in front of her. Her strong arms supported the girl's thighs and hips, and In-Su clung tightly to Zhu Yingtong's neck like a startled quail. In-Su's face flushed red. This position. Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly. Just hold on tight, Xiao Su. She freed one hand and flashed it before her eyes, conjuring the remnant autumn sword out of thin air. She grasped the hilt, unleashing a torrent of fire magic. She slashed down, her golden red pupils reflecting dazzling flames. The beast was enormous, and had no time to dodge. Its long red tail was severed by Zhu Yingtong's sword. The remaining half of the demonic beast Tianlin's tail pounded painfully against the ground, emitting increasingly furious roars as it charged at the two of them once more, seemingly without regard for its own safety. This time, it's your eyes. Red wings unfurled behind Zhu Yingtong, the biting wind scraping against In-Su's delicate face like knives. The wind stung her eyes, making it hard to open them, yet she still managed to half open them, looking at the girl protecting her. The soaring flames, the shimmering red wings, the black hair tangled and dancing in the wind, everything was etched into her heart. Chapter 75. Shui Hanjia? But Shui Hanjia doesn't have a brother. He's the eldest son, Zhu Songmu said. Zhu Yingtong's drinking motion froze. But she clearly saw it then. Shui Hanjia called that person brother. Shui Hanjia was extremely intimate with that person. Zhu Songmu thought for a moment and said, he does have a younger sister, who broke through to level 30 before she was even 12. Before, everyone thought Shui Hanjia's identity as the head of the Shui family was a foregone conclusion, even though he was a wood attribute, even though he was a boy. But who knew that the current head of the Shui family, Shui Ziying, had a daughter? Now Shui Hanjia can only support his sister. But I heard he dotes on his sister quite a bit. The Shui family hid that girl very well. I heard even the Hidden Zero Pavilion didn't know until she broke through to level 30 at age 11. Everyone speculated that the Shui family head was assessing the two children's talents. After all, Shui Hanjia was a shining example. If this girl's talent couldn't surpass her brother's, it would be difficult to convince everyone. Zhu Songmu shrugged. Now it seems her talent isn't inferior to her genius brother. What attribute? But the Shui Hanjia she met last time was clearly water attribute. Zhu Yingtong was stunned. What was going on? Qi Xian, seeing Zhu Yingtong's blank expression, asked with concern, Yingtong, what's wrong? Zhu Yingtong mechanically shook her head. Nothing, I continue. On the vast grassland, the sixth-tier magical beast lay limply, one eye closed and bleeding. Zhu Yingtong, carrying In-Su, landed from the air, but her sharp eyes noticed the magical beast Tianlin still restlessly wagging its remaining half-tail, as if attracted by something, still wanting to pounce. Zhu Yingtong frowned. What's wrong with this magical beast? It attacked us the moment we met. She recalled the battle just now, and this magical beast seemed to be targeting In-Su directly. Did it even know to pick on the weak? In-Su nervously tightened his grip on the necklace at his chest, and stammered, it's probably here for this. Zhu Yingtong looked over at the sound of his voice. It was a shimmering, thumb-sized bead, radiating an extremely attractive light. She asked curiously, what is this? In-Su replied, my mother gave it to me. My magical power has been weak since I was little, and my mother said this thing can protect me. Zhu Yingtong nodded. Perhaps it was the aura of this treasure that attracted the magical beast. Zhu Yingtong was about to say something more when she keenly sensed another magical attribute in the air. Zhu Yingtong's expression hardened. Someone's coming. In-Su was also somewhat surprised. This place. Who could it be? Suddenly, a third voice echoed through the space. Surprisingly, the voice sounded very familiar to Zhu Yingtong. A sixth-tier magical beast, Tianlin? Don't you know how to finish it off? Zhu Yingtong's expression changed slightly. He gently pushed In-Su away with a burst of magic power, then charged towards the magical beast. Two streams of magic power, one red and one black, flashed past, and the magical beast fell completely still. The newcomer appeared to be a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, with long black hair tied in a high ponytail. A meaningful smile graced his handsome face. His weakness is his waist and abdomen. You lost again. It was Emo Xuanqi. Zhu Yingtong didn't answer Emo Xuanqi immediately. Instead, he flashed and pulled In-Su back, then said, yes, senior brother is very knowledgeable. I admit defeat. In-Su looked curiously at the handsome young man, who had suddenly appeared before him. Senior brother? This child looked younger than Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong chuckled. Senior brother joined the sect first, so naturally he's senior brother. In-Su nodded. I see. Emo Xuanqi ignored their conversation, instead looking thoughtfully at the beast's body before him, then turned to Zhu Yingtong and said, "Give me these scales." Zhu Yingtong was about to say she could take them, but Yin Su spoke first. Yingtong contributed the most to the entire beast. Even if you're her senior brother, you can't take advantage of her, can you? Emo Xuanqi then looked properly at the woman with low magical power, half leaning on Zhu Yingtong, and chuckled, "Not for free." With that, he took a box from his storage container and tossed it to Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong opened the box, her mouth practically watering. It contained the enchanting materials she had always wanted. This was part of a bet she had made with Emo Xuanqi. She could only obtain it if she defeated Emo Xuanqi in the usual competition. Although she had lost count of how many valuable items she had lost in those competitions. Emo Xuanqi looked up at the enormous body of the magical beast before him, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his magical power, unleashing it upon the beast. The entire space vibrated with a buzzing sound. With a burst of magical power, Emo Xuanqi held a pair of dark scales in his hand. He stared at the scale in his hand in silence for a long while, then said to Zhu Yingtong, "Could you help me refine this? It requires a temperature of 3,000 degrees. Can you do that?" Yin Su watched as Zhu Yingtong naturally took the scale from Mo Xuanqi, then pressed her hand down, saying with some dissatisfaction, "Even if Yingtong is your junior sister, you can't work for you for free, can you? Even the most ordinary blacksmith charges a hefty price for this level of forging." Mo Xuanqi scoffed, "You really can't stand being taken advantage of, can you?" He then pulled a box from his storage container. "I never said I wouldn't pay." Yin Su snorted, "At least a deposit should be paid for this kind of thing." Mo Xuanqi raised an eyebrow. "She didn't say she could take it on." Yin Su snorted heavily. "If you don't trust Yingtong, then give it to someone else to do." Zhu Yingtong quickly stepped in to calm things down. "It's nothing, don't get angry." Then she turned to Mo Xuanqi and said, "I give it a try." Zhu Yingtong took out a scale, clasped her hands together, and a fireball, under her control, remained only the size of a fist, preventing the heat from dissipating. In a short while, Zhu Yingtong finished refining it. She stretched out her hand. Above her palm floated a small, transparent ball, gleaming with a strange luster, looking unexpectedly beautiful. Mo Xuanqi's expression shifted slightly. He took out a round-bellied bottle, and a transparent liquid slowly flowed into it under the guidance of magic. A faint smile played on his lips, as he tossed a whole scale to Zhu Yingtong. "Good luck," he said. Before Yin Su could speak, he added, "There'll be a final payment after it's done." Zhu Yingtong beamed and took the scale, beginning her refining process. She knew her young senior brother well. Even without Yin Su's intervention, the reward he offered would only be higher than the market price. Mo Xuanqi watched Zhu Yingtong refine the scale, and decided to give her a challenge. "How did you end up here?" Zhu Yingtong needed to control the temperature of the flames, while replying to Mo Xuanqi, "It's strange, really. It's quite an adventure to meet you here, senior brother. We were originally celebrating Qixi Festival in the Zhengrong Empire, but we fell into the water, halfway there, and seemed to have entered a strange teleportation array, and then we ended up here. Where is this place?" Mo Xuanqi smiled slightly. "It's my hometown, the Almost Grassland." Zhu Yingtong's expression froze for a second. "The Almost Grassland? Isn't that in the northwest of the continent? How could we be teleported to such a far place? Who is secretly manipulating this?" Mo Xuanqi nodded. "That's why I'm also very curious about why you ended up here." Zhu Yingtong pondered. "The river water is unusual, and the teleportation array is very strange. When we first arrived, the river water that got on us couldn't be dried with magic. We could only wipe it off with our clothes. I didn't sense when we entered the teleportation array, there wasn't a single magical fluctuation. It's too strange. Why did that magical beast attack you? Although Tianlin is violent, it's lazy and doesn't like to move, so it usually doesn't cause large-scale attacks. I haven't even asked you for compensation for the damages from this fight yet." Yin Su retorted indignantly, "What compensation for property damage? That magical beast wasn't yours to keep. We haven't even talked about the mental anguish of being attacked for no reason." Mo Xuanqi sneered, "This entire grassland belongs to my family. Tell me, how much manpower, resources, and money will it take to clean up the grassland she burned?" Yin Su's eyes widened slightly, speechless. Zhu Yingtong weakly raised her hand. "Only the area where the fight just happened burned. I was deliberately controlling it." As they talked, Zhu Yingtong had already finished refining. The massive scale, after being scorched by the high temperature, was reduced to a mere half-finger-long piece of liquid in the bottle collected by Mo Xuanqi. Zhu Yingtong asked curiously, "What's the use of this?" Mo Xuanqi replied casually, "Decoration." Zhu Yingtong clicked her tongue. So much manpower and resources, just for decoration? What a wealthy senior brother. But what could such a small thing possibly decorate? It seemed like only small things like bracelets, necklaces, and rings. Zhu Yingtong looked at her senior brother suspiciously. Long sleeves, no visible wrists, no fingers, nothing. No necklace either. What could it be? After replying, Mo Xuanqi ignored Zhu Yingtong's curious gaze, and flashed to the kneeling Yin Su beside him. Yin Su, startled by his sudden appearance, took a half-foot step back. Mo Xuanqi stared at the necklace on Yin Su's chest for a long time before saying, "This thing looks familiar." Yin Su, startled by the powerful aura of a mage, paled slightly. Still leaning back, she unconsciously gripped the round bead on her chest, then spoke in a dry voice. "I don't understand what you mean." Mo Xuanqi glanced at Yin Su with a playful smile and said lightly, "Nothing else, it just looks familiar." Then Mo Xuanqi turned to Zhu Yingtong and said, "What are your plans now? Go straight back? This is in the northwesternmost part of the western continent of Ziliusis. Spatial talismans can only pinpoint the capital of the Zhengrong Empire, but it's also where you came from. Do you have any extra spatial talismans on you?" Zhu Yingtong nodded. This day had been quite bizarre. She had come out happily to celebrate Valentine's Day, but before she could even exchange a few words, she had fallen into the water. There was even a random teleportation array in the water. However, meeting her senior brother and obtaining some materials was an unexpected bonus. Zhu Yingtong walked to Yin Su, who was kneeling and resting to the side, and picked her up. He manipulated his magic to cast a spatial spell, inwardly sighing and hoping the journey back would be smooth. "Goodbye, senior brother." Mo Xuanqi waved to Zhu Yingtong, watching the direction the two had left. His voice was icy. "I didn't hear Tianlin's voice. Its vocal cords have been damaged. Investigate that Yin Su, and have someone clean up this place." A figure that appeared beside him, like a ghost, replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Chapter 76. In the far north of the Zhengrong Empire, at Chaoyang Manor. At the highest point of this magnificent manor stands the largest building, an ancient, dark-colored hall. On a high seat in the very center of the hall, a woman stretches out her hand, above which float a pair of beautiful, round beads. She murmurs softly, "Fate, to appear in such a young child. Truly unbelievable." Below the high seat, in the empty hall, kneels a figure, Qing Wan. "Qing Wan, your subordinate is here," the woman says calmly. "Continue to stay by Yin Su's side. Your task is to protect her." "Yes." Having used the spatial talisman, Zhu Yingtong doesn't experience the spatial transformation as before, but unexpectedly falls back into the water. Zhu Yingtong, who had accidentally fallen into the water, closed her eyes uncomfortably, but still held tightly to the immobile Yin Su, and then struggled to swim forward. After recovering, Zhu Yingtong forced herself to open her eyes under the influence of magic and move towards the light. When she breathed fresh air again, she was already on shore with the unconscious Yin Su. "By the way, you said Qing Wan jumped in too, but couldn't find us and went back up. Where is she? Hasn't she come back yet?" Zhu Yingtong asked. Zhu Songmu said, "She said there was an emergency at the manor and went back. I don't know where she is now." Qi Xian pondered for a moment and then spoke, "That water is probably living water used for refining weapons." He walked to the wet clothes that Zhu Yingtong and Yin Su had changed out of, stretched out his hand, and slightly gathered magic at his fingertips. A clear water mark emerged from the clothes and gradually condensed into a ball in his hand. "Living water?" Zhu Yingtong asked curiously. "Isn't that kind of thing only available to blacksmiths with blacksmithing certification at the Magic Association?" Qi Xian shook his head. "If you really want it, there are many channels. It's just not available on the market." Zhu Sengmu was shocked. "Won't this stuff have any effect on the body?" Qi Xian said, "Living water is slightly heavier than common drinking water or river water, so it sinks in rivers. That's why Yingdong felt like she couldn't move an inch when she got ashore. If living water were attached to a person, it would only affect their movement. The purpose of this living water here is probably to attach to the teleportation array for location teleportation." Zhu Yingtong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Location? You also think that our arrival at that place wasn't random, but a trap deliberately set by someone?" As the group was talking, a soft whimpering sound came from the bed. Zhu Yingtong felt a gust of wind brush past her cheek, and when she looked again, Zhu Songmu had already helped Yin Su halfway up, and was slowly feeding her warm water. Yin Su's eyes were wet with tears. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble." Zhu Songmu quickly said, "It's my fault. I couldn't stop you in time. It's my fault. Insu's voice was extremely weak. I lost my balance and even dragging Tong down with me. Zhu Yingtong quickly waved her hand. I jumped down myself. How could I have dragged you down? Xiaosu twisted her ankle and choked on water. Get some rest. Insu subconsciously raised her hand to grasp the beads on her chest, her voice soft. My mother needs me. I have to go home. Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly. So soon? Insu nodded and, supported by Zhu Sungmu, walked out of the observatory. Qi Xian, seeing Zhu Yingtong's gaze shift from the two people, finally asked, You've been busy for so long, why don't you rest here for a while? Zhu Yingtong blinked and smiled, sure. Mo Xuanqi lay by a tree, listening to the news from Mo Ying and muttering to himself, the demonic beast Tianlin's throat is injured, and bait has been placed in its nasal cavity. The method is extremely subtle, ha. Yin Su, the young master of Chaoyang Manor, 20 years old, a doctor, with weak magic power, has a close relationship with Zhu Sungmu, the crown prince of the Zhengrong Empire, and has only known Zhu Weitong for half a year. Mo Xuanqi frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the man's intentions were not so simple. Should I go and observe again? Mo Xuanqi shook his head. Forget it. Chaoyang Manor isn't open to the public. Investigating will only put us at a disadvantage. I wait until she slips up. The man nodded in agreement and disappeared into the shadows. After the drowning incident, everyone's lives returned to normal. Long periods of focused cultivation, occasionally accompanied by playful banter, were quite enjoyable. For Zhu Yingtong, the only unpleasant thing was not being able to contact Yu Wei and the others. After spending half a year in the Zhengrong Empire, Zhu Yingtong calculated the time and decided to set off for Huilin Academy. At parting, looking at the crowd who had come to see her off, she still managed to resist the urge to hug Qi Xian tightly in public. Everyone, may our friendship endure, may we meet again. The girl's clear voice rang out at the farewell, etched in the memory of those important to her. Zhu Yingtong's destination this time is the Huilin Academy near the Mayu Empire, the extreme cold ice plains, 2 mountain ranges and the Pugu Forest. Starting from the Zhengrong Empire and passing through the Yangwei Empire, the journey will take almost a month. When she arrived at the border of the Yangwei Empire, it was already spring. Late at night, Zhu Weitong checked into a hotel with Yi Buju, intending to get a good night's sleep and set off the next day. However, Yi Buju had been sneezing incessantly since entering the city, making the wolf seem listless. Zhu Weitong took out some herbs, crushed them, and applied them to Yi Buju's red nose, asking with concern, What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? I told you not to kick off the covers in the middle of the night, but you didn't listen. Yi Buju glared at Zhu Weitong, and before she could speak, she sneezed again. Can't you smell it? It smells awful. Zhu Weitong said, Smell? Wanling City is on the border of Yangwei. The city's main industry is mining, and mineral resources are being exploited year-round. The air quality is probably not as good as other cities. The city currently has relatively few permanent residents, but these smells don't bother us. Magician, your little wolf nose is pretty sharp. What could it be? It's definitely. Achoo. It's awful, achoo. Zhu Weitong frowned upon hearing this, trying to sense her surroundings. The air today is unusually bitter, a bit strange. She opened her bracelet to check recent messages, only to find that Mo Xuanqi was in the same city as her. Zhu Weitong was overjoyed and contacted Mo Xuanqi through the bracelet. Within minutes, she received a location, an inn in the northwest of Wanling City. Buju, get a good rest tonight. I lit some herbs and incense in the room, you should feel better. Zhu Weitong smoothed Yi Buju's drooping fur, and prepared to head to the inn. Chapter 77. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhu Weitong arrived at the inn. The inn was extremely small, with only a few rooms, but being closer to the mine, the bitter, unpleasant smell was even stronger. Zhu Weitong knocked twice on the door, and Mo Xuanqi opened it. Zhu Weitong teased, Haven't seen you in half a year, senior brother has grown taller again. Mo Xuanqi chuckled casually, You're not bad either. He stepped aside and pointed inside, Take care of that. Zhu Weitong curiously peeked over and saw a haggard-looking girl lying on a small bed in the small room, covered with a black robe. The girl looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, slightly younger than Zhu Weitong, but a size or two smaller. A basin of water sat on the table, and a cloth, presumably used to wipe the girl's face, was stained with some blood. Zhu Weitong's expression hardened. He quickly walked to the bedside, lifted the black robe, and saw that despite the chilly early spring weather, the girl was only wearing a thin garment. The clothes were patched and torn in many places, and beneath the uneven tears, Drops of blood seeped from her wounded skin. It wasn't hard to imagine the kind of abuse she had suffered. What happened? Mo Xuanqi closed the door and sat down at the table, his back to them, saying, I accepted a mission from the Magic Association to obtain a piece of, or in the mines of Wanling City. I also needed some, so I came to check it out. When I came out of the mineral market, she clung to me. She asked me to save her. The girl's weak plea for help echoed in his ears. He wasn't usually one to meddle, but when he looked up, the girl's pleading expression seemed somewhat familiar. Please. Please. Who, when, what happened? Why can't he remember? Zhu Yingtong frowned as she cleaned the girl's wounds and applied ointment. The girl remained restless in her sleep, even groaning softly from the pain. After Zhu Yingtong had treated almost all the visible wounds, the girl slowly woke up. She gasped in surprise at the stranger in front of her, then realized what was happening, clutching the blankets and asking softly, Was it you who saved me? I remember grabbing someone in black. Zhu Yingtong smiled, pointing to Mo Xuanqi not far away, and said, That young man brought you back. This child looked to be in her teens, probably not older than her 15-year-old senior brother, right? She asked again, What's your name? How old are you? The girl stammered, My name is Deya. I'm 15 years old. Zhu Yingtong was stunned for a long time after hearing the age. The same age as her senior brother, yet so small? Malnourished? She frowned, and after a moment, asked, My senior brother said you grabbed him and asked him to save you. Can you tell me what happened? The girl became extremely agitated at the mention of this. She grabbed Zhu Yingtong's arm and said in a sorrowful voice, Please, gentlemen, save my sister. She's so young, she doesn't understand anything. She can't be sold to that kind of place. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. Zhu Yingtong realized this was a difficult situation, but still gently wiped away her tears and said softly, Tell us the details. If I can, I will definitely help you. She sobbed a few times and began to tell her story. This girl was a native of Wanling City. Wanling City was the most border city of the Yonghui Empire, and this place was the most remote part of Wanling City. Besides its mines, Wanling City was also famous for its gambling dens, which colluded with it and harmed many young children. The person who arranged these relationships was called Blackthorn. Blackthorn was a magician with considerable magical power. He had his own small territory, which was crammed with countless children. These children had never had enough to eat since they were little, and were frequently beaten and scolded. When the girls reached school age, they were all sent to schoolhouses for discipline, and then sent to various places. The pretty ones might be chosen by wealthy families to be their maids, while the rest, they would be sent to work as the lowest-ranking servants in casinos, living a life of hunger and cold. Boys, as they grew a little older, would be sent to the mines, earning meager wages to support themselves and the women in their families, hoping to improve their lives. They had virtually no chance of ever leaving. This girl named Daya had been chosen by a family on the outskirts of town. Her life was a mix of hardship and joy. The hardship stemmed from the pain in her body that shouldn't have been hers. The joy came from the fact that her younger sister, her only remaining family, was still there for her. Her encounter with Mo Xuanqi today was thanks to a reminder from a friend who worked in the mines. He said he had too many children at home, and they all depended on him. He works for a district manager where he can gain more benefits, so he can't leave, but you're different. It's just you and your little sister in your family, and she can't even speak yet. What will happen to her if she goes to those places? The mines here are rich in resources, and many mages come here to select energy stones. I secretly brought this out of the mines. If you encounter someone with magic, it will emit light. I hope you can find someone to rescue you. So many children, aren't there any mages? Zhu Yingtong frowned. If there were mages, perhaps they could put up some resistance, and life would be much easier. Mo Xuanqi shook her head. No one in a place like this will perform magical awakening for them. Children who haven't undergone magical awakening and missed the optimal time for training, even if they originally had some talent, are now helpless. Zhu Yingtong continued, What about your sister? Where is she now? My little sister is still in Blackpool. She can't speak, and no ordinary family will want her. She's being sent to the casino next month. She'd definitely be bullied there. As she spoke, her voice gradually choked, and tears streamed down her face. Blackpool was the place she had mentioned earlier, crowded with people, mostly guarded by the magician Blackthorn head to prevent anyone from escaping. Zhu Yingtong solemnly said, I will save you. Them? You mean the two of them, or the hundreds of people in the Black Pool? Mo Xuanqi frowned slightly. If you save them, Where will you take them? They have no magic, they can hardly survive. How will they support themselves? You teach them? Where will you find so much time? Zhu Yingtong pondered for a moment. I have a few acquaintances in Mayu. They might be able to provide some places and jobs for survival, although most of them will be service jobs, but I guarantee your lives will improve significantly. Mo Xuanqi frowned slightly. You mean the palace and the brothel? How could they be short-staffed? Why would they accept them? I heard Fanqiu wants to open a brothel in the neighboring city of Wanxiang. Branches always need staff at the beginning. Besides, Yuyan assigned us a steward back then. As long as the money is right, she does a great job. I believe Yingshi can handle it well. I earn so much money, so I can do things without any worries. By the way, how does senior brother know about the brothel? Have they opened outside of Mayu? Mo Xuanqi looked slightly uncomfortable. Fine, I gossip a bit. Mo Xuanqi paused, then continued, do you know how many children are here? Can you save them all? You rescue these this time, but what about later? What will you do then? Zhu Yingtong said in a deep voice, this happened right before my eyes, I can't just sit idly by. Mo Xuanqi sighed. Then what are you going to do? She said those children will be chosen by rich people beforehand. What about you? Looking at Zhu Yingtong's increasingly flamboyant smile, Mo Xuanqi felt a slight headache coming on. Let's try persuasion first, then force it. If that person doesn't listen, we just wipe out their entire operation. Zhu Yingtong grinned. Just listen to me, senior brother. Let's rest for a bit today. Mo Xuanqi nodded. Okay. You guys stay here. I go next door and get another room. Senior brother is so kind. Goodbye, senior brother. Good night, senior brother. Chapter 78. After Mo Xuanqi left, Zhu Yingtong glanced at the room's furnishings, quickly dragging over tables and chairs to arrange them into a double bed. She then took some clothes from a storage container to place under herself, taking advantage of the height difference. She didn't extinguish the candles in the room. The dim candlelight flickered on the two girls' faces, making Zhu Yingtong seem to see the sadness on their faces even more clearly. She whispered, can't sleep? Tell me about you and your sister. The girl nodded, her voice low. There were 8 children born on the same day as me. I'm the eldest, so he calls me big sister. The day my little sister was born, Blackthorn Head was in a bad mood, so he only called her sister. I usually call her little sister. My mother left after giving birth to her. She never cried from birth, and no matter how we tried to teach her, she couldn't speak. Now she can barely say a few words. She only smiles when she's with me. I can't imagine how she would live without me. They had received little education since birth, barely even knowing a few words, yet they could sense the contempt and indifference in the words of those around them, as if they were the most dispensable things in the world. They could be traded for cheap prices, they were homeless, destitute. No one anticipated their birth, no one took them seriously. No one would give them names filled with hope. Zhu Yingtong touched a faint scar on her face. The girl felt a slight warmth, and the scar became even fainter until it disappeared completely. Then, after you come with me, I find someone to name you, okay? I have a friend named Fluorite. She's very good at naming things. She'd definitely give you blessed names. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she softly said, all right, I haven't asked your name yet, sister. My surname is Zhu, and my name is Yingtong. Zhu means blessing. The next day, at the border in Blackpool, a dark-skinned, bald man had just finished a conversation with a woman. As the woman stepped out of her room, she saw a young man approaching a few steps away and exclaimed in surprise, what a handsome young man. I wonder who this is. As she spoke, her hand almost touched the young man's shoulder. Before she could finish speaking, the handsome young man's cold gaze swept over her, his voice as icy as 9 feet of ice. If you dare touch me, I guarantee your hand will fall to the ground immediately. The woman's outstretched hand froze instantly. She chuckled twice. Your little temper is quite cute, I like it. She glanced back at the door of the spiky-haired man's house, then smiled sweetly at the young man. I believe we will meet again. Mo Xuanqi frowned, said nothing more, and pushed open the door in front of her. The woman stood at the door for a while, then took out a small whistle from her bosom, gently blew it, and the next instant, a woman in a tight-fitting outfit appeared behind her. Go and find out the young man's name, where he lives, and who he's seen these past few days. Which handsome young man in Wanling City haven't I seen? Yes, Madam Wan. Madam Wan smiled gently, and left the Blackpool One residence. A short while later, the maid returned. Have you found out? Lady Wan asked softly, drawing her eyebrows as she sat at her dressing table. Yes, Lady Wan. The young man's name is Mo Xuanqi. He's 15 years old, born on the Elmos grassland, and he's a magician. He arrived in Wanling City the day before yesterday, and is currently staying at the Kwangwon Inn. Yesterday, he found a 15-year-old girl named Dia not far from the inn. A grassland person. She must be very powerful. Lady One looked at her beautiful face, flushed slightly, in the mirror and chuckled. It's a pity she's still a bit young, but taking her into my one family would be excellent. That night, another girl came to the Kwangwon Inn. Judging from her address, she's his junior sister, but she looks a few years older than him. She also arrived in Wanling City the day before yesterday, initially staying at a hotel in the city, and then went to the Kwangwon Inn that night. Her name is Ing Tong, and she's also a magician. Lady Wan giggled. Junior sister? A few years older than him? She doesn't sound as powerful as my Molong. A magician? That's a little troublesome. Just in case, 23, it's best to prepare some things in advance. Yes, Lady Wan. Whose maid is that eldest daughter? Lady Wan turned slightly, letting another maid tend to her hands. 23 replied, she's from the Tai family in the west of the city. Since that eldest daughter has already been bought, why is she looking for someone else? 23 replied, she has a younger sister, 10 years old, who can't speak. Nobody wants her, and she'd be sent to the gambling den next month. Lady Wan admired her purplish-red nails, and said with a smile, then I must go see that Master Tai. 23, yes, I arrange it right away. At the same time, in Blackpool, Blackthorn Head looked at Mo Xuanqi as he pushed open the door and asked with some curiosity, oh, a new face. What brings this young brother here? I come to discuss a big deal with you. Before dawn this morning, Zhu Yingtong discreetly escorted Dia back to her original residence, then went to inquire about matters concerning Blackpool within the city. Blackpool typically trades about 10 girls every month. They are usually chosen by the stewards of wealthy gentry around 8 or 9 years old, and kept until they are 10. If they haven't been sold by then, they are sent to gambling dens. The price these girls are sold to the wealthy gentry is approximately 5 to 20 gold coins each. While there's no real discount for bulk purchases, selecting enough girls can give one some leverage. Blackthornhead asked calmly, oh? Young brother, are you also here to select raw meat? Raw meat is their term for children who haven't yet been traded. Mo Xuanqi suppressed his nausea and said in a low voice, yes, I come to select some useful children for Her Highness the Princess. He emphasized a few words in his voice. Blackthorn's eyebrows twitched. The Yangwei Empire doesn't have any princesses. Are you referring to someone else? Mo Xuanqi took out a gold embossed token and placed it on the table. Blackthorn picked it up and saw it read Grand Princess Anshuan of the Jinrong Empire. Mo Xuanqi had been astonished when he first learned of this. He hadn't expected that in just 1 year, his junior sister would have become a princess. While talking to Blackthorn, Mo Xuanqi also sensed the man's magic level. It seemed slightly higher than his own. No wonder he was thriving in this place. But if negotiations broke down, he wasn't too worried. He was confident he could handle even a mage 10 levels above him. Blackthorn's eyes lit up. The Grand Princess of the Jinrong Empire, coming here to buy people? How many do you need? The material didn't seem counterfeit. He had also heard that the Jinrong Empire had gained a princess last year. He was just a businessman, but he understood that the less you know, the better. As for what the princess wanted to do today, or which children she bought for what purpose, he had no interest in knowing. He was just a businessman. Making money was enough for him. Mo Xuanqi tapped the table with his finger, seemingly casually. This time, I'm here on behalf of the princess, and it's being done in secret, so I don't want anyone else to know. This is the deposit. He then took a bag of gold coins from his storage container and placed it on the table. When Blackthornhead saw the bag of gold coins, almost the size of 2 adult men's fists, his eyes widened. That was at least 200 gold coins. His hand casually touched the bag of coins, and he smiled obsequiously, of course. Chapter 79. I heard you have a list here. Let me take a look, pick some that catch my eye. Blackthornhead chuckled, that's right, we need to pick a few good-looking ones. Working for the princess requires careful selection. As he spoke, he pulled a thick booklet from his storage device and handed it to Mo Xuanqi. Mo Xuanqi took the booklet from Blackthornhead, his brow furrowing slightly. He had expected this man to have many subordinates, but he hadn't expected so many. The booklet was square, about the size of a human face, with information on 3 girls on each page, age, height, weight, and appearance. The entire book contained at least 300 girls. He quickly flipped through it, finding that most of the girls were around 7 or 8 years old, and there were no sisters like Dia's. Mo Xuanqi recited about 20 numbers from memory, mostly girls around 8 or 9 years old, then casually asked, "Is that all?" Hey Situ replied, "There are a few others, but they're a bit older. If your highness would like, I can show them to you." Mo Xuanqi nodded slightly yes. She then handed the booklet to Hey Situ. Hey Situ took the booklet and, incidentally, put the full bag of gold coins into his storage container. Mo Xuanqi followed Hey Situ out of the Black Pool's reception room, and after walking for a short while, they arrived at a secluded house. The house looked somewhat simple, but it seemed well sealed. A child so young, without magic, and raised in isolation from a young age wouldn't be able to escape. Hey Situ stood at the door and shouted, "Everyone in this room, come out." As if by conditioned reflex, the door flung open, and a dozen or so girls rushed out. They looked a few sizes older than the girls in the booklet, but each wore a hint of timidity, as if they knew their fate. Only one girl seemed dazed. Her manner of running out was also blank. She had large, expressionless eyes, and her face bore a resemblance to Dia. Mo Xuanqi casually glanced at the girls before him, then pointed at them casually. "These will do." Back at the inn, Mo Xuanqi felt utterly exhausted. He was never good at dealing with people, especially not as a villain who had committed countless evil deeds. Zhu Yitong listened attentively to her senior brother's account and also felt the situation was somewhat troublesome. There are so many people. "So what do you plan to do now?" Zhu Yitong said, "I want to send them directly there using spatial magic. It's too inconvenient for so many people to travel together, the journey is too long, and they'd be too conspicuous. I'm afraid it might cause other problems. I already contacted Ingshi. She said she can handle it. She helped me receive those children at Mayu." Mo Xuanqi asked, "How did you contact her?" "The communication bracelet has no signal, and sending a letter wouldn't be that fast." Zhu Yitong frowned slightly and mentioned something else first. "I think I'm being followed." Mo Xuanqi sat up straight immediately. "What? You didn't get into any conflicts, did you? What about here? Could it be that person?" Thinking of the woman he saw during the day, Mo Xuanqi's hands clenched tightly. Zhu Yitong shook her head. "I didn't see who it was, but I sensed the fluctuation of magic power. Most of the people here are ordinary people or magicians with low magic power, but that person's magic power level is probably no worse than mine. This place might be under surveillance too. But I set up a mental magic crystal here after I came back, so I'm not afraid of being eavesdropped on." She took a sip of water and continued, "I originally planned to mail a letter to the Magic Association today, but I vaguely sensed someone following me. Afraid of alerting them, I only sent a casual letter home. Then I contacted Fluorite using the wind spirit. Oh right, I haven't told my senior brother yet. Fluorite is the child of a wind spirit and a human, so she gave me this unique communication item for wind spirits." Mo Xuanqi asked, "Are you worried they see the contents?" Zhu Yitong said, "This place is still a bit remote. Even if the Magic Association were in the city, it wouldn't be remote, but it's too small. Infiltration is inevitable. Besides, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. This isn't just my problem, it involves so many of them. It's best to be careful." Mo Xuanqi nodded, "You're more thoughtful than I am. I arranged to meet that person tomorrow morning to send a group of children back first." Zhu Yitong hummed in agreement, and started fiddling with her communication bracelet again. Mo Xuanqi glanced at it a few more times, then asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I'm leaving messages for Yu Wei and the others. Once I'm within the maximum range restricted by the bracelet, they receive my messages. It'd be another 2 years before they come." Zhu Yitong groaned and buried herself in the covers. Mo Xuanqi shook her head helplessly. "You should get some rest. I'm going next door." The next day, Mo Xuanqi arrived at Black Pool slightly earlier than the agreed time. Upon entering, she saw a large group of girls standing outside the largest council hall. Despite the chilly early spring weather, they were dressed rather thinly, and many were shivering. He glanced around and, finding his younger sister nowhere to be seen, instinctively felt things were likely to turn out badly. As he walked in, he sent a message to Zhu Yitong. Mo Xuanqi had barely stepped into the council hall when Black Thornhead emerged from the inner room. Touching his bald head, his voice boomed, "Little brother's here. The children are all waiting outside. Come in," he shouted, and dozens of girls nimbly rushed in, forming a small fan shape at the doorway. "Hey, are you checking the final payment?" Mo Xuanqi pulled up a chair without ceremony and sat down. "Are you sure you have them all?" "Brother, what do you mean by that? I'm a man of my word in business. There are 25 children aged 6 to 9, 5 10-year-olds, and exactly 30 outside. Mo Xuanqi pressed his fingertips to his forehead, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is that so? But I see a few that I didn't pick yesterday. The second one from the left in the third row, the first one from the right in the fourth row, the third one from the left in the fifth row. I was going to ask you what this means? Blackthorn had choked. He hadn't expected this boy to have such a good memory, memorizing everyone's faces after only a fleeting glance yesterday. But he was also unwilling to offend those people, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Sigh this. The data recorded before was wrong. Those children have already been reserved by others. So, I picked a few more that are even prettier. Next time your highness comes, I will definitely let your highness choose first." He thought that even if he could sense the magical fluctuations, he was just a young mage. How much strength could this boy have? Even if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Is that so? Then I'm coming. Can I choose now? A slight magical fluctuation rippled through the room, and a magic circle appeared beside Mo Xuanqi. The next instant, a woman in elegant and luxurious robes stepped out of the magic circle. The girl didn't look very old, with a pair of bright, captivating phoenix eyes. Her red lips were adorned with gold lipstick, and every word she spoke was mesmerizing. The crimson robe was embroidered with the most famous distant mountain embroidery of the Zhengrong Empire, seemingly shimmering with gold in the sunlight. Every stitch revealed its exorbitant price. A pristine white fur collar encircled her fair neck, making her face appear even more exquisite and captivating. The young woman sat on a chair pulled over by Mo Xuanqi, crossing her long legs. The silhouette of her form-fitting dress slid past her waist, the hem swaying with the slight movement of her feet, drawing all eyes to her. She rested her chin on her hand, a smile on her face. I think my child picked some good ones. I like those few. What do you think? Chapter 80. Blackthorn Head was stunned for a moment upon seeing the girl, who suddenly appeared before him. He swallowed hard and blurted out, "Who are you?" He could roughly guess who it was, but he hadn't expected the princess to be so young and so beautiful. The newcomer smiled slightly, and said leisurely, "My surname is Zhu. Zhu, the Zhu of the Zhengrong Empire." Blackthorn chuckled, taking a few steps forward to shake hands with Zhu Yingtong. Mo Xuanqi stepped forward, his long arm positioned between the two, his face cold as he said, "His Highness dislikes being touched by others." Blackthorn paused, then took a step back, laughing heartily. "Yes, I was presumptuous." He was about to say something when a servant suddenly rushed in from outside, whispering in his ear, "Sir, something happened at the mine." Blackthorn's expression changed, and he immediately bowed to the two men, saying, "I'm truly sorry, I'm afraid I cannot entertain you both today. Take these with you for now, we discuss the rest in a few days." With that, he hurriedly left. Mo Xuanqi, chin in hand, pondered, "It seems that mine is very important to them, they ran away so quickly." Zhu Yingtong deftly removed her elaborate outer robe and jewelry, saying to Mo Xuanqi, "Senior brother, let's take these children to Mayu first." Mo Xuanqi nodded, "Then you go and tell them, I'm not good at this kind of thing." He then walked to the door, closed it, and used magic to lock a small door. Zhu Yingtong covered her mouth and smiled, "Okay." She then went to the children, half squatting down, and took the hand of the oldest child at the front, saying, "It's like this, although I bought you from that person, I also hope to give you a choice, and I can assure you that you can live much better lives than you do now." A timid voice came from behind, "Can we eat 2 meals a day?" Zhu Yingtong's heart tightened, but she forced a smile and said, 3 or 4 meals are fine. When you get there, an older sister will pick you up. She's a very caring and kind person. She can teach you a lot, so you have more skills to rely on later. Listen to her, okay? Although the children here were generally timid, they were all taught to answer every question, and they all quietly replied, "Okay." Then hold hands and form several small circles. Don't let go of each other's hands no matter what happens. Having received a reply, Zhu Yingtong stood up, exchanged a glance with Mo Xuanqi by the door, and then nodded. Just in case, Zhu Yingtong cast a layer of immobilization magic on the outermost circle. Then, the two simultaneously cast spatial magic spells, and the entire inner room suddenly brightened, with magic circles lighting up on the floor. Zhu Yingtong asked, "Fluorite, are you there?" A sweet voice replied from within the array, "Master, I'm ready. I can teleport over any time." Zhu Yingtong responded, then activated the spatial teleportation array with Mo Xuanqi. In just a few breaths, the 30 children before him had vanished. The magic array flickered, and finally, the girl's reply came, "Master, they all been counted. 30, no more, no less." Zhu Yingtong said, "Okay, thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. I'm not working for you for free. Master, please take care of yourself too. Zhu Yingtong smiled, replied with a okay, and closed the teleportation array. Both collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhu Yingtong gasped for breath, saying haltingly, I didn't expect teleporting so many people to be so tiring. Mo Xuanqi replied, spatial magic is extremely rare, and those who can cultivate it to its peak are even rarer. Our Grandmaster's ability to create talismans with various magical attributes is truly extraordinary. After resting for a while, they finally managed to stand up. Before Zhu Yingtong could speak, she felt a warmth on the necklace around her neck. Her expression changed drastically. The girl's in trouble. Mo Xuanqi's expression also changed slightly. He asked, what happened? Zhu Yingtong looked anxious. I left her the emergency call device before she left. She pressed it, something must have gone wrong. Can you sense where she is? Zhu Yingtong grasped the necklace, feeling the magic flowing through it. I can barely sense her direction. Mo Xuanqi patted her shoulder. Then you go first. I go find out about my little sister. Zhu Yingtong nodded. Senior brother, be careful. With that, she rushed out of the room, heading northwest of the city. Mo Xuanqi responded, but made no further move. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then shouted towards the door, Get in here. Saying this, he took a large step towards the door, reaching out and pulling back sharply, as if something was being tugged. The next instant, with the movement of his hand, a dark shadow crashed heavily into the room with a thud. 23, who had been forcibly dragged in, quickly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, Young Master Mo, Lady One requests your presence. Mo Xuanqi chuckled coldly. I didn't go looking for her, yet she dares to come looking for me first. As he spoke, his hand gripped 23's neck from a distance, and he asked coldly, Did you take my little sister away too? 23 managed to say with difficulty, You find out when you get there. Mo Xuanqi's face was icy. He released the shackles of his magic, and 23 landed, catching her breath only after a long while. She clutched her neck, glancing fearfully at the young man, before quickly turning her head away and fleeing rapidly towards the edge of the black pool. Mo Xuanqi followed closely behind. In a short while, Mo Xuanqi followed 23 to the Wan residence. Inside the main hall sat the elegantly dressed Lady Wan, lighting a fragrant incense burner. Her eyes lit up when she saw Mo Xuanqi following behind 23. She cleared her throat and said, Young Master Mo is here. Someone, bring tea. Mo Xuanqi didn't speak or move, just stared quietly at Madame Wan. Madame Wan, a little embarrassed by his gaze, said, What, young Master Mo, do you think my tea isn't good enough? Perhaps I could take you to the city to have a look? Mo Xuanqi said, No need. I'm here to take my little sister away. Where is she? Madame Wan rested her chin on her hand, and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Mo, if you drink this cup of tea, I take the girl home, okay? Mo Xuanqi coldly looked at the teacup offered to him, his voice icy. I warned you, don't have any wicked thoughts. Before he finished speaking, his magic surged forth, and long halberds wrapped in white cloth strips shot out and were grasped in his hands. The utensils in the entire hall vibrated with the magic. Lady One chuckled, Does Mo Lang think he'd be fine as long as he doesn't drink tea? From the moment you stepped into my One residence, there was no turning back. Chapter 81. Mo Xuanqi had only just condensed a few strands of magic power when he felt utterly powerless. His halberd gripped the ground, his face grim. Despicable, he muttered. Lady Wan casually stepped forward, approaching Mo Xuanqi. She reached out and touched his face, her voice extremely suggestive. I want what I want. Is there any distinction between high and low, noble and base? Mo Xuanqi twirled and thrust his halberd, forcing Lady Wan back several steps by the weapon's power. Lady Wan's expression changed. She shouted, Attack! At her command, a dozen or so servants flew out from all directions, surrounding Mo Xuanqi. Mo Xuanqi swept his halberd across the ground, then used the momentum to leap onto the crossbeam. His face pale, he retrieved a porcelain bottle from his storage container. His sister's words echoed in his ears. Little Black, be careful when you're out and about. If you can't win, run. If you insist on fighting, take the medicine. But don't take this medicine too often. After you finished it, remember to find Luo Zi, he can help you deplete its effects. Mo Xuanqi hesitated for a second. This was the first time he'd taken this medicine, since he'd been away for so long. The next instant, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. The medicine's effects were instantly activated. The boy's face seemed to age several years. The white cloth strip on the halberd's handle shattered violently, and the powerful magical aura forced the dozen or so attendants to take several steps back. Emo Xuanqi jumped down from the crossbeam, the halberd carving cracks in the ground. As he moved, dark magical images began to emanate from his body. Wan Yang was shocked, her voice trembling. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9? How can there be 9? How is this possible? Emo Xuanqi's eyes gleamed with an unusual bloodlust. I told you, I would take one of your hands. Suddenly, a dazzling black light burst forth from Emo Xuanqi's body, entangling the dozen or so people around him like vines. They struggled fiercely, but within moments, they fell silent. Wan Yang cried out in alarm, lifting her skirt and stumbling towards the inner courtyard. Emo Xuanqi watched Wan Yang's departing figure, exhaled a long breath, then released the black, thread-like objects, saying coldly, "Those who don't want to die, get out of here." The servants who still had a shred of strength exchanged glances, then hurriedly led their companions away. Emo Xuanqi stepped over the scattered artifacts and entered the inner courtyard. Guided by the magical energy, he quickly discovered Wan Yang's hiding place. He had already sensed that Wan Yang was also a magician, albeit a mediocre one who had artificially inflated her magic power with some elixirs. Wan Yang, disheveled and lacking her usual composure, ran from a secluded hut, pulling out a girl of about 10 years old, her expression blank. A sharp knife was held to the girl's neck, and she screamed, "Get out of Wanling City right now, or I chop this girl up." Emo Xuanqi scoffed, "You think you're faster than me?" Wan Yang, seemingly insane, said, "I might not be able to kill you, but I'm confident I can take this girl's head." Emo Xuanqi asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why are you doing all this?" As he spoke, he secretly released dark magic, spreading it towards Wan Yang and her younger sister. Unable to remain calm, and unfamiliar with magic, Wan Yang didn't notice the changes in the spatial magic. She only cried out in hatred, "I want you. What did I do wrong? I hate this girl. Why? Why is she so lucky? Why does someone come to save her from her suffering? Why do I have to endure so much inhuman torture? Why? Why? I don't know either. But that's no excuse for you to turn your blade on others." Emo Xuanqi remained expressionless, merely raising his hand, and countless black tendrils swelled onto Wan Yang's body. Wan Yang was terrified, even wanting to take someone down with her before she died, but her hand holding the dagger was firmly bound by dark magic, preventing her from harming her younger sister in the slightest. Another burst of magic formed a conveyor belt around her younger sister, and in a short while, Emo Xuanqi held her in his arms. The younger sister looked curiously at the man before her, opening her mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. Emo Xuanqi looked at the younger sister, seemingly lost in thought, and said softly, "Close your eyes." Although the younger sister couldn't speak, she understood, and she obediently closed her eyes. Emo Xuanqi turned his head again, his eyes sharp. "I said I wanted one of your hands." With that, dark magic condensed into a blade in the air. Wan Yang screamed madly, "Help! Help! Where have you all gone?" Her screams reached their peak the moment the blade fell. "Ah!" Wan Yang collapsed to the ground, barely breathing, blood flowing from her wrist. She clutched her wand with her other hand, her body trembling, repeatedly asking, "Why? Why? I have something to ask you. Did you tell others about Dia? Where did you take her? The mine? What happened at the mine?" Wan Yang's voice was extremely low from the pain. "Come closer, I have no strength left." Emo Xuanqi looked at her suspiciously for a few moments, then put her younger sister down, gave her a few instructions, and slowly approached Wan Yang. Wan Yang propped herself up on one side, with one hand, and whispered in Emo Xuanqi's ear, "I went to find Dia's master, and guess what happened? Master Tai said, if I can't control them, I can't control you, and then he gave that traitor a good beating, ha ha ha." Emo Xuanqi looked at her coldly. "Vicious? There's something even more vicious. The He brothers coveted the magic stone she possessed, and it's probably no longer in her hands. She's gotten herself into trouble. And you are her. It's both a blessing and a curse. The lava beneath the mine is about to erupt. Even if you get there now, it's too late. Your junior sister and that girl will both die." She looked up at the sky, her voice shrill, "They all die. They all die. Ha 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 ha. You think you're saviors? How many people can you save? I make them all pay with their lives." Emo Xuanqi coldly watched Wan Yang, then carried his little sister away from the Wan residence, heading towards the mine, and relaying the news of the lava eruption to Zhu Yingtong. However, Emo Xuanqi had only taken a few steps out of the Wan residence, when he felt a rush of blood rushing upwards, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. His little sister looked at him in surprise, then reached out to wipe it away for him. Mo Xuanqi squeezed his eyes shut tightly, only able to call out Luo Zi's name in his heart. He reached out and covered his little sister's eyes, closed them. His little sister obediently placed her small hand over Mo Xuanqi's. A rapid running sound rushed towards the two, and a gigantic magical beast appeared before Mo Xuanqi. It grabbed the almost powerless Mo Xuanqi by the collar, tossed them both onto its back, and spoke in human language. Where to? The river is far. Mo Xuanqi's voice was weak. After you swallow me and absorb my overflowing magic, I definitely need to find a place to wash myself. My magic is in disarray right now, and I can't help Tong even if I go. I hope she receives my message. Luo Zi muttered, fine, you germaphobe. Chapter 82. After a bumpy ride, the group arrived at the nearest riverbank. Mo Xuanqi, carrying the little sister, slid off Luo Zi's body. He casually took out a strip of black cloth and covered the little sister's eyes. Do you want to sleep for a while? Mo Xuanqi asked. The little sister couldn't see or speak, but remembering her older brother's reaction earlier, she decided to listen to him and nodded. Mo Xuanqi lightly touched the little sister's forehead with his fingertips, and she immediately fell into a deep sleep. He carried the little sister to a nearby tree, covering her with his outer robe to protect her from the cold, and then drew a small protective array around her. After doing all this, Mo Xuanqi turned and walked towards Luo Zi. Luo Zi opened his blood-red mouth and swallowed him whole. An eerie black light enveloped them until Luo Zi smacked his lips and closed them, then ran to the riverbank to feign sleep. While focusing on expelling the medicinal effects, Mo Xuanqi began to ponder the problem of the mine. How could there be magma beneath it? It was probably not a simple volcano. If magical beasts were lurking beneath the mine, it would cause the temperature to rise, leading to an eruption. Wanling City of the Yongwu Empire is close to the Gomo Desert. It wouldn't be surprising if Gomo's magical beasts came to claim the mountain as their own. Gomo's fire attribute magical beasts. Fire Scorpion, Fire Cloud Lion, Blazing Fire Steed, Burning Demon Bird, there are too many. Hurry, hurry. I'm afraid it'd be too late. About half a day passed before Luo Zi stirred again. He opened his mouth and grunted several times, spitting out a black shadow that landed directly in the river. Having absorbed the extra medicinal power, Mo Xuanqi reverted to his 15 or 16-year-old appearance. He looked at his sticky clothes with disgust and immediately decided to change in the river. The boy had a healthy wheat-colored complexion and a robust physique for his age. Not as thin as he appeared when clothed, but rather more muscular. Combined with his strikingly handsome face, this created a strikingly contrasting sense of security. Luo Zi yawned, your magic has increased again. You're quite the little monster. Mo Xuanqi nodded, dressing as he walked ashore. He went to Luo Zi, using magic to transfer his sleeping younger sister to Luo Zi's body. His expression gradually darkened. To the mine. Meanwhile, Zhu Yingtong, having left the Black Pool, headed towards the source of the magic, only to find that his destination was Wanling City's most famous mine. However, the Wanling City mine was unusually different today, extremely hot and constantly bustling with people. She grabbed someone and asked, what happened here? Why is it so hot? The person exclaimed in alarm, they hit lava in the mine today. Something terrible is going to happen. Blackie is dead inside. Everyone's run. Zhu Yingtong was startled and released the person's hand. The person continued running. How could there be lava near the mine? Blackie was Blackthorn's brother, in charge of the mine's operations. With the top leader dead, things inside were probably in complete chaos. Zhu Yingtong didn't have time to think and rushed into the depths of the mine. She ran, calling out to Dia, until she reached the deepest part of the mine, a place so hot it was almost suffocating. There she saw Blackthorn fighting a magical beast. It was a gigantic, flame-covered, bird-like fire-type magical beast. The flames that occasionally roared from its wings were the reason for the high temperature. Zhu Yingtong frowned, searching frantically for Dia. However, the fire magic here was too intense, and the magic stone she had given Dia seemed to have had its seal broken. The magic scattered everywhere, undoubtedly making the search more difficult. Just as she was becoming increasingly anxious, a faint call from a corner caught her attention. She turned her head and felt her heart break. The extremely weak voice was coming from Dia. She was huddled in the corner, clutching her wounded abdomen, with some incomplete limbs scattered around her. Tears welled up in Zhu Yingtong's eyes instantly. She quickly took out bottles and jars of medicine from her storage container and gave them to Dia. But the wound on her abdomen was too large. Ordinary pills couldn't heal it. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless for the first time. If Yue or Njin were beside Dia, they could surely save her. But it was her. She had no ability to save anyone. Zhu Yitong choked out. I take you out right away. She took a clean strip of cloth from her storage container, performed some simple first aid, and then carried the girl's weakened body, preparing to leave. You bitch! How dare you harm my brother? Over there, Blackthorn had barely withstood an attack from a demonic beast, dragging his wounded body towards the two. Zhu Yitong wiped away her tears, her voice firm. I must take her away today. She then picked up the girl and headed out of the cave. Blackthorn roared maniacally. Then you all stay here and die with my brother. As he said this, he lured the demonic beast towards the two. Holding Deya in Zhu Yitong's arms, she spoke haltingly, Sister Zhu. The magic stone you gave me was snatched away by Heituzi. He somehow broke the magic stone. And then, that big bird flew out from underground. Sister Zhu, have I gotten myself into big trouble? No. You didn't do anything wrong. They're the ones who are at fault. The aura of the yin-yang fire had attracted the burning demon bird. After all, it was she who gave Deya the magic stone. Deya continued, they seem to know that big bird. He told Blackthorn. He could feed me to the bird. And the bird would stop. But I didn't want to die. I haven't seen little sister yet. She choked on blood and continued. So I used the knife Sister Zhu gave me for self-defense to stab Blackthorn. The bird was attracted by Blackthorn's blood and pecked at his internal organs. Then Blackthorn tried to kill me. I'm sorry, Sister Zhu, I caused you trouble. The burning demon bird loved to eat the internal organs of mages. No wonder it only chased Blackthorn and Zhu Yitong, even though they were also injured. Tears welled up in Zhu Yitong's eyes. Don't talk anymore, I take you out. She was about to spread her red wings and fly away when she heard the demonic beast roar, abruptly interrupting the normal circulation of magic within her. Zhu Yitong was startled. The demonic beast possessed a tier magic skill, preventing mages within its sonic attack range from gathering magic power for a short period. She gritted her teeth, her movements becoming increasingly rapid. At this moment, she was grateful that her physique had been strengthened. Even without external force, she could still achieve her goals. Unfortunately, fate seemed to be playing a cruel trick on her. The ground before her began to crack, and within moments she was trapped. Even more despairing, a second burning demon bird flew out from the parched earth. How could she forget? These burning demon birds always came in pairs. Chapter 83. Zhu Yitong's expression was grave. She summoned the remnant autumn sword from her weapon seal, but unable to use continuous magic power to control this divine weapon, the pressure it exerted was no less than that of the burning demon bird. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the girl's clothes crimson. The blood on the girl's clothes was indistinguishable, some dark, some light. Awesome twilight, slash. Zhu Yitong finally mustered all her strength to launch an attack. The demonic beast in front of her nimbly dodged back, but was still shaken by the aftershocks and let out a sharp cry. Zhu Yitong took this opportunity to move further away from the collapsed area. Just as Zhu Yitong was about to run out of the mine, a long whip struck from behind, tightly binding her leg. The poison barbs on the whip instantly pierced her skin, causing her to stumble and fall heavily to the ground with Deya in her arms. However, before falling, she changed direction, and her back struck the ground with a painful thud. The poison took effect incredibly quickly. Zhu Yitong, still somewhat dazed, recalled that although she hadn't hit her head when she fell, she felt dizzy and disoriented for a long time afterward. She acted decisively, shielding Dia behind her, and then dealing with the long whip that was binding her legs. Before she could free herself from the shackles, the whip suddenly released her, the lash echoing loudly in the air. Before she could react, the poisoned whip struck them again. Zhu Yitong felt that moment stretched on endlessly. The girl she was tightly protecting suddenly pulled away, switching places with her. She saw the child, like a tattered kite, drift further and further away, disappearing from her sight. Zhu Yitong bit her tongue hard, her senses instantly returning. Ignoring her aching legs and throbbing head, she lunged forward and grabbed the girl's arm. Deya's waist and abdomen were bound by the poisoned whip, pulling her backward at breakneck speed. Zhu Yitong's intervention slowed her descent. She clearly saw that as the whip struck again, Blackthorn had already fallen off the cliff. This final blow was undoubtedly his lifeline. Blackthorn would never let go. She had already troubled Sister Zhu so much. She shouldn't let her sister be dragged down by her again. Zhu Yitong grabbed Deya with one hand and gripped the broken autumn sword with the other, plunging it into the ground to slow their retreat. Her weight shifted as she pulled back, her knees scraping and bleeding from the shattered earth. By the time Dia had fallen off the cliff, the broken autumn sword in Zhu Yingtong's hand was half buried in the ground, finally halting their chain of movements. Sister Zhu. Dia looked at the bloody scratches on Zhu Yingtong's face, inflicted by the flying sand and stones, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Her consciousness blurred as she felt the pulling pain in her waist and abdomen, and she murmured, "Let go." Zhu Yingtong roared, "Don't give up. I pull you up. Sister Zhu. It hurts so much. Don't give up. I haven't given you a name yet. Little sister is still waiting for you to come home." Zhu Yingtong found her vision blurring, and hot tears dripped onto the arm she was holding to Yuz. Little sister. Yuz's eyes cleared for a moment, and she forced a smile. "I think if Sister Zhu, Brother Mo, and Little Sister chose a name for me together, it would definitely be a very good name. A name carrying your blessings. A name that belongs only to me." Time seemed to slow, incredibly slow. Dia felt the pulling sensation around her waist, the increasingly clear, sinister laughter below, and the tears and opening and closing mouth of her Sister Zhu before her. Sister Zhu, what was she saying? Sister Zhu seemed to be saying she wanted to go home with her little sister. But where was her home? In a final, desperate effort, Dia tearfully severed her own arm. Zhu Yingtong felt herself stagger backward, then lunge forward in disbelief. She had barely uttered a girl's name when she heard 2 consecutive splashes. Following this was a gust of wind whipped up by scorching lava, blowing the defenseless Zhu Yingtong back several steps. She clutched her severed arm, frozen in place, unable to react. Until the burning demon bird attacked her again. Mo Xuanqi, arriving just in time, pulled her up by one side and pulled her away. "What are you standing there for?" Mo Xuanqi roared at Zhu Yingtong, who was completely unresponsive to the attack. Zhu Yingtong finally snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling and hoarse. "Senior brother." Mo Xuanqi also noticed the object in her hand, paused for a moment, but quickly reacted. Before the burning demon bird could let out a tearing cry, Luo Zi pounced on it, biting open its throat and interrupting its upcoming skill. The dark spear in Mo Xuanqi's hand flew wildly under his control, relentlessly attacking the 2 burning demon birds. Zhu Yingtong also recovered, gritting her teeth and controlling the remnant autumn sword to attack. The arrival of Mo Xuanqi and Luo Zi turned the tide of the battle, but neither of them was in good condition. Mo Xuanqi shouted, "Luo Zi, go!" He pulled Zhu Yingtong onto Luo Zi's back, and the 2 of them and the beast quickly ran towards the mine exit. To prevent further attracting the burning demon bird, Zhu Yingtong applied bitter-smelling medicine to his wounds on Luo Zi's back, while Mo Xuanqi continuously sprayed strong-smelling medicinal powder behind him to confuse the burning demon bird's sense of smell. The burning demon bird eventually returned to its nest. Because of the turmoil at the mine, many surrounding areas were affected. For example, it was said that the one mansion, known for its tyranny, was engulfed in flames, burning the entire mansion to the ground, only to find a charred, disfigured female corpse missing an arm. The famous Black Pool in the city was also leaderless due to the loss of its main leader. It was only rumored that a young man had arrived at Black Pool that day, driven away the resurrected leader, and taken away hundreds of girls. The surrounding merchants were terrified of getting involved and kept their shops closed for several days. After that day, Mo Xuanqi first picked up his younger sister from the inn, then took Zhu Yingtong back to a hotel in the city. Yi Buju, unable to tolerate the smell of the mine, remained listless, lacking energy for several days, and didn't even notice their return. It wasn't until they later arrived at Huiluan Academy and met Wu Nianluo that they learned that besides the smell affecting his abilities, the main reason Yi Buju had been affected was the self-regulation caused by his advancement. Upon learning this, Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but think of that fragile girl, as delicate as willow catkins. If she had known Yi Buju better, or if she had been stronger, perhaps everything would have ended better. Chapter 84. After returning home, Zhu Yingtong remained secluded for several days, barely touching the food and water brought to her outside. Finally, on the 4th day, Mo Xuanqi kicked open Zhu Yingtong's door, only to find her seemingly recovered, though her face appeared somewhat haggard. She looked up at Mo Xuanqi, who seemed speechless, her voice hoarse from not speaking for several days. "Senior brother?" Seeing Zhu Yingtong's state, Mo Xuanqi couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh, simply placing the water glass on the table. "Drink some water first." He looked at the box on the table and finally asked, "What's this?" Zhu Yingtong took a couple of sips of water, her words broken. "I cremated Dia's hand. I thought perhaps I should give it to my little sister." She paused for a longer time. "What about my little sister? Is she all right?" Mo Xuanqi nodded. She's alright, but she can't speak. I took her to see a doctor. It might be due to a loss of the five senses. Even if you told her about this, she probably wouldn't understand. Perhaps with prolonged instruction, she'd be able to speak again. Zhu Yingtong hummed in agreement, then asked, what about the children we didn't take from the Black Pool that day? There were nearly 400 people in the Black Pool. I hired a tight-lipped, efficient person to help me settle the accounts. Some families are willing to adopt them. Some places are willing to hire them, and most have found a place. There are still some who don't want to stay in Wanling City, so I temporarily arranged for them to stay in the hotel, planning to send them to Mayu once you recovered. There are about 200 people in the mine. They all chose to stay in Wanling City, and I also found them a place. Mo Xuanqi paused, looking at Zhu Yingtong with some concern. Are you alright now? Zhu Yingtong slowly nodded, revealing a peaceful yet powerful smile. I'm fine. Zhu Yingtong quickly rallied, contacting Ingshur that very day and teleporting over 10 girls. Considering that their younger sister couldn't speak and had no familiar friends, they had initially planned to teleport with her using a spatial talisman. However, their sister was very resistant to the spatial transformations, and several attempts to teleport her failed. Therefore, they decided to take her with them on their journey back. Fortunately, they were already quite close to their destination. The group packed their belongings, and after Yibuju regained his composure, they set off. After leaving Wanling City, the three of them and their beasts traveled for about a month before reaching Wanxiang City of the Mayu Empire. Luozi wasn't there because they had run away the day after returning to the city, and Mo Xuanqi didn't know where the guy had gone. On her first day in Wanxiang City, Zhu Yingtong arranged for her senior brother to stay in a guest room. Then, without stopping, she went to the palace to see the Wuma sisters, only to learn that due to spatial rifts causing disorder in the past 2 years, Yu Wei and the others hadn't visited the Ziliosis continent even once. Zhu Yingtong left the palace with a heavy heart and returned to her residence, where she saw Ingshur, fluttering its small wings, already waiting at the door. Lord Zhu. Ingshur was the child of a wind spirit and a human, born with wings. From a young age, it was smaller than its peers. Bullied as a child, it chose to leave the forest where it had grown up, and was found by the leader of the Mayu Empire's army and taken back to Mayu. Later, demonstrating remarkable administrative abilities, she was assigned by Wuma Yueyin to Haoyue Township, to serve as steward for Zhu Yingtong and others at Mayu's residence. Ingshur was over 100 years old, yet her physique resembled that of a 10-year-old child, appearing only slightly older than her younger sister. She suddenly threw herself into Zhu Yingtong's arms, excitedly saying, Lord Zhu sent back 42 girls in total. Sister Fanchio kept 3 at the headquarters in Wanxiang City, and 6 were selected from Yongning City, departing next month. For enter the palace, and the other children have found places in places like Zhongtian Pavilion, Guanyunfeng, and Yimeng Hotel. I gave them names they all liked. Gonha, Lurao Ruirong, Ajiang. Ingshur possessed a gemstone from the land of elves, said to have been stained with the blood of the Lancer family, granting her some simple abilities. This ability she used to name others. That's how she got her own name. Zhu Yingtong patted Fluorite's head and asked with a smile, and what's the little sister's name? Fluorite looked up and whispered, it's Tourmaline. It seems we have a special connection, both are gemstone names. Zhu Yingtong nodded, then suddenly asked, how did Fluorite name them? Fluorite replied, I had them stand in front of me, then asked the wind stone, and the wind stone would give me the answer. Zhu Yingtong bit her lip, speaking with some difficulty, what if she's not here? Fluorite thought for a moment and said, is there something she carries close to her body? Carrying it for years, imbued with her scent, might also elicit a response. Zhu Yingtong took out a blessing pouch, about half the size of her palm, from her storage container. She gently placed it on the fluorite gem and earnestly asked, I want to give her a blessed name. The gem suddenly emitted a bright light, and many characters leaped out, circling the courtyard. The fluorite was also somewhat curious. Huh? This didn't happen before. Before Zhu Yingtong could say anything, she was interrupted by a flurry of activity. Miss Bishi, please put on your coat, it's cold outside. A maid, hastily brought in, followed Bishi, carrying a small jacket, chasing her from inside the house all the way to the courtyard. Bishi was feeling stifled from the hot bath inside, and having finally finished, she ran out without even putting on her coat. Her childlike nature was immediately captivated by the unfamiliar sight in the courtyard. She chased after several characters, finally throwing herself at the light screen closest to Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong, worried she might fall, quickly reached out to steady Bishi. Several words suddenly lit up where their hands touched. The gem in Ingsher's hand shone brightly, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Lord Zhu, the wind spirit stone said her name is Liun." Liun. Zhu Yingtong, holding Bishi, repeated blankly, "Will she like this name?" Liun, it's blazing fire. Will she really like it? It's blazing fire, and it's also rebirth. She will like it. Mo Xuanqi, who came out of the house, patted Zhu Yingtong's shoulder and said earnestly. A tear suddenly fell from her eye. Yes, it's rebirth. Bishi stared blankly at Zhu Yingtong, then reached out and wiped the tear from her face, pressing her cheek tightly against hers. Zhu Yingtong smiled through her tears. The sun hung high in the sky, and the snow that had swept across the entire continent in this winter began to melt. Chapter 85. Yu Wei and the others arrived on the western continent in February of the year 2915 in the continental calendar. This was during the winter break after the first semester of their second year of high school on Earth, while Zhu Yingtong had been cultivating in the Mayu Empire for over a year. According to Yu Wei, the Dragon King had re-established his cultivation at the Spirit Venerable Realm, further advancing his spatial magic and finding a new, stable spatial rift, which allowed him to send them over. I missed you all so much, Hua. Zhu Yingtong had been counting down the days until their arrival, though she wasn't entirely sure of the exact school break dates, and could only calculate a specific time. During those days, she felt more anxious than ever before, repeatedly asking Ingsher for directions. For over a year, only Zhu Yingtong remained in the Mayu Empire. Mo Xuanqi explained that Huiluan Academy had a more suitable simulated training environment for him, so he spent most of his time there, only reminding her before leaving to take the Huiluan Academy entrance exam. Zhu Yingtong, tears welling in her eyes, was caught by Yu Wei and Njin, and the group embraced, sobbing. For Zhu Yingtong, this separation had lasted for over 3 years, so the joy of seeing her again was immense. For Yu Wei and Njin, although the separation had only lasted a little over 4 months, their longing was no less than anyone else's. Another sleepless night ensued. The 4 of them, wrapped in blankets, chatted for a long time in the lobby. Zhu Yingtong did most of the talking, recounting her experiences over the past 3 years. She started by being taken away by Wu Nianluo, then becoming Wu Nianluo's disciple, and becoming fellow disciples with Mo Xuanqi. She spoke highly of Wu Nianluo and Mo Xuanqi, hoping Yu Wei and the others wouldn't hold Wu Nianluo's actions against them. She then recounted the hardships she and her senior brother endured surviving in the wilderness for over half a year, her experiences in the Zhengrong Empire, Empress Di Fuyan, her own background, and her experiences in Wanling City, all of which drew gasps of amazement from the others. For the next 6 months, they all immersed themselves in training, preparing thoroughly for the entrance exam. Late August, 2915 in the continental calendar. The entire continent seemed to be bustling with excitement, as the triennial entrance exams for Huiluan Academy were about to begin. Zhu Yingtong and the others had already packed their bags, preparing to travel from Mayu to Huiluan Academy. On the day of departure, when Njin woke up and was leaning on the balcony, she saw a man playing with Bishi in the courtyard and couldn't help but blink, so handsome. But why is there a little? Mo Xuanqi, who was in the courtyard, had already noticed Njin as soon as she stepped out. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. Senior brother? What brings you here? Zhu Yingtong, who had come out of the kitchen on the first floor to find food, greeted his senior brother warmly upon seeing him after so long. Mo Xuanqi put down the tourmaline he was holding and said calmly, "Of course, I have something to discuss with you." Yu Wei, who was walking downstairs with Njin, asked softly, "And who is this?" Njin crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Tong Tong, senior brother, the one who attacked us at sea that day." Zhou Yu, who was following behind Yu Wei, felt a mix of emotions when he saw Mo Xuanqi. This was the first time the two had officially met since the sea attack and learning that one of the masked men was Mo Xuanqi. It was also their first reunion since parting ways at the Tingling tribe. Mo Xuanqi had grown even older than him. It felt strange. When they first met, Xiao He was only 7 years old. Just as Mo Xuanqi was about to say something, Zhu Yingtong, knowing her senior brother might not say anything nice at this moment, quickly interrupted, "Senior brother, what did you promise me again?" Mo Xuanqi opened his mouth, then closed it again, took a step back, and bowed deeply to Yu Wei and the other two. "I am very sorry for what happened back then. I couldn't disobey my master's orders." Yu Wei and the other two were slightly surprised. Njin, the most perceptive of them all, was the first to react. She immediately leaned into Zhou Yu's arms, touching her forehead, and said weakly, "Ah, Xiao Yu, I feel like my internal injuries from back then haven't healed yet. My head hurts a little. Mo Xuanqi's expression changed slightly upon seeing Jin's movement. Before he could speak, Zhou Yu asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Zhou Yu then gently raised his hand and touched Jin's forehead. A small green light appeared, and Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? When did Xiao Yu learn healing magic?" Zhou Yu felt a hint of guilt in her voice for some reason. "After we came back from the sea last time, weren't you unconscious? I later learned this technique from Senior Lin Lang." Seeing the somewhat strange atmosphere among the three, Yue changed the subject, waving her hand and saying, "Since you were all doing this for Yingtong's sake, and you didn't seriously injure us, let's just let this matter rest." Initially, with the Dragon King's guidance, the group knew that Wu Nianluo's abduction of Zhu Yingtong had no malicious intent. With Zhu Yingtong's guidance a few days ago, and now Mo Xuanqi's sincere apology, everyone felt no resentment. Only Jin, with her cunning nature, liked to continue teasing others. Jin straightened up slightly, but still leaned almost half her body against Zhou Yu. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she said, "Senior brother, I was injured back then, so how about you take care of me? Ask this young man how old he is, how many people are in his family, what kind of girl he likes. I'm not bad looking, am I?" Zhou Yu quickly covered Jin's incessantly chattering mouth. Who knew what other shocking things this girl would say next? Mo Xuanqi closed his eyes, suppressing a surge of anger that seemed to come from nowhere, and turned to Zhu Yingtong, saying, "Teacher said this is for eating." Zhu Yingtong took the medicine bottle and envelope from Mo Xuanqi, and without asking any questions, tilted her head back and swallowed the only pill in the bottle. Yue called out, "Tong Tong." Zhu Yingtong shook the medicine bottle, smiling, and said, "It's okay, I believe teacher won't harm me, harm me, harm me, harm me." Zhu Yingtong unfolded the letter, almost bursting into tears. The letter contained Wu Nianluo's bold, flamboyant handwriting. "The medicine suppresses magic power. The effects will be removed in a month. Don't think about using high-level magic power to cheat your way through the entrance exam. Gain more experience. Experience, 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 experience." Mo Xuanqi, who was closest, clearly saw the contents of the letter. He tilted his head slightly and smiled, then said, "Yes, we need more experience." Jin muttered softly, "Is this the incredibly powerful teacher? Won't we get completely destroyed by her?" Mo Xuanqi glanced at him. "You want to get into Class 0? Yue blinked. "Yes, the Dragon King said Class 0 is the highest level student class at Huilun Academy, admitting students solely based on talent. He hopes we could all get in." Mo Xuanqi said expressionlessly, "No, it also depends on her mood." Chapter 86. Jin, holding Zhou Yu's hand, smiled and said, "We're all so talented, so good-looking and so adorable. That teacher won't refuse to accept us, will he?" Zhou Yu chuckled, "If you keep your mouth shut, he might give you a second glance." Finally awake, Yi Buju emerged from the other end of the courtyard. Jin immediately skipped over and hugged Yi Buju's furry chest. "Buju, Buju, it's so comfortable being all fluffy." Yi Buju yawned and nuzzled forward, and Jin practically sinking into a sea of fur. "Like a big cat, I love it." Zhu Yingtong checked the time. "It's about time, let's go." "Senior brother, do you want to come along?" Mo Xuanqi hesitated for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, but finally nodded. And so, the five of them and the wolf set off. Fluorite, carrying Tourmaline, waved to the group from the front door, "Master Zhu, please have a safe journey." Tourmaline imitated her wave. Standing on Yi Buju's back, Zhu Yingtong, pulling Mo Xuanqi, exclaimed in surprise, "Tourmaline can wave." Mo Xuanqi's eyes showed a hint of relief. Yes, one day she speak. The journey wasn't too long, about half an hour with Yi Buju running at full speed. The three girls sat at the front chatting, while Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi stayed slightly behind, occasionally exchanging a few words. By the time they reached the Huilun Academy area, it was broad daylight. After registering, they checked into the hotel arranged by the academy. The hotel lobby was packed with people, a large, bustling crowd. Mo Xuanqi waved goodbye to the group at the hotel entrance. "I'm from the academy. Spending too much time with you guys inevitably leads to gossip. Wow, isn't senior brother Mo a big celebrity in the academy? Lots of people must know him." And Jin started joking again. Mo Xuanqi raised an eyebrow and said, "I hope you be this optimistic after the entrance exam." Then he turned and left. And Jin scratched her head. Is that thing really that difficult? The group headed towards the elevator, where Zhu Yingtong began explaining the entrance exam for Huilun Academy. The entire entrance exam was divided into 2 stages. The first stage further divided into 4 substages. The first substage involved recording various data about the applicants, such as name, gender, age, and magical attributes. It lasted for half a month, with 200 people admitted each day, totaling 3,000. However, this didn't guarantee eligibility for subsequent competitions. Many specialists would assess the students' talents, and only 1,500 would actually advance to the next round. The second format is a theoretical exam, with an unclear number of eliminations. Based on past data, fewer than 1,000 students advance to the next format. The third format is a revival round, completed within 3 days, where participants challenge others, and the one with the most successful challenges returns to the selection process. The final format is a pursuit battle, with fewer than 500 remaining. Thus, all the students who have remained are enrolled. The second stage is a points-based competition, divided into individual, 2-person, and 4-person team battles. Rankings in this stage determine the first reward after enrollment. To ensure a controlled competition schedule and encourage competition, participation is limited. The 128 available spots are entirely by competition. And Jean clicked her tongue. That's really complicated. This selection process will probably take more than a month. Yue asked, "What's the chase?" Zhu Etong said, "I heard it's similar to a marathon for mages, held in the Wangqiu Mountains." And Jean blinked. That's quite peculiar. The 4 entered their reserve suite, leaving the noisy chatter behind. Many mages stood in the hall, generally between 15 and 20 years old. Those younger or older were extremely rare. In a corner stood 2 girls, who appeared to be the youngest in the room. One of them, with a cold expression, spoke, "Your Highness. Are you sure you don't need me to come with you?" The girl behind her, touching her short black hair in a mirror, said, "I said it many times, no, no, no. Xiao Fu, what do you think of my hair?" Xiao Fu was silent for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but you're just burying your head in the sand." The girl stamped her foot. "What?" Xiao Fu continued, "Even if you cover your hair in eye color, anyone who wants to investigate your identity can find out immediately. You and your mother looked very similar when you were young. Then how about this?" As she spoke, she took out a veil and put it on. This continent had developed rapidly, and many ornaments were not purely decorative. They generally possessed some magical power. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for a mage to carry various decorative items. However, most ornaments didn't have particularly outstanding magical power, so the more powerful the mage, the fewer they carried. Based on your magical power, these things won't be of much use to you. Seeing the girl's downcast expression, Xiao Fu paused and asked, "Are you avoiding Mr. Huangju?" The girl's voice was soft. "Yes. My teacher has been watching me very closely lately. I can't even leave the palace to find medicine for my mother. I heard that the top 10 in the Huilun Academy entrance exam can choose any item from the Academy's treasure pavilion. I want to try." Xiao Fu patted the girl's head. "His Majesty would be very pleased to know your feelings." The girl shook her head. "I only hope she can get better." In another corner, on a sofa, sat 3 women and 1 man. The man was handsome, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old. Opposite him, in the center, sat a girl of about 15 or 16, the two bearing a striking resemblance. The man, his expression cold, said to the woman beside the girl, "Han Yu, let her go up herself." Shui Han Yu spoke softly, "Brother Han Jia, Canner is still so young, it's understandable that she misses home." The girl, sobbing in her arms, looked up and wailed, Where's mother? Why didn't mother come?" Another woman beside her said, "There's a magical barrier outside Huilun Academy. Without the Huilun Academy badge, mages with too high a level of magic power cannot enter." The girl cried even louder. "Shui Xingcan, you're spoiled by your clan at home. Do you think they continue to indulge you now that you're out here?" Shui Han Jia's expression was not good. Shui Han Yu covered her mouth and laughed at her older sister. "I wonder who spoiled Canner so much at home." Shui Han Jia, embarrassed by his lover's words, could only watch with a headache as his younger sister continued to wail. After crying for most of the day, Shui Xingsan finally fell asleep on Shui Hanbing's lap. Shui Hanjia rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, but could only carry his little sister upstairs to rest. As night approached, the hotel staff were preparing to close when a fiery red figure rushed in. I want to register," the staff member said curtly. "This magician, registration for today is closed. If you need, I can register you at the hotel first, and you can come back tomorrow morning. If you're sure you still want to register, I record your voice print here. What's your name?" The boy smiled brightly. "Okay, my name is Shi Huang." Just give me any room with a shower. Magician Shi Huang, voice print registration successful. Your room is on the 12th floor, room 12. Chapter 87. Meanwhile, at the seaside altar of the end of rain, the Dragon King accepted the invitation and, looking at Lan Xing, who hadn't changed much in over a decade, asked, "What did you see?" Lan Xing's voice was calm. "Atlantis is returning. Many are awaiting its arrival." The Dragon King asked without changing his expression, "Is that so? What does that have to do with me?" "Your Highness, do you still remember its fall 1,000 years ago? The devastation of countless cities, the death of tens of millions of humans. No one can stop Atlantis' resurgence, but the impact it brings is something even your shallow sea dragon palace cannot bear." The Dragon King was silent for a moment. "What do you want me to do?" "Establish an absolute barrier in the east of the continent to protect Ziliuxis." The Dragon King chuckled. "Back then, Mo Sheng borrowed my magic to maintain the spatial rift, trapping my magic below the Spirit Lord level. Now the rift is interfered with by the north, and with my abilities, it's almost impossible to find again. What can I do?" Lan Xing raised a hand, and after a magical fluctuation, 3 weapons appeared before her. The 9-winged demon spear, ranked 16th on the weapon ranking, the 6 absolute bolt, ranked 27th, and the thunder element crossbow, ranked 30th. Hopefully, these will be helpful for His Highness the Dragon King's return to the divine descent. The Dragon King glanced at Lan Xing and gladly accepted this gift. The Dragon King then asked, "Who do you say wants Atlantis to return?" "The one with the greatest expectation is Shan. There's another force, I can't see clearly, but I can vaguely sense its connection to me. Wu Nianluo." The Dragon King frowned. Even if Wu Nianluo was Li's disciple, Wu Nianluo was born and raised in Ziliuxis, and had no relation to Atlantis. Lan Xing shook her head. "No, it's the one who took my eyes." The Dragon King's tone turned serious. "You mean Miss Yin? That was a battle 1,000 years ago, a battle that was extremely painful for Lan Xing. It was during that time that she injured her leg. She took the eye of the future, doesn't that mean she can?" Lan Xing sighed. "So we're running out of time." The Dragon King's face darkened. "I understand." With that, he turned and left. Lan Xing didn't speak again, and the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, the necklace on her chest shimmered slightly, and a woman's voice came from within. Luo Yi, where are you? Do you need me to come pick you up?" Lan Xing smiled unconsciously, replying softly, "No need, I'll be back soon." "Oh right, Luo Yi, Ing Hongxi just told me something's missing from the treasure pavilion. He searched for ages, but couldn't find it, and he cried for ages." Lan Xing said, "I took it. Take it from my account." The other person chuckled, "I guessed it was you. I already had it deducted from my account." "Did they agree?" "Yes," he agreed. The voice on the other end was tender, "Then come back soon, I miss you so much." "Okay." Half a month later, Huilun Academy. And Jean stretched at the entrance of Huilun Academy. This registration process is way too long. It really lasted for half a month." Zhu Yingtong patted in Jin's head. "Come on, this is your strong point, right?" And Jean touched the tip of her nose uncertainly. "Probably. I hope this question isn't too obscure." A theoretical exam for 1,500 people was held on the same day, lasting a full 4 hours, with early submission allowed. And Jean, writing fluently, finished her exam in 2 hours, and waited idly outside for her friends. However, she hadn't expected that on this continent, people would actually try to chat her up. In just 1 hour standing at the door, 7 or 8 people had approached her with various questions. This trend gradually subsided after Zhou Yu finished his exam and stood beside her, and after Yue handed in her paper, and the Dragon King, who had come with her, joined her. It wasn't hard to understand. Seeking a partner was a common need, and those who could enter the Huilun Academy entrance exam were undoubtedly gifted magicians. Finding a partner within the academy would be a wonderful thing. Besides, and Jean was so beautiful, one person after another approached her. "It's a pity not many are pretty, not even as pretty as our Zhou Yu," and Jean said nonchalantly, twirling a strand of hair between her fingers. "You're using Xiao Yu as your benchmark? You come to a difficult time finding someone like that. Didn't you say Xiao Yu was the prettiest boy you ever seen?" Yue said with a smile. And Jean pouted, kicking at a pebble at her feet, and said casually, "He can't be too far off, right? If he's good looking, it's more pleasant to look at him." The group chatted for a while before finally waiting outside the classroom for Zhu Yingtong, who had just finished her exam and was about to hand in her paper. "Tong, why did it take you so long?" Yue asked. Zhu Yingtong looked dazed, still immersed in the agony of answering the questions. She hadn't written a single word in so long. Zhu Yingtong took a sip of water. I spent a little more time on that last bonus question. And Jean pouted. I really am a jinx. This thing actually tested things outside the syllabus. Who knows how to deal with that gray aura? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Before they even reached the hotel, the results for both subjects were released. When registration was completed, Huiluan Academy added the Huiluan entrance exam progress to everyone's wristband, showing the score and ranking for each exam, ostensibly to increase competitiveness. And Jean looked at her score and snorted. Although there were no bonus points, I got full marks on the paper. Her wristband read, Number 18, and Jean, Score 1, 90 points, Score 2, Theory 100 points, Bonus 1, Current total score, 191, Current rank, 3. The other students are, Zhu Yingtong, Number 16, Score 1, 100, Score 2, Theory 78, plus 15, Current total score, 193, Current ranking, 1. Yue, Number 17, Score 1, 90, Score 2, Theory 75, plus 5, Current total score, 170, Current ranking, 79. Zhou, Number 19, Score 1, 90, Score 2, Theory 88, plus 5, Current total score, 183, Current ranking, 10. And Jean glanced at the scores again, feeling a throbbing pain in her temples. She gritted her teeth and said, I feel like this +1 is mocking me. I wrote so much. Luckily, Score 1 isn't low. Zhu Yingtong patted in Jin's head. From their observation, aside from factors like magic power level, Score 1 seemed to be related to the time of arrival. The earlier one arrived, and the earlier their initial number, the higher their Score 1 score. Yue covered her face. I never ranked so low in my life. Zhu Yingtong stroked Yue's hair again. I never ranked so high in my life either. And Jean asked curiously, who's second place? They're not just 1 point higher than me, are they? The hotel's large screen, which everyone had been curious about, suddenly beeped twice, and then displayed an image. Yue murmured, now I know what this thing is for. Their rankings were scrolling on the screen, and shouts filled the lobby, some excited, some groaning. Below Zhu Yingtong's name was written, Number 1 Xiao Xuanyan, Score 190 points, Score 2, Theory, 95 points, Additional 7, Current total score 192, Current rank 2. For some reason, Zhu Yingtong felt like she was being stared at. She turned around and instinctively looked at a black-haired girl standing at the entrance, with a sword in her hand. She instinctively felt that this person was Xiao Xuanyan. Chapter 88. Those cries of despair, besides signifying their low rankings, also meant elimination. After this exam, fewer than 800 candidates remained. The third revival round was also a time of rest for Zhu Yingtong and the others. The chase across the Wangqiu Mountains was about to begin. A few days later, Huiluan Academy, Council Hall. On the large screen, the point where Huiluan Academy met the Wangqiu Mountains was displayed. Led by third-year students, the 800 students were divided into 4 groups of 20 teams, 10 people per team. Within a set time and along a set route, there were different scoring points. The final score was calculated based on the scoring points and the difficulty level. On the screen, a girl in white was reading the exam instructions on her bracelet, looking somewhat troubled. The pursuit race will be randomly grouped. All scores will be based on individual and group tasks. Completing individual tasks will unlock advanced tasks. The group task is... Inside the council chamber, a thin man yawned and said, the entrance exams are always this troublesome. A graceful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, sat in front of him. She looked at the girl on the screen and smiled, saying, Is this the girl who got a perfect score on the second exam? Getting all the questions right is rare, even in the last 50 years of admissions. Moon, bring up her information, so I can take a look. Yes, teacher Feng. The woman standing beside the screen tapped a few times on the light screen, then pulled out a small section of the screen in front of the woman who had just spoken. And Jean, from the N-Rain Empire, 17 years old, Ultimate Light Element, Level 43 Archmage, a light magician. Could I mentor her, oh? Before she could finish reading, the screen flickered a few times and flew back to the front. She lightly tapped the table and said to the woman at the front, Wu Nianluo, was this your doing again? Are you going to take her to your class 0 again? Wu Nianluo whistled and brought out a few more screens. She smiled and said, anyway, Lingling doesn't teach classes. If Lingling likes them, she can come to our class 0 to see them. The others in the council chamber looked curiously at the screens. At the very top was Zhu Yingtong's information. Zhu Yingtong, Mayu Empire, 17 years old, Fire Element, Level 45 Archmage, Score 30, Current Total Score 223, Current Ranking 1. Xiao Xuanyan, Qingwei Empire, 16 years old, Extreme Wind Element, Level 45 Archmage, Score 30, Current Total Score 222, Current Ranking 2. Zhouyu Mayu Empire, 17 years old, Extreme Wind Element, Level 44 Archmage, Score 325, Current Total Score 218, Current Ranking 4. Yuwei Mayu Empire, 16 years old. Shui Xingqian Yangwei Empire, 15 years old. Wu Ting Mayu Empire, 10 years old. Number 1 and number 16 are really neck and neck, a burly man said. A charming woman seemed to have her eye on the youngest one. This Wu Ting must be the youngest this year. Feng Yuling smiled and said, I'm afraid she'd be among the youngest after graduation. Kids these days are all incredibly talented. As they chatted and laughed, the gap between the first and second place on the screen was extremely small, and the rankings were constantly changing. Feng Yuling glanced at the live broadcast on the screen. This number 1 seems to be a lone wolf. I'm afraid her group score won't be too high. Wu Nianlu smiled. Lingling thinks so? I think she's the kind of person who would do everything to score points for herself. The teacher who mentioned Wu Ting earlier added. Wu Nianlu laughed heartily. I support Mingming's opinion. Mingming spat. Who needs your support? But I think number 16 is quite good. Wu Nianlu asked, what about Yuer? Yuer, who do you think will be number 1? Yuer hesitated after looking at the group assignments. Group 16 seemed to be having bad luck. There weren't many helpful members, while Group 1 had quite a few capable mages. I think it's number 1. Wu Nianlu stood up and stretched. So, besides Lingling and me, you all favor number 1? What are we betting on? A 6-month shared right to the treasure pavilion? The burly man shouted, you heartless woman. Last time the dean took 3 weapons from the weapon ranking without even giving me a heads up, and now you're eyeing the treasure pavilion again. Then I also vote for number 16. With the sound of the door opening, a black-haired woman walked in. One of her eyes was black, while the other was a hazy gray. Louis. Wu Nianlu greeted her warmly upon seeing her. Louis took Wu Nianlu's hand and led her to the front row seats. The teachers, this dog food caught us off guard. Wu Nianlu smiled and said, okay, then Lingling, Louis, and I all chose number 16. Mingming, Ying Hongxi, Qiao Du, and Yuer chose number 1. Yuer doesn't have access to the treasure pavilion yet, so it'd be 2 months' salary. Qiao Du, the thin man, also chimed in, I never said I wanted to gamble. Ming Furan patted his shoulder, you think you can beat her? If you don't listen to her now, wait, and see how she plays you later. Qiao Du, Ming Furan said, is number 16 your new apprentice? Wu Nianlu nodded, yeah, not bad, right? Ming Furan said, at this age, with this magic power, it's just SOSO. How many students this year can reach this level? Like number 1, her group members are alright too. Number 1 seems to be a few months younger than her, right? And number 46, so young. Huh, why isn't her birth date on the information? Wu Nianlu propped her face up with one hand, while the fingertips of her other hand pointed at Luo Yi's hand in front of her. I fed Ying Tong a spirit-suppressing pill. Her natural magic power is about the same as Xiao Hei's. Ming Furan almost choked on her own saliva. Spirit-suppressing pill? How did you even come up with that? Wu Nianlu stroked Luo Yi's hand and said calmly, if I didn't suppress it, her magic power would be far ahead of everyone else, right? Then she wouldn't have any experience in this entrance exam at all, which isn't the result I wanted. Ming Furan was speechless. Indeed, magic power comparable to Xiao Hei meant she was almost level 60, and among a group of freshmen, she was truly unmatched. Oh no, I feel cheated. The results are in! Xiao Du shouted. Zhu Yingtong! Score 3, 100, individual, 20, bonus, 90, group, current total score, 403, current ranking, 1 inch. Xiao Xuanyan! Score 3, 100, individual, 20, bonus, 70, group, current total score, 382, current ranking, 2 inch. Ming Furan was incredulous. So much higher. How did she do that? The average magic power of her group was lower than that of group number 16. Wu Nianlu laughed heartily. Many things in this world require teamwork to accomplish. It seems our little Xiao hasn't found her answer yet. Chapter 89. 2 days later, the chase ended, and everyone returned to the hotel. Huilin Academy's computational abilities were exceptional. Scores and rankings were quickly released. The list of students who returned to the hotel and remained there was displayed on the hotel's large screen. The group assignments were quite chaotic. Zhu Yingtong's team of 4 went to 4 different groups, and the abilities of the 4 groups varied greatly, resulting in different scores and rankings for the 4 students. Engine was grouped with Xiao Xuanyan, who had previously ranked second. According to Engine, Xiao Xuanyan was a complete battle maniac, charging around recklessly. Engine couldn't even hold back the scattered classmates. Unsurprisingly, her score after the exam was only 70 points, dropping her to 6th place. Yu Wei and Zhou Yu's 2 teams got along relatively well. One team scored 85 points, rising to 10th place. The other team also scored 80 points, ranking 5th. Engine glanced at the large screen. How come Xiao Yu is only 5th? Who are 3rd and 4th? She looked up and saw the screen displayed. Number 46, Wu Ting. Score, 100, individual, 5, bonus, 90, group, total score, 375, current ranking, 3rd, number 201, Shi Huang. Score, 100, individual, 10, bonus, 90, group, total score, 375, current ranking, 3rd. Out of 800 people and 80 teams, only Zhu Yingtong's team achieved a high score of 90. It's all Tongtong's team after all. And Jean hugged Zhu Yingtong and cried, "That older sister is too scary. I want to be in the same group as Tongtong next time, sob sob." Zhu Yingtong patted Jin's head to comfort her. Yue glanced at it a few more times. Hey, Wu Ting's score is also perfect. No wonder she ranks so high. Zhu Yingtong said, the score is probably calculated based on the time of arrival, magic level, and the age of the mage. For example, Shi Huang and our team arrived on the 2nd day, and his initial number is 201. Judging from his magic level and age, he's about the same as us, but he lost points because he arrived late. Wu Ting also arrived on the 1st day, but she's only 10 years old, yet her magic level is 35. And Jean exclaimed, my god, what a monster. Zhou Yu said, then she must have started cultivating at a very young age? Zhu Yingtong thought for a moment. She seems to have mentioned it, at 2 years old. And Jean couldn't stop shaking her head. Oh my god, I can't live like this anymore. Comparing myself to others is infuriating. And Jin's mouth never stopped. Hey, where's the Dragon King? We haven't seen him much since we arrived. Yue said, he said he's going into seclusion to try and break through to the Divine Descent level, so we probably won't see him for a while. And Jean exclaimed, didn't he just return to the Spirit Venerable level? So fast? Yue said, it seems he obtained some useful treasures that helped him recover faster. The group chatted idly as they returned to the hotel. The first phase of the entrance exam has officially concluded, with a total of 448 students enrolled. The group, who hadn't even had 2 days of rest, were woken up on the 3rd morning by the hotel's loud ringing bell. And Jean rubbed her sleepy eyes. This entrance exam was so long. And now that we're all enrolled, aren't we supposed to get dorms? We're staying in a hotel every day. Zhu Yingtong comforted her. At least we have the academy badge now, so staying at the Huilun Hotel is free, right? Yue said, and the hotel environment is quite nice. I saw that its minimum stay is usually 2,000 gold coins. And Jean pouted, but it doesn't feel like home. Having a dormitory means we can decorate it. That's like having half a home. I inquired. Huilun Academy generally has 2-person dorms, but there are also suites. However, the suites are also divided into male and female dorms, so Xiao Yu will have to stay separately from us. Zhou Yu, I'm fine with staying anywhere. Yue read the competition schedule on her bracelet. The 2nd stage is a points-based competition. The final score will affect a ranking. The top 10 students in the entrance exam each year can enter the Academy's treasure vault and choose an item they can take with them. The first stage's score will be counted as 10% of the final score. Something you can take with you? And Jean asked. Zhu Yingtong nodded. Many weapons will choose their own masters. And Jean calculated. 10% isn't a small percentage. Tongtong pulled the last place by over 120 points, which translates to 12 points. Participation in the 2nd stage is voluntary, but the top 20 in the 1st stage of the entrance exam automatically register. The first round of the 2nd stage is an individual points competition, divided into 16 groups of 8, with each group taking turns to compete. It lasts 4 days, with each person having 7 matches, 5 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss. There's a 1-day rest period. The top 2 from each group advance to the top 32. Yue was reading when her bracelet beeped. Ah, the group assignments for the individual points competition are out. I'm in group 12, what about you? Zhu Yingtong, I'm in group 8. And Jean, I'm in group 15. Zhou, second group. And Jean said, looks like we won't run into each other in the first round, that's a good thing. And Jean glanced at her bracelet again, my opponent this morning was called Shi Huang. Huh, that's the one Tong Tong was in before. Xu Tong nodded, casually mentioning, yeah, he's also fire type, level 40, and his weapon is a spear. After saying that, the group headed to their respective arenas. And Jean tapped her cheek, a spear, looks like a melee fighter. And Jean strolled leisurely towards arena number 15, only to see someone she recognized standing next to it. And Jean greeted him warmly, senior brother Mo, what a coincidence. What a chance encounter. Mo Xuanqi, who was looking at the student list on his whiteboard, slowly looked up when he heard someone calling him. It's you. He sighed, going to school is tough, just trying to earn some credits. And Jin's eyes widened. They have a credit system here too. Mo Xuanqi twirled his pen. Get ready and go on stage. I'm only responsible for safety. Okay. With a face like that, her personality is really unlovable. And Jean muttered softly, walking towards the arena with her hands behind her back. Just after Jean left, a handsome young man beside Mo Xuanqi suddenly grabbed his arm, his voice excited. She. Speak clearly. She is so beautiful. The young man's tone grew even more fervent. How come I never heard you mention her? I haven't seen her many times either. Mo Xuanqi rolled his eyes slightly and pointed to a group of people beside the arena. I heard that this student received over a dozen love letters during the exam period and rejected no fewer than 50 people. Half of them were there to see her. The boy stared at the group of at least 50 or 60 people, speechless. Huh? Mo Xuanqi said calmly, she's beautiful, young, has high magic power, and is a rare light elemental mage. It's normal to have so many suitors. The boy looked over. Wait, why are there so many girls? Mo Xuanqi glanced at the board in her hand. There are only 2 girls in your group of 8. Unsurprisingly, the others are here to see her. I heard that one day a girl gave her a love letter, and after she treated her to ice cream, even more girls showed interest in her afterward. Mo Xuanqi paused, then added, most mages don't care much about offspring. Same-sex courtship is common. Like the teacher's lover, who is also of the same sex. So does she like boys or girls? Mo Xuanqi wanted to kick the boy up there. How should I know? I only know that if you don't go up soon, your impression score will be negative. Seeing Jean standing bored on the arena, Shi Huang quickly rushed up. Mo Xuanqi sighed, then leaped onto the arena. Standing between the two, he announced, Group 15, Match 1, Number 18 versus Number 201. Release your magical impressions, introduce yourselves, and we can begin. Chapter 90. And Jean smiled politely, took a step back, and pointed one finger to the sky. A golden halo slowly rose behind her, containing 4 small sun-like symbols. And Jean, light mage, level 43 archmage. A golden longbow appeared in her hand. Shi Huang did the same. A red halo contained 4 small flames. Shi Huang, fire mage, level 40 archmage. A red spear gradually appeared in his hand. The audience buzzed with discussion. Is that Shi Huang, the one who ranked 3rd in the first stage? He looks quite young. His magic power is even lower than Jin's, so why is he ranked ahead of her? He was in the team with the highest score in the pursuit battle, so it's not surprising that he scored so high. And Jean smiled brightly, please enlighten me. As soon as Jean finished speaking, she leaped to the very edge of the arena. While retreating, she knocked an arrow with her longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Shi Huang's expression became composed as soon as he took up his weapon. He nimbly dodged the arrows with sidesteps, closing in step by step, deflecting further arrows with his spear. And Jean muttered to herself, this spear, it seems to be the 13th rank Yuhan spear. This scene reminds me of an unpleasant experience from the past, the dark spear in Mo Xuanqi's hands. The distance closing in was extremely disadvantageous for Jean, who was accustomed to ranged attacks. She quickly sprinted along the edge of the arena, continuously releasing golden arrows. The arrows came densely and rapidly, and Shi Huang couldn't break the deadlock immediately, resulting in a stalemate and a stable situation. It's dragged on like this, so it'd have to be a test of whose magic runs out first. I feel like Jean has a chance to win, after all, Jin's magic is a level higher. Not necessarily. Shi Huang is a fire elemental, with strong explosive power. If he can break the deadlock first, the situation is hard to predict. Time ticked by, and both of their magic was starting to wane. Just as Jean was about to continue firing arrows to force Shi Huang back, Shi Huang retreated halfway across the arena, gathering flames in a state of charging. A pair of fiery red wings gradually appeared behind him, and several increasingly intense flames shot towards Jean in lines. And Jean knew this was bad. If he broke through her safe distance. She acted decisively, retracting her moon-drawing bow. With a flick of her wrist, a pair of long slender swords appeared in her hands. She faced the flames head-on. Although the swords sliced through the flames, even more flames scorched Jin's hair, cheeks, and clothes. Shi Huang's eyes widened in shock. She instantly tried to retract her flames, but the person before her swiftly pressed the blade of their sword against the spearhead. A blue gem on the hill gleamed, and the flames around them seemed to diminish for a moment. The next instant, Jean raised his other hand, firmly pressing it against Shi Huang's neck. The flames severed Jin's hair tie, his black hair flying before his eyes. He seemed mesmerized by the sight. Realizing herself, Shi Huang knew the battle was over. She quickly withdrew all her flames and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Are you not burned?" She glanced at Shi Huang, noticing the metal hairpin binding his hair. Grabbing the end of his hair, she calmly said, "I want this." Shi Huang hastily removed the hairpin and handed it to Jean. Jean gestured towards her injured right hand, indicating she had no strength to tie her hair. Shi Huang, blushing, came behind Jean and tied her long hair up. Audience, wait, did they know each other before? Why does this look like we're being fed dog food? Mo Xuanqi, with a blank face, dutifully announced, Group 15 first match, Jean wins 5 points. Shi Huang loses 1 point. Shi Huang added, I can add you on the contact list. I bring you some medicine later. Audience, damn it, he beat me to it. Jean glanced at him with lowered eyes, smiled, and said, okay. She then touched her wristband to Shi Huang's wristband for a few seconds, and it beeped, then remember. She lightly touched her red lips with her fingertip, made a shushing gesture, and then smiled and left. Remember what? Remember to bring her medicine? Mo Xuanqi sighed. Sister, the child seems to have lost her mind. What should we do? Jean was skipping and jumping after leaving the arena, intending to find Zhu Yingtong and the others, but saw that Zhu Yingtong and Yu Wei were already waiting by the arena. During their conversation, they learned that none of their teams had any strong, popular opponents, so the match ended quickly. Zhou Yu, who had rushed over from the next arena, was about to greet Mo Xuanqi before heading to find Jean and the others, but noticed the person beside him. He looked familiar. Zhou Yu thought to himself. Putting his thoughts into action, Zhou Yu was always a man of action. He stepped forward and asked, what is your relationship with Fenger? Shi Huang's eyes widened slightly. This made Zhou Yu even more certain of his guess. But his words startled Zhou Yu. Do you know my mother? Zhou Yu? ? How many years has it been? The child is so big already? Something seems off about the timeline. Shi Huang looked at Zhou Yu's eyes, which were even bigger than his own, and chuckled, just kidding, she's my sister, do you know her? Shi Huang wanted to say something more, but suddenly stopped. Zhou Yu followed his gaze, and saw Jean walking towards them. She called out, hey Xiao Yu, over here. Zhou Yu nodded, then turned back to look at Shi Huang, who was staring intently at Jean, and frowned. He really didn't have a good impression of this kid, who was making such unrealistic jokes before they even knew each other. He lowered his gaze slightly, and said in a low voice, don't get involved with her. And don't provoke her. Zhou Yu sighed, looking at the stunned Shi Huang, wondering if he had frightened the child. He then turned to Mo Xuanqi beside him, and said, let's talk next time. Mo Xuanqi nodded, also sighing inwardly. These days, there's never even time to chat. Watching Jean, Zhou Yu, and the others walk away, Shi Huang shook Missouri Xuanqi's shoulder again, crying out, what to do? What to do? Zhou Yu is here. He's still with Jean. I know him. Shaken and utterly dejected, Mo Xuanqi said, he's here to study. Why didn't you tell me? Mo Xuanqi, you didn't tell me beforehand that you were coming too, and in this capacity. But I'm already here looking like this. Mo Xuanqi, He won't recognize me, will he? Mo Xuanqi sneered. It's obvious he already recognizes your face. Shi Huang cried out in frustration. Then what do we do? Mo Xuanqi rolled her eyes. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. Shi Huang's mind raced. What about a girlfriend? What makes a girlfriend? Mo Xuanqi. She stick around like a leech. You can try. I think Jean had a pretty good first impression of you. Don't give up. Before Shi Huang could speak again, Mo Xuanqi arrived at the arena and announced loudly, Group 15, Match 2, number 39 versus number 150. Release your magical impressions, and you can begin after your self-introductions. Shi Huang wanted to say something, but then remembered the two-person battle that followed, so she decided to take the opportunity to ask Jean about her plans while delivering the medicine. And Jean took the medicine from Shi Huang and said, "But I already agreed with Tong Tong. We're in the two-person battle together." Before the sad Shi Huang could speak, a woman who had followed closely behind her said, "So, are you going to be in my group?" Shi Huang turned around and saw a tall, slender girl of about 16 or 17, with long black hair neatly tied in a high ponytail. Her face was delicate, but expressionless, as if she hadn't just spoken. "Hello, Xiao Xuanyan." And Jean stammered, recalling the fear of being dominated. "Why me?" Shi Huang asked weakly. Xiao Xuanyan nodded politely to Jean, then turned to Shi Huang and said, "In traditional pairings, wind and fire, wind and water are highly compatible. I'm a level 45 wind mage. Among the top 20 fire and water mages, only Zhu Tong, and you have magic power exceeding level 40. If you don't have a teammate for the duo, you might consider me." A large difference in magic power would hinder sustained attacks, so she prioritized mages with comparable magic power. And Jean nodded first. "I think Xiao Shui is very strong, Shi Huang, you can give it a try." "Ah, but what if we encounter you guys later? And you haven't fully recovered yet?" Shi Huang said with some distress. For Zhu Tong's team, wind and fire are the most suitable elements. The best pairing would be Zhu Tong and Zhou Yu, but considering that Jean and Yu Wei's attack power isn't that strong, and the elemental combination issues, it was split into a fire-based configuration of Zhu Tong and Jean, and a wood-wind configuration of Yu Wei and Zhou Yu. Therefore, the team combination of Zhu Tong and Jean is definitely not the best combination, and Jean isn't the main attacker. If they face the wind-fire combination of Xiao Xuanyan and Shi Huang, it's hard to say who will win. And Jean leaned against the door, slightly tilting her back, and lifted Shi Huang's chin with her fingertips, smiling as she said, "You think we lose?" Shi Huang shook her head vigorously. Xiao Xueqian extended her hand. "This is my contact information. If you decided, you can fill in my name on the registration form. For the two-person competition, one person uploads both names, and the information on the bracelet is transmitted back to the other. Registration is successful once both confirm." Shi Huang nodded, and quickly completed the registration. Xiao Xueqian looked somewhat surprised, but also confirmed her registration. Shi Huang remembered something and asked, "By the way, what was that dual blade you suddenly switched to on stage just now?" Generally, mages only choose weapons of the same element as themselves, and that weapon was clearly not light elemental. In fact, the water element on it immediately balanced his fire magic. And Jean smiled. "So you're already scouting the enemy?" Shi Huang quickly said, "No, no, 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 no." And Jean leaned closer to Shi Huang's ear. "I tell you after the next match." The distance suddenly became too close, and Shi Huang's ears turned bright red, her cheeks flushed pink. Chapter 91. Zhou Yu, returning from outside, saw Shi Huang at the door. His previously calm expression darkened slightly, and before he could speak, he heard Jin's warm greeting, suppressing his words. Shi Huang and Xiao Xuanyan, seeing the increasingly crowded corridor, both decided to return to their rooms. Shi Huang, still somewhat dazed, nearly bumped into the wall. It was only after Jin kindly reminded him that he hurriedly returned to his room. Zhou Yu entered the room and asked Jin, "That boy came to see you again?" And Jin replied, "Yes, he gave me some medicine." She then looked at Zhou Yu's expression. "Xiao Yu doesn't seem to like him much?" Zhou Yu recounted what had happened by the arena to Jin. "I just thought he seemed a bit unreliable and immature. He's young, so it's normal for him to be a little immature." And Jin said with a smile, "But he's quite interesting." "You like him?" And Jin, "Not bad. He seems more interesting than the others who came. He even stutters when he sees me, it's so cute." "Zhou Yu, I'm glad you like him." The individual competition quickly ended, and Zhu Tong and the others all qualified for the next round within their group. Even Yu Wei, who was relatively weak in attack, received a significant boost thanks to the 9 scales given to her by the Dragon King, coupled with her unparalleled magic power level within her group, allowing her to advance to the next round as the top performer in her group. During the two-person competition, Jin's jinx prediction came true again. The Wishing You Peace team, named by Jin, unsurprisingly encountered Xiao Xuanyan and Shi Huang's group in the final match. However, Xiao Xuanyan and Shi Huang's teamwork was nowhere near as good as Zhu Tong and Jin's. Furthermore, The effects of the spirit suppression pill were gradually wearing off. When Xiao Xuanyan saw the 5 fire rings on Zhu Yingtong's magical form, she looked puzzled, yet she still fought until her magic power was completely exhausted, and was eventually sent off the stage by Zhu Yingtong. Afterwards, Zhu Yingtong explained his magic power problem to Xiao Xuanyan, who understood, saying, "Level 57 magic power, no wonder." After that day, Xiao Xuanyan's visits to Zhu Yingtong gradually decreased. She began challenging Zhou Yu, and Jin, Shi Huang, and others with similar magic power levels, and sometimes even sought out older students for matches. And Jin felt immense pressure. Afterwards, and Jin explained the reason for the weapons she used to Shi Huang. She had prepared many attribute-less weapons in her weapon seal, and through forging, she had inlaid attribute gems into them. This neutralized the clash of magical powers, preventing her from being unable to use the weapons due to attribute restraint, and also giving her some ability to suppress other attributes. However, in reality, the quality of attribute-less weapons was generally not very good. Even with attribute gems, they were far inferior to the famous, inherently attribute-based weapons listed in the weapon rankings. They were merely novel gadgets she had created out of boredom, barely usable in competitions among her peers. Of course, she wouldn't use them in life or death battles. After 2 days of rest, the 16, who had advanced faced their final competition before entering the academy, a 4-person team competition, which tested teamwork and coordination even more than the 10-person groups and 2-person matches. Upon seeing the group assignments, and Jin couldn't help but marvel at the incredible coincidence, Xiao Xuanyan, and Jin, Lan Ji, and Shi Huang. However, the groups were quite scattered this time, with only Zhu Yingtong and Yu Wei in one group. Their group also included the water mage Shui Xingqian and the ice mage Lan Ling. Lan Ling and Lan Ji from Jin's team were twin sisters. Zhou Yu's group included the youngest water mage they had previously remarked on, Wu Ting, and 2 mages they hadn't yet teamed up with, the earth mage Song Yu and the ice mage Wu Wan. The 4-person team competition was somewhat similar to the first stage's chase, but much more intense and exciting. They needed to find the supplies on the list within 2 hours, fight off monsters along the way, and bring the supplies back to camp. Looking at Imo Xuanqi before her, and Jean couldn't help but think to herself, how desperate for credits is Senior Imo. Imo Xuanqi stood before the group, slightly raising his hand, and 4 scrolls floated in midair. He said, "There are 4 tasks here, A, B, C, and D. The difficulty of the tasks decreases in the order I just mentioned. Different difficulties have different scoring coefficients, and the final score will also be different. You cannot see the contents before choosing. You can choose the same difficulty repeatedly. The team with the highest score will come forward to choose in turn." Zhu Yingtong, Xiao Xuanyan, Zhou Yu, and an earth elemental mage named Rong Tao stepped forward. And Jean slapped her forehead. Sister Nian, stay calm." Seeing the huge A character on the scroll in Xiao Xuanyan's hand, and Jean suddenly felt utterly hopeless. Shi Huang rushed closer to Jean. "I can protect you." And Jean sighed, "Thank you." Except for Rong Tao's group, which chose a level B mission, the other 3 groups all chose level A. And Jean comforted herself, it shouldn't be too difficult. Zhou Yu from the 3rd group returned to the team and showed everyone the mission list. He unconsciously glanced at the youngest girl in the group a few more times. The girl had shoulder-length black hair, bright black eyes, and wore a silver veil that obscured her face, which shimmered with water magic. "Isn't it impolite to stare at a girl like that?" The girl spoke coldly, but inwardly she felt a little flustered. She had already recognized these people as her mother's friends, and even discovered that the older sister she had known 3 years ago was among them. Fortunately, they hadn't been grouped together several times. The only time she was grouped with the older sister surnamed Zhu, the group was quite large, so she probably hadn't attracted attention. "Sorry." Zhou Yu looked away and addressed the other 2 members of the team regarding the mission. "Our rank A mission requires us to collect 8 medicinal herbs, defeat a rank 5 Earth Spirit Fox, and obtain its magic crystal and magic core." Wu Wan exclaimed in surprise, "It's a rank 5 magical beast." Although choosing rank A was a joint decision, mainly because she and Song Yu's scores weren't high enough, Zhou Yu was the only one in their team who had broken through to rank 40 in magic power, making the mission extremely difficult. Zhou Yu said, "Although it's a rank 5 magical beast, the Earth Spirit Fox isn't particularly good at attacking, but it's cunning and vicious. If we're careful, it shouldn't be too difficult." Just as the 4 teams finished understanding the mission details, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Imo Xuanqi, her voice lingering and melodious. "Now, the final competition begins." With a flick of her wrist, A magical image shimmering with 7 halos flashed around her, instantly vanishing the arena and leaving only her and Imo Xuanqi. Imo Xuanqi took 2 steps back imperceptibly. Sister Su and I. Su and I didn't approach further, only tilting her head and smiling lightly. Want to come to the arena with me? Imo Xuanqi shook her head. No, I stay here and guard. Su and I raised an eyebrow, swiping her hand in front of her. Her screen suddenly appeared before them, showing the 4 teams that had entered the Hill of the Dead. Wow, this group is really fast. They found their first herb after only a few minutes. Imo Xuanqi looked up. That wood elemental girl is a healer. I see. Su and I added, this year there's even a 5-ring kid. She must be your junior sister. That's top-tier strength even among second-year students. Imo Xuanqi nodded. What kind of pose is that? On the second screen, the 4-person team hadn't gone far when they encountered their quest monster, a fast falcon with both lightning and water attributes. Their 2 main damage dealers were immediately countered by its attributes, leaving the 4 of them fighting with limited mobility. The falcon swooped down, and Njin, unable to dodge, was swept away by the even faster Xiao Xuanyin from behind. However, the pose was rather odd. To ensure her damage output, Xiao Xuanyin held her sword in her right hand and hoisted Njin onto her shoulder with her left. Su and I laughed heartily. Luckily, this child wasn't wearing a skirt, or she would have been in real trouble. After laughing, Su and I looked again. This team is quite unlucky. Their compatible wind and fire attributes are countered, and the other 2 are light and dark attributes. Light and dark attributes are different from other attributes that can be used in synergy. They are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Without extreme coordination, almost no one can cooperate in an attack. Speaking of which, your teamwork with Xiaobai is truly impressive. No wonder you're siblings. Even though you're only level 60 mages, even if Yaya and I teamed up, we wouldn't want to run into you too. Su and I and Shin Yaya are the only 2 level 70 Saint Magisters in the 3rd year of Huilun Academy. Even Su and I said this, showing how important a well-coordinated team is. This group is a bit greedy. They only have 1 level 40 mage, yet they dared to choose a top-tier mission. Imo Xuanqi looked at the 3rd screen. The mission level was decided through mutual agreement within their group. The 2 students at the back had lower scores in the early stages, so it's understandable that they wanted to try their luck at the end. That's true, but, wow, a hero saving a damsel in distress. This little boy is really something. Su and I exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the content on the screen. On the screen, Wu Ting was originally supporting the 3 people casting their spells from the back, but the cunning fox spirit, shifting between illusion and reality, actually used its true form to ambush Wu Ting, who was far away from them. But Zhou Yu was faster. His sword sliced through the air, pitting the fox's tail to the ground. He then carried the girl away from the battlefield. Su and I cupped her face, laughing uncontrollably. The next part of the story is the little girl secretly falling for him, and the little boy happily accepting. Imo Xuanqi interrupted impatiently. How old is that girl? Don't be so ridiculous. Su and I chuckled. Feelings need to be nurtured from a young age. And I rarely misjudge people. Like Yaya and Sinan, Yujio and Wanshin from your class, and that girl who's enrolling this year, that girl from earlier, what's her name? Yes, and Jean. I heard she has a lot of suitors, but I think only that red-haired boy in her group has a chance. They look good together. Their abilities are comparable. It would be wonderful if they ended up together. Chapter 92. Thinking of Su Ni's hero saves the beauty analogy, Imo Xuanqi felt a surge of frustration and said irritably, how are they a good match? Their magic power is almost 10 levels apart, and they're 5 or 6 years apart in age. Su and I laughed. Oh? I was talking about Njin, and that fire attribute boy. Who are you talking about? Imo Xuanqi choked, unable to express her frustration, and remained silent. Su and I continued, besides, what's 5 or 6 years? We magicians have long lifespans. Finding someone tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years older than ourselves is very common. Seeing Imo Xuanqi's gloomy expression, Su and I changed the subject. Wow, your junior sister's group is really fast. They already obtained the magic core and magic crystal. They only need 2 more medicinal herbs to complete the mission. Before she finished speaking, a bell rang, the bell that automatically rings when someone reaches the finish line. Su Ni's eyes widened slightly. Who was faster than the first group? Imo Xuanqi, and Su and I looked in the same direction. At the entrance to the mountain range, not far from them, stood a valiant young woman, sword in hand, her expression calm. Su and I thought the scene would be even more interesting if she weren't carrying someone on her shoulder. Su and I spoke, excuse me, Perhaps you could put down the person you're carrying? Xiao Xuanyan put Jin down as soon as she spoke, saying, "Thank you for your assistance and healing. We're out now." And Jin was still a little dizzy, and only withdrew her magic upon hearing Xiao Xuanyan's voice. "Oh, we're out." And Jin, after a bumpy ride, needed Xiao Xuanyan's help to steady herself after landing. She asked shakily, "Where are Shi Huang and the others? Haven't they caught up yet?" Xiao Xuanyan pursed her lips without answering. Clearly, she had forgotten something again. Before Jin could react, 2 bells rang in succession. A dazzling red light appeared before them, and the next second, Zhu Yingtong retracted her red wings, steadily landing with the other 3 members of the team. Yue skipped and hopped, handing a storage device to Su and I. "Senior, this is our team's achievement, please check it." Su and I took the storage device, explored its contents with her divine sense, and then relayed the message to the academy's leader. Following closely behind was Zhou Yu's team. After Zhou Yu's team completed the mission verification, Shi Huang hurriedly arrived with Lan Ji. Zhu Yingtong asked Jin in a low voice, "What happened to your group?" And Jin replied, "We encountered the target monster earlier. That monster was very cunning. It attacked both Lan Ji and me at the same time, then ran away. Xuanyan led me to chase it, but we ended up in its lair. There was a barrier there, preventing us from returning to where we split up. So we contacted Shi Huang to prepare to split up. The route Xuanyan and I took was too remote. We didn't find the last item, and we still couldn't meet up with Shi Huang and the others, so we had to leave." Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly, saying with some concern, "This last item probably also considers teamwork. Your score." And Jin waved her hand dismissively. "My previous scores were quite high, so it shouldn't have too much of an impact. If I really don't rank in the top 10, it's just my fate to miss out on the treasure pavilion." "Wha? That's the treasure vault. It's a brand new treasure vault. It's the treasure vault of Huilun Academy, one of the best in the world." After comforting Zhu Yingtong with a serious expression, Jin could only sigh inwardly. Xiao Xuanyan walked to Jin's side and whispered, "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." Jin was taken aback, then said, "It's alright, it's alright. If you really feel you wronged me, just smile. I love seeing beautiful women smile." As she spoke, she gently smoothed the girl's furrowed brows. Xiao Xuanyan was also taken aback, then gave a very faint smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Huang immediately rushed to Jin's side, holding Jin's hand and grinning foolishly. Jin pushed Shi Huang's face away, saying helplessly, "I meant a beautiful smile, not a silly one." Su and I looked at the children making a ruckus and smiled at Mo Xuanqi, saying, "You're so young, so energetic." Mo Xuanqi said, "You're only 28, no need to say that." Su and I reached out and touched the fallen petals, although I say I don't care about age. Living too long can get a bit boring. What do you think? Mo Xuanqi seemed lost in thought, his expression blank. Su and I lightly flicked Mo Xuanqi's forehead, smiling. "What are you thinking about? You're not saying anything. You're in charge from now on, I'm leaving." With that, she cast a spell and left the Wangqiu Mountains. Mo Xuanqi nodded, walked to the group, and coughed lightly. The group instantly fell silent. Mo Xuanqi stretched out his hand, and a screen appeared before them. After a few quick changes, everyone's final scores appeared. These are your final scores and rankings. Class assignments will be announced before tonight, and dormitory assignments will also be given tonight. A teacher will take you to the treasure pavilion in a month. You may dismiss now." Mo Xuanqi finished speaking and quickly left. On the screen, everyone's scores and rankings were neatly arranged. Number 16 Zhu Yingtong. Team battle score 50 points, total score 161.3. Rank 1. 17 Yue. Team battle score 50 points, total score 154.2, rank 2. 19 Zhou Yu. Team battle score 45 points, total score 152.3, rank 3. 281 Lan Ling. Team battle score 50 points, total score 151, rank 4. 175 Shui Xingqian. Team battle score 50 points, total score 150.9, rank 5. 46 Wu Ting. Team battle score 45 points, total score 148.5, rank 6. 17 Jin. Team battle score 40 points, total score 147.1, rank 7. 1 Xiao Xuanyan. Team battle score 40 points, total score 146.2, ranked 8th. 201 Shi Huang. Team battle score 40 points, total score 144.5, ranked 9th. 282 Lan Ji. Team battle score 40 points, total score 141, ranked 10th. and Jean watched Mo Xuanqi leave and blinked. Why are they all running so fast? Yue stretched. This long entrance exam is finally over. I'm going back to catch up on a long beauty sleep. And Jean laughed and jumped up from behind Yue. Me too. Me too. The group joked and walked back to the academy. Huiluan Academy, Council Hall. Wu Nianluo sat in the center, several small screens flashing in front of her. Teacher Wu, this year's enrollment for Class 0 is the highest ever, said Naiyue. Wu Nianluo smiled. Of course, more than all the students I admitted in previous years combined. She tapped the screen, and the message that would decide everyone's fate was sent out. The message has arrived. Zhou Yu knocked on Zhu Yingtong's door. Zhu Yingtong said, yes, I received it too. Zhu Yingtong's bracelet read, number 01, Zhu Yingtong, Class 0. Zhou Yu's bracelet read, number 03, Zhou Yu, Class 0. Yue, I'm number 02. And Jean, I'm number 05. She fiddled with her bracelet for a while, seemingly contacting someone, then said, I asked, Xuan Yin is number 06, and Shi Huang is number 07. Zhu Yingtong, looks like our entrance exam rankings. And Jean, there's also a 04 in the middle. I remember there were Lan Ling, Shui Xingsan, and Wu Ting. Who could it be? Zhu Yingtong said, I remember now. Shui Xingsan is the second young lady of the Shui family. She broke through to level 30 at the age of 11. And Jean shrugged, but Wu Ting is not even 11 years old, and she's already at level 35. I really don't know how she cultivates. Doesn't she sleep? Yue seemed to think of something. Wu Ting. Is Wu a family surname? Zhou Yu said. Xiao Hei said that Wu is a surname only for the royal family's personal attendants. Yue frowned slightly. I haven't had close contact with that girl. What do you guys think? Zhu Yingtong thought for a moment. She was on my team during the chase, but there were too many people. I didn't pay much attention to her. And she's wearing a veil. Could it be that she doesn't want people to recognize her? Zhou Yu said. She was on my team during the team battle. I noticed she looks a bit like Xiao Yin, but she has black hair and black eyes. And Jean asked, what does Xiao Yu want to say? Yue said, back then, when we retrieved the Holy Maiden's heart for Sister Long Nu, on the way back, the Dragon King and I met a little girl named Xiao Ting. She had pinkish brown hair and pinkish brown eyes. Could it be that the one I met back then was Xiao Yan's child? She mentally calculated the time and found it matched. And Jean explained that Wu Ting's age also matches. By the way, what's Xiao Yan's child's name? Zhou Yu said, Wu Mai Ting. Zhu Yingtong pondered, if it really is her, she dyed her hair, hid her eye color, and even changed her name, probably to avoid being recognized, right? Yue frowned. I go ask Xiao Yin and Yu Yin. Zhu Yingtong said, the message probably won't get out from here. You should write a letter. Yue nodded and left the residence. And Jean said, speaking of which, why haven't we been assigned dormitories? I asked Lanji, and she said she's in dormitory 7. The dormitory assignments and class assignments were sent together. Zhu Yingtong recalled, it seems my senior mentioned that Class 0 doesn't live in the dormitories assigned by the academy. Class 0 is on the outermost layer of the academy, and their accommodations are nearby. And Jean sighed, I have a bad feeling. Tomorrow when we go to class, they're not going to make us build houses on the spot, are they? Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu were both amazed by Jin's bizarre and outlandish ideas, and burst into laughter. They just hadn't expected Wu Nianluo to actually be planning this. The next morning, they arrived at Class 0's location. Besides the 4 of them, Wu Ting, Shi Huang, and Xiao Xuanyan were also on the spacious playground. Student number 04 was indeed Wu Ting. She was as usual, with her black hair and a veil covering her face. However, Zhu Yingtong and the others felt that Wu Ting seemed to be avoiding them, and they tacitly kept their distance. Only Jean, oblivious to the world, kept showing his face in front of her. Chapter 93. However, she didn't mention anything about MOU to Wu Ting. Her mouth just wouldn't stop. One minute she was asking if someone really started cultivating at 2 years old, the next she was asking how many hours they usually slept. Unexpectedly, the child was also very honest and answered every question. While waiting for their teacher, the 2 of them practically chattered themselves dry. Not long after, Wu Nianluo arrived, followed by a man and a woman. The young man was none other than Mo Xuanqi. Seeing the woman smile slightly at Zhou Yu was instantly reminded of something. He whispered to Zhu Yingtong and the others that this person was the magician he had met at the Demon Sacrifice Tower, Naiyue. Wu Nianluo smiled brightly. Do I need to repeat myself? And Jean frantically tossed her hair. What had she just heard? This seed is called the Heart of Ez. With the blessing of magic, it can grow into a towering tree at a rapid pace. Another unique aspect is that it can be manipulated by magic, transforming into whatever a magician desires. So your first lesson is to build your own rooms. This is your life skills teacher Yuer. This is the class monitor of Class 0, Mo Xuanqi. Now I appoint the second class monitor of Class 0, Zhu Yingtong. Wen Yanlu said, tossing a cloth bag to Zhu Yingtong, these are the seeds of the Heart of Ez. You distribute them to everyone, 2 seeds per person. The seeds were the size of a fingernail, as light as grains of rice. Plant one first, use the other for practice. If you're not satisfied, use magic to revive the first seed and obtain a new one. So, if you can't build your own house in a day, you won't have a place to live. Of course, you can go back to the hotel. And Jean raised her hand. Teacher Wu, what about the furniture? Do you build it yourself too? Yes, you can make whatever you want yourself. Wen Yanlu nodded. I find someone to give some demonstrations. Wu Ting, come up here. Wu Ting, whose name was called, panicked for a moment, then walked to Wen Yanlu's side. Wen Yanlu held Wu Ting's shoulder and placed a seed in her palm. Now, resonate with it using your spiritual power. Wu Ting pondered for a few moments, then closed her eyes. Everyone present could sense a change in her aura. Immediately afterwards, an even more powerful mental magic slowly unfolded before them, and to their astonishment, a vast open space appeared before them. It was a winding river, and not far away, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, its roar echoing endlessly. Standing beside the river was a girl, Wu Ting. Before her stood a square house, resembling a small wooden cabin, but everyone could guess that it was probably solid. Wen Yanlu's voice rang in everyone's ears. Use your magic to carve your own house. Wu Ting thought for a moment, then raised her hand, and a surge of magic flowed from her fingertips, beginning to leave marks on the square house. In an instant, a winding chisel mark appeared before everyone's eyes. Wen Yanlu clapped her hands happily. Good, this is a very typical mistake. Wu Ting blushed with embarrassment. This is because your use of magic is not precise enough, and your actions are not decisive enough. Now concentrate. She leaned closer to Wu Ting, who felt her consciousness instantly become clear and bright. She raised her hand again to use magic, and a straight line appeared in the square house. I just use mental magic to help you concentrate your mental power, making your control over magic more proficient. This made your actions much easier. With that, Wen Yanlu withdrew her magic, and Wu Ting immediately felt her abundant magic power diminish by more than half. But my requirement is that you build your own house, using your own control over magic, whether complex or simple, within 1 month. I will score your houses based on their completion, exquisiteness, and usability, and then distribute the reading time in the library accordingly. And Jean raised her hand again and asked, Teacher Wu, what if we want a few people to live in a large suite? Is that possible? Wen Yanlu raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, you just need to work together to control and modify the Heart of Ez to obtain the house you want. However, this not only requires you to have a high level of control over magic, but also demands an exponentially higher level of teamwork. Therefore, my suggestion is that you first master the control of your own seeds before operating together. The rest of the time is up to you. If you have any questions, you can ask Class Monitor Mo Xuanqi. With that, Wen Yanlu turned and left. Yuer, come with me first. As her magic was withdrawn, everyone left Wu Ting's spiritual realm and returned to their location in the academy. Shi Huang asked, what will the exterior of that building look like? Do we have to build the exterior ourselves? Mo Xuanqi pointed to a spot not far away, practically at the very edge of the academy, where 5 large, thriving trees stood. The 5 trees were very close together, their branches intertwined, and from a distance, they resembled a colossal, towering tree. No need, its appearance is that of a big tree. Once you feel you have a mature enough control over magic, you can plant the seed, then draw the shape you like, water it with magic, and it will grow and grow together with those trees. Yu Wei said excitedly, it sounds like a wooden house. It's amazing. And Jean asked, besides us and senior brother Mo, who are the other senior brothers and sisters in Class 0? Mo Xuanqi said, before you came, there were 4 people in Class 0, including myself. The other 3 are not here today, so let me introduce them. Level 55 Earth Mage Wan Qin, Level 54 Light Mage Yu Xinin, and Level 52 Light Mage Yu Qiu. Zhu Yitong asked, how many days did it take you, senior brother? Mo Xuanqi raised an eyebrow slightly. 1 day. And Jean immediately hugged Zhu Yitong. Tong, we won't compare with him. Let's live together, we take it slow. Zhu Yitong looked at Jin's bright, blinking eyes, and could only say okay. Mo Xuanqi suddenly spoke up, I can fit one more person in my room. There were 7 freshmen in total, including 2 boys, Zhou Yu and Shi Huang, but his meaning was clear. Shi Huang, looking aggrieved, and Jean excitedly exclaimed, Tong Tong Yue, let's build a really big room. 2 floors. We can even bring Xiao Wading and Xuan Yin to live with us. It'd be so lively with so many people. Shi Huang tugged at Jin's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. And Jean coughed. Shi Huang can stay next door to us. Zhu Yingtong scratched her head. Can we finish this in a month? And Jean, like the protagonist of a thrilling adventure manga, exclaimed, we're the most talented students chosen by teacher Nianluo. We definitely can. Zhou Yu whispered to Mo Xuanqi, I think I stay with them. Mo Xuanqi raised an eyebrow. There are so many girls there. Is it convenient for you? Zhou Yu replied, Yingtong and I have always done it this way. And Shi Huang lives there too. It's not all girls. Mo Xuanqi coughed lightly. I still suggest you stay with me. Zhou Yu thought for a moment. I better go practice first. After all, there's a reward from the library. Mo Xuanqi was about to say something, but Zhou Yu's actions interrupted her. Zhou Yu said, I've been at the academy for so long, and I haven't really looked at you properly yet. You've grown so tall. He reached out and touched Mo Xuanqi's head. You feel about my height now. Mo Xuanqi froze, startled by the sudden head pat. It had been a long time since anyone had touched his head like that since he went through puberty. He was no longer the arrogant 13 or 14-year-old he once was, able to say don't touch my head, like he used to do with Zhu Yingtong. Mo Xuanqi put an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder, blushing and lowering his head, speechless for a long time. And Jean called out from the side, Xiao Yu. Come here quickly. Zhou Yu smiled at Mo Xuanqi, then I go over first. Under Jin's persistent nagging, Xiao Xuanyin and Wu Ting agreed to live together. For the first month, everyone practiced their own as hearts. After about 3 or 4 days, all 7 were able to complete their individual training, and then began more refined training. Around the 10th day, the 7 began to form groups. They argued and bickered for a while about who would be paired up. Shi Huang kept clinging to Jin, and Wu Ting, for some reason, only wanted to be paired with Zhou Yu. Zhu Yingtong immediately clapped her hands. Perfect. 223. Xuan Yin, and we're in the same group. Let's start now. On the 12th day, Yue received a reply from Wu Ma Yin. The letter essentially said that Wu Ma Ting was indeed not in the palace, and her age, magic attribute, and magic power level matched. She was probably Xiao Yan's child. As for what she wanted to do, she hoped everyone would not interfere, and they would discuss it when she was willing to reveal everything. On the 15th day, the group formed various small teams of 4 to 5 people, and their progress was astonishing. A few days after everyone started training, the other students from Class 0 had already returned. Yujio was a spirited girl with short purple hair. She had just turned 19. Yu Xinin was a girl from the Yu family, who had been training alone since she was very young, and was a few months older than Yujio. The oldest was Wan Chen, who, although only 20 years old, was already over 2 meters tall, probably tall enough to completely block anyone's view. Yujio exclaimed, and Jean is such a clever kid to come up with such a plan. Wan Chen shook his head and said, that's really outrageous. Yu Xinin laughed, well, you need someone to keep you company. Having so many friends to joke and laugh with is the most precious memory. Yujio clung to Yu Xinin's side. We came in together back then, and all these years of fun and laughter are also wonderful memories. Yu Xinin replied affectionately, yes, I had a lot of fun with you all. Chapter 94. Yujio asked, by the way, how many days did it take us to build a house? Wan Chen, 4 days. Yu Xinin, me too, 4 days. Yujio, I think it took me 4.5 days. I heard from Xiao Hei that these kids basically finished everything by the 3rd day, and spent the 4th day making improvements. Even his junior sister finished her house on the 1st day. Yu Xinin smiled. The younger generation surpasses the older. These kids are getting more and more amazing. On the 20th day, the 7 of them tried sharing their consciousness through the heart of Az for the first time. Wu Ting, whose magic and mental strength were the weakest, almost fainted. After resting for half a day, she quickly rejoined. On the 25th day, Jin's imagined large house, large enough for everyone to live in, was taking shape. On the 26th day, Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi had their usual match. Zhu Yingtong was defeated again, but this time, with Yue and Jin by her side, her injuries healed much faster. No way, Xiao Hei really went that far. and Jean cast a healing spell, feeling the surging blood and chi within Zhu Yingtong's body, and frowned. Exactly, Tong Tong is still her junior sister. Yue lifted Zhu Yingtong's other hand, and slowly infused it with wood elemental magic. Both light and wood elemental magic are gentle in nature, and with their combined healing power, Zhu Yingtong's injury healed almost instantly. Zhu Yingtong looked at her hand with some curiosity. This is too amazing. Not only was the pain gone, but she even felt a sense of comfort. Yue nodded. Now you know the benefits of having a healer, right? When they were all together, Zhu Yingtong was rarely injured. It was only after Wu Nianluo took her away that she suffered numerous injuries during her sparring training with Imo Xuanqi. During those days, she could only slowly recover with medicine. It wasn't like now, where she's healing so quickly. And Jean frowned. Don't change the subject. Have you always trained this hard? Zhu Yingtong nodded. Always. Actually, it's alright. During that time, both my magic power and combat skills improved exceptionally fast. Speaking of which, her senior brother was indeed amazing. She cultivated with him during the day, and was dragged along by Di Fuyan to train with Yi Buju at night. Under such circumstances, she could only narrow the gap with Imo Xuanqi very slowly. Wasn't it said that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult and lengthy the process? How come her senior brother seemed unaffected, his magic power still skyrocketing? His talent was truly terrifying. Even Di Fuyan, one of only 2 yin-yang fire cultivators in the world with innate magic power at level 20, was amazed. And Jean didn't speak again, but her round eyes darted around alertly. Who knew what mischievous idea this little devil was plotting now? On the 29th day, the 7 completed their mission ahead of schedule. And Jean almost cried with excitement. This is the house of my dreams. I love you all so much. The 7 newly sprouted trees grew strong and healthy, each clinging to the other's branches, growing upwards little by little, inseparable. Finally, everyone moved into their self-built little homes, and Wu Nianluo, based on a month's observations and the final results, assigned everyone the time allotted for the library. It's said that Zhou Yu finally moved in after much pleading and cajoling from Imo Xuanqi. Of course, he also participated in building the new dormitories for the 7 new students, and they reserved a place for him there as well. The second class was extremely brief. Wu Nianluo had Zhu Yingtong distribute questionnaires to the students, asking for their names, ages, dates of birth, places of birth, magic attributes, magic levels, development directions, etc. From the intense entrance exam to the month-long precision training, almost everyone's magic power had improved. Wu Ting even increased her magic power by 2 levels. In terms of development direction, Zhu Yingtong, Zhou Yu, Shi Huang, and Xiao Xuanyan all leaned towards an offensive style. Yue, and Jean, and Wu Ting were triple-wielding, focusing on attack, healing, and support, though their inclinations differed. For example, Yue leaned towards all-round support, and Jean towards offense, and Wu Ting towards healing. Before the next class, they were going to the treasure pavilion to obtain the rewards promised by the academy upon enrollment. Led by Wu Nianluo and Imo Xuanqi, Class 0 encountered Shui Xingsan and his group, led by their teacher from Class 1, at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. The person who opened the treasure pavilion for them was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s, even more imposing than Wan Chen. He used magic to open the door, and then said in a deep voice 2 hours. Even if you don't get what you want, you must come out. The group responded and entered the treasure pavilion one by one. Ing Hongxi led the 3 to the rest room. He ran his hand across the wall in front of him, and 10 images appeared on the wall, one of which changed very noticeably. Ing Hongxi approached the screen and examined it closely. What's that girl doing running around like that? Imo Xuanqi glanced at Jin on the screen. That's definitely a lively child. The first to find and resonate with the treasure were the Lan Ji and Lan Ling sisters. They chose a pair of rare, 100-year-old immortal herbs, which greatly helped enhance their spiritual power. The second to emerge was Shui Xingsan, followed by Xiao Xuanyan, Wu Ting, Shi Huang, and Jin. It seemed they had all obtained satisfactory rewards. Half an hour later, Yue emerged from the treasure pavilion. For some reason, everyone felt that Yue emanated a sacred aura. Ing Hongxi, biting his handkerchief, said with teary eyes, because she got the floating lifelock, ranked 7th on the weapon ranking. That's the most powerful wood-type weapon in the world. Wu Nianlu chuckled and patted Ing Hongxi's back. Since she got it, that's the floating lifelock's choice. What's the point of letting these treasures gather dust in the treasure vault? I think it's better to take them all out and play with them. Ing Hongxi cried out, you wicked person, who doesn't understand treasures at all. Don't you understand using spirits to nourish spirits? The more magical treasures are put together, the more magical energy everyone has. Wen Yanlu said good several times, then pointed to a screen and said, "Oh dear, look, look. Another treasure in your treasure vault is missing." Treasure vault. Zhou Yu was immediately drawn by the magical energy upon entering the vault, and came directly to a sword box. He had just opened the box when he heard a woman's voice. "This child is pure of heart and exceptionally gifted. The fact that you could find this dusty sword in this vast world proves that we are destined to meet. Wen Xian, summon him." Zhou Yu had barely touched the sword hilt when he entered a meditative state. Ying Hongxi, in the rest room, could see that more than an hour later, Zhou Yu awoke from his meditation and held the Wen Xian sword. The Wen Xian sword? It's actually the Wen Xian sword, what? The female teacher from class 1 asked, "Senior Ying, what's wrong?" Wen Yanluo laughed smugly, "Oh dear, the 7th ranked floating life lock has been taken, and the 4th ranked Wen Xian sword has also been taken. None of the top 10 treasures on the weapon ranking are left at Huilin Academy." Ying Hongxi cried even louder, "Wen Yanluo, are you even a teacher at the academy anymore? Oh dear, you're already crying now? If you saw my little Ying Tong, wouldn't you cry even harder?" What do you mean? Ying Hongxi temporarily stopped crying, about to ask something, when the doors to the treasure pavilion opened again. Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu emerged one after the other, the artifact seal on the back of Zhou Yu's right hand faintly glowing. And Jean asked curiously, what did Tong take?" Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly, channeling her magic power. A layer of red light emanated from her body, and she raised her arm, holding it horizontally in front of Jean. "Hey Jean, attack me." And Jean, unsuspecting, conjured a short dagger from the artifact seal, and swiftly thrust it at Zhu Yingtong. No additional sound was heard, but the blade of the dagger was seen being blocked by something on her skin. And Jean didn't retract the dagger. She examined the obstruction closely, only seeing a thin layer of red light, the blade tip at least a finger's width away from her skin. She asked in surprise, "Is this some kind of defensive equipment?" Zhu Yingtong channeled her magic once more. This time the red light intensified, and almost everyone could see a layer of translucent red armor appearing outside her clothing. Wen Yanluo said, "This is the blazing flame armor, said to be a divine artifact passed down from a female war goddess. Once this armor recognizes its master, as long as the mage has a breath left, she can at least withstand attacks from mages below level 70. If the mage actively defends, it can even withstand a full-force attack from a spirit venerable. This armor's defensive capabilities will strengthen as the mage's magic power increases. When Zhu Yingtong breaks through to the divine descent level, she can withstand at least 3 of my full-force attacks." Yue Wei happily said, "Wouldn't that be a super doubled survivability?" Zhu Yingtong nodded slightly. Touching the faintly red armor, a surge of joy welled up within her. The familiar feeling that had led her to this treasure, and the armor's abundant magic power, made her feel that after the armor completely merged into her body, her magic power had reached the edge of a breakthrough. Ying Hongxi cried louder and louder, the only fire-type defensive equipment in the treasure pavilion. A defensive piece of equipment comparable to the top 10 in the weapon rankings. Too noisy, shut up. Under the control of magic, an apple was stuffed into Ying Hongxi's gaping mouth, his howling abruptly stopping. Wen Yanlu clapped her hands happily, "Okay, everyone's here, let's go home." Zhu Yingtong and the others walked at the back, talking quietly. "Ah, Jean, you came out so early, what did you get?" Yue Wei asked. And Jean sighed, "There were so many good things in there, I was overwhelmed by the choices. As for weapons, I don't like any. The only light attribute weapon ranked ahead of the moon guiding bow is the 3rd ranked town level staff, which isn't in the Academy's treasure pavilion. So I picked an 8th tier light type magic crystal, and I fuse it into the moon guiding bow when the time is right. 8th tier, that's not too bad for the bow, is it?" And Jean comforted herself, deciding to go back and ask the moon guiding bow. The group chatted as they walked back to Class 0's territory and resumed their lessons. In their 2nd month in Class 0, when Yue Wei went to the post station to retrieve Yan's correspondence, she also brought back a letter from Zhu Yingtong. Chapter 95. Zhu Yingtong curiously took the letter. "Why is there one for me too?" Yue Wei said. "When I went to collect the mail, the person in charge said there was one for Class 0. I saw it was yours, and just brought it back." Zhu Yingtong opened the letter, and found it was from the Zhengrong Empire. She quickly read through the contents and exclaimed in surprise, "Yin Su and Zhu Sungmu got married?" The letter basically said that their wedding had been held a month ago, that is, at the end of October. While they were still busy with their entrance exams, Zhu Sungmu, not wanting to delay their plans, hadn't told Zhu Yingtong beforehand, and then just sent her some things. What? Who got married? Yujio, smelling the gossip, rushed to Zhu Yingtong's side. It's someone my age, a relative or friend. The generational difference was too great. She really couldn't bring herself to say it. And Jean chuckled and joked, the generational difference is too great. Tong Tong is too embarrassed to even mention it. He's her grandnephew. Yujio gasped in surprise. I didn't expect Yingtong to be so high-ranking in the family. Yue Wei and Jean and Yujio were laughing and joking, chatting about everyday matters, when they heard a loud thud beside them. All three looked over and saw Zhu Yingtong being crushed under a pile of things. It turned out that at the end of the letter, there was a small, exquisite magic circle. Zhu Yingtong had infused it with some magic power, and the magic circle instantly detached from the special material of the letter, revealing itself to everyone. Several large packages then tumbled out from within, completely crushing Zhu Yingtong. The three were stunned by the scene and burst into laughter, then quickly pulled Zhu Yingtong out from the pile of packages. Afterwards, they looked at the neatly stacked bags and curiously examined their contents. It's moon paste from the Zhengrong Empire. Even back in the Mou Empire, hardly anyone knew how to make it. And wedding wine. I really want to try it. Tong Tong, can I open it? Xiao Jin, take it easy, don't drink too much. This bottle is so unique, it's peach blossom wine brewed by Yin Su himself. I want to try the one Tong Tong has. It's so delicious. You guys should try it too. This thing looks so strange. Oh wait, there's an instruction manual. It's a wedding souvenir. There were so many things, food, drinks, and various souvenirs, that Zhu Yingtong simply took a long cloth from her storage container to use as a tablecloth and placed it on the ground. The group sat together, almost like they were having a picnic. Food and drinks were laid out on the table, and the unusual souvenirs were glanced at before being stuffed into the storage container. Why are there a few small clothes? Yujio noticed a few unusual items among the pile. And Jean exclaimed in shock, oh my god. Is she going to have a baby? Yujio stroked her chin, yeah, they are indeed the size of a newborn baby. Zhu Yingtong said, they must have accidentally put them in the wrong place. Yue Wei was also a little surprised. How old are those two? Zhu Yingtong calculated the time. Xu Songmu is 24, and Yin Su is 20. And Jin's eyes widened, so young. Zhu Yingtong nodded, their magical talent isn't particularly outstanding. Perhaps their upper limit is only a grand mage. This age isn't considered particularly young. Yujio said casually, yes. What do you mean young? I'm planning to take Wanchen home this holiday to meet my family, and hopefully we can finalize the wedding arrangements. All three were taken aback. Yue Wei stammered, but Sister Yujio is only 19. Yujio smiled and said, Wanchen and I are childhood sweethearts. I met him when I first started out in the world, and we've been together for over 10 years. I made up my mind about him. Besides, it's just an engagement. We talk about the wedding in a few years. I invite you all then. Her expression was light, her smile sweet, and her words were full of tender affection. Yue Wei's expression also showed a hint of longing. Okay, then it's a deal. Zhu Yingtong teased, missing the Dragon King? Yue Wei pouted, missing him? I miss him so much. I haven't seen him in so long. He only came for a few days during the entrance exam, and then he left. She smiled sweetly, I haven't told you yet, but that 9-scaled scale has a communication function. When I touch it with magic, I call out to the Dragon King, and if he hears me, he reply. Zhu Yingtong clapped her hands. This thing was even more amazing than the communication device at Insu's Chaiyang Manor, but it seemed only Yue Wei and the Dragon King could use it. And Jean, however, thought of something else, holidays. Do we have holidays? Yujio chuckled, of course we have holidays. Although Class 0 doesn't usually attend classes with the other 3 grades, we still have holidays together. There are 2 holidays a year, the first from the end of December to the end of February of the following year, and the second from the beginning of July to the beginning of October. And Jean exclaimed excitedly, that means 5 months of vacation a year. And there are only 10 days left until the holiday. Yujio nodded yes, after all, there's not much theory to teach mages later on, cultivation and practical combat are more important. Therefore, our academy doesn't have many theoretical courses, but even during holidays, many students stay at the academy to better simulate a cultivation environment. Yue Wei said, Sister Yujio, could you tell us about the annual course schedule and other arrangements? Yujio said, sure. Our Huiluit Academy. The academy has only 3 grades, divided not by age but by magic power level. First-year students are freshmen, Second-year students are those with magic power level 50 or higher, and third-year students are those with magic power level 60 or higher. Each freshman year has approximately 400 students. They are initially divided into 10 classes, from 1 to 10. Students who enroll before reaching level 50 are reassigned to classes starting from 11. Class 0 is separate from the other 3 grades, and is entirely managed by Teacher Wu. The Academy recruits students every 3 years, with recruitment lasting over a month, starting in September and classes beginning in mid-October. After 2 months of classes, there's the first vacation. Classes resume in March, and in April, the Academy holds a mock competition that rewards library time. A certain amount of library time can be exchanged for treasures. In May and June, there's a demon hunting operation in cooperation with the Magic Association, which also serves as a midterm assessment. Most importantly, in September of the second year of enrollment, there's the All-Continental Academy-style Youth Magician Competition, hosted by the Magic Priest Tower, and assisted by the Magic Association. As the name suggests, the competition is organized by college. To ensure fairness, participants must be under 20 years old. There is no minimum age requirement. The competition format is only 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 5-on-5. Each team has 10 slots, with no limit on substitutes. Due to age restrictions, there are generally no third-year students, and very few second-year students either. The competition is primarily between first-year and Class 0 students. Since prizes, except for cash, are generally not awarded to substitutes, the competition for slots is fierce. The college maintains a grade ranking, initially based on entrance exam scores. This ranking allocates a small amount of time to the library each month. After enrollment, students at lower ranks can challenge those at higher ranks. A successful challenge results in a ranking swap, while a failed challenge prevents the student from challenging the same person again for 1 month. The college will determine the final participant list of 8 based on the rankings at the end of June. The remaining 2 recommendation slots are in Teacher Wu's hands. Those 2 recommended students can directly register. Like 2 years ago in the competition, Teacher Wu gave those 2 slots to me and Xian, while Xiao Hei and Wan Chen qualified through their own efforts. However, for next year's competition, Xian and Wan Chen are both too old, so it's just Xiao Hei and me. This year, our Class 0 recruited 7 students, more than ever before. I guess Teacher Wu will choose these 2 slots from you two. Yujio nodded to Yue and Jin, and Shi Huang and Wu Ting, since your magic power is a little lower. And Jean counted on her fingers. There are only 10 spots available, but Class 0 has 9. Yujio said with a hint of distress, yes, there are too many people in Class 0 this year. I feel the competition will be fierce. You are among the best of the freshmen. I'm not worried about you not being able to beat the first-year students, but there are a few tricky ones among the second-year and first-year students. They'd be quite difficult to deal with, and getting a spot from them won't be easy. Zhu Tong asked, Sister Yujio, could you introduce them to us? Yujio replied, of course, no problem. One is Bai Xuanji, who is ranked first in the second year. She is Xiao Hei's twin sister. Although her magic level isn't as extraordinary as Xiao Hei's, it's not low either, just like Ying Tong's. Level 57. The previous record for 3rd grade was held by Sister Su Inai, who broke through level 60 at the age of 21 and entered the 3rd grade. Everyone is speculating that Bai Xuanji might break her record. Of course, Xiao Hei has already broken through level 60, but since he came from our Class 0, Xiao Hei's achievement isn't considered exceptional among ordinary students. Another one is called Qianyu, a few months older than Bai Xuanji. Her magic power just broke through level 50, and she's currently in Class 11 of the 1st grade. Her magic power is also higher than all of you except Ying Tong. If Bai Xuanji intends to participate, the Academy will definitely agree. As for Qianyu, I estimate that apart from Ying Tong, even the rest of you would have a hard time beating her. This would turn into infighting among us, Yujio said with some worry. Yujio continued, generally speaking, Huiluan Academy admits students who are around 16 or 17 years old, but the competition requires participants to be under 20 before registration, meaning those born before the end of August can participate. Of the 4 of you, only Wei and Zhou, you can barely participate in the next competition. Wu Ting, on the other hand, can participate in 3 consecutive competitions. The 3 exchanged glances, tacitly avoiding mentioning their age. And Jean said nonchalantly, it's okay. Even if we can't register, going with the team is still an experience. Zhu Etong lightly flicked Jin's forehead. You're quite optimistic. Chapter 96. Yujio said, The competition will also provide prizes and cash rewards to the final winners through the Magic Priest Tower and the Magic Association. I remember last year's first place prize was 3 8th-tier magic crystals, water, ice, and wind, and the fire attribute weapon, the Dry Sky Axe, ranked 26th on the weapon ranking list. The water attribute went to Mingling, the ice attribute to Huakue, the wind attribute to Shirgue, and the Dry Sky Axe to Qianyang. They are all second-year students. Next year, these seniors will be over the age limit, so they won't participate in this election. The cash reward will be split among us, and it's a very generous sum. And Jin's eyes lit up when she heard about the 8th-tier magic crystals. What about this year? What's the prize this year? Yu-Gi-Oh! It's usually announced a month before the competition, but we can also find out through various channels. It should be the 3 elements, lightning, water, and wind. The weapon is the Yao Guang, ranked 17th. And Jin nodded. Lightning is suitable for Sister Yu-Gi-Oh! And wind attribute gems, and weapons are suitable for Zhou Yu and Xuan Yin. The water system can be given to Xiao Wading. Zhu Yitong laughed. You're already assigning roles? Yu-Gi-Oh! Smiled as well. Our Huilun Academy has always been number 1. It's good that Xiao Anjin has the ambition to win first place. Yue Wei said, I wonder where Zhou Yu went. I haven't seen him after class for several days. Yu-Gi-Oh's gossipy eyes flashed again. Xiao Hei has also been mysteriously missing these past few days. Zhu Yitong said, I heard that his sister came looking for him. He's been running outside the academy several times. Anjin exclaimed, What? He doesn't have a sister? He hardly ever calls me sister. Yue Wei tapped in Jin's forehead. Your memory is terrible. He was the one we talked about in Shanshan last time. He knew that older sister. And Jin said oh, and gradually remembered that beautiful woman. Yu-Gi-Oh! Explained, Our little Zhou Yu is really amazing. As they chatted, Xiao Xuanyin, who had eaten lunch at a different time, was on her way back to her shift, when Jin forcibly greeted her and pulled her to sit down with them. Sister Xuanyin, come sit and chat with me. And Jin pulled Xiao Xuanyin, blinking at her. Xiao Xuanyin's expression relaxed slightly. I'm not very good at chatting. And Jin said, Chatting is something you get into eventually, and you can't help but want to join in. Would you like to try some of the fine wine that Tong Tong's family sent over? Xiao Xuanyin took the small cup, hesitated for a moment, but still drank it all in one gulp, her fair face instantly turning red. And Jin poked Xiao Xuanyin's flushed cheeks. Wow! Such weak wine, and Xuanyin's face is already red. It seems Xuanyin isn't suited for drinking. Try this. Amidst the clinking of glasses, and Jin handed Xiao Xuanyin a glass of juice. Xiao Xuanyin said, Thank you. Xuanyin, how did you get your name? And Jin started the conversation, voicing her own question, since the character Nian only means 20. Xiao Xuanyin paused for a moment, then said, My father passed away before I was born. My mother suffered from illness while pregnant with me, often unable to concentrate. It was the nanny my mother brought, who helped with the delivery. The nanny couldn't speak and didn't know many words. When I was very young, I communicated with her using sign language. My nanny said I was born on the 20th of the lunar month, so she called me Xuanyin. It wasn't a particularly good name, yet this girl had used it to this day after experiencing many things. Xiao Xuanyin rarely smiled, but this time a faint smile played on her lips. I really like this name. Even if the name didn't carry blessings or love, it carried her memories of the past 17 years, and was a bond between her and her family. And Jin's feelings suddenly became complicated. She was unsure if this was a good topic. Xiao Xuanyin, however, wasn't bound by any external judgment. She asked, And in Jin? The character Jin means beautiful jade, right? I imagine Jin's family must have been eagerly anticipating your birth. Zhu Weitong and Yue Wei, who knew about Jin's family situation, were both worried. They looked at Jin with concern, only to see the girl's expression as usual, smiling and saying, Haha, I thought so too. No wonder I'm so beautiful. What about Tong and Yue Wei? Yue Wei thought for a moment. I haven't asked. But the character Wei means lush vegetation, so it's probably a wish for me to grow strong. This is very relevant to my magical attribute, both being related to plants. Zhu Tong recalled, where I was born, there's a river called Ying River, which is everyone's mother river. So my mother named me that, probably hoping the mother river would bless me. The Ying River almost runs through the 3 great empires of Mou, Yangyu, and Zhengrong. But there are many other river sources within Mou's territory, and it runs along the border of Yangyu. The place where the Ying River has the largest flow is the Zhengrong Empire, so the people of Zhengrong basically call the Ying River their mother river. So Tong was born in the Zhengrong Empire. Yu-Gi-Oh! Said. Zhu Yitong was also unsure. According to her sister, she should have been born in the imperial capital, but she didn't know where the former capital was now. She could only accept this birthplace for now, since her official identity was that of the Grand Princess of the Zhengrong Empire. Yu Jiu continued, I heard that my mother loved to drink, but when she was pregnant with me, my father strictly forbade her from touching a drop of alcohol. She was so angry that she called me Little Wine every day. Later, when it came time to register my name, my mother ran faster than my father, and simply named me Yu Jiu. And Jean chuckled, Yu Jiu's parents are really a pair of clowns, right? Yu Jiu also joked with her elders. Yes, ha ha ha. And Jean laughed so hard, she almost fell into Yu Wei's arms. There are only 2 weeks left until the holiday. What are your plans? And Jean asked after laughing. Sister Yu Jiu is taking brother Wanchen home. Yu Wei is definitely going back to Mayu. I haven't gone out much. I'm thinking of going to visit a nearby city in Yanhua. What about Yingtong? Zhu Yingtong said, I'm fine with cultivating anywhere. And Jean pouted, our Tong Tong is such a cultivation fanatic. By the way, Xuanyan said, she knows sign language. Can she communicate with people who can't speak? Zhu Yingtong suddenly remembered that she seemed to know a little sign language. Xiao Xueqian said, people who can't speak usually rely on external means, like hand gestures, to express themselves. Zhu Yitong asked, it's like this, I have a little sister at home. She lacked her 5 senses when she was little, and never spoke. We've been teaching her, but the progress has been very slow. I'd like to invite you to our house to talk to that child, and see if you can help her learn to speak faster. Xiao Xueqian nodded, I can try to communicate with her. And Jean cheered, that's great. Let's go back to Mayu together. Yu Wei teased, didn't you want to go to Yanwei? It's so boring alone. I like playing with you guys. I like the liveliness of a large group. What, you dare refuse me? And Jean rolled over and pinned Yu Wei down, beginning to tickle the girl's waist. Yu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop. Stop tickling me. I give up. Our and Jean can go wherever she wants. Do whatever she wants. Ah. I was wrong. The few people sitting around watching the commotion all laughed. It was another bitterly cold winter day, but with a few close friends by her side, the chill wasn't so bad. Chapter 97. After the drinking party, the group went to their respective attribute-specific simulation training grounds to cultivate. For the remaining 2 weeks, everyone's time was largely their own, filled with activities, some cultivating, others practicing combat. It wasn't until the last 2 days before the holiday that Zhou Yu finally settled down at the academy. Sorry, I can't go back to Mayu with you this time. And Jean asked in surprise, is there anything else, Xiao Yu? Zhou Yu said, I promised Xiao Hei that I would accompany him home for his 18th birthday ceremony. And Jean nodded knowingly, oh. When are you leaving? Zhou Yu, we leave as soon as the holiday starts. Last time when we helped Senior Dragon Girl retrieve the Withered Wood, the friend Xiao Hei and I made in the Tingling tribe invited us to their festival. It's on our way, so we're leaving early. And Jean said with a hint of teasing, then have a great time, Xiao Yu. Zhou Yu smiled slightly, you too. Be careful on the road. Yu Wei laughed, you guys are the ones who should be driving. You only take half a day to get to Haoyue Township. How long will your journey take? Zhou Yu thought for a moment, we go to the Tingling tribe first, which is only a day or 2 away. We stay there for about 5 or 6 days, and then we go to Xiao Hei's house. It should arrive before the end of the year. And Jean nodded, her tone teasing. Yu Wei is right, be careful. Zhou Yu nodded, not quite understanding. Suddenly remembering something, he said, and Jean, give me your hand. And Jean didn't ask why, and simply laid her palm flat in front of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu raised his right hand, and a long sword gleaming with green light appeared in his grasp. His palm, against the blade, met in Jin's. A barely perceptible, cat-scratching sensation arose between their hands. The next instant, Zhou Yu released the sword, leaving a tiny, bloodless wound on Jin's delicate palm. And Jean curiously touched the wound. Before she could speak, she heard a sound emanating from her sea of consciousness. And Jean exclaimed in surprise, this is... Zhou Yu explained, this is the ability of the Wuxian sword after it resonated with me. The Wuxian sword was forged with a spirit stone. After Wuxian recognized its master, this ability was activated under the guidance of my ultimate wind magic. With my current magic power, this ability allows me to summon others within my sea of consciousness and sense their location, like this. Zhou Yu stopped speaking, only smiling faintly. And Jean could feel a long, drawn-out chirping sound coming from a location not far away. And Jean exclaimed in delight. This ability is amazing. Zhou nodded. I think that once I cultivate to a higher level of magic power, this ability might evolve further, perhaps even allowing for true verbal communication within the sea of consciousness. Zhu Yitong couldn't help but exclaim, this is practically a perpetual motion, extended-range communication bracelet. Zhou replied, that's what I was thinking too. Before, when the distance between us was too great, the communication bracelet couldn't connect, which was worrying. Now it's much easier. As he spoke, he touched Zhu Yitong and Yu Wei in turn, establishing connections within their seas of consciousness. After establishing individual connections with each of them, Zhou Yu flicked his wrist, and the Wenxian sword spun horizontally around where they stood. The three hands, which hadn't yet retracted, were touched by the Wenxian sword, the tip stained with blood, before finally resting on Zhou Yu's palm. The sword tip sank halfway into the palm of their hands, the elegantly simple longsword emitting a dazzling light. After a few breaths, the Wenxian sword calmed down, and the four of them felt 1,000 whispers of longing within their hearts. 2 days later, the Huilun Academy's holiday officially began. Zhu Yitong and the other two met with Xiao Xuanyan and traveled back to the Mayu Empire on the Nightless Sword. Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi set off for the Tingling tribe. Yu Jiao and Wan Qin chose to visit Wan Qin's home first. Wu Ting and Yu Xining stayed at the academy to cultivate. The Nightless Sword's journey remained swift, returning to the Mayu Empire in half a day. Ingshi, having already received the letter, had prepared everything meticulously, from the guest room arrangements to the sumptuous lunch, a truly top-notch butler service. After lunch, everyone began trying to communicate with Bishi. Although Xiao Xueqian was mostly in charge, Zhu Yitong was surprised to find that Bishi knew far more sign language than she had imagined, and their communication was fairly smooth. Sitting idly to the side, Yu Wei suddenly felt a slight warmth on the back of her hand. She covered her hand with it, receiving the information from the 9 scales within the artifact seal, frowned, and whispered. The Dragon King sent a message saying that they still haven't found a suitable spatial rift. Zhu Yitong asked. What does that mean? Yu Wei sighed. I wasn't entirely sure before, so I haven't told you yet. When we went back last time, we met Tongtong's aunt. She came to process your leave of absence. Afterwards, due to the barrier problem of the Ziliosis continent, we haven't been able to find a spatial rift to cross over. This time, it was only after the Dragon King broke through to the Spirit Venerable Realm that a new spatial rift was created. The Dragon King said the barrier here is more pronounced, making it even harder for him to find a way back. So before we came, we discussed it with Sister Qiongqi. If we don't return before the holiday ends, we all have to take a leave of absence. And Jean chimed in, I doubt it. We came during winter break, so we only have a year. If we still can't find our way back by February next year, we have to stay here. Zhu Yitong thought to herself, she'd been here for 4 or 5 years. Asking her to go back and study all at once would be too much for her. Of course, with her intelligence and tenacity, getting up to speed quickly wouldn't be difficult. She said, in that case, we just have to stay here for now. It wasn't until lunchtime that Xiao Xuanyan finally finished communicating with Bai Shi. According to Xiao Xuanyan, although Bai Shi couldn't speak yet, she was aware of everything that had happened around her, such as being beaten and insulted, not getting a hot meal, not getting a good night's sleep, and the sister who taught her sign language, the sister who always secretly came back to see her, the sister who brought her food, the sister who brought her warm clothes. Perhaps because she hadn't communicated with anyone for so long, no one could fully understand her expressions. The long conversation had made Bai Shi overly excited, and right after finishing her meal, she became so sleepy that she fell asleep in Ingshi's arms. On the continent of Ziliosis, most people communicated through their racial language. People like Xiao Xuanyan, who could communicate both verbally and in sign language, were extremely rare. Even Ingshi, after so long, hadn't been able to find a suitable teacher for Bai Shi. As Xiao Xuanyan grew older, everyone could only guess at Bai Shi's thoughts based on the monotonous sounds she could utter. Late December, Tingling Tribe. It was past midnight when Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi arrived at the Tingling Tribe. The moonlight illuminated their path, casting long shadows behind them. As far as the eye could see, a faint red glow could be seen, and the sounds of lively chatter, though not loud, could be heard. The people Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi knew were the Wanayu people of the Tingling Tribe. Their people were significantly taller than average, averaging over 2 meters. Even though Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi were considered tall by ordinary standards, they appeared to be children to these people. They were greeted by a child they had rescued years ago. 5 or 6 years later, the child had grown into an adult, almost a head taller than Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi. Brother Zhou Yu. Brother Mo. The man looked to be about the same age as Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi, but his body was like a mountain, and the earth seemed to vibrate with his running. Hong Xian. Zhou Yu greeted his long-lost friend. Long time no see. You grown so tall. He then took a small carving knife from his storage device. Congratulations on your marriage. Mo Xuanqi also presented a prepared gift, a heavy forging hammer. The Wana Moon people love forging and carving, so the two had catered to their interests. Hong Xian happily accepted the two gifts. Thank you so much. I love them. He scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. It's been almost 6 years since we last met. I'm an adult now. Brother Mo has grown a lot too, but Brother Zhou, you doesn't seem to have changed at all. Zhou Yu skillfully avoided the topic and asked Hong Xian, isn't today your wedding? Why haven't you changed your clothes yet? The Tingling tribe was lush with trees, their branches and leaves creating a dense canopy that blocked out the sunlight. The Wana Yu people had long been accustomed to being nocturnal, and many important events, such as their weddings, took place at night. Hong Xian chuckled, I wanted to come and pick you up. Everything's almost ready, I changed quickly. Zhou Yu nodded, okay, please lead the way. The two followed Hong Xian into the tribe's interior. The Wana Yu people's dwellings weren't much different from the outside world, most were wooden houses, but they also had some unique tribal characteristics, making them look quite unusual. The houses, large and small, along the way were all decorated with red lanterns. Hong Xian's wedding day coincided with the Wana Yu people's blessing festival, and the entire tribe was exceptionally lively. Hong Xian led them to the main hall, where the guests were gathered. Most of the people there were Wana Yu people, and Zhou Yu and Hong Xian felt as if mountains were slowly moving in front of them. They sat down near the front, beyond which were the seats for the relatives of the two main wedding guests, and a platform for the blessing dance. The Wana Yu people didn't seem to care about the so-called rituals, as Zhou Yu had imagined. The dancers on the platform moved with graceful movements, while singers chanted in a language they didn't understand. The guests below, though not constantly moving about, were almost all chatting with the people next to them. The two had barely sat down when a woman suddenly appeared beside them. She looked a few years older than Hong Xian, dressed in a crimson dress, her delicate face lightly made up, adorned with a magnificent hairpin, and her figure was no less impressive than Zhou Yu's, perhaps even slightly taller. She spoke softly, you must be the friends Hong Xian specifically mentioned? Zhou Yu, judging from her attire, roughly guessed her identity. Yes, hello. My name is Zhou Yu, and this is Mo Hei. She laughed heartily. Hello, my name is Hong Zhu, and I'm the other protagonist of tonight's wedding. Chapter 98. Before Zhou Yu could ask anything, Hong Zhu continued, it's like this, in our tribe, invited friends are required to offer blessings to the newlyweds. I bet Hong Xian has forgotten again, so I'm here to explain it to you too. It's actually not complicated. Just go up to the newlyweds, drink the blessing wine, and that's it. There are other people who will demonstrate before you, so you can learn by watching. As she spoke, she pointed to a group of men and women across from her, who appeared to be around the same age as Hong Xian and Hong Zhu. Seeing Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi's gazes, they greeted them warmly. Seeing Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi nod, Hong Zhu smiled and said, then I really be counting on you too. With that, she left her seat and headed towards the adjacent room. Mo Xuanqi asked, can you drink? Zhou Yu replied, a little is fine. Mo Xuanqi nodded, watch their reaction later. If the liquor is too strong, pour some for me. Just try a little as a token of your appreciation. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, but before she could speak, Mo Xuanqi added, if you get drunk and cause trouble at their wedding, I won't be able to stop you. Zhou Yu was a little embarrassed. I don't think so. Mo Xuanqi raised an eyebrow slightly, who knows? During their conversation, the dancers and singers, who had performed the blessing rites, had all left the stage, and Hong Xian and Hong Zhu had gracefully entered. The air was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, and the music was deafening. Friends and family gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. When it came to the blessing segment with relatives and friends, several of their peers walked onto the stage one after another, leaving only 2 girls behind them. During their conversation, Zhou Yu learned that the 2 girls were 2 or 3 years older than him and Mo Xuanqi, and were longtime friends of Hong Xian and Hong Zhu. One was named Tung Bai, and the other Tung Shu. Although Tung Bai was only 20 years old, she was over 2 meters tall. Even Zhou Yu barely reached her shoulder. She joked, you 2 young men are really handsome. If you get drunk here later, I have to find some pretty girls to carry you home. Mo Xuanqi confidently replied, the wine here won't get me drunk. Tung Shu said, that's not necessarily true. Chifu wine is fragrant and strong. Not many out-of-towners can walk back to their lodgings after drinking it. Mo Xuanqi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She leaned close to Zhou Yu's ear and whispered, "Pour your wine into my cup later." Zhou Yu wanted to say something, but a glare from Mo Xuanqi silenced him. A dozen or so peers walked onto the stage and formed a circle in front of Hong Xian and Hong Zhu. Zhou Yu was still wondering if he should say something, then looked at the line of people. It almost resembled a scene from the water margin. The next second, his smile vanished. The two at the front received their wine cups from the server and began to clink them together. After them, everyone in front of Zhou Yu paired up and repeated the gesture, accompanied by the sound of drums and music, creating a noisy uproar. Mo Xuanqi keenly noticed Zhou Yu's stiffness and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yu opened and closed his mouth several times before finally managing to say, "Where we're from. This is a wedding custom. It's for the couple to drink together." He leaned close to Mo Xuanqi's ear, speaking very softly, requiring Mo Xuanqi to concentrate fully to hear him in the noisy environment. Actually, the posture wasn't exactly the same. It was just that they were closer. Mo Xuanqi was taken aback by this, then turned and whispered in Zhou Yu's ear, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't worry about it." He looked at Zhou Yu's face again. Whether from the flickering candlelight or the rich aroma of wine in the air, his cheeks were flushed with a beautiful blush. Mo Xuanqi curiously touched his cheek with his fingertip and asked, "What's wrong? Are you shy?" His eyes were full of laughter, and his tone was teasing. Zhou Yu looked at Mo Xuanqi with a slight surprise, then slowly shook his head. "No. You're right, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Their whispered conversation had just ended when the wine server approached them. The wine cup was larger than Zhou Yu had expected, and it wasn't filled much, only half full, but the aroma of the wine was irresistible. Mo Xuanqi slightly turned his body to block Zhou Yu's wine cup, touching his own cup to Zhou Yu's, then tilting it forward, filling most of Zhou Yu's cup with wine. Mo Xuanqi bent his arm and crossed it with Zhou Yu's. He decisively tilted his head back and drank the wine. The fiery, mellow liquor slid down his throat, and Mo Xuanqi's eyes lit up immediately. It was indeed good wine. Looking at Zhou Yu in front of him, he had only taken a small sip, yet his eyes were already glazed over, and he looked slightly tipsy. The next moment, his head rested blankly on Mo Xuanqi's shoulder. Mo Xuanqi paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, "Your alcohol tolerance. But you're quite well behaved, not going crazy." He stopped the two girls behind him from taking Zhou Yu home, half supporting Zhou Yu as they left with the others. After saying goodbye to Hong Xian and Hong Zhu, they went straight back to their residence. Zhou Yu slept until noon the next day. After staying with the Tingling tribe for a few more days, and being entertained, the two set off for the Elmos grassland, Mo Xuanqi's hometown. They arrived at the grassland near the end of the year. To Zhou Yu's surprise, the Lanling and Lanji sisters, whom they had met during the entrance exam, were also members of the Lancer family, the younger children Mo Xuanqi had mentioned long ago. The vast grassland was inhabited only by the Lancer family, including Zhou Yu. There were probably only about 10 people. It was quite desolate. Besides Zhou Yu and Lanling and Lanji, he only saw a few Lancer clan members of Mo Xuanqi's generation, and Mo Xuanqi's older sister, Bai Xuanji. Bai Xuanji wore a white veil, obscuring her face, but her eyes bore a striking resemblance to Mo Xuanqi's. Her voice was gentle and soft, and she was extremely courteous. After receiving Zhou Yu, Bai Xuanji leaped to the very edge of the grassland, at the end of a mountain range. "Sister Bai, you arrived?" A woman's voice echoed from inside the cave. Bai Xuanji nodded. "I sense the gathering of fire attribute magic power, so I guess you were finished. Congratulations, you made progress again." The woman chuckled twice. "I've been at the Divine Descent stage for so long, if I don't break through soon, my second brother will say I'm not cultivating diligently." Bai Xuanji smiled. "You went to the Demon Sacrifice Tower to find relevant texts, which is why you took the spirit-suppressing pill and spent so much time there. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have broken through long ago, and he wouldn't have said anything." The woman sighed. "I was afraid the texts had restrictions, so I didn't dare to make copies. I copied each one by hand, which is why I stayed for a while. I hope my second and 10th brothers can figure it out. I don't understand those spatial spells. Aren't you going to take a look? Didn't you insist on going?" Seeing that the woman in the cave showed no sign of coming out, Bai Xuanji said. She was referring to Mo Xuanqi's coming-of-age ceremony. Chapter 99. The woman emerged from the cave, her long, fiery red hair cascading down her back, her eyes also a bright, shimmering red, like a pair of burning glass beads. Her expression was slightly dejected. "Zhou Yu is here too. It's best not to meet him. If he asks about Fomer and Shi Huang's age and magic power, I won't be able to explain. Fomer seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, after seeing Brother Qi Xian in the Kunlun Mountains last time, I feel like my cultivation has progressed much faster. Bai Xuanji asked, You saw Brother Qi Xian? Isn't he in the Zhengrong Empire? Fomer nodded. Yes. Last time, I encountered a problem during my cultivation. I used Phoenix Feather to call for you. But it seems only Brother Qi Xian was on this side of the western continent, so he rushed over. She thought for a moment and muttered to herself, Brother Qi Xian has a spiritual attribute, but the magical attribute I sensed was very strange. I couldn't even sense what it was. Oh right. I also heard Brother Qi Xian call out Little Master. Does Brother Qi Xian have a master? Who is Little Master? Brother Qi Xian is so powerful, he's lived for so long. Is his Little Master still alive? Could it be that Little Master saved me? Bai Xuanji's expression changed drastically when she heard the words Little Master. Are you sure you heard Little Master? Fomer said confidently, Yes, it is. I heard it several times too. Bai Xuanji was stunned for a while before speaking. I only know that his master is Ji Majuan, the #1 scholar in the world. That Little Master is Second Brother's teacher, a very powerful person. Fomer exclaimed in surprise, Second Brother's master? But wasn't Second Brother born before the Imperial era? The person who can be Second Brother's master is still alive? How come I never heard of such a powerful person on the continent? Bai Xuanji gazed into the distance, gently stroking her face beneath her veil, and sighed, Yes. I never expected that person would still be alive. Fomer, seeing her sister's melancholy expression, had many questions in her mind but remained silent. In early February, the students who had returned to the academy proceeded with their classes as scheduled. According to Yuzhou's previous introduction, February and March were originally the academy's scheduled months for classes. However, recently, the atmosphere at the academy had been somber. Even the students in Class 0 had sensed it. Xu Yingtong and the others, who had only attended classes for a few days in the new semester, received a demon hunting mission when they stepped into Class 0's classroom again. The demon hunting mission was a project jointly undertaken by Huiluan Academy, the Demon Priest Tower, and the Magic Association. On one hand, it involved receiving feedback from residents near areas where demonic beasts were reported, inquiring whether any demonic beasts were maliciously damaging their homes and settlements. On the other hand, it involved the Magic Association's designated teams predicting and effectively intervening in the movements of demonic beasts in various locations to protect nearby residents and land. Mo Xuanqi looked at the lists in his hand with a somewhat grave expression. He said to Xu Yingtong, This year's situation is exceptionally complex. Therefore, we be going on a mission this month. This is the list assigned to our 0 squad, take a look. Xu Yingtong took the list from Mo Xuanqi and examined them carefully. 1 7th-tier magical beast had rampaged, 2 6th-tier magical beasts had rampaged, 8 5th-tier magical beasts had rampaged. Xu Yingtong frowned and said, Why so many? I'm afraid this year's beast tide will be unprecedentedly fierce. Mo Xuanqi finished reading all the data that had been passed on. That 7th-tier one I go. One of them is a tier 6 monster, and Yu Xinin and the other 2 have already gone to deal with it. Xu Yingtong nodded. There are a few tier 5 monsters near the other tier 6 monster. The 4 of us can handle them. Xuanyan, Shi Huang, and Wu Ting can take care of the remaining tier 5 monsters. Mo Xuanqi agreed to Xu Yingtong's arrangement. Then I be going now. Remember to contact me if anything happens. Okay. Xu Yingtong brought the information about the rampaging magical beasts to everyone. After looking at the list, everyone gained a better understanding of the magical beasts. After a short rest, they prepared to set off together. Xu Yingtong said, Xuanyan, can you lead the team? Your safety comes first, then the magical beasts. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to contact me. Xiao Xuan nodded. The 6th-tier magical beasts that Xu Yingtong and the others needed to deal with were deep within the Wanqiu Mountains. It was nearly noon by the time they arrived. Along the way, they had already subdued the 5th-tier magical beasts on their list, resolving the problems for the nearby residents. 6th-tier magical beasts have always been a major headache for human mages. Firstly, they are still in the pre-spiritual stage and have difficulty communicating with humans. Secondly, their destructive power is immense, requiring at least a mage to reach the archmage level to contend with them. And archmage level mages are considered elites among humans. A single mistake could result in a significant loss of combat power for a mage team. The rustling forest environment made everyone uneasy. Xu Yingtong raised her hand, gesturing for a halt. The space fell silent for a few moments. The next instant, A 5-meter-long, snow-white long-tailed leopard silently darted out from behind a giant tree. Its claws and teeth were sharp but trembling slightly, its crimson eyes narrowed to slits, and it emitted a low growl. Zhu Weitong quickly identified the magical beast before her. It was indeed the 6th-tier magical beast, the cloud silk leopard they were searching for. She raised her hand in a gesture of preparation for attack. And Jean, with Yue in tow, nimbly moved 3 meters away, while Zhou Yu stepped forward to stand beside Zhu Weitong. A fierce battle seemed imminent, but suddenly, a child wearing an outer robe emerged from behind a tree a few meters behind the cloud silk leopard. The child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, wearing only a white outer robe. His running posture was extremely awkward, and upon closer inspection, a trap was found tethered to his bare ankle, with blood continuously flowing from it. "No, please don't hurt Xiaoxue." The boy's innocent voice rang out. The cloud silk leopard turned its head and hissed at him a few times. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped forward, supporting its front paws and whispering, "It's okay, they won't hurt me." Zhu Weitong found the scene somewhat strange, but she first sheathed her autumn remnant sword and the magic emanating from her body. Yue and the others also sheathed their weapons, and the powerful aura emanating from them instantly dissipated. The cloud silk leopard growled and took a few steps back, also concealing its aura. It clumsily stretched out its paw to try and remove the trap from the boy, but it caused him to let out a low yelp. "Xiaoxue, don't do that." Seeing this opportunity, Zhu Weitong stepped forward and said gently, "Let me help you remove it. This is a trap made by humans. It needs magical stimulation to remove." The cloud silk leopard seemed to understand Zhu Weitong's words. It stopped its terrifying cries and took another step back, giving Zhu Weitong space beside the boy. Zhu Weitong knelt down in front of the boy, one hand gripping the mechanism of the bear trap, the other infusing it with magic. With a soft click, the trap was removed. Yue stepped forward at the opportune moment, a gentle widow mental spell enveloping the boy's leg, and the wound vanished in the blink of an eye. The boy spoke softly, "Thank you. My name is Wei Jian." He glanced at the cloud silk leopard behind him and added, "I'm sorry, they weren't like this before. I can handle it, please give me some time." Zhu Weitong asked curiously, "They weren't like this before?" Chapter 100. Without nodding, Wei Jian turned to face the cloud silk leopard, gently pressing his forehead against the beast's lowered, massive head. Instantly, an indescribable sensation spread, and the cloud silk leopard let out a painful groan. Zhu Weitong's expression changed. She decisively reached out to separate Wei Jian from the cloud silk leopard. Flames erupted from her palm. She pressed one hand against the cloud silk leopard's head, and the other against Wei Jian's forehead. The flames burned, but did not harm them. A short while later, a soft but distinct hiss rang out, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the flames. The smoke was minimal, and dissipated quickly. Zhu Weitong's expression was grave. "It's ash." As the ash disappeared, the cloud silk leopard's red eyes lost their ferocity, and everyone even saw a hint of doubt in its large, wet eyes. "Gray aura." Wei Jian repeated Zhu Weitong's words. Zhu Weitong nodded. "It seems the gray aura has affected the temperament of these magical beasts." Lower-level magical beasts couldn't resist the gray aura. The small amount had already seeped into their bodies, which was why she hadn't noticed it in the previous battle. The cloud silk leopard in front of her had already reached the 6th rank, and she could even faintly sense that it was about to break through to the 7th rank. Perhaps this was why it could resist some of the gray aura. Zhu Weitong asked, "Wei Jian, you said you could solve it by attracting those things into your body? Do you know what this is?" "This is gray aura, extremely harmful to the body." But this wasn't the first time he'd done this. How did he manage to do it? Judging from his magical aura, he was definitely not a god-level mage. Wei Jian nodded somewhat shyly. But it's not just me." Zhu Weitong asked, "Could you take us to see the person who can resolve the gray energy?" Wei Jian looked a little timid. He nodded twice towards the group, his voice soft. "Could only those 2 sisters come with me?" He was referring to Yue and Jean. The 2 were confused by his question. Zhu Weitong stepped forward, smiling, and asked, "Can't we all come together?" Wei Jian pursed his lips. "Just those 2 sisters, the others. Their killing intent is too strong. I'm afraid Sister Taifai will notice." Zhu Weitong, "Me? Killing intent? Strong?" Yi Buju licked his blood-stained claws without speaking. "Zhou Yu, oh. Zhou, I said your killing intent is too strong." "Zhou, oh. Brother. What do you mean you and me? We're clearly one." Zhu Weitong turned and nodded to the 2 who were looking at him with questioning eyes, whispering, "Be careful." Yu Wei and the other nodded and walked out together. Before Wei Jian could speak, a voice echoed throughout the forest, seemingly surrounding them from all directions. Humans, leave my territory. Wei Jian cried out, Sister Ti Fei, they're not bad people. That older sister even helped Xiao Shui and me get rid of that thing called Gray Qi. You mean Gray Qi? Wei Jian said, yes, that's what that sister said. The female voice in the air was silent for a moment, then said, bring them in with you. Wei Jian's face lit up with surprise. Okay, Sister Ti Fei. He turned to the group and said, gentlemen, please follow me. With that, the cloud silk leopard beside him lowered its body, and Wei Jian climbed up its leg. The cloud silk leopard caught Wei Jian, then defiantly raised its head at Yi Buju, and quickly ran deeper into the forest. Seeing this, Yi Buju, carrying the group, followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. The two magical beasts raced almost side by side towards the forest, neither giving way to the other, and in just a few minutes, they reached a clear lake. However, the cloud silk leopard nimbly stopped 3 meters from the lake's edge. Yi Buju slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into the lake. He quickly threw the group off his back, his feet slamming into an invisible barrier with a thud. The cloud silk leopard laughed at Yi Buju's embarrassing sight, its laughter seemingly unstoppable. Zhu Yitong pulled the group to a safe landing. Looking at the lake before her, she exclaimed in surprise, this is, the Golden Spring? A melodious female voice came from beneath the water. Have you seen the Golden Spring? With her voice, a figure slowly emerged from the spring. The figure had a human face and a beast's body. The lower body resembled a white horse, while the upper body was a human form covered in white feathers. The spring water did not touch her body, and a sacred aura permeated the entire area with her appearance. Her beautiful platinum gold hair flowed smoothly to her legs, and her eyes were also a strange platinum gold. In her hand, she held a large scepter. The scepter lightly touched the ground, and a gentle aura swept over the group. Sister Ti Fei, Wei Jian called out. Upon seeing Ti Fei's arrival, the cloud silk leopard bent its front legs and prostrated itself on the ground, worshipping the newcomer. Ti Fei asked, you said you seen the Golden Spring? Where did you see it? Who guided you? Zhu Yitong, eager to understand the gray aura, truthfully replied, several years ago, I was entrusted by someone to learn from Lin Lang of Danshan that there is a golden spring deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Ti Fei murmured, Lin Lang, it really is him. I ask you again, at the Golden Spring in the Kunlun Mountains, did you see any person or thing? Zhu Yitong said in a deep voice, I saw a person, Qi Xian, the Grand Preceptor of the Zhengrong Empire, and his contracted magical beast, Hua Sha. May I ask, Senior, are you also a member of the Holy Spirit Unicorn Clan? The figure and appearance of the person before her were 7/10 similar to the unicorn she had seen before, but it was clear that Ti Fei possessed far greater magical power than Hua Sha. Ti Fei's murmured voice lowered further. No one heard what she said. After a short while, she regained her composure. That's right, Warsaw is one of my people. We, the Holy Spirit Unicorns, come from Tiring Island in Atlantis. Zhu Yitong frowned. Atlantis again. Tiring said, I know you want to understand the Gray Qi, to resolve the Gray Qi. I've seen many people like you. With that, she slightly raised the scepter in her hand, and a gentle magical force lifted Wei Jian up. Wei Jian, unfazed, didn't struggle, he quietly curled up, waiting for Tiring's help. An unusual energy spread out, making everyone feel warm. Zhu Yitong looked at Tiring and Wei Jian curiously, thinking, not light magic, not mental magic. I never seen this before, necromancy? The name doesn't seem quite right. No one noticed that Jean, at the very back of the 4-person team, looked confused, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 101. In a short while, Ti Fei's purification came to an end. Wei Jian's body gradually sank into Ti Fei's arms. She said softly, next time, just bring those magical beasts here. You don't need to dispel the gray aura for them. Your body can't handle it. Wei Jian seemed extremely sleepy, his eyelids drooping, and he murmured, okay. Sister Ti Fei. Ti Fei placed Wei Jian on the cloud silk leopard's back, then turned to the crowd and said, Gray aura is the residual pollutant from the magical crystals and cores formed after the death of magical beasts. It not only pollutes the land but also affects people's minds and the behavior of beasts, causing them to do uncontrollable things. Later, people generally adopted 2 methods to deal with the gray aura. One method was the one experimented with by Shan Chenli, using water magic, wood magic, and light magic from human magicians to purify the gray aura. This human wave tactic. Ha! She sneered, then added, Another type is the divinely descended mage, who single-handedly fights against the gray energy. Humans are always the ones who come later to make up for the mistakes of their predecessors. Senior Tai-Fi, I have something to ask you. Zhu Yingtong asked, were Li and Lin Lang also Atlanteans? Are you very interested in that sunken city? Without waiting for Zhu Yingtong's reply, she continued, Lin Lang is indeed an Atlantean. Li, however, was merely an adopted child from Atlantis. That was before the Imperial era, when both the northern Niueki and the western Laxisi were plunged into extreme chaos and suffering. Li's parents lost their child in the war, and she was taken in by a kind person. Zhu Yingtong then asked, Senior Tai-Fi, as far as I know, Li herself is not a magician, she doesn't even possess any magic power. I'd like to know, how has she managed to live until now? It's her older sister, Tai-Fi said, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, who used the 7 herbs to cultivate her body and the spirit-suppressing stone to lock her soul, helping someone without even magical attributes to live for thousands of years. Tai-Fi didn't deny the statement about no magic power. She even mentioned that Li was someone without magical attributes. Everyone was quite surprised. Yue asked, no magical attributes? Ti-Fei replied, that's right, born without any attributes, 0 innate magic power. She transformed a foundationless place into what it is today. She fought harder than anyone else to survive. Alright, now it's my turn to ask you. Didn't you mention before that you helped them clear away the ash? What are your magical attributes? Zhu Yingtong cast a spell, and the area around them instantly warmed up. It was me. My magical attribute is Yin-Yang Fire. Ti-Fei strode closer to Zhu Yingtong, asking curiously, Yin-Yang Fire? I see. She stood with her arms crossed, slightly raising her head. What else do you want to know? Zhu Yingtong was silent for a moment. I want to know how to resurrect someone whose soul is incomplete. Yue and the others were all stunned, but quickly realized that Zhu Yingtong was referring to her sister, the Empress Di Fuyan, who had died completely once 2,900 years ago. Upon hearing this, Consort Ti looked surprised. She raised her hand and placed it on Zhu Yingtong's head, sensing something. Zhu Yingtong felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, making her feel warm all over. Suddenly, Consort Ti withdrew her hand, but strangely, she seemed to be holding something. As the object was withdrawn, Zhu Yingtong felt her body become lighter, and she felt extremely comfortable. Zhu Yingtong asked, this is? Consort Ti looked at the object in her hand with a headache. With a burst of golden light, the object emitted an unpleasant sound and gradually dissipated. Yue exclaimed, is this gray energy? How could it be in Tongtong's body? Zhu Yingtong was also very surprised. When did she come into contact with it? Why didn't she feel anything? Consort Ti nodded, it's in your body, and it's also deep within the soul of the person inside you. I don't know when you were infected, I might not even have completely removed it. But the gray energy on that person was like maggots clinging to bones, hiding itself very well. It wasn't discovered when that person was still alive. And by the time she discovered it, she had already become a remnant soul. I can sense that she was once incomparably powerful, but that gray energy is truly bizarre, even she. All I can do is isolate it with magic, which is why the gray aura didn't affect your body. Zhu Yingtong asked, Senior, can't you eliminate it? Or is fire magic ineffective? But I just used Yin-Yang Fire to dispel the gray aura on Wei Jian and Yunzi Leopard. Completely eliminating gray aura is easier said than done. I only managed to dispel it with the help of external forces. Moreover, this gray aura is only on the surface. If I encountered a humanoid creature formed from that gray aura, I'm not confident I could defeat it. Tai-Fi sighed, Yin-Yang Fire, indeed miraculous. You can dispel gray aura more easily than other mages. With your current strength, dealing with some scattered ash energy is naturally no problem. Ti-Fei returned to Zhu Yingtong's question, if it's a fragmented soul, you can go to the places she's been and search for any remaining remnants of her soul. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her arm, and with a splash, Zhu Yingtong landed directly in the golden spring behind them. Excuse me. Yi Buju let out a howl, and jumped in after her. Ti-Fei looked at the rippling lake surface, her expression calm, spatial magic. Yue exclaimed, you? Ti-Fei smiled lightly, I wouldn't harm her. She get the answer she wants inside. After saying all this, Ti-Fei sighed, having told you so much, I should collect my reward. Before she could finish speaking, she swiftly passed through Yue, and appeared before Njin. Zhou Yu, standing beside Njin, immediately reacted, wielding the Wenxian sword and shielding Njin. Yue took a few steps back, summoning the floating life lock to surround Ti-Fei. Ti-Fei stared blankly at the sword in Zhou Yu's hand, the Wenxian sword. Then she looked at the chain floating beside her, the floating life lock. I never thought I'd see you again. She flicked her wrist, and the two peerless artifacts silently withdrew their aura, showing no will to fight. The group was astonished. T-Fei said calmly, these two weapons were forged by Li's teacher using the golden spring of my heavenly mirror pavilion. How could they not be close to me? She then pointed in the air, and the group's movements became extremely slow. And Jin's heart skipped a beat. This was time magic. T-Fei said indifferently, I won't harm you. You look very much like someone I used to know. Consort T looked intently at Jin's face, a sudden hint of disgust flashing across her expression. But that person reeks of death. You're different, you smell of life, you're delicious. Chapter 102. Ti-Fi dispelled the time magic and casually asked, and you? What do you want to know? Zhou Yu immediately reacted, Senior, I want to know about the past of the Zhou family of Shanshan over 300 years ago. Ti-Fi possessed time magic. Perhaps she could help him understand the past. Yue also chimed in, Senior, I also want to know what happened to the Yu family over 300 years ago. Ti-Fi nodded knowingly, glanced at Jin who remained silent but looked grim, then stepped in front of Jin, whispering in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, and you? Don't you want to know anything? Don't you want to know about your background? Before Jin could answer, she straightened up, her scepter slamming heavily to the ground. The two were instantly transported back to the past by the intertwined power of time and mental magic. And Jin, her face grim, teleported to their side, catching the unconscious and limp Yue and Zhou Yu, and leaning them against a tree. Consort T looked on with curiosity. You really don't want to know? And Jin lowered her head, her voice low. I want to know. But someone told me I placed a restriction on my memories. If I don't remember anything, what's the use of knowing my origins? Consort T looked at her with interest. A restriction? You're still the same as before, always tinkering with those strange and unusual things. For the first time, a look of confusion crossed Jin's face. I have a few more questions. You know me, so am I also from Atlantis? Atlantis sank into the sea in the 3rd year of the continental calendar, which means I lived for at least 3,000 years. Yes, you were born in Atlantis, and your lifespan is longer than 3,000 years, Ti-Fi said with a smile. Let me take you to see them. Perhaps seeing those things will remind you. Without waiting for Jin's reply, she took her hand and led her towards the golden spring. But instead of entering the spring, they stepped into a hidden space above the lake. Finally, only a very soft voice remained, I haven't seen Xiaoxue yet. After those two children wake up, send them back. If they don't want to leave, they can stay here to cultivate. The golden spring is very beneficial to their cultivation. It's up to them whichever they choose. Yes, Sister Ti-Fi, the cloud silk leopard beside her howled in agreement. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a man cautiously exploring stopped. A contract magic seal flashed on the back of his hand, and a huge magical beast appeared beside him. The snow-white magical beast let out a long, urgent cry. Chi Xian reached out and stroked the magical beast's head, asking softly, What did you sense? Xiaohua responded with a low whimper, as if trying to express something. Chi Xian's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Ti-Fi. He then used mental magic to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Golden Spring. There's a golden spring here too? How come I never heard of it? He moved towards the direction he sensed, but stopped abruptly after a short distance. So that's it. It's a barrier. Chi Xian summoned his staff from his artifact seal, preparing to break the barrier, but he vaguely sensed an unusual aura emanating from it. Xiaohua, beside him, also sensed something, slightly lifting its front legs and running forward a few steps. A halo of light shone from its body, and in the next instant, the man and beast vanished into the forest. Immediately afterward, a wisp of gray smoke appeared before the barrier. It lingered for a few seconds, seemingly puzzled, before quietly dissipating. As time passed, the sun gradually set behind the mountains, plunging the entire forest into darkness. Yue slowly withdrew from the time magic, only noticing a small fire rising in the dim forest. A fire that Zhou Yu had lit not far away. You're awake? Have some water. Yue took the water pouch Zhou Yu offered, thanked him, and slowly drank a few sips. While replenishing her fluids, Yue recalled that memory. The memory was heavy and complex. She hadn't expected that their being sent to Earth would be related to Wan Chiga. After resting for a while, Yue began exchanging information with Zhou Yu. The time magic could only allow them to rewatch past events, and the scope was relatively limited. They could only piece together an understanding and make some guesses. Sure enough, Wan Chiga's target back then was the 8 great families. This story dates back to the very beginning of the imperial era, the early days of the 8 great families. Before establishing his empire, Emperor Tian befriended several young mages from various families. With his support, these families gradually developed into the current 8 great families. Yue asked doubtfully, I always heard of the 8 great families, but I remember the Dragon King mentioning only 7. Zhou Yu explained, during the final northern invasion of the imperial era, that family completely betrayed Zeleusis. In other words, they were pawns planted by the northern continent from the very beginning. That family's surname was Ran, and the head of the family at the time was named Ran Su. After the 8 great families were officially established, Emperor Tian built the largest library in the world, and to this day, no other library surpasses the one in the empire. The key to unlock the treasure vault was made into 9 copies by Tian, 1 for the empire, and 1 for each of the 8 great families. Besides the key held by Tian, which could directly open the vault, at least 5 of the other keys were needed to open its doors. Guided by time magic, Yue and Zhou Yu witnessed Wan Qiga and his group of northern continent people acquiring the keys to the Xin and Qi families before attacking the Yu and Zhou families. Around 2500 in the continental calendar, the northern continent began invading the other families. After a century of conflict, the family heads at the time, led by Yu Qifang and Zhou Zijing, sought out the Dragon King, Mo Shengshi, and others. Unable to bear the harassment, the family heads chose to send nearly half of their clans to another world, leaving only a few powerful mages to guard their main family on the western continent, maintaining the reputation of the 8 great families. Mo Shengshi, the most outstanding prophet on the entire continent, used a secret method to acquire the magical power of several people to maintain the spatial rift, enabling him to send so many people to the other world in order to maintain balance on the continent. At that time, Shanchen was in turmoil. Li and Zhou Zijing secretly conspired to use Zhou Zijing as bait to lure out the troublemakers and capture them all. Zhou Zijing and his wife, Zhou Man, perished in that chaos. Zhou Yu's aunt and uncle could only take the infant Zhou Yu and leave Zeleusis with the main force. Zhou Zijing was Zhou Yu's father. Zhou Man was Zhou Yu's mother. He also saw another girl taken away by Li, his twin sister Zhou Yoxin. Upon learning the truth, Zhou Yu didn't know who to hate, because the real culprits had already died in that internal strife. And all he could do now was tell his aunt and uncle the truth when he returned to Earth later. Yue pondered, what exactly is Wan Qiga trying to find in the treasure pavilion? He's already so powerful. Chapter 103. Zhou Yu shook his head. Wan Qiga hadn't appeared often in the River of Time. In the somewhat distorted space, they hadn't even been able to clearly see Wan Qiga's face. He looked at the calm lake, about to say something, when he was interrupted by the beeping sound from his bracelet. It's Xiao He. He's asking why we haven't gone back yet. Wei Jian, who had been half asleep on the cloud silk leopard, suddenly woke up. You two should go back first. Those 2 sisters probably won't be out for a while. There's a barrier not far from the Golden Spring. You have the aura left by Sister Ti Fei on you, so you can freely cross the barrier. If you're worried, you can come back tomorrow, but your friends will be very worried if they can't find you. Zhou Yu looked at Yue, asking for her opinion. Yue looked at the lake with concern, then said to Wei Jian, okay, we come back tomorrow. After saying that, the 2 took one last look at the calm, gentle lake, and finally turned and left. Outside the barrier, Yue, Zhou Yu, and Mo Xuanqi met, and the group quietly returned to the academy. Mo Xuanqi explained that Wu Nianluo was currently not at the academy, so he arranged for them to cultivate independently. Yue and Zhou Yu had the same idea and expressed their intentions to Mo Xuanqi. Mo Xuanqi knew he couldn't enter the barrier himself, so he could only tell the 2 to take good care of themselves and contact him if they needed anything. Inside the secret space of the Golden Spring, Consort T looked at the various memories flashing before her eyes, then looked at Jin's serene face and asked, why are you staring blankly? And Jin subconsciously replied, she's so beautiful. Consort T raised an eyebrow and said, I never seen anyone praise themselves like that. Tai Fai knew who she was referring to, the unrestrained, flamboyant, and stunningly beautiful woman from her memories, the High Priestess of Atlantis. Jin knew. And Jin and that woman looked at least 6/10 alike. And Jin couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was like looking in a mirror. The woman looked a few years older than her, yet she had no recollection of anything that woman had seen or said. Is that all? And Jin asked. Without external aids, time reversal magic can only show what the magician has witnessed. Jin Yu, and I haven't seen it that many times. Ti Fei thought for a moment, the camellia tree should know. And Jin repeated blankly, the camellia tree. Fei nodded. The camellia tree is the world tree of Atlantis. It knows everything. Unfortunately, the camellia tree is in the main city of Atlantis, now in the deepest part of the sea. That barrier, which no one can enter, isolates the camellia tree from all communication with the outside world. I think if you have the chance to return to that place, the camellia tree certainly won't refuse your approach, and then you can see many things about yourself. And Jean sighed softly, and didn't speak again. Fei keenly sensed the changes in the forest. She didn't tell Jean, but instead told her to cultivate peacefully in the golden spring. Fei took Jean out of the space, instructing Wei Jian and Yun Sibao to watch for the two near the golden spring, and then silently approached the edge of the barrier. Even with her extreme caution, Princess T still fell into the intruder's trap as she approached the barrier. A very pale gray enveloped the entire barrier, and chain-like structures bound Princess T. "It's you." A woman's voice suddenly echoed in the space. "Of course it's me. Your Highness Tiffy, one of Atlantis' strongest warriors. How could I just let you go like this? Haven't you been doing this all these years?" Tiffy's voice was icy. "You trapped me deep in the forest with gray energy. To protect the golden spring and provide a safer habitat for nearby magical beasts, she had to use most of her magic to maintain such a massive barrier." She looked at the newcomer and questioned, "What exactly do you want?" The woman's voice was gentle and tender. "I just want Atlantis to rise again. I hope your Highness Tiffy will stay here for now, and not disrupt my plans." Tiffy snorted coldly. "Atlantis has been submerged for 3,000 years. No one has the ability to bring it back to its original state." The woman chuckled. "That's right, no one. What if it were a demigod?" Wonkage, who was only one step away from breaking through, dragged Atlantis into the sea. "As long as the continent reappears. A demigod, can't he just make Atlantis rise again?" Tiffy sneered. "Do you think becoming a demigod is something that can be achieved easily? Even if someone has reached that level, a demigod is only one step away from the final breakthrough, so why would he listen to you?" The woman said softly, "As far as I know, that Li from Shanshan probably wants to see Atlantis regain its former glory even more than I do. Her body is at its limit. What do you think she can do? She can't, but there are so many powerful people around her. It's her wish, and she will naturally exhaust everything to achieve it. I only need to wait quietly, add fuel to the fire, and then I can reap the benefits." She even laughed at the end. The princess consort said coldly, "Do you really think the Wanchi Song Festival will allow you to restore Atlantis so easily? He went to so much trouble to obtain this barrier, and you're going to come and ruin it?" The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh dear, I forgot that your highness has been here too long. You're out of touch. After all these years, he's finally found someone skilled in spatial arts, and he's not so reliant on Atlantis' barrier anymore. Now, I think he still really wants Atlantis to rise. After all, he's searched every library in the world but couldn't find a way to save him." Typhi said bitterly, "It's because of your northern continent that it's become like this." The woman smiled bitterly. "Yes, because of us." "Who created us? Wasn't it humans?" She then laughed. "Let me think. Where was I? Oh right, he also wants Atlantis to rise. Unfortunately, he no longer has the ability. Do you know why Wonkage was already a demigod back then, but 3,000 years later, he still hasn't broken through? Speaking of which, it's still humans. Humans are truly ingenious and capable. Back then, there was a magician who, for some reason, tried to refine ash, and surprisingly, he actually succeeded. I've seen two people like that who are so reckless. Oh dear, that refined ash is far more deadly than ordinary ash." His younger brother, whose talent was no less than his, was young and impetuous, and fought that person to the death. He sacrificed a wisp of his soul to activate a forbidden technique, just to save his brother, who wasn't related to him by blood. From then on, he never had another chance to break through. He was rejected by the magic of this world. What a chivalrous and courageous hero. How could such a person treat you so badly? He actually abandoned you in this godforsaken place? You were the contracted magical beast personally chosen for him by his most admired high priest. Chapter 104. Typhi's face was icy. "My affairs are none of your business." The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course. I just came to see your highness Typhi. Seeing that your highness is still here, I'm relieved." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly moved closer to Typhi, laughing wildly. "You, and all of you, just quietly watch the resurgence of Atlantis. It won't harm anyone. You just watch me welcome the new life." After she finished speaking, she vanished in a wisp of black smoke. Typhi could barely swallow her anger. Staring at the vast forest in the distance, she turned and left resentfully. Slowly returning to the golden spring, Tai-Fi finally had time to sense the situation within. After only a few moments of focused concentration, her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly stepped into the golden spring. Meanwhile, Zhu Yingtong, who had just been thrown into the golden spring by Tai-Fi not long before, found himself in an unfamiliar place. The architectural style was quite different from today's, and many sections of the streets were still under construction, suggesting a city still developing. Zhu Yingtong vaguely felt a burning sensation in her arms, knowing that Yi Buju had followed her, but she couldn't contact him. She wandered aimlessly through this unfamiliar city, looking at the surrounding signs, trying to find some clues, but found she had no recollection of anything. Zhu Yingtong vaguely sensed Di Fuyan's soft call in her mind's eye, and she prepared to focus her mind to communicate with him. A short while later, the extremely faint figure of Di Fuyan appeared before Zhu Yingtong. She wandered around, looking at the city's buildings, and finally said hesitantly, "This seems to be the border of the imperial capital." Zhu Yingtong said, "Could it be that Senior Consort Ti's time magic sent us back to the past?" Di Fuyan frowned, "But I heard that time magic can only make people see things that happened in the past. How could it be so realistic? So realistic that she couldn't believe it. She seemed to see the city from 3,000 years ago reappear before her eyes." Zhu Yingtong also felt a little strange. "Since we're already here, let's look around here first. Maybe sister can remember something." Di Fuyan nodded, her mind inexplicably becoming hazy. Before she could say anything, she vanished from Zhu Yingtong's sight. Zhu Yingtong panicked for a moment, hurriedly calling out to her sister in her mind, but received no response. Suddenly, she felt a sharp aura approach. In her panic, she searched for the source, only to see a figure flash past her. A warm hand covered half of her face, silencing her scream. The two then moved to a nearby stall. Not far away, a female voice called out, "Lingwei, what are you looking at?" After a moment, Zhou Lingwei replied, "I saw a girl who looks a bit like Ian." "Where? I don't see her." The lively female voice asked again. Zhou Lingwei stared straight ahead, then shook her head. After a pause, she asked, "Where's Ian? Where did she run off to?" "Lingwei. Qiuyan. I'm here." A clear female voice came from not far away. The two looked again, and only saw half a red figure. Yu Qiuyan laughed and scolded that Di Fuyan, she invited us out, and then ran off so fast. Only after the two women had passed this distance did Zhu Yingtong come to her senses, and look at the person behind her. It was Qi Xian. Zhu Yingtong asked in surprise, "Qi Xian? What are you doing here?" This was the first time she had met Qi Xian in over 3 years, since she left the Zhengrong Empire. How could they suddenly meet in the river of time created by Ti-Fei's time magic? Qi Xian explained, "I told you before that I often travel the continent. This time, I happened to be near the Qingwei Empire, and received a request from Mr. Sun to cover his classes. I was about to leave Huilun Academy when Xiaohua sensed an unusual aura in the forest, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect to be pulled into such a place." Zhu Yingtong recalled her conversation with Ti-Fei outside the Golden Spring, Xiaohua. "I met someone here." Before she could finish speaking, the space around them slightly distorted again. When they came to their senses, a person appeared out of thin air before them. It was Ti-Fei. "Senior Ti-Fei?" Ti-Fei only had time to nod slightly to Zhu Yingtong before urgently asking Qi Xian, "Is he still with you?" Qi Xian was also stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. He nodded his head, his expression warm. "He's always been here." Ti-Fei sobbed, "I want to see him." Then she rushed towards Qi Xian. Before Zhu Yingtong could speak, Ti-Fei disappeared the instant she entered Qi Xian's arms. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened. What was going on? Qi Xian suddenly felt weak and could barely stand. Zhu Yingtong instantly teleported to his side and hugged him. What happened?" Qi Xian leaned against Zhu Yingtong's chest, his voice weak. "She's my brother's contracted magical beast, and her lover is my contracted magical beast. For some reason, they were separated for many years, and they're reunited in my mind right now." Qi Xian paused for a moment, his breathing returning to normal. "Do you know where this is?" he asked, clearly not referring to the name of the city they could see. Zhu Yingtong shook his head. "I'm not quite sure either. When Senior Ti-Fei brought me in, she said her time magic could let me see some things from the past, but she didn't tell me it would be like this. I also sense Buju's presence, but I haven't been able to find him." Qi Xian pondered for a moment. "It's probably a collision between Ti-Fei's time magic, my mental magic, and Yi Buju's spatial magic that created this space. This must be a point in time that truly existed in the river of time." He reached out and touched the tables and chairs of the stall, Everything felt so real. Hey, gentlemen, what would you like to order? A waiter dressed in simple clothes approached and asked them. Chi Xian pulled Zhu Tong down to sit. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Why don't we sit down and eat something first? Zhu Tong nodded, pointed to the menu, and asked Chi Xian, how about it? Seeing Chi Xian nod, Zhu Tong said to the waiter, 2 bowls of clear broth noodles, please. Alright, please wait a moment. After ordering, Zhu Tong suddenly remembered something, and asked in a low voice with an embarrassed expression, do we have any money? What's the currency here? Chi Xian smiled. Since the empire unified, a unified currency has been implemented. Judging from the decorations of the buildings around here, it should be in the style of the imperial era. We wouldn't dare to dine and dash. As they talked, the waiter brought over 2 steaming bowls of noodles, and the 2 stopped talking and began to eat. When it came time to pay the bill, seeing that they had enough currency, Zhu Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Chi Xian sensed something and whispered, don't move. He immediately took out a veil, and placed it on Zhu Tong's head, while he himself put on a mask. The next moment, a woman's voice rang out behind them, may I see your face? Yu Qiuyan, who had caught up, said to the 2, I'm sorry, my friend here is a bit slow-witted, please don't take it to heart. She then pulled Zhou Lingwei's hand, preparing to leave. Chi Xian said, I apologize, my wife is ill, and her face is disfigured, which might frighten others, so she's wearing a veil. Upon hearing Chi Xian's use of my wife, Zhu Tong blushed furiously, her ears ringing, unable to hear anything else. Zhou Lingwei, is that why you're wearing a mask? It's from an injury I sustained recently. The doctor said it will heal in a few days with proper medication. Zhou Lingwei, where did you 2 come from? Before Chi Xian could answer, Yu Qiuyan suddenly said, you didn't come from Shanquan Prefecture nearby, did you? We just heard that place was affected by the gray mist, and we're on our way there. Chi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, yes, I brought my wife here to seek medical help. Zhou Lingwei, the Xiao family's clinic is nearby. Brother Xian is on duty today, he could help take a look. Yu Qiuyan enthusiastically chimed in, yes, yes. Brother Xiao Xian is a renowned physician in our empire. Seeing that Madam's health is normal, and hasn't suffered any harm, the damage from the gray mist shouldn't have been too long. He should be able to help. Thank you very much then. Chi Xian turned and took Zhu Tong's slightly stiff hand, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Zhu Tong and Chi Xian followed Zhou Lingwei and Yu Qiuyan for a short while before arriving at the clinic. The steps, Chi Xian said gently, holding Zhu Tong's hand. Seeing this, Yu Qiuyan excitedly pulled Zhou Lingwei beside her and whispered, when will I meet my true love? Zhou Lingwei didn't reply, entering the clinic and going straight to the innermost room. Brother Xian. Xiao Xian, who had just finished writing a prescription for the last patient, looked up and smiled slightly at the newcomers. You arrived. And who are these 2? Zhou Lingwei approached Xiao Xian and whispered, this couple came from Shanquan Prefecture. The girl seems to have been tainted by some kind of evil spirit. Could you take a look at her? Chi Xian led Zhu Tong to a chair. Upon hearing the gray energy, Xiao Xian's expression hardened. He grasped Zhu Tong's outstretched hand, and a gentle, wind-like energy flowed out. Xiao Xian's expression was grave. It is indeed gray energy, but very little. Don't worry too much. He then channeled a gentle stream of demonic energy into Zhu Tong's body. Zhu Tong immediately felt refreshed and at ease, as if the last trace of fatigue had vanished. After healing, she couldn't help but wonder why she had so much gray energy within her that she hadn't noticed. And hadn't Consort T already cleared away the gray energy when they first met? She frowned slightly. This gray energy was truly cunning and unpredictable. Xiao Xian nodded, your wife is fine, perhaps a little tired. She can rest more when she gets back. Chi Xian's expression relaxed, thank you, senior. Zhou Lingwei suddenly spoke up, can we see her face now? Yu Qiuyan slapped her forehead, what are you doing? You haven't fallen for someone else's wife, have you? Chapter 105. Zhu Tong was somewhat worried. Judging from the conversation between the 2 women and their surnames, Zhou Yu and Xiao, 3 of the 8 great families, it was such a coincidence that they had met. These people were probably all friends of Di Fuyan. She feared that once her face was revealed, even if she had many mouths, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. After all, no outsider knew that Di Fuyan, who had been famous for many years, had a younger sister who couldn't grow up normally and was forever only the size of a toddler. While Zhu Tong was still pondering, her veil was lifted slightly. She saw Chi Xian wearing a mask, and although she felt a little relieved, she still showed anxiety. Chi Xian slightly opened his mouth, silently uttering the words "Don't be afraid." His fingertips lightly touched her face, and an imperceptible magic gently adhered to her face, silently changing her appearance. He was using mental magic to deceive her eyes. Chi Xian gently removed her veil, and thanked Xiaoxian, saying, "Thank you for your miraculous healing, doctor." Her face, altered by Chi Xian's magic, bore only a slight resemblance to Di Fuyan. Zhou Lingwei stared at Zhu Yingtong silently for a long time. Yu Qiuyan, standing beside her, poked her waist and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Have you really taken a liking to someone's wife?" Zhou Lingwei, "No. Since you haven't, then stop looking at her. Let's go. Ian is almost at Shangquan Mansion by now. I wonder why she's running so fast." Finally, she muttered, "Is she still arguing with her husband?" Her last sentence was barely audible, almost a whisper. Zhu Yingtong didn't hear her, and naturally didn't notice the slightly stiff expression and body of the person beside her. Chi Xian took the medicinal herb Xiaoxian handed him, and left the clinic with Zhu Yingtong. Walking down the street, a strange atmosphere seemed to surround them. Neither spoke first. As they walked, someone suddenly appeared beside them. It was Consort T. Consort T raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Aren't you going to ask your little lover what he's doing here?" Zhu Yingtong pursed her lips and remained silent. Chi Xian's ears burned, and he quickly comforted her. "If she doesn't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Zhu Yingtong looked at him for a long time before softly replying, "Thank you." Ti Fei said irritably, "I can't be bothered with you all." Zhu Yingtong then recovered, and she looked curiously at the various passers-by around her. Strange. No one seems to have any reaction to Senior Ti Fei's appearance. "Ti Fei, my time magic normally only allows people to see what happened in the past, but with the enhancement of spatial and mental magic, this place should indeed have truly existed in time. The River of Time. The people we just met were all once extremely powerful humans, so they could sense our presence in this River of Time. The traces left by others in the River of Time are much weaker. They simply repeat what happened in the past. If we don't actively engage with them, they can't react in any other way, and naturally, they won't notice if there are more people around them." Zhu Yingtong nodded thoughtfully, sighing, "It's a bit like NPCs in a single-player game. You have to actively click on their portraits to talk to them before they react, like the noodle stall owner we just met." Chi Xian. Those people, if I remember correctly, were also renowned powerful figures from the Imperial era. Zhou Lingwei, born in the 425th year of the Imperial era, became the head of the Zhou family in the 900th year of the Imperial era. Yu Qiuyan, born in the 387th year of the Imperial era, became the head of the Yu family in the 890th year of the Imperial era. Xiaoxian, born in the 350th year of the Imperial era, became the head of the Xiao family in the 880th year of the Imperial era. The place they were going to was Shangquan Prefecture. The Shangquan Plague occurred in the 1101st year of the Imperial era. Zhu Yingtong asked. "The current head of the Yu family is Yu Qifeng, so they're all gone?" Ti Fei's expression was cold, her tone icy. "I advise you not to think about changing anything. If possible, it's best to stay far away from them. Just observe them with your eyes, don't try to change them. I'm afraid you implicate me and prevent me from returning to my original world." Zhu Yingtong shook her head. For her, this journey was only to help Di Fuyan recall his past memories. Chi Xian. "As far as I know, they all died in a battle to eradicate the Grey Qi more than 1,300 years ago. At least this time, they are safe. I want to follow them, Chi Xian. Do you have a way to make them undetectable?" Chi Xian nodded, then used mental magic to cover the auras of the group. Led by Chi Xian, Zhu Yingtong and the others quickly arrived at Shangquan Mansion, where they witnessed the family heads displaying their unique abilities against the gray energy. The three from Golden Spring toured the vast and beautiful landscape of the empire, as if on vacation. Although Di Fuyan had only appeared once upon their arrival and hadn't awakened since, Zhu Yingtong could clearly sense that her sister's condition was improving. Under Ti Fei's time magic, they traversed the River of Time several times. When Zhu Yingtong and the others arrived at the second time point, Yi Buju finally reunited with them, and the two-person, three-beast team embarked on their time journey once more. However, to the surprise of those outside the spring, Zhu Yingtong remained inside for nearly 2 months, emerging at the end of April. The day Zhu Yingtong and the others stepped out of the River of Time was a bright and sunny day. Outside the spring, Yu Wei and Njin were waiting. Zhu Yingtong hugged Yu Wei, who rushed towards her, and gently comforted her. Njin exclaimed excitedly, you're finally out. Suddenly, she saw the person who followed Zhu Yingtong out and cried out, he. Chi Xian's expression stiffened slightly when he saw Jin. He discreetly observed Jin's expression, finding nothing unusual except surprise, and thus remained silent. And Jin hesitated for a moment before whispering in Zhu Yingtong's ear, so handsome. Good taste. Zhu Yingtong smiled shyly, then suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Chi Xian, staying over there for so long, didn't it interfere with your work? Chi Xian smiled, I was just here to cover one class for Mr. Sun, but it had already ended by the time I got to the forest. Yue asked curiously, surrogate a class? Chi Xian, the ongoing analysis of the historical development path of the Western continent. And Jin whispered, it's that class that's held once a month, taught by an old man with a white beard that reaches his belly and speaks slowly. I have his class tomorrow. Zhu Yingtong, holding the extremely sleepy Yi Buju in his arms, asked, so what have you been up to lately? Chi Xian, I have some things to take care of at home, I'm afraid I have to go back for a while. Ti Fei, standing beside her with her hands in her pockets, said, you're so clueless. She wants to ask you out. Hearing Ti Fei's teasing, both of their faces turned as red as peaches. And Jin hooked her arm around Ti Fei's and said with a smile, Sister Ti Fei, that's not right of you. These two aren't like me, they clearly don't have much experience. Your words are too direct, it's not good for the development of their relationship. Zhu Yingtong, afraid that Jin's mouth might say something else that would frighten her heart, quickly pushed Yue and Jin to return to the academy. Alright, let's go back quickly. See you next time. The last sentence was addressed to Chi Xian. Chi Xian also waved goodbye to her. Watching the three figures depart, Ti Fei's smile faded. What's wrong with your family? Chi Xian frowned slightly. My brother said that Liar's power is about to become uncontrollable. Luo Lai. That daughter of thunder and fire? He's really amazing. He actually managed to raise her to this age. Ti Fei sighed. The girl born under the thunder and fire had an extremely weak aura, and was diagnosed by Xiao Rua, the most skilled healer in the northern continent, as not living past 20. Yet now, she was lively and energetic. Chi Xian nodded. Ti Fei sighed deeply. That person was truly strange. His bloodline was chaotic, his talent extraordinary. Perhaps being alone was his best destiny, yet along the way, he had gained so many like-minded companions. He gained and lost along the way. Essentially, she was more similar to that person. He had more than half demonic beast blood, but she could never understand what was going on in his mind. Ti Fei, look how beautiful this continent is. Why would anyone want to destroy it? Why? Ti Fei, I've been away from home for so long, and returning to find it in this state, how can I bear it? How can I bear it? The once prosperous continent is now ravaged, its people suffering. Ti Fei, I want to save it. I must save it. I came from here, I cannot watch it perish. But it's too late. Ti Fei, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know, that's your homeland, and it's also my teacher's homeland. If possible, let me be the sinner alone. Wan Shiga. What are you doing? She pulled herself out of her reverie and asked again, you haven't found that thing yet? Brother said, we have to wait. Wait for her to come out and hunt again. On the way back, Yue said, by the way, Tong Tong is still in the Golden Spring, and doesn't know what's happening outside, right? We participated in the demon hunting operation, and when we got back, we found that many students and teachers were injured to varying degrees. Teacher Feng and the healing department teachers and students were almost overwhelmed. And then guess what? Someone came from the Zhengrong Empire. She clearly didn't have much magic power, yet she took over 1/10 of the Academy's burden. What about the amount of aid? The Zhengrong Empire? Insu? Zhu Yingtong explained in surprise. She came alone? So far away. Yue nodded. She also brought a guard named Qingwan. And Jean looked blissful. She also brought so much fine wine, I love her to death. Yue laughed, you drunkard. And Jean made a face. No, she can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How can she be a drunkard? Then she turned to Zhu Yingtong and said, she said you mentioned her brewed wine in your reply to her, Tong Tong, I love you too. Zhu Yingtong smiled and pinched Jin's cheek. I just mentioned it casually, I didn't expect her to come here. Is she still in Huiluan? Chapter 106. Yue. She arrived in Huiluan only 2 days after you entered Golden Spring. She said she traveled and rescued people along the way. Huiluan Academy is one of the largest gathering places for mages on the continent, and it has seen the most mages participating in the demon hunting operation recently, so she stayed for quite a while. She was very busy when she first arrived. She practically lived outside the academy. Now that there are fewer people on missions and fewer injured people, she has more free time. She's staying at the hotel we stayed at before. And Jean, that lady is quite amazing. Her magic power is lower than all the injured mages, yet she can heal them. She's also a doctor. I heard from the nearby residents that she can cure anything, bruises and swelling, clearing the lungs and resulting phlegm, reducing inflammation and fever, weakness. She cures everything. Her tone became particularly interesting at the end. Zhu Etong was slightly surprised. So amazing. I never heard of such a thing before. And Jean sighed again, a crown princess of a nation coming to make a house call, not for fame or fortune, that's truly. Yue pondered, speaking of which, I've been studying with my teacher for so long, but I haven't really put it into practice yet. And Jean joked, our personal team doctor, would you like to visit Miss Su? Yue smiled, good things are meant to be learned. The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards Class 0. Zhu Etong, with her sharp eyes, spotted Su and Qingwen walking slowly towards the academy not far away. She greeted them warmly, Etong, long time no see. Yue asked, Miss Su hasn't been to the academy for a while. Are you here to see Teacher Feng today? Su nodded. The monsters we encountered in the recent demon hunting operation were almost all caused by the gray energy. The damage to nearby residents' homes caused by the monsters that weren't initially cleared has been largely repaired, and everyone is doing well. So I wanted to come and learn some knowledge from Senior Feng. The Teacher Feng they were referring to was Feng Yunling, a light elemental divine descent master from Huiluan Academy. Yue's eyes lit up. I want to go too. I go with you. Su smiled faintly. Okay. She looked at Zhu Etong and Jean and asked, what are your plans? I remember Jean is also a light elemental healer. Does he want to come along? Zhu Etong, my senior brother told me to go see him after I get back, so I won't go with you for now. And Jean shook her head. I'm not a healer. The few healing spells I know are enough for me. Su nodded, a subtle expression on her face, and quickly smiled at Yue saying, then let's go. Alright. The four split into two groups and walked in different directions. Zhu Etong asked, Xiao Jin, apart from staying in the Golden Spring, you still can't cultivate on your own. Why don't you go and take a look? Don't say you don't like learning those things, aren't you the one who loves new things the most? And Jean pursed her lips, her big eyes darting around, but ultimately didn't mention the strange thing in her heart. Ahem. Sure Huang invited me out to play, and now I finally have some free time, so I can't refuse anymore. Zhu Etong's eyes widened suddenly. You guys are progressing so fast? Is progress fast? It's alright, the entertainment here is definitely much more interesting. What about you? And Jean raised an eyebrow. I heard from Yue and Zhou Yu that they were only in there for half a day. Even if we consider the time jump, they've seen several days worth of events. You guys have been in there for almost 2 months, that's quite a long time, right? Has there been any progress in your relationship? She winked playfully as she spoke. Perhaps because the person they were talking about wasn't beside her, Zhu Etong's words carried more weight than before. There's been some progress. Due to the influence of spatial and temporal magic, the places we went to actually existed. Although I consider myself quite strong, among those powerful beings at the time, I had almost no ability to protect myself. Several times I accidentally got too close and was caught in the battlefield, but fortunately, I didn't change history. And Jean smiled and said, oh, it's true friendship in times of trouble. Zhu Etong smiled too. The journey was arduous, fraught with danger, and he certainly protected me a lot. So when are you planning to confess to that handsome guy? Or are you going to let things develop a little further? And Jean exclaimed, you're not waiting for him to confess to you, are you? The Etong I know is someone who takes the initiative. Mentioning this, Zhu Etong hesitated, remaining silent for a long while. You're not still thinking about that other world, are you? We confirmed we're from this world, so it's normal for us to be with people from here. Zhu Etong shook her head. It's not about that. What she was thinking about was Han Han. Under T-phase time magic, they had spent almost a year in the River of Time, yet during the year, in the memories of Di Fuyan that she was searching for, she had never seen Han Han even once. That person who left almost no trace in history. That person shrouded in mystery. After this journey, Di Fuyan did indeed regain many memories, but most were from over 1,000 years into the Imperial era, during her travels across the continent with her companions. At that time, the Empire was peaceful and prosperous, and major decisions were almost entirely handled by Wei Xiaomin and the man named Xian. She privately instructed Yu Buju to pay attention to the cold aura he remembered, but to no avail. Sometimes she wondered if she was being paranoid. To her, she had only heard the word cold when they first met, and remembered it for so long. When they met again, Chi Xian had clearly stated that cold was just a name, yet Yu Buju's words seemed to have planted a seed of doubt in her heart. She couldn't find a single trace of that person's existence. Could it be that she was just making things up? She sighed deeply, speechless for a moment. And Jean asked, "What is that?" Zhu Yingtong shook her head. "I'm overthinking it." She then thought of the man who had accompanied her all this way and smiled, saying, "It happened naturally. I feel like it's just missing one last push." And Jean nodded. "It's a matter of feelings. You should make your own decisions. I won't say anything more." She sighed. "Our Tong Tong, after all these years, it's finally time for a miracle." Zhu Yingtong laughed. "You're asking for it." The two laughed and ran towards class 0. The next day in class, and Jean looked at the white-bearded old man at the front of the class and listlessly slumped on her desk. Why does Chi Xian only substitute for one class? Why not our class? And Jean couldn't help but starry-eyed. "I admit, Tong Tong is right. He's really so handsome." "Ah, Jean?" Shi Huang nervously grasped in Jin's hand. And Jean poked Yue Wei's cheek. "If you don't believe me, ask Yue Wei." Yue Wei, in the front row, tilted her head slightly. "He really is handsome. His features and temperament are absolutely perfect." The Dragon King, who finally had a moment to listen, murmured, "So handsome, so fair-skinned." And Jean cupped her face, smiling dreamily. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but tease. "Didn't you say before that Xiao Yu was the most beautiful person you ever seen?" And Jean reached out and lightly touched Zhu Yingtong's lips. No, our Xiao Yu is the most beautiful man, and Chi Xian is the most handsome man I ever seen. Xiao Yu is so beautiful, Xiao Yu's eyes, Xiao Yu's nose, Xiao Yu's lips, our Xiao Yu. MMM. The rest of her words were covered by Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu's ears turned red. Say less. The group resumed their usual noisy routine, while Zhu Yingtong and the others gained a great deal from the Golden Spring, their magic power significantly increasing. After class, on their way back to the dormitory, the students from class 0 chatted. The first-year rankings have changed quite a bit in the months Yingtong was away from the academy, Yujio said. I was wondering why Qian, you was stuck at level 50, and wouldn't advance to the second year. Ultimately, it's because of the first-year rankings. With the same magic power, the academy prioritizes first-year and class 0 students. She's lucky. There are very few first-year students at level 49 this year, but nobody expected you guys to rise so quickly. She was referring to Yue Wei and her two companions. After 2 months of training at the Golden Spring, their magic power had steadily reached level 49. If Qian Yu were to advance to the second year, the academy would prioritize considering Yue Wei and the others. However, Qian Yu is currently still a first-year student, and everything is determined by rankings. It's just that she chose a very opportune time, challenging Yue Wei before she even advanced. Now Qian Yu is second in the first year. Yu Jiu shared the latest news with the others. The team leadership this year will probably be the same as before. The academy usually only sends 2 teachers, and then trains a few students. The teachers are the homeroom teachers of Class 1, Year 1 and 2, Ms. Su Xia and Ms. Meng Qian. But the main purpose is still to train the students. If nothing unexpected happens, this year, it will be Ming Ling, Hua Kui, Qian Yang, Wan Chen, and Sister Xi and Yin from the second year leading the team. Through Yujio's relay, Zhu Yingtong also learned about the numerous challenges within the first year that had occurred in the past 2 months, based on the latest rankings. Because she wasn't in the academy, no one could challenge her, and no one dared to challenge her across so many levels, so she remained first in the first year. Second place went to Qian Yu, a level 51 mage who had broken through again. Third place remained with Zhou Yu. Fourth place went to Xiao Xuanyan, who successfully challenged Lan Ling and advanced again. Fifth place went to Yue Wei, who successfully challenged Mercury Can. The sixth place went through Wu Ting and Shui Xingsan, before finally being claimed by Anjin. The seventh place and subsequent rankings were held by several freshmen before the newbie protection period expired, then by former first-year students. It wasn't until the 13th place that Shi Huang's name appeared, and only in the 30s did Wu Ting's name appear. Aside from Wu Ting and Shi Huang, who were recommended by Wu Nianluo, and by Xuanji, Mo Xuanqi, and Yu Jiu, who had no one to challenge, the final spots would only be awarded to the top 5 first-year students. This meant that Anjin had to successfully challenge at least one of them to qualify for the competition. Chapter 107. But there was another small surprise. Zhu Yingtong. Zhou Yu is summoned by the demonic sacrifice tower for the demon-slaying operation, which conflicts with the competition. Besides, he's the disciple of the demonic sacrifice tower's red-robed priestess, and I Qingjiu. Not participating is also to avoid suspicion. And Jean happily said, I got a free competition spot. I hope no one challenges me for the next 2 months, so I can have some peace and quiet. Challenges weren't in sight, but peace and quiet were probably out of the question as well. On the second day, the 7 freshmen of Class 0 were unusually summoned to Class 0's playground. Their homeroom teacher, Wu Nianlu, who had been absent from the academy for several days, finally appeared. Wu Nianlu smiled, but her words made everyone's smile turn sour. I invited our dean to a big meal the day after tomorrow, so don't embarrass me. Yu Jiu leaned against Wan Qin's arm and muttered, so that's why they made us build a kitchen last year. It was all for this. And Jean asked softly, our Class 0 has a kitchen? I never seen one. We have to run to the cafeteria every day. Yu Jiu replied softly, yes, it's at the southernmost part of Class 0's teaching area, but since it was built, no one has touched it until today. I bet it's covered in dust, and will take ages to clean. While the two were chatting, Wu Nianlu began assigning tasks. This lesson trains the control of magic, so my requirement is that you cannot use any cooking utensils during the entire cooking process. Everything must be done with magic. First, Yuer, give them the menu, and each person can choose one dish. Yuer made a few movements on her bracelet, and everyone received the message. There are 7 lines in total on the menu. Zhu Yingtong murmured, chestnut chicken soup, steamed pigeon. Dumplings? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she turned to Jean, saying, Ah Jean, I want dumplings. Yue clearly saw it too, me too. Even Zhou Yu, standing nearby, turned to look at Jean, saying nothing, but her eyes revealed longing. And Jean turned her head, saw the 3's drooling eyes, and smiled, saying, okay, I make them. Saying this, she wrote her name on the back of the dumpling label. Zhu Yitong looked further back, and saw the 3 large characters Wu Nianlu in the last row. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but sigh. If she didn't choose teacher Nianlu, she'd probably be punished badly. After sighing, she could only write her name as well. The others clearly saw Wu Nianlu's little trick, and very low laughter rose and fell. Finally, everyone chose their dishes one after another. Wu Nianlu then said, each dish was selected by everyone in Class 0 except you. From now on, pair up and go by your respective ingredients. The expenses will be reimbursed by Yuer. Your partner senior will taste your dishes first and supervise the entire process. If the taste doesn't meet their requirements, you have to redo it. The latest you can prepare this table of dishes is the day after tomorrow. Yu Jiu looked at the 7 pairs of people and couldn't help but shake her head. Oh dear, our teacher Nianlu is really playing matchmaker. Turning to Xiao Xuanyan beside her, she said, Xuanyan, let's ignore them. Let's go to the market to buy wine. Wanchen, come quick. Pushed out by Yu Jiu, Xiao Xuanyan asked, somewhat confused, aren't we supposed to be eating sweet rice wine and glutinous rice balls? We could just buy sweet rice wine. I remember the cafeteria has it. Yu Jiu chuckled, oh dear, it's a rare opportunity for reimbursement. Let's go first. Xiao Xuanyan wanted to say something, but Yu Jiu quickly pushed her out of Wu Nianlu's sight. Zhu Yingtong watched as the 4 girls, Yuer and Zhou Yu in one group, and Mo Xuanqi and Wu Ting in another, walked out entwined, thinking, this is going to be quite a noisy affair. And Jean suddenly said, huh? Why don't I have a pair? Yingtong and teacher Nianlu are in one group, Yu Wei and sister Xian, Shi Huang and brother Wanchen. Is there no one else in Class 0? Who wants dumplings? It's me. A clear female voice rang out, and everyone turned to look, all with surprised expressions. Senior Lan Xing? Faster than the wind was Wu Nianlu, who rushed over. The others had barely caught a glimpse of her face, when Wu Nianlu appeared before her in an instant. Louis, you're here. Lan Louis nodded, smiling slightly. I arrived just in time. Wu Nianlu pulled Lan Louis aside for a sweet nothings, leaving Zhu Yingtong and the others nearly petrified. Yu Wei, oh my god, Senior Lan Xing is actually the dean of Huilun Academy? And Jean, oh my god, Senior Lan Xing wants to eat dumplings? Zhu Yingtong, oh my god, Senior Lan Xing is actually teacher's lover? Yu Wei and Jean, question mark. Yu Xining teased, yes, Dean Lan and teacher Wu have known each other for a long time. I heard they were together many years ago, before they even came to Huilun Academy. Our Huilun Academy has become even stronger since teacher Wu arrived. After all, teacher Wu is the most powerful divine descent master in the world. Yu Wei and Jean, Wow. Yu Xin smiled and said, let's go, we should go shopping too. I wonder if you can finish in 2 days. Suddenly, her bracelet beeped twice. She looked at it, and said to Yue, the flowers I ordered have arrived. Shall we go over there first? Yue nodded. And Jean suddenly thought of something. Looking at the two chatting harmoniously beside her, she felt speechless for the first time. Finally, she braced herself and went to their side. Excuse me, Dean Lon, what kind of dumplings would you like? Meat or vegetarian? Lon Louis looked at Jean for a few seconds, then said, I go with you. And Jean looked up sharply, and saw Wu Nianluo's not-so-good expression. Before she could say anything, she saw Lon Louis lightly kiss Wu Nianluo's lips. I'm going to take a walk outside. I leave the academy to you. And Jin's eyes widened. She could clearly see the flames of anger on Wu Nianluo's head instantly extinguished. Not far away, Zhu Yitong thought, wow, this is dog food. Wu Nianluo pursed her lips, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, and whispered in Lon Louis's ear, then you have to make it up to me when you come back. And Jean thought, wow, this is dog food up close. Lon Louis's calm face revealed slightly reddened ears. How old are you? She said, then turned and led Jean towards Zhu Yitong. None of the three spoke, and the atmosphere became strangely awkward. Lon Louis spoke first. I know you have many questions. Ask away, I try my best to answer. Zhu Yitong and Jean looked at each other, and finally Jean spoke first, choosing a relatively gentle approach. Lon Xing and Lon Louis, are those both seniors' names? Lon Louis nodded. We members of the Lancer family all have 2 names. The former is our formal name, and the latter is the nickname our family members use. Generally speaking, only very close relatives use our nicknames. Both of them nodded thoughtfully. Zhu Yitong pondered for a moment before asking, then, senior's eyes, back in the end of rain. What they had seen back then were Lon Xing's eyes, which had never been opened. Now, although her eyes appeared normal, the two pupils were different colors, and it didn't seem to be simply heterochromia. The gray eye looked more like. Lon Xing subconsciously touched the corner of her eye. It's a very long story. My eyes were actually given to me by my brother, so only this one can see. She pointed to the gray eye. This is actually just an illusion, to avoid frightening others. Even hearing her say this, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. She chuckled, is there anything else you'd like to know? Zhu Yitong asked, Senior Lon Xing, when we met the Dragon King before, he mentioned something, guarding the northern part of the continent. What did that mean? Lon Xing sighed, you both heard of Atlantis, haven't you? The two nodded. It won't be long before he rises again. 10,000 years ago, he, in accordance with the changes in the world, first came from the sea to the sky. That time, he saw the light again. Even if it wasn't his intention, the damage the sea inflicted on the coastal cities was unbearable. Capable mages should help this continent. Not just the Dragon King, but in 8 directions across the continent, I entrusted 8 forces to build barriers, hoping to protect that land and its people when that day arrives. And Jean asked curiously how long is soon? According to the prophecy, no more than 5 years. Zhu Yitong asked, what can we do? Perhaps with your current abilities you can't accomplish anything grand, but assisting the Magic Association in resolving the problems caused by the gray aura, and helping humans and magical beasts live in greater harmony, is also a good thing for this continent. Lon Xing patted her shoulder with satisfaction, passing on the torch. That's how humanity has always lived. Zhu Yitong murmured, everyone seems to cherish this land. And Jean said somewhat discontentedly, except for that Hao Rusher, who caused so much pollution. We were born here, we grew up here. This world provides us with energy, making us stronger. Protecting this land is our choice since ancient times. We and this land are interdependent. Lon Xing sighed softly. Hao Rushi was a very radical person. It must be admitted that when he held power in the empire, it was the period of the continent's most rapid technological development. However, most people in later generations believed that there were superior solutions throughout history. The two fell silent, no longer discussing the topic. Then Jean asked, I'd like to know, where did Senior Lon Xing learn about dumplings? We've been here for so long, and I don't think I ever seen dumplings before. Chapter 108. It was Nianlu who told me. She said that when she was little, her teacher would make dumplings for her and her brother. Later, she was injured and lost all 5 senses, unable to taste anything, and over time she stopped trying to make them. Then, after I met her, she mentioned the delicious food she ate as a child, and I was intrigued, so I thought I'd try it. But now, as her strength has recovered and increased, her wounds have gradually healed, so she assigned Yitong to make those. And Jean asked in surprise, Teacher Nianlu is so powerful, who could have injured her? Zhu Yitong was also somewhat surprised, lost all 5 senses. Lan Xing nodded sadly. It was gray energy. It was gray energy that transformed into a humanoid creature. No one, knowing the man's name, Nianlu had only fought him once, and was severely injured. That was the most humiliating defeat she had ever suffered since she rose to fame. Zhu Yitong exclaimed, then Senior Lan Xing's eyes. Lan Xing shook her head, not the same person. But it was also caused by the gray energy. The person who took my eyes, like everyone else, no one knows her name. She made several moves over 600 years of the continental calendar, then disappeared without a trace. We call her Miss Een. Her purpose seems to be related to Atlantis, but no one knows her ultimate goal. The gray energy they are born with is extremely harmful to the human body. Even someone with Nianlu's strength spent a full 10 years eliminating the gray energy from her body. As the 3 talked, they reached the market outside Huilun Academy. Lan Xing changed the subject. I don't know much about dumpling filling. Do you have any recommendations? Zhu Yitong excitedly exclaimed, pork and cabbage, mushrooms and shepherd's purse, corn and 3 delicacies. And Jean smiled and said, Senior Lan Xing, these are all classic flavors recommended by Yingtong. I make them for you. Lan Xing nodded, okay. Before Zhu Yitong could even finish her excitement, her bracelet started beeping incessantly. Wu Nianluo's menus kept arriving, one after another. She was practically in tears, but had no choice but to follow in Jean to buy the ingredients. The 2 quickly finished shopping and returned to the academy shortly after. Upon entering Class Zero's territory, an indescribable chaos unfolded before their eyes. According to Wu Nianluo's instructions, Zhu Yitong and the others needed to use magical energy to control various ingredients to prepare the dishes, which would then be tasted by Yue and the others. However, among the 7 freshmen, apart from Jean, the cooking skills of the others were unknown, especially since they were relying entirely on magic without any cooking utensils. The scene before them was nothing short of a farce. Wu Ting! I ordered chestnut chicken soup. It's chicken soup. It's soup. What is this lump you made? This was Zhu Yitong's rarely seen roar from her senior brother, Mo. I personally cooked for you, and you're still not happy? Countless people in my house are vying to eat my cooking. This was Wu Ting, who seemed to have a premonition and had bought 10 chickens in advance. Cooking? You call this what you made food? This was Mo Xuanqi, continuing his roar. How is this not food? This was Wu Ting, defiant despite her lack of justification. Ahem. Show you, this Yunge. This was Naiwer, finding it difficult to speak. This is Zhou, looking embarrassed at the bowl of black, unidentified substance he had served. Sorry, I make another one. Shi Huang, is this really safe from causing any problems? This is Wan Chen, showing fear for the first time. This is Shi Huang, weakly speaking as she looks at the tragically dead fish. I'm sorry, Brother Wan Chen, I definitely improve next time. Xiao Yui's cooking is really delicious. This is a rare, different voice. Yue smiles and says, then I make a few more for Sister Xian, Rose, Jasmine, Osmanthus. Okay. Xuanyan, add a little more wine. It has no taste at all. This is Yujiu, who loves wine like her own life. But Sister Yujiu, there's no wine left. You drank all the wine we just bought. This is Xiao Xuanyan, looking somewhat bewildered at the several large empty wine barrels. It's okay, we go buy more, come on. And Jean looked at the flour, water, and various fillings on the table in front of her, marveling at how this was the first time she had used magic to create such exquisite food. She hoped her culinary career wouldn't end in disaster. Without cooking utensils, there was no fire, they could only use magic to give the food energy. However, controlling magic required concentration and precise manipulation, but oversights regarding the ingredients were inevitable, resulting in a variety of mistakes. For example, Jean had dumpling wrappers of different sizes, a whole cabbage stalk, and a bite of fatty pork. This is good, this is also good, this is a bit bland, this is too salty. This was Wu Nianluo, whose mouth never stopped moving. This was Zhu Yitong, too exhausted to speak. Half an hour later, Mo Xuanqi looked at the pot of still indescribable stuff Wu Ting had brought to him, then a teacher Wu Nianluo, Dean Lan Xing, Yu Xining, and Yu Jiu, who were already enjoying their meal, and couldn't help but sigh at the different fates of classmates. Class assistants Na Yue and Wan Chen shared the same predicament. Na Yue smiled and nodded encouragingly. At least this time, the pigeon wasn't a piece of charcoal. Wan Chen looked at the row of river fish with their varied and grotesque deaths in front of him, silently moved a stool, and went to Njin and Lan Xing's side for a free meal. As for Zhu Yingtong, not only was she forced by Wu Nianluo to cook over a dozen different dishes, but she was also given the excuse of checking if she had slacked off during the 2 months at Huangjin Quan, and was made to have a large round table, and over a dozen stools made from the heart of Ez. In the following days, Chef Shou Yu produced a total of 13 pigeons, some black as charcoal and others charred, finally managing to serve a bowl of steamed pigeon that was edible. We improved the taste later. Chef Wu Ting produced a total of 18 bowls of chicken soup, gelatinous chestnut soup, chicken soup with shells, and chicken soup with feathers. The 19th bowl was milky white, and no chestnut shells or chicken feathers were visible. Chef Shi Huang produced 25 river fish that had been scaled and gutted. Starting with the 26th fish, they finally remembered to remove the scales and guts, so it was almost time to start cooking. In less than 2 days, Zhou Yu, Wu Ting, and Shi Huang all felt their control over magic had improved like never before. The unpalatable, inedible dishes were delivered to Luozi one by Imo Xuanqi overnight. The food, imbued with magical energy, tasted exceptionally delicious to Luozi. A gentle evening breeze blew, and the candlelight shone brightly. The group sat together, enjoying the night and the food. After several rounds of drinks, 2 people were missing from the table without anyone noticing. Suddenly, they heard melodious music drifting over. Looking up, they saw a light shimmering on the branches of a treehouse not far away. 2 figures were there, one playing a zither, the other a esi. It was Wu Nianluo and Lan Xing. The zither and esi harmonized, the music melodious and beautiful. Encouraged by the wine, the music, and the hazy moonlight, Yu Wei's graceful dance was as captivating as it had been in the imperial city years before, her charm undiminished, still alluring and enchanting. However, this night was unrestrained and free-spirited, like a free wind, completely spontaneous, even drawing the Dragon King into her dance. Behind Njin and Yujio were countless wine jars and bottles. Njin's face was only slightly flushed. She laughed and teased Yujio. Our Yu Wei and the Dragon King are a perfect match. A match made in heaven. The music from the treehouse was discontinuous, interrupted occasionally, but Yu Wei remained calm, continuing to sing a melodious tune. Njin asked curiously, a tune I never heard before. Yu Xining, standing beside her, said, it's a famous piece from the Yu family, performed by Yu Huilin. Although she didn't say anything more, Zhu Yingtong and Njin both understood. The two had learned of the Yu family's identity. The night was quiet. Yu Wei, slightly tipsy, sang until her voice became somewhat unsteady, her humming gradually fading, but her dancing didn't stop. Imo Xuanqi, sitting beside the round table, took something from his robes and began to play a melodious tune. The object in his hand was oval-shaped, about the size of his fist, with its top close to his lips. His cheeks trembled slightly, and his fingertips deftly approached the sound hole on the side, producing a whistling melody. By the firelight, everyone could see it was a bone flute. And Njin exclaimed, I never expected senior brother Mo to be such a musical prodigy. Yu Wei only sang it once, and he could play it. Hearing the familiar melody, Yu Wei perked up again. Her face flushed. She held the Dragon King's hand in one hand, and extended an invitation to Zhu Yingtong and Njin with the other. Tong Tong, a Jin. Caught up in the atmosphere, the two rushed towards Yu Wei, their elegant dance instantly transforming into a joyful chorus of 4. Njin seemed to think 4 wasn't enough, and called out towards the table, everyone come on. Don't wait for me to call everyone out. Zhou Yu. Xuanyan. Everyone at the table burst into laughter, one after another going over. Of course, Shi Huang ran. Zhou Yu and Imo Xuanqi were at the back, Zhou Yu slightly ahead, extending her hand to Imo Xuanqi. Imo Xuanqi hesitated, glancing at the bone flute in his hand, when he heard the sound of a zither and lute rising again from not far away. He smiled slightly, put away the flute, and headed towards the group. A dozen or so people formed a large circle, jumping around haphazardly. Some danced gracefully, swaying in the wind, others moved awkwardly, their legs swaying stiffly. Some were busy joking with those around them. Some slurred their words, teasing one person, while another played a prank. Everyone was in a lively and joyful commotion. Looking at the scene before her, Zhu Yingtong was touched by the warm atmosphere, her eyes welling up with tears. She tightly grasped the hands of Yu Wei and Njin beside her, saying, May this beautiful scene last forever, may our friendship last forever. Yu Wei and Njin turned to look at her. Njin suddenly raised both arms, shouting, May this beautiful scene last forever, may our friendship last forever. As the moon rose high in the sky and the night grew quietest, the revelry gradually subsided. Everyone would remember this night. May this beautiful scene last forever, may our friendship last forever. Chapter 109. The night of indulgence didn't affect everyone's cultivation. They resumed their usual enthusiastic training. The Dragon King, however, hastily departed again, heading towards the easternmost part of the continent. In early May, Jean returned to Class 0 from the cafeteria and was stopped. She wondered for the umpteenth time why she had such a jinx. I challenge Jean, the 6th-ranked student in the first year. The speaker was a girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old, standing at the front. Behind her were a boy and a girl. The boy looked a few years older than her, and resembled her somewhat. The girl was about her age, slightly shorter, and huddled behind her. Yu-Gi-Oh frowned. You, the 2nd-ranked student, are challenging the 6th? What's wrong with you? The person who approached was Qian-Yu. She held her head high, her expression triumphant. The challenge mode I want to choose is a 2-player battle. Yu-Gi-Oh was taken aback, a bad feeling creeping over her. She whispered to Zhu Tong and the others, it's a tradition from Huiluan's past. It's been so long since anyone used it, I almost forgotten about it. Basically, Class 0 must accept challenges from all mages of the same magic power level. However, in a 2-player battle, if the combined levels of both sides don't differ by more than 2 levels, they must also accept the challenge. The only non-passive option is that Jean can choose her partner. The winning team automatically gets the top 2 rankings out of the 4. Qian-Yu. The mages issuing the challenge are the level 51 Space Mage Qian-Yu and the level 48 Ice Mage Mu Chunyu. Based on the opposing magic levels, Jin's chosen partner's magic power cannot exceed level 52 or be lower than level 48. The choices were extremely limited. Yu Wei, level 49, Zhou Yu, level 49, and Xiao Xuanyan, level 48. The awkward part was that Zhou Yu, who had a great partnership with Jean, wasn't in the academy at the moment, and Yu Wei wasn't particularly skilled in attack. Xiao Xuanyan was indeed a good choice, but if she lost, it would drag down her ranking. While it wouldn't directly affect her chances in the competition, it would affect the daily rewards derived from her ranking. Yu Wei took a step forward, about to say something, when a strong hand firmly pressed her down. Class 0 student, 4th in the first year Xiao Xuanyan, accepts the challenge. Jean turned around in surprise to look at the newcomer. Xiao Xuanyan walked to her side, sword in hand, and smiled faintly. I wouldn't miss such a competition. Yu-Gi-Oh, standing to the side, pointed to her bracelet and made a face. Jean looked at the woman standing beside her, and a warmth welled up in her heart. She glanced at the 2 opposite her, then excitedly pulled Xiao Xuanyan towards the arena, only to hear the incessant ringing of bells from within the academy, and everyone's bracelets began to beat frantically. Beast Tide Alert Level 3. Beast Tide Alert Level 3. Everyone in the academy, please be on alert. Everyone in the academy, please be on alert. Yu-Gi-Oh, who had been in the academy the longest, paled and pulled the others towards Class 0's territory. Qian-Yu, on the other side, was also slightly taken aback, leaving behind the words we fight later before following her brother and friend away. Zhu Tong asked, Sister Yu-Gi-Oh, what's going on? Yu-Gi-Oh's face darkened. A beast tide is approaching. All teachers and students have a responsibility to protect the academy and the surrounding area. Let's go back and hear the arrangements. We'd probably be setting off soon. When everyone returned to Class 0, everyone except Wu Nianluo and Imo Xuanqi was there. Even Zhou Yu had just returned to the academy. Na Yuer said, Teacher Wu is still guarding the continent's border. Xiao He has already set off with the 3rd-year students. Now you form a small team, led by me and 2 2nd-year students, heading towards Route 18 to defend against the monster invasion. Yes, everyone replied. Na Yuer walked at the front, turning back to look at everyone with concern. No matter what, in the battle later, your safety is the first priority. The group arrived at the back gate of Huiluan Academy, the entrance to the Wanqiu Mountains, where 2 women were standing. The 2 women briefly introduced themselves. Meng Ling, a 2nd-year student, level 54 Water Mage. Hua Kui, a 2nd-year student, level 54 Ice Mage. Among the group, the 2 with the highest magic power were surprisingly Na Yuer and Zhu Tong. They were unaware of the calamity that awaited them. Their chosen route led them to a deeper part of the frigid ice plains, where the weather was even colder than within the academy, seemingly foreshadowing the unrest that lay ahead. Based on the instruments in Na Yuer's hands and the changes in the magical beasts' forms and temperaments, the group determined whether the beasts needed to be eliminated. According to past data, In a single demon-slaying operation, only about 30% of the magical beasts needed to be eliminated, while the rest could be purified with magical energy to remove any remaining traces of gray energy. However, in this operation, a staggering 70% of the magical beasts needed to be eliminated. Abnormal eye color, murky aura, abnormal body shape, determined to be eliminated. Energy value 180. Kill. Significantly altered body shape, exceeding the range of this level, emits an extremely foul odor, determined to be eliminated. Energy value 210. Kill. Surrounded by gray mist, abnormal form, determined to be eliminated. Energy value 170. Kill. With nearly half the journey completed, they were almost at the edge of the Hill of Death, where arranged for everyone to rest on the spot and pay attention to their surroundings. Even with her own magic power reaching level 70, as one of the main forces, she was starting to feel overwhelmed. She couldn't count how many times she had shouted kill. Every time she saw the numbers on the instruments, she was incredulous at the sheer scale of the gray mist, rendering these magical beasts utterly defenseless. Those magical beasts not yet beyond redemption from the gray aura were treated by Meng Ling, Yue, and Jin, and Wu Ting. The treatment was effective, but it consumed a great deal of magic power. However, with Zhu Yingtong's assistance, the group gradually became more adept. None of them had an easy journey. Just as everyone was resting, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, and an extremely powerful aura rapidly approached them. Zhu Yingtong's expression changed drastically. She immediately turned around and shouted, "Everyone, get out of here! Back to the academy!" She then conjured the remnant autumn sword and slashed forward. The chilling sword energy, carrying burning flames, flew forward, but only a flash of purple light appeared. The two auras collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Zhu Yingtong retreated swiftly after launching his attack, narrowly escaping being hit. Following this, countless magical beasts erupted from the depths of the forest, their behavior erratic and frantic, rushing out one after another, as if their lives depended on it. Nayuer's face darkened. "No! We can't let these magical beasts leave the forest." She raised her hand and released a signal flare, then shouted, "Retreat! Clear out the magical beasts. Run? Do you think you can escape?" A silvery laugh rang out. "So many mages. Another delicious meal." With this voice, the air pressure around them became extremely strange. Nayuer looked up. Her signal flare hadn't even reached its intended range, exploding only within the canopy of a few low trees. Unconvinced, she launched another, but the same thing happened. Her face was pale. It seemed there were no reinforcements. Yu Wei's reaction slowed for a second. Why did this person's voice sound so familiar? Zhou Yu swiftly pulled Yu Wei aside, and the next second, a bolt of lightning struck the spot where Yu Wei had just stood. Yu Wei's face turned deathly pale. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if it hadn't been Zhou Yu. She gripped Zhou Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. "It was Luo Lai. It must be Luo Lai. Why is she here?" Zhou Yu recalled the divine summoner Yu Wei had mentioned, and his expression instantly turned extremely grim. Nayuer rushed forward, weapon in one hand, the other pressing down on Zhu Yingtong's shoulder, her expression anxious. "Take them away. Leave this to me." Before Zhu Yingtong could say anything, a storm of dark lightning descended, almost completely encircling everyone, leaving them unable to find a way out. Several fierce bolts of lightning struck directly at the two above their heads, creating an earthen wall above them. With a series of crackling sounds, the wall shattered, leaving no one below. The one who built the earthen wall was Wanchen. Although the wall had bought Zhu Yingtong and Yuer a chance to escape, it was shattered in a few breaths. The lightning magic struck him directly. His arms hung limply at his sides, blood trickling down, staining the ground red. The others were engaged in battle with magical beasts, and had no time to spare. Yu Wei cried out in alarm, and rushed to Wan Chen's side to heal his wounds. In a mere instant, Yu Wei noticed something amiss. She murmured in disbelief, "Gray? How could it be gray?" Wan Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, shook his head at Yu Wei, and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Under Luo Lai's lightning magic, Zhu Yingtong and Nayuer were isolated from the others, forced to fight alone. But how could the two of them be a match for Luo Lai, a mere divine being? After only a few exchanges, they were already covered in wounds. Next to charge into the storm was Wanchen, protected by an earthen wall. When Zhu Yingtong and Nayuer were once again forced back by Luo Lai's attacks, Wanchen used earth magic to conjure a large brown hand from the ground, catching the two and reducing the impact of their retreat. He himself, wielding a large sword, charged towards Luo Lai. Yue quickly leaped forward to catch the two. After a brief treatment, She stood up and manipulated the floating life lock, amplifying Wan Chen's abilities in various aspects. Luolai chuckled, overestimating yourself. She slightly raised her arm, and several bolts of lightning flew from her fingertips. Wan Chen roared angrily, raising his sword and slashing horizontally, continuing his advance. However, the lightning wasn't just aimed at Wan Chen, it split into several groups, launching a significant attack on Zhu Yingtong, Yue, and Na Yue. Zhu Yingtong's expression hardened slightly. Her autumn remnant sword flew out, and under her control, several bolts of lightning were cleaved apart, finally striking the earthen wall built by Na Yue without causing any harm. Meanwhile, Wan Chen's sword was about to reach Luolai when, just as the blade touched Luolai's body, it was blocked by some unknown force, and he froze. With a gentle push from Luolai, he exploded in blood, flying backward. Chapter 110. Zhu Yingtong leaped forward to catch Wan Chen's rapidly descending body. Crackling sparks of lightning still lingered on Wan Chen's body, and even Zhu Yingtong's arms, which she touched, felt slightly numb. Zhu Yingtong anxiously called out, "Brother Wan Chen? Brother Wan Chen." Yue rushed over to heal Wan Chen. As healing magic entered his body, Wan Chen gradually regained consciousness. However, Wan Chen's injuries were caused by a divine descent. For the first time, she felt her magic power being depleted so quickly during healing. What to do? What should we do? How can we escape? Dragon King. Dragon King. Can you hear my voice? After healing Wan Chen, Yue gasped for breath, her hands covering the back of her hands, anxiously calling the Dragon King's name again and again. Within the thunderstorm, the group could barely move. To contain the rampaging magical beasts and prevent them from storming the academy and the nearby village, yet unable to kill them all, they could only use the most mana-intensive methods to restrain them, while Njin and the others purified the gray aura emanating from them. In no time, the group was riddled with wounds, their mana nearly depleted, yet a steady stream of magical beasts continued to arrive from the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhu Yingtong, Yue, and Luolai raged on. If another divine being were present, they would have noticed something unusual. Luolai, as a divine being, was not currently inflicting fatal damage on them. Zhu Yingtong, clad in the blazing flame armor, could essentially withstand attacks from a spirit venerable. Yue, an earth elemental saint archmage, also possessed the best defensive capabilities. But only those who had reached the level of a divine being knew that against absolute power, most defenses were ineffective, let alone for Wan Chen, whose mana was only around level 50. The only explanation was that she hadn't used her full strength. Later, after learning what had happened to Luolai, they understood that today's Luolai was unable to use her full power. But even a weakened Luolai was still a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Njin and the others had almost exhausted all their strength to barely suppress the rampaging demonic beasts, and Zhu Yingtong had successfully parted the thunder and rain, allowing the two groups to reunite. Looking at the situation, and receiving Wan Chen's signal, Yue smiled bitterly to herself, knowing she was likely doomed. She shouted to Zhu Yingtong, "Yingtong, take them away. Back to the academy, find the dean." Luolai's expression was calm, but her words sent chills down everyone's spines. "I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to eat you all." As soon as she finished speaking, the umbrella she held suddenly floated into the air, unleashing a barrage of arrows from its ribs that rained down on the group. Na Yue and Wan Chen immediately stepped forward, simultaneously using their magic to construct a sturdy wall. However, the wall only held out for about a second before being instantly pierced through, pinning their bodies to the large tree behind them. Both immediately coughed up blood, their faces turning ashen, their condition extremely dire. Yujio, seeing this, panicked and flew forward, trying to cut off the still lightning-emitting branch. Luolai waved his hand again, and a lightning-shaped branch violently slapped Yujio away. Zhou, who was closest, teleported forward and caught Yujio, slowing her descent. Wan Chen coughed up blood uncontrollably. He gripped the branch piercing his abdomen, roared, and yanked it out violently. As the branch was pulled out, bloody flesh was exposed on his waist, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. He gripped the broadsword in one hand, and the branch in the other. As magic gathered, the branch gradually petrified, then crumbled into dust with a final squeeze. Moonlight, standing nearby, was also mostly out of danger, but her condition was equally dire. "Don't rush, one at a time, take your time." Luolai raised her hand, and grasped the umbrella handle. Powerful magic surged through the air, with a suppressed sonic boom. She smiled alluringly, "Then it be you." The lightning bolt struck, aimed directly at Wu Ting. Wu Ting panicked, hastily channeling all her magic to defend herself. The silver bead in her hand floated before her, amplifying her magic. Two clinking sounds rang out as Zhou Yu and Xiao Shui, the closest and fastest to block her path, rushed forward. They both knew that Wu Ting, with virtually no offensive capabilities, couldn't possibly withstand this attack on her own. But Luo Lai gave them no time to react. In an instant, several bolts of lightning roared and struck the group again. The group quickly chose the nearest branches to defend themselves. With the help of Yu Wei, Wu Ting, and Meng Ling, they were temporarily unharmed. Just as they finished dealing with the branches and wondered why Luo Lai hadn't attacked again, Yu Jio's mournful cry drew everyone's attention. They were met with a sight they never wanted to see again. Before them appeared a small hill. Luo Lai was buried under tons of earth, and between the group and Luo Lai lay a bloody scene. The powerful earth magic still lingered in the air, while sharp lightning magic transformed into razor-sharp blades that pierced through Yuer and Wan Chen, leaving their bodies suspended in midair. Na Yuer's movements were hindered, and blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. She said through gritted teeth, "Zhu Weitong, take them away." Zhu Weitong stared in disbelief at the scene before her, biting her tongue to clear her mind. She took Yu Wei, who was closest, and said to the others behind her, "Zhou Yuxue, Nianqin Yin, protect Wu Ting, and Jin, Huakue, protect Meng Ling Yujio." Zhu Weitong tried to turn back to pull Yujio away, but only heard Luo Lai's angry shouts from not far away. "You bunch of people, you're asking for death. Then stay here." In an instant, the small hill shattered, and Luo Lai flew out, her hair almost perfectly styled, but her expression was strange. She seemed to be smiling, but the smile was twisted and chilling. The instant she spoke, Yuer and Wan Chen in front of her were flung away, pinned to tree trunks on either side, barely breathing, unable to even utter a sound. Both were enveloped by an energy invisible to the naked eye. Before they could even take half a step back, they were blocked by a sky full of lightning and thunder. This lightning forest was even more intense than before, even carrying an indescribable foul odor. Zhu Weitong's expression changed drastically, and she shouted sharply, "Don't touch this lightning. Protect your bodies with magic. Whatever you do, don't touch those things." Contrary to her wishes, the lightning's onslaught grew increasingly fierce. Not only were the group thrown into disarray, but even the previously suppressed magical beasts began to stir again. Lightning flashes, bursts of energy, rampaging magical beasts. Thunder roars, deafening cries, cracked earth. Everything happened too fast, so fast that Zhu Weitong couldn't believe what she was seeing. Zhu Weitong controlled her magic to increase the protective range of the blazing flame armor, but this greatly consumed her own magic power. Lightning struck her behind. The expected gray aura didn't affect her, but the Divine Descendant's attack was still formidable. She felt her internal organs being shaken. Amidst the howling wind, a boy's panicked voice rang out, and Jean, catch! In that instant, she no longer saw the boy. The cracked earth closed in, and Zhou Yu vanished completely before their eyes. Yu Xining stood beside Jean, restraining the demonic beast not far away. Xiao Shuyan stood in front of them, wielding a sword to fight the demonic beast before her, while her other hand, entwined with gray aura, hung limply at her side. And Jean tightly held the unconscious Wu Ting in her arms, tirelessly healing both of them, but she was helpless against the terrifying, unprecedentedly powerful gray aura. Huakue and Meng Ling, who were fighting nearby, were also nearly exhausted. Yu Jio regained her senses, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with venom. "I kill you." Blinded by hatred, Yu Jio almost lost her mind, recklessly charging towards Luo Lai with her knife. Zhu Weitong shouted, "Sister Yu Jio, don't." This person before her was no ordinary mage. She carried a deadly poisonous aura. How could Yu Jio withstand it? Yu Jio had only taken half a step when the entire space instantly fell silent, powerful yet gentle magic spreading outwards. The spatial magic not only isolated the thunderstorm, but also trapped the group of magical beasts in one place, giving everyone a chance to catch their breath. Zhu Weitong reacted first, calming Yu Jio down before leaping forward, using her blazing flame armor combined with yin-yang fire to carefully bring the almost lifeless Na Yuer and Wan Chen down from the tree. Meanwhile, Luo Lai, for some reason, seemed to suddenly regain her senses, her large eyes staring directly at Yu Wei. No one heard her muttering to herself, "I heard your heart's desire. I know you don't want her to live. Since that's the case, I take pity on you and help you. Consider it my payment for using your body from now on." With a wave of her hand, bolts of lightning, one after another, struck Yu Wei with lightning speed and ferocity. Yu Wei panicked, using the last of her magic power to activate the floating life lock to shield herself. Zhu Weitong hadn't even settled Yuer and the other person when she saw the rapid flashes of lightning. She quickly swung her autumn remnant sword to block several bolts, but as she swung, more lightning struck Yue Wei. However, the subsequent fierce attacks were blocked by a magical shield that suddenly appeared. Those who offend my wife shall not be spared. The Dragon King's voice suddenly echoed throughout the forest, and the situation abruptly reversed. Upon seeing the Dragon King's arrival, Yue Wei seemed to breathe her last, her voice fragile and trembling with tears. You finally come. Her taut nerves finally relaxed, and she fell into a coma. The Dragon King held Yue Wei in his arms, gently healing her. I'm sorry I'm late. He handed Yue Wei to Zhu Yingtong, glanced at the two barely clinging to life on the ground, and used spatial magic to remove the outermost layer of gray energy from their bodies. When he sensed them again, his expression was extremely grim. The gray energy has seeped into their very bones. Medicine is useless. Hearing this, Yujio became so agitated that she vomited several mouthfuls of blood before losing consciousness. Chapter 111. After speaking, the Dragon King rushed straight towards Luo Lai. Without a word, he summoned the 9 blazing thunder swords and attacked Luo Lai. Luo Lai, as if he didn't recognize the Dragon King, remained expressionless, raising his long umbrella to parry. The two exchanged blows frequently, and the entire forest seemed to tremble. And Jean, carrying the still unconscious Wu Ting in her arms, stumbled to Zhu Yingtong's side. Tears streamed down her face, and several times she opened her mouth but couldn't utter a sound. Finally, she spoke in a sobbing voice. Zhou Yu is gone. He was just blocking Wu Ting and me. He told me to catch Wu Ting, but he's gone. What? I saw it with my own eyes. I saw him fall. She cried uncontrollably, choking back sobs several times. Zhu Yingtong confirmed what she had just witnessed through Jin's words. She felt a wave of dizziness and her vision blurred. She could only tightly grasp Jin's hand, her voice trembling as she said, No. Zhou Yu. Zhu Yingtong swallowed her sorrow and quickly checked on the others. Wu Ting and Meng Ling had the lightest injuries. Aside from the extreme depletion of their magic power, they were mostly unharmed. Yue Wei and Jin were in slightly worse condition than the other two, but they were still able to move freely. Huakue Yushinin Yujio and Zhu Yingtong were slightly more seriously injured, but thanks to Jin and the others' treatment, they were mostly recovered. Aside from Yue Wanchen and the missing Zhou Yu, Xiao Xuanyan was in the worst condition. Her right hand had been corroded by the gray energy. Unlike the very superficial effects on their bodies, which were merely attached to their skin, the gray energy on Xiao Xuanyan's hand had penetrated to the bone marrow, leaving her completely helpless. This gray aura was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It was stronger and more difficult to remove than anything they had ever witnessed. Zhu Yingtong tried to burn it with yin-yang fire, but nothing happened except for an increasingly foul odor and Xiao Shue's painful cries. Just as Zhu Yingtong had gathered everyone together to begin their rest, she heard Luo Lai's screams coming from the battlefield not far away. She turned to look and saw that the Dragon King's 9 blazing thunder swords had pierced through Luo Lai's abdomen, pinning her to a tree. The Dragon King's right hand had transformed into a dragon claw, fiercely gripping her neck. Luo Lai's face turned a deep purple, but her expression wasn't overly panicked. Her hand gripped the Dragon King's arm, and a foul odor emanated from her. The Dragon King looked surprised, and slightly loosened his grip. He was about to ask something when he noticed the temperature of the entire forest suddenly drop, and a layer of frost spread from Luo Lai's body to his hand. The Dragon King abruptly withdrew his hand, realizing that the frost had no intention of attacking. However, Luo Lai was already completely covered in frost and unconscious. The Dragon King drew his sword, retreated to the front of the group, and used his own magic to block the frost's advance, shouting, "Who goes there?" The frost climbed upwards from the ground, gradually outlining a human figure. It was a very tall woman with a cold and beautiful face and an extremely icy voice. "I am the 7th Demon Lord of Bei Nu Yuqi, Ice and Frost, Bingya." Zhu Yingtong, seeing Luo Lai gradually enveloped by frost not far away, shouted, "Dragon King. Leave Luo Lai here." The Dragon King didn't ask any questions, but simply leaped closer to Luo Lai. But Bingya was faster than him. During their exchange, the magical energy fluctuated greatly. Zhu Yingtong vaguely saw the Dragon King's sword-wielding arm tremble slightly, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the Dragon King hadn't recovered to his best condition? After several exchanges, the two returned to the ground. Bingya's voice was icy cold. "What can you do with her? You should worry about the person in your arms first." Zhu Yingtong retorted angrily. "The gray mist was brought by Luo Lai. Only she can take it back." Bingya paused for a moment. "She can't, and besides, you can't keep her here." She pushed Luo Lai, who was sealed in the icy mist, back and cried out, "Wuji. I'm here, Sister Bingia. A male voice suddenly rang out, and the entire space seemed to mysteriously dissolve. Luolai vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. The freezing agents in the air caused Zhu Yingtong to cough violently several times before she could speak clearly. What do you mean? Then, can you help me? Can you check on her? As she spoke, she lifted Xiao Xuanyan from her arms. The girl's face was ashen and lifeless. Bingia remained expressionless, but still came to Zhu Yingtong's side, staring into her eyes. A moment later, she grabbed Xiao Xuanyan from Zhu Yingtong's arms, holding the girl's arm in one hand, and a chilling aura gradually enveloped the entire forest. After a while, she released Xiao Xuanyan's hand. The rest of you, go back and find Huilun's radiant divine being. Xu Weitong asked doubtfully, is that all? Bingia gave an expression no one could decipher. I sealed the gray energy with ice. If you hurry, you might still be able to save her life, but that arm is destined to be useless. Xu Yingtong's face instantly turned deathly pale. The Dragon King's long sword was held against Bingya's neck, her tone icy. You're coming back with us. Bingya replied expressionlessly, okay. The group was taken aback by the fact that this demon lord was so agreeable. The Dragon King was the first to react. Looking at the heavily injured group, he said to Zhu Yingtong, this place is too far from Huilun Academy. None of you are fit for a long journey. I send you back. You control their condition. Zhu Yingtong nodded and used magic to hold the weak group to the Dragon King's side, preventing them from falling out of the teleportation spell. While activating the teleportation spell, the Dragon King kept an eye on Bingia, worried she might cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Bingia remained completely silent throughout the journey. The spatial magic instantly transported everyone back to Class 0's territory at Huilun Academy. When Nianluo was absent, only Mo Xuanqi was there. His expression changed drastically upon seeing the suddenly appearing, heavily injured group, and he quickly sent messages to all sides. Soon, a medical team led by Feng Yunling arrived at Class 0. Mo Xuanqi watched as the people were carried away one by one, confirming that the person he was looking for wasn't among them. He pulled Zhu Yingtong aside and asked anxiously, where's Zhou Yu? Zhu Yingtong's injuries were only slightly less severe than the three who had been attacked by the gray energy. With Mo Xuanqi's pull, her last breath almost dissipated. Zhou Yu. He's missing. She collapsed and fainted before she could finish speaking. Mo Xuanqi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly called to the nearby physician. Leave it to me, Yin Su suddenly appeared and said. Mo Xuanqi recognized her somewhat, recalling a brief encounter with her on the grasslands. Seeing her wearing the Academy's physician's uniform, he didn't suspect anything. Several physicians immediately began treating everyone on Class 0's territory. Feng Yunling's appearance was solely to take away Xiao Xuanyan, Naiyue, and Wan Chen. Within the Academy, she possessed the most extensive experience with the Grey Aura. But this time, even she was helpless. Wan Chen and Naiyue were brought back barely alive. They were the two who had the most contact with the Grey Aura during this journey, enduring its torment the entire way. The small amount of ice magic Bingia left on them could only alleviate their suffering slightly. Even Feng Yunling, a healing mage, who had dealt with Grey Aura for hundreds of years, was helpless against this deeply ingrained Grey Aura. She had considerable experience with mages being infected by Grey Aura, but without exception, her attempts had failed. It was merely a futile waste of her magic power to prolong the two's lives by a few days. When Nianluo returned the next day, the Zero-class team was the second group to return from this beast tide. The first group consisted of Mo Xuanqi and his group. After treating Yue and the others, the Academy's physicians immediately continued to treat the returning mages. When Wu Nianluo saw Feng Yunling had been working non-stop for 3 days. Even as a divine being, the continuous high-pressure work had left her looking somewhat exhausted. How are those children? Feng Yunling opened her dry lips, her voice filled with sorrow. That boy, he held on for a little over a day, but this morning, he passed away. Wu Nianluo's heart pounded. She knew Feng Yunling was referring to Wan Chen. Before he left, I used magic to control the gray energy in his body. Yujio came looking for him as soon as she woke up, and he saw Yujio for the last time. Feng Yunling sighed, then added, the girl whose right hand was affected by the gray energy, I'm afraid she can no longer wield a sword. Wu Nianluo closed her eyes in sorrow, then opened them again, her weariness vanishing. If she's willing, I can find someone to help her start over. After all, she's Xiao Jin's only daughter. Feng Yunling hesitated that her condition is slightly better than that boy's. Her magic power is higher, and she can hold on longer, but I can't help it. All she could do was let her live in pain. Even the most powerful healer in the world, the only divine being of the light element, couldn't help her. Who else could save her? Wu Nianluo said in a deep voice, my teacher. Feng Yunling was taken aback. But hasn't she been away from gray energy for a long time? We have to try. Wu Nianluo's expression was grave. She walked out of the room and began contacting Li. Shortly afterward, the communication device was connected, and Li's voice came from the other end. After a brief greeting, Wu Nianluo mentioned Yuer's condition. I haven't been in contact with Ash for a long time. I'm not confident I can cure her. But I can try. Let her be my guinea pig. I need to get her opinion. A lazy voice came from the other end. Okay. If she agrees, find Lin Lang. Wu Nianluo ended the call with Li, and waited outside for Yuer's brief moment of lucidity. She had been gone too long. She hadn't expected the demon hunting operation arranged by the Academy to go wrong, and even less had she expected the North to intervene. No, it should be said, the Ash. In this battle, Class 0 suffered heavy losses. Wu Ting, unconscious, magic depleted, Long Ling, magic depleted, Yu Wei, seriously injured, and Jin, seriously injured, Yu Xining, seriously injured, Yu Jiu, seriously injured, Hua Kui, seriously injured, Zhu Yingtong, seriously injured, Xiao Xuanyan, seriously injured, Zhou Yu, missing, Na Yuer, seriously injured, Wan Chen, killed in action. Of the 10 members of Class 0, plus 2 second-year students, 12 went into battle, and none survived this fierce battle. Huiluan Academy, and indeed the entire Western Continent's magic organization, suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 112. Northern Qi Continent, Northern Spirit Pavilion. A man sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall was gathering magical power, using spatial magic to bring his family back from the distant Western Continent. Under the powerful spatial magic, the air in the entire hall slightly distorted, and a magic circle suddenly appeared before him, revealing a sleeping woman at its center. Bai Jie flew forward and carried Luo Lai to her. Wu Ji withdrew his spatial magic, immediately feeling somewhat exhausted, and was caught in time by the green-haired man beside him. Under the healing power of light magic, Luo Lai's injuries quickly healed to about 70 to 80%. She gradually awoke, looking at the crowd with some confusion. Huh? What's the big day today? Why are you all here? Ah, my neck hurts so much. Wan Chiga looked at Luo Lai and suddenly beckoned to her. Liar, come here for a moment. Luo Lai tilted her head, revealing a happy smile, and jogged towards Wan Chiga. Second brother. What happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Bai Jie even cried out softly, second brother. She instinctively wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by Wu Ji. They only knew that Luo Lai had left Bei Nu Yuqi without informing them beforehand, and Bingjie had been ordered by Wan Chiga to bring Luo Lai back. They didn't know why Bingjie hadn't returned, nor did they know if Wanqi's ruthless move could truly force out the monster that had been residing inside Luo Lai's body. Wanqi indifferently raised his hand, and pierced through Luo Lai's sternum. Luo Lai's eyes instantly became dazed, then lost their luster, and Wanqi seemed to be holding something in his hand. Bai Jie stared intently. It was a faint humanoid figure, probably a slender girl, and that person had a face exactly like Luo Lai's. Bai Jie was certain her second brother would never harm Luo Lai. The humanoid creature must be the monster that had been parasitizing Luo Lai's body. But why did it share the same face as Luo Lai? The person Wan Chiga had pushed away from Luo Lai's body wasn't panicked. Hey, I've been freed. Controlled by Wan Chiga, the person smiled broadly. Oh, you're so beautiful. I should have waited for this little girl to return and then possessed you. Wan Chiga's expression remained unchanged. What's your name? Shang Jie. My name is Shang Jie. I chose it myself. Isn't it nice? The one who slaughtered the dragons by the North Sea back then, you were one of them. Wan Chiga stared directly at Shang Jie, his expression inscrutable. He spoke without confirmation, yet his tone was unwavering. Because he couldn't believe his raised sister would do such a thing. Shang Jie nodded happily. Yes, that was really fun. It was the first time I absorbed so much energy. Thanks to them, otherwise I wouldn't have become so strong all of a sudden, hee. Wan Chiga exerted force again, but smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. He abruptly withdrew his hand, and Luo Lai collapsed limply into his arms. The figure let out a chilling laugh, then gracefully transformed into a black shadow and left Bailing Pavilion. No one knew where she went. No one knew what she wanted to do. Only her light, fleeting words remained in the hall. Good brother, next time we meet, I come and take your body. How about it? A deathly silence fell over the hall. Bai Jia then noticed Wan Chiga's bloodied left hand and exclaimed, "Second brother, your hand. It's all right. This hand was crippled 1,000 years ago, when I fought with Miss Yin." Wan Chiga raised his hand to touch his arm, and a perfectly healthy left hand reappeared. The corrosive power of Miss Yin's own gray aura was too strong, the bones in her hand melted away. "Xiao Rua helped me repair this hand later. It's no different from an ordinary person's." Bai Jia's eyes reddened. This man had shouldered so much since childhood, leaving his hometown at such a young age to venture into a world no one had ever set foot in. When he returned to his hometown, he only saw devastation. He did things that outsiders couldn't understand, making so many people think he was a madman. But only they knew that he had always been a good brother, raising so many children alone. Of all the people who had walked with him, only she remained. To save Xiao He, he even sacrificed his own life, offering up a soul. He had never wronged those who had always been by his side. For thousands of years, he had single-handedly supported the entire Northern Spirit Pavilion, the entire Northern Niueki. Bai Jia wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, taking the fallen celestial body from Wan Chiga's hand. "Rong Sun and I will heal Lyre first, then go to the vicinity of Wangqiu in the western continent to clear away the ash." Wan Chiga nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "Xiao Hei's spirit stones have been fluctuating recently. It should be soon. You should prepare yourself." Bai Jia's expression faltered slightly. She knew what Wan Chiga meant. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, and she could only keep comforting herself. Just wait a little longer. "Xiao Hei, we will soon be truly reunited." Western continent, beneath the Wangqiu mountains. Cough cough cough, Sister Bai, what are we doing here? Wasn't the ash above already cleared away? Cough cough, it's so choking in here. A male voice came, covering his mouth and nose, complaining, "Sister Bai, slow down, there are magical beasts everywhere here, be careful." Although he said this, in reality, there were only the corpses of magical beasts here. A closer look revealed various ferocious beasts that enjoyed devouring living beings. Judging from the smell in the air, one could roughly guess that they had been encouraged by the ash, trying to break free of the forest's constraints, only to be subdued by human mages. The woman walked barefoot on the ground, seemingly unbothered by the cave filled with bones and blood. She wore a long, shimmering white dress that reached her ankles. The white seemed to glow in the night. Dots of gold thread meticulously outlined beautiful patterns on the dress. The intricate designs were beyond the capabilities of ordinary embroiderers, clearly indicating it was no ordinary garment. The golden veil on her face fluttered in the wind, shimmering slightly, as if bringing light to the dark cave. Some of the woman's long, black hair was styled into a bun, while others hung straight down to her waist. A wisp of hair framing her forehead revealed a fair, full forehead, only to quickly fall back down, making one unconsciously want to lift her hair to see more clearly. In the darkness, only her eyes, dazzling like obsidian yet gentle as water, could be seen. "Huh, there's someone here?" Rong Sun exclaimed, looking at the figure deep in the cave. My god, could he have done all that? Bai Jia's eyes flashed with surprise as she slowly approached the boy whose fate was unknown. His black hair was quite long, clearly unkempt, somewhat disheveled, even obscuring most of his face. It was unclear how long he had been lying there. The area around him was remarkably clean, without a single insect. His breathing was so weak, it seemed he would soon die. Bai Jia, seeing the boy's appearance, felt a pang of curiosity. Sensing the lingering magical aura in the air, and glancing at the surrounding monster carcasses, she thought, so that's it. It's a magical beast with time magic, still in its infancy. Otherwise, how could you have defeated it? As they drew closer, they noticed someone he was protecting beside him, a woman of similar age. Their faces were practically identical. Aside from slight differences in hair length and build, they were almost indistinguishable. The woman's breathing was slightly more normal than his, suggesting she wasn't injured. She held his hand tightly, almost instinctively channeling magic into him, but neither showed any sign of waking. Bai Jia was deeply shocked by their striking resemblance but said nothing. She knelt down and gently brushed the hair away from Zhou Yu's face, revealing a once handsome face now covered in bloodstains. She grasped his hand, her brows furrowing slightly. Such a serious injury. Rong Sun exclaimed loudly, "Oh dear, he's so badly injured. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he'd die." He then moved forward to cast a healing spell on Zhou Yu. But Bai Jia stopped him. She raised her hand and removed her veil. No one could see the marks on the half of her face hidden by the veil, marks that didn't seem like those from a weapon, but rather like an indescribable curse. Ignoring Zhou Yu's blood-stained, mud-covered face, she pressed her lips to his. Rong Sun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Bai Jia's actions, Sister Bai. That was the blood of the Lancer people, hailed as the most precious and energy-rich liquid in the world. And Bai Jia, the Lancer family's unparalleled genius, possessed blood whose benefits to mages were countless. While Rong Sun was still marveling at this, golden liquid slowly oozed from where Bai Jia's lips had touched Zhou Yu's. Soon, her blood flowed through his wounds, and Zhou Yu's throat moved a few times, as if he had regained his vitality. Seemingly sensing Zhou Yu's improved condition, the sleeping Zhou's brows twitched slightly before returning to Zhou Yu's body. After a while, Bai Jia stood up, wiping the remaining traces of blood from her lips. My blood is priceless. Rong Sun scoffed, of course, using it to save him. That's a waste of talent. Bai Jia smiled sweetly. I know him. I take him back. You can finish up the mess here. With that, she carried Zhou Yu towards Huilin Academy. Rong Sun followed closely behind Bai Jia. Ah. Sister Bai, please don't. I'm scared to leave you here alone. Sister Bai, little Bai, please take me with you, please. Oh, don't walk so fast. Unfortunately, Bai Jia walked too fast, and after a few steps, she completely disappeared from Rong Sun's sight. The once empty forest was now left with only Rong Sun. He weakly leaned against a giant tree, using his magic to clear away the last vestiges of ash. Finally, he shouted into the air, Wuji. Come take me home. Sister Bai left me here alone to go on a date with that handsome guy. I don't want to be here alone. Before his shouts finished, he vanished into the forest. Chapter 113. Bai Xuanji carried Zhou Yu back to her residence outside the academy without making a sound, telling no one, and placed Zhou Yu in her private quarters to recuperate. This recuperation lasted for almost half a month. Before this, Binjia, who had been invited back to the academy as a guest, had also held a long discussion with the powerful figures of Huilin Academy. Binjia received a message from Wankage, explaining to the Dragon King that the upheaval in the East Sea was not Luo Lai's intention, and that Shang Jia had already left the northern continent. As for Luo Lai, before dealing with Shang Jia, they would prevent Luo Lai from setting foot on the western continent. This meant that if anyone used Luo Lai's face to commit wrongdoing, it would have nothing to do with Luo Lai. The Dragon King didn't ask many questions about Luo Lai's condition, only stating that he would personally kill Shang Jia. The injuries sustained by the members of Class 0 varied in severity. Concerned about the impact on their future health, Wen Yanluo didn't rush them to wake up, instead using various precious herbs to nourish them, and having the physician closely monitor their condition. The first to regain consciousness was Zhu Yingtong. She had been almost completely consumed by nightmares, waking up gasping for breath. Yin Su was alone in the room. Zhu Yingtong looked pained and asked anxiously, Zhou Yu, where is Zhou Yu? Yin Su was silent for a moment before saying, Teacher Wu, and the others went to look for him, but there's still no news. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingtong felt a splitting headache. Seeing this, Yin Su quickly helped her lean against the blankets and handed her a bowl of calming soup. After watching her drink it all, he told her to calm down for a while before saying, Don't worry too much. I heard from Mo Xuanqi that Zhou Yu had established a connection with you, linking your consciousness. You can sense his presence, which means he's still alive, but very weak. We can't detect his location yet. You need to take good care of yourself before you can go look for him. Seeing that Zhu Yitong had gradually calmed down, Yin Su asked again, Do you feel any discomfort anywhere now? Zhu Yitong, now completely calm, checked her body and shook her head. Thank you. Yin Su chuckled, It's my duty as a physician. As she spoke, she contacted the teachers via the communicator on her wrist. Soon, Wu Nianluo and the others filled the infirmary. Everyone offered words of comfort. Wu Nianluo had Feng Yuling check her thoroughly to ensure she wasn't affected by the gray energy again, before letting her rest a little longer, telling her to call for help if she felt unwell. Zhu Yitong nodded, took the herbal medicine Yin Su offered, drank it, and fell asleep again shortly after. When she woke up again, it was already evening, and only Yin Su was sitting beside her. Zhu Yitong spoke somewhat shyly, Thank you for watching over me all this time. Yin Su smiled, and shook her head, We're friends. She paused, then added, Yujio said she wants to see you, she wants to talk to you. Zhu Yingtong's mind went blank for a moment. Was there something she had to say right after she woke up? She suddenly realized something and asked softly, Brother Wan Chenhe? Yin Su lowered her eyes, and shook her head. Zhu Yingtong immediately gripped the blankets beneath her. I go call Yujio over. Zhu Yingtong nodded stiffly. Soon, Yujio walked in from outside. Her expression was normal, but she looked somewhat haggard. Sister Yujio. Zhu Yingtong called softly. She had so much to say. If she had been more decisive and resolute back then, Could she have led them to safety? Could this tragedy have been avoided? Or if she had been stronger, could she have destroyed the gray mist and prevented their casualties? Yujio gave a soft I came today to say goodbye. Xu Yingtong's eyes widened, but before she could ask a question, Yujio patted her shoulder and handed her the herbal medicine Insu had left behind. Insu told me to watch you finish it. Xu Yingtong hurriedly drank the bitter medicine, wanting to speak, but the bitter taste rising in her throat made her smack her lips. Seeing her expression, Yujio finally smiled for the first time since returning. She handed Xu Yingtong another glass of water from the table. Why are you drinking so fast? Yujio spoke as Xu Yingtong drank. Actually, I came to the academy without my family's knowledge at first. My real name is Gua, my full name is Gui Yujio, and I'm from the Mayu Empire. Xu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise. The Gua family of Mayu. Yujio nodded. The Gua family isn't as historically significant as the 8 great families, and it's smaller in scale, with only a dozen or so children per generation. Moreover, like the Feng family, the Gua family is only loyal to the Mayu Empire. Since the establishment of the Mayu Empire, the Gua and Feng families have contributed greatly, so an unwritten rule has emerged. If the Mayu Emperor is a man, a girl of the right age from the Gua family will be chosen as Empress. If the Mayu Emperor is a woman, a boy of the right age from the Feng family will be chosen as Imperial Consort. I see. Then what does that have to do with Sister Yujio leaving the academy? Xu Yingtong's voice was somewhat urgent. Yujio remained silent for a few moments before speaking. The Mayu Empire is located at the westernmost part of the continent, and it was the first, along with the Xingrong Empire, to begin dealing with the Grey Qi. I am the 12th child in my family. In my generation, besides myself, only my eldest brother and my 10th sister remain. All my other siblings lost their lives in the past war against the Grey Qi. Xu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise. I heard the Magic Association only allows magicians of the Spirit Venerable level and above to enter the Grey Aura realm. Yujio's siblings are so young, how could they be allowed to enter that place? Yujio shook her head. The Grey Aura realm is a hidden space discovered by powerful magicians that breeds Grey Aura. Spirit Venerable and Divine Descent level magicians regularly go to clear out the Grey Aura, but it's not always successful. Besides the Grey Aura realm, various countries are also frequently disturbed by other scattered Grey Aura, which has become increasingly rampant in recent centuries. Within the Enrain Empire, it's mainly my Gua family and the Feng family that handle these issues. The royal family provides suitable environments and benefits for magicians from both families to cultivate. For those like me who are willing to venture out on their own, the royal family will also provide conveniences elsewhere. In short, everything is relative. Moreover, we all hope this continent can become a better place. The Feng family? Teacher Yunling? Yujio nodded. Before Teacher Feng reached the Divine Descent level, she was the main leader of the mages of Mayu, resisting the gray energy. It wasn't until the younger generation of both families grew up that Teacher Feng came to Huilun Academy to address the gray energy problem more deeply. But Sister Yujio, Yujio chuckled. Trying to say I'm too young? I won't immediately go to the battlefield if I go back now. I probably train with the Feng family in the army for a while. She paused, then continued, I came to the academy partly for my own studies, and partly to be with Wanchen. I stayed at the academy long enough. I was supposed to graduate last year. I originally planned to return to Mayu with Wanchen after this competition, but now I'm alone. Those rewards aren't much, and I still benefit from returning to Mayu. Having a spot open will save Qian Yu the trouble of going after Enjin. Her words trailed off, as if she had thought of something. Xu Yingtong also thought of Xiao Xuanyan, who had accepted the challenge that day, and her expression darkened. Yujio continued, Teacher Yuer's injuries are better than Wanqin's, but Teacher Feng couldn't find a solution. I heard that Teacher Wu persuaded her teacher to send Teacher Yuer to Shanchen for treatment. The outcome depends on her fate. Xuanyan. This time she paused even longer before recounting the events of the past few days. On Binjia's second day at the academy, a masked man arrived. He claimed to be Xiao Xuanyan's elder brother, and under the questioning of the academy's teachers, he produced the token of the Xiao family patriarch. After confirming, Wu Nianluo said, the Xiao family patriarch's token was previously in Xiao Jin's possession. It turns out she gave it to you before leaving the Xiao family. Ming Furan muttered softly, I heard that the Xiao family's young master had a son, and that she left the Xiao family not long after giving birth. I never expected that Xuanyan would actually. Therefore, Huilun Academy temporarily acquiesced to the man's identity, allowing him to stay at the academy and watch over Xiao Xuanyan with the academy staff until she regained consciousness at which point her opinion would be sought. Yujio said softly, Xuanyin's injuries are generally less severe than yours. She woke up once this afternoon. She doesn't seem to know she has a brother. We talked about something, and Xuanyin only then confirmed his identity. It's strange, but the Xiao family still publicly identifies the young master as Xiao Jin. She left the Xiao family after a big argument with the family head over 20 years ago, but the Xiao family didn't expel her, nor did they publicly announce the name of this son of the young master. Zhu Weitong wasn't interested in these matters. Then, Sister Yujio, if you leave and don't participate in the competition, what if Xuanyin can't recover either? Xiao Xuanyin's injury is to her hand. That's her right hand, the one she uses most often to wield the sword. How can she compete again? Yujio said. I heard Xuanyin doesn't want to give up this competition either. Her brother finally agreed to let her stay at the academy. If she recovers well in the next 6 months, I agree to let her participate in the competition. He will also help Xuanyin recover during this time. The Xiao family is one of the most experienced families in combating the gray energy. Perhaps he has other ways to help Xuanyin. If Xuanyin is ultimately unable to participate, we choose from other students. Zhu Weitong nodded, then thought of Yujio, whom she was about to leave, and her eyes welled up with tears. Sister Yujio, are you really not staying? My graduation application has already been submitted and cannot be withdrawn. Besides, the academy is no longer suitable for me. I need to find a new place to start over. What she didn't say was that this place would become a knot in her heart, one that only she could untie, but it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. She needed to go to a new place, with more complex and numerous things, to stop her from thinking about that nightmare. Chapter 114. Yujio patted Zhu Weitong's head. So the honor of the academy is entrusted to you. You must work hard. Zhu Weitong's mood was a little downcast. Of course I will. She looked up and asked, Sister Yujio, are you leaving today? Yujio nodded. I already spoken to Xiao He and Sister Shinin. As for Yu Wei and the others, I leave it to you to talk to them. If this whole family starts crying, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Zhu Weitong muttered, if you can't bear to leave, then stay. Yujio chuckled. Everyone has their own path to walk. Now I understand. The path I should take is to return to my hometown and carry on the wishes of my predecessors. That has always been my destination in my studies. Zhu Weitong understood that saying more would only add to the sadness. She nodded. Sister Yujio, then see you next time. Everything will definitely get better. Yujio smiled and bumped fists with her. In the following days, Yu Wei and Jean and the others gradually woke up. After Feng Yinling's repeated checks to ensure their physical condition had reached the minimum required level, Wu Nianluo finally allowed them to leave the academy's infirmary. As for Zhou Yu, Wu Ting felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for saving her, with his own strength, he wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Zhu Weitong and the others could vaguely sense that Zhou Yu's aura hadn't weakened. Although they couldn't pinpoint his location yet, they sometimes received a faint response, which reassured them. Meanwhile, not far outside the academy, at Bai Xuanji's residence, Zhou Yu was facing a scene of extreme contrasts. The reason for the disturbance was who would change Zhou Yu's dressing. Zhou Yu woke up around the 7th day. He found himself lying in an unfamiliar house, and on the spacious bed, on his arm, was a beautiful woman. Startled, Zhou Yu took a large step back, waking the woman. She propped herself up with one hand, rubbed her eyes with the other, and said in a gentle, tender voice, Brother, you're awake. Zhou Yu then looked closely at the girl's face. It was Zhou. Recalling the sensation on his arm, he was surprised and wanted to ask, Zhou, have you finally formed your own body? But he could only manage a few babbling sounds, his throat aching with each utterance. Zhou reached out and gently touched Zhou Yu's lips. Brother's throat was injured while fighting the monsters in the forest. He probably can't speak yet. Drink your medicine first. Zhou got up, picked up the leftover medicine from the table, and tried to feed Zhou Yu spoonful by spoonful. Zhou Yu awkwardly reached for the other half of the bowl, but Zhou's large, watery eyes made him lower his hand, leaving him no choice but to let Zhou slowly feed him. After finishing the bowl of medicine, Zhou Yu felt his mouth was stiff from opening and closing it. Perhaps because Zhou's soul wasn't residing within Zhou Yu's body, Zhou Yu couldn't communicate with Zhou in his sea of consciousness as he used to. Zhou smiled brightly. Brother, is there anything you want to ask me? She held out her palm, indicating that Zhou Yu could ask her by writing. I answer anything you want to know, brother. Zhou Yu quietly looked at Zhou, then slowly wrote in her palm. When did Zhou condense a body? Zhou smiled and said, It's probably been in the last few days. Perhaps it's because I couldn't bear to see my brother get hurt, and I wanted to protect him. My powerful love moved the heavens, which is why I was able to have my own body so quickly. Zhou Yu's ears turned red upon hearing this, thinking to himself, where did you learn to say that? Although the two couldn't communicate telepathically for the time being, Zhou seemed to have mind-reading abilities, actually answering Zhou Yu's thoughts. That's what I thought, and I just said it. Do I need to learn that? Is there anything else you want to ask, brother? Zhou Yu wrote, where is this? Before Zhou could speak, the door to the room opened, and a woman walked in. It was Bai Xuanji. Zhou's face instantly darkened, but remembering Zhou Yu was still in front of her, she quickly changed her expression, smiling brightly at Zhou Yu, and said, this sister saved us. We should be at her residence. Zhou Yu looked up at the sound, and that very familiar face came into view. He exclaimed, but couldn't say anything. Bai Xuanji stepped forward at the opportune moment. I am Bai Xuanji. Do you remember me? Zhou Yu nodded. Although he had only briefly met Mo Xuanji's sister a few times on the grasslands, her eyes, visible through her veil, bore an 8/10 resemblance to Mo Xuanji's. Now, looking at her face without the veil, she still bore at least a 6 or 7/10 resemblance to Mo Xuanji. Bai Xuanji approached the bed. She suddenly reached out and touched the bandage around Zhou Yu's neck, but first turned to Zhou, who was slightly agitated, and said, don't be so nervous. If I wanted to harm him, why would I have saved you in the forest? She then turned to Zhou Yu and asked, does it still hurt when I touch it like this? Zhou Yu shook his head. Bai Xuanji nodded. Then you're basically healed. You should be able to speak in a couple more days. Let me change your dressing. Zhou grasped Zhou Yu's hand, her large, watery eyes blinking. Brother, this sister is an outsider after all. Let me do it. Bai Xuanji looked at the two of them, and smiled slightly. Before you two woke up, I was the one who changed all his dressings. What part of his body haven't I seen? Both of their expressions froze. Bai Xuanji continued teasingly. I remember, he had a small mole on the back of his neck, and another one on his left lower back. Zhou's eyes suddenly turned fierce. She pounced on Zhou Yu with almost imperceptible speed. Zhou Yu barely reacted, and after regaining his senses, he quickly grabbed the girl's mischievous hands, his voice hoarse, no. Bai Xuanji nodded with a smile. I just said it casually. A friend of mine came to help you apply the medicine. Zhou Yu had only uttered 2 words when his throat suddenly ached. Zhou quickly handed him a glass of water, which helped him moisten his throat and relieve the dryness. Bai Xuanji chuckled, you two aren't like ordinary siblings. Zhou Yu's face stiffened. Seeing this, Bai Xuanji added, I left the medicine here. Now that you're awake, you can apply it yourselves. With that, she turned and left the room. Zhou blinked. Brother, lie down. The two stared at each other in silence. Zhou Yu knew he couldn't win against Zhou, and the wound on his back was difficult to treat himself. So he took off his clothes and laid down. As Zhou applied the medicine to Zhou Yu, he recalled what Bai Xuanji had said, muttering to himself. There is indeed a mole on the back of his neck, but not on his waist, though there is one on his back. The gentle touch of his fingertips brought a slight tingling sensation, and Zhou Yu shifted uncomfortably. Zhou immediately said, Brother, did I hurt you? I'm sorry, I be gentler. Zhou Yu shook his head upon hearing this, and remained still. A gentle spring breeze blew, accompanied by the chirping of birds, and Zhou Yu drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhou Yu's injuries had mostly healed enough to get out of bed. When he woke up, Zhou wasn't in the room. He had left a note saying he'd gone out to buy him something. Zhou Yu saw the sun shining brightly outside the window. He had just opened half a window, when he saw Bai Xuanji watering the flowers in the flower bed half a meter away. Hearing the noise, Bai Xuanji tilted her head slightly to look at him. I heard from Xiao He that he liked you a lot. Zhou Yu's hand, holding the water glass, suddenly froze. Even the water he was drinking seemed to choke him. He coughed violently, unable to speak for a long time. Bai Xuanji continued, for his coming-of-age ceremony, besides some family members, he only brought you, an outsider. He told me about this a long time ago. I didn't expect him to remember it for so many years. I remember he had a junior sister at Huilun Academy. Come to think of it, they probably spent more time together, yet Xiao He never invited her. That's enough to prove you're special to him. Bai Xuanji chuckled. Things like liking someone are troublesome if you don't know it. Knowing someone's feelings leads to overthinking. If it were someone else, I wouldn't want to bring this up, but he's my brother. Whatever he wants, I give him. But it's still a bit early. I didn't mean to trouble you, but I wanted to give you a heads up. I advise you not to get too deeply involved. Zhou Yu frowned slightly, his voice dry. Don't get too deeply involved. What do you mean? Bai Xuanji raised an eyebrow slightly. It means, Don't invest too much emotion. No matter which one. Because in the end, he will remember nothing. His rebirth will leave no trace of these people's existence. She said calmly, I said all I need to say. You don't need to ask him, he knows nothing. Bai Xuanji abruptly changed the subject. Is that girl your sister? Before Zhou Yu could speak, she added, look at what I'm saying. You two look so alike, more alike than any pair of twins I ever seen. Her words seemed to have a hidden meaning, causing Zhou Yu to frown slightly. Zhou Yu looked at the woman before him. Although she looked so much like Emo Xuanqi, he felt something very strange. He felt as if she saw through him. Even though they hadn't met many times, she understood him perfectly. That feeling was very uncomfortable. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you two siblings had a very good relationship. When she found you in Wangqiu, she herself was in poor condition, yet she still kept treating you. She smiled. Little Black was only close to me when he was little. Now that he's grown up, he's not as affectionate. Zhou Yu pursed his lips, and after a long pause, said, yeah, we're very close. Bai Xuanji didn't reply. Apart from the sound of watering the plants, there was no other sound inside or outside. Breaking the silence was Zhou, who had returned from shopping. She opened the door and rushed into Zhou Yu's arms, her smile radiant. Brother, you're awake. Want to go shopping with me again? Zhou Yu shook his head. I think I should go back to Huiluan Academy first. His communicator had been damaged during the battle in the forest, and the sea of consciousness he had constructed with Wenxian seemed to have been affected by the gray energy beforehand, making communication difficult. He hadn't been able to contact anyone at the academy. Chapter 115. Zhou nestled in Zhou Yu's arms, her eyes dark, but her tone was light. All right, then we won't disturb this sister any longer. After bidding farewell to Bai Xuanji, Zhou Yu and Zhou Yi returned to the academy. As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, Zhou put on a black veil. Zhou Yu, though somewhat puzzled, didn't ask further. Zhou Yu returned to his academy residence about half a month after the great battle. His body seemed to have resonated with the Wenxian sword a second time, and even after half a month of recuperation, he was still somewhat weak. Zhou looked at his pale face with heartache and volunteered to let him go directly to his residence to rest, saying she would report to Zhu Yingtong that he was safe. Since Zhu Yingtong and the others learned of Zhou Yu and Zhou's relationship from Qiongqi, and Zhou Yu had introduced them to each other in the days that followed, and given their strikingly similar appearances, they could easily discern their relationship upon meeting, and her words would confirm that Zhou Yu was unharmed. Zhou Yu finally managed to persuade Zhou Yu to return to her residence to rest, while Zhou Yu went to the infirmary to check on the others. However, Zhou Yu was unaware that a rumor had already spread throughout the academy that day. Who was the girl who had returned hand in hand with the handsome freshman from Class 0? Yu Wei and the others were still unconscious, and naturally hadn't heard this rumor. Zhu Yingtong, oblivious to the outside world, lived a monotonous life, going between cultivation and checking on Yu Wei and the others. She only heard the rumor very late at night. Emo Xuanqi, who had rushed back to the academy that same day after hearing the rumor, arrived at Zhou Yu's room, only to find the unconscious Zhou Yu and Zhou, veiled and behaving intimately, guarding his bedside. Who are you? Emo Xuanqi asked, suppressing her anger, her tone harsh. Zhou's eyes were full of provocation, yet her tone was gentle. Naturally, it's the person closest to him. Emo Xuanqi choked on his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Frustrated, he blurted out, I don't know what's so great about wearing a veil at the academy. People who don't know better might think you're ugly. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you can ask him yourself. Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't want to see my face. Emo Xuanqi snorted coldly, playing tricks. Hearing their increasingly heated argument, Zhou Yu woke up from his sleep. Zhou immediately moved very close. Little Yu brother, you're awake? Emo Xuanqi crushed the corner of the bedside table in his hand with a bang. Zhou Yu's muddled brain hadn't reacted yet. He only managed to reply. When he came to his senses, he saw Emo Xuanqi's departing figure, so fast that before he could even speak, he had vanished from the room. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, was that Xiao Hei just now? Zhou blinked her wet eyes. I don't know his name. That older brother came in looking really fierce. Zhou Yu explained, he's Senior Bai's younger brother. Don't you think they look alike? Zhou muttered, I haven't met Senior Bai many times, so I don't really remember what she looks like. And that older brother was so fierce, I didn't dare look at him. Senior Bai is very pretty. He meant to say, those siblings are so good looking, you should at least remember them after only seeing them a few times. Is his sister face blind? Before he could finish, Zhou interrupted him, her face full of grievance. Senior Bai is pretty, but am I not pretty? Zhou Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou's beauty was undeniable, but the thought of having a similar face made him feel a pang of self-praise. Of course you're pretty. Zhou pouted. Brother's just good at flattering people. How could you be? Is Sister Zhu pretty? Pretty. Is Sister An pretty? Pretty. Is Sister Yue pretty? Pretty. Brother said he couldn't flatter people. He says nice things even when the three sisters aren't here, but now that they're here, he praised them to the skies. If Anjin were here, she would simply say, anything you ask Zhou Yu, he'd do as you please. Actually, Zhou knew everything. She just wanted to be closer to her brother. Zhou Yu shook his head helplessly. I don't know where he learned all this. Time flew by, and it was the end of June, the time for Huilin Academy to finalize the list of participants. According to the Academy's regulations, everyone's rankings remained largely unchanged. The Academy carefully consulted with all students and confirmed the final list. Team leaders, Su Sha Mengqian. Team leaders, Meng Ling, Qian Yang Yuxinin. Participants, second year, level 58 Light Type Archmage by Xuanji. Level 62 Dark Type Archmage Mo Xuanqi. First year, level 63 Fire Type Archmage Zhu Tong. Level 51 Space Type Archmage Qian Yu. Level 50 Wind Type Archmage Xiao Xuanyan. Level 50 Wood Type Archmage Yu Wei. Level 50 Light Type Archmage Anjin. Level 48 Ice Type Archmage Mu Chunyu. Level 45 Fire Type Archmage Shi Phoenix. Level 41 Water Archmage Wu Ting. Excluding students who are over the age limit, substitutes of different magic attributes were selected according to their ranking. Level 46 Earth Archmage Shang Qinghe. Level 44 Lightning Archmage Hung Qian. Level 42 Wind Archmage Fang Yizhen. Level 41 Water Archmage Mercury Qian. Level 41 Ice Archmage Lan Ling. Level 41 Mental Archmage Lan Ji. After a rather gloomy period at the Academy, everyone welcomed the Academy's second holiday. Zhu Yingtong and the others, as usual, decided to return to Mayu Imperial City. Mo Xuanqi, however, said he would accompany them. Before the holiday, the group hadn't seen Xiao Xuanyan and her brother, only meeting her briefly at the start of the break. Her complexion wasn't as good as usual, she was still somewhat listless, but she seemed unaffected by the gloom. She said that she and her brother would first return to the Xiao family's territory during the holiday, and would return before the competition. The group hurriedly parted ways, and headed to their respective destinations. Yi Buju, who had been asleep for several months, came online again. Why do I feel like Xuanyan's brother? Always glances at Yue unintentionally. And Jean muttered softly. Mo Xuanqi had recently developed a strong aversion to people wearing masks and veils, and even treated Wu Ting with little kindness. Although Wu Ting insisted, he's always had that expressionless face to me. Mo Xuanqi, his face grim, surprisingly agreed with Jin's assessment. Doesn't seem like a good person. And Jean quickly said, I didn't say that. Mo Xuanqi glanced at her. That's what you think. Yue, hearing her name called, leaned closer. What are you talking about? And Jean said seriously, Mo Xixiang and I were discussing whether Xuanyan's half-brother is good-looking. Mo Xuanqi sighed. When did I bring that up? Yue tapped her cheek thoughtfully. He should be quite good-looking, right? How does he compare to the Dragon King? Yue said dreamily, of course, the Dragon King. And Jean chuckled, a couple deeply in love. Mo Xuanqi, his face cold, still couldn't help but lean closer to Zhou Yu and whispered, Where's the girl in your room that day? And Jean exclaimed loudly, What girl? Whose room? Zhou Yu? Zhu Yingtong, sitting at the front, tilted her head back to answer Jin's question. It's Zhou. What's Jin thinking about all day? And Jean gave a hesitant Zhou. She wanted to say something more, but considering Zhou Yu and Zhou's identities, she remained silent. To Mo Xuanqi, this seemed like an admission of something. In a moment of impulsiveness, he almost blurted out something, but Jean, quick-witted as ever, seeing the situation was not good, quickly pulled Yue to the front to find Zhu Yingtong. And Jean whispered, Didn't Zhou Yu say Zhou condensed out of her body? Why is she still living inside Zhou Yu's body? As she spoke, she glanced at Mo Xuanqi, who was talking to Zhou Yu behind them, afraid he would overhear about the devourer. But judging from his expression, he probably wasn't paying any attention to them. Yue shook her head. I don't know. That girl. I always feel something's off about her. And Jean let out a soft oh right? You think so too? She's too clingy. Yue frowned slightly. Indeed, she's too clingy to Zhou Yu. Zhu Yingtong, is it because they grew up together? They're closer than twins. Their thoughts are even more intuitive than telepathy. When Zhou Yu first returned to the academy, Zhou took care of every little detail of his life, understanding him even better than Ning Shi, the top-tier butler. And every time they went to visit Zhou Yu, Zhou told them that he was still unconscious, so 8 out of 10 times she turned them away. Thinking about what had happened these past few days, the three looked at each other, speechless. Yi Buju had probably slept too long and hadn't been active for a while. He suddenly took off running home and lost his footing, nearly smashing open the gate to Haoyue village with a sudden stop. Yue Wei called out, "Buju, don't step on my flowers." The back gate led to a vast sea of flowers planted by Yue Wei, each one priceless. The group on the wolf's back lurched, and Jean lost her balance and took a step back, but Zhou Yu caught her in time. And Jean smiled slightly at Zhou Yu, then glanced at Mo Xuanqi, who was lying back behind her, looking completely at ease, and teased in a low voice, finally appeased. Zhou Yu gave a soft Having learned his lesson, Yi Buju carefully stepped through the back gate of Haoyue village. Fluorite and Bishi were waiting for them in the garden as usual. Bishi's big round eyes searched through the crowd, and as soon as Zhu Yingtong and the others landed, she rushed into Zhu Yingtong's arms. The girl was picked up by Zhu Yingtong, and Bishi looked behind her, but finding no other familiar figure, she let out a puzzled squeak. Seeing this, Zhu Yingtong explained softly, "That lady went home. Next time I bring Bishi to see her, okay?" Bishi hummed in agreement and nodded, seemingly understanding. Chapter 116. The group spent over a peaceful month cultivating and resting in Haoyue Township before setting off back to Huilun Academy in mid-August. The competition was held in Guli City, the city where the Demon Priest Tower headquarters was located. Guli City was a border city and commercial center of the Zhenrong Empire, its prosperity rivaling that of the major imperial capitals. As in previous years, due to the competition's high entertainment value, occupancy rates at surrounding hotels soared, and prices rose accordingly. Despite this, people flocked to the city. After all, such a spectacular competition between outstanding mages from various academies wasn't something that could be seen every year. However, the Demon Priest Tower reimbursed all accommodation costs for the teachers and students from each academy. Each academy ultimately sent approximately 20 people to Guli City. The Demon Priest Tower arranged for everyone to stay in hotels, allocating 5 or 6 suites to each academy. The total number of students from all the academies nearly filled an entire hotel. The tournament format is relatively simple. A total of 27 academies from the entire continent of Zileucus are participating, divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, from the preliminary rounds, with 6 academies per group. The preliminary round rules are as follows. Each day, the 6 academies are randomly assigned to 3 teams to compete simultaneously. The competition format is also determined by drawing lots, choosing 2 formats from individual battles, duo battles, and 5-person team battles. The 4 matches are held separately in the morning and afternoon. Individual battles are fought according to a pre-submitted order list. Players either concede or fall off the stage until one team finishes all 7 members' battles. The winning team accumulates points based on the number of members remaining. The different formats also have a slight impact on the final scores. The top 2 academies in each group advance to the next round. As in I Qingjiu, the main rulemaker, stated, luck is also a part of strength. However, for Huilun Academy, understanding the early rounds wasn't particularly meaningful. Because of the merits of their predecessors, Huilun always unintentionally received a bye in the earlier rounds. Invariably, Huilun Academy was the academy that received a bye in the preliminaries. The other academies didn't object to the Demon Priest Tower's tricks, as Huilun Academy was widely recognized as the top academy on the continent, and no one wanted to encounter them at the beginning. The preliminaries, including the rest period, lasted half a month. The academies eliminated in the preliminaries had gradually left Guli City, with only a few remaining to watch the competition. The hotel was suddenly much less crowded. The 8 academies remaining after the preliminaries, along with Huilun Academy, were divided into 3 groups, with the top-scoring academy in each group advancing to the finals. Neither of the 2 schools in the same group as Huilun Academy were considered pre-tournament favorites for 2nd or 3rd place. Long ago, people secretly made bets on who would win, but Huilun Academy always managed to pull off a stunning upset and take 1st place. Eventually, the betting stopped, and the focus shifted to who would get 2nd or 3rd place. After all, the mages who could secure 2nd or 3rd place were the cream of the crop, bringing glory to their academies and enhancing their own reputations. The rules for the semifinals were the same as the preliminary rounds. 2 of the 3 formats would be drawn. In the match between Huilun Academy and the top-ranked academy in the group, one captain would draw an individual battle, and the other a team battle. The two individual battles were essentially showcases of Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi's individual prowess. This was the first time in the entire tournament that a level 60 archmage had appeared, and with their opponents not being particularly strong, both of them achieved a 1 vs 7 victory for the first time in this year's tournament. The two 5-person team battles were also led by the senior and junior siblings, resulting in a one-sided crushing defeat. The results of the matches were as expected, but something unexpected happened on the opposing team. After the matches, Ming Qian counted the participants. She asked suspiciously, "Why are two missing?" "Zhu Yingtong, the matches just ended, and one of the opposing team's team leaders wanted to say a few words to Njin. She said she'd go back to the hotel by herself later. Mo Xuanqi, and then Shi Huang went with her. That unlucky kid." Ming Qian nodded and led everyone back to the hotel. Shi Huang followed Njin to a restaurant, but unfortunately, the two went straight into a private room, preventing him from getting closer. Meanwhile, Njin, after entering the room, asked, "What do you want to say?" "Get to the point, there are people waiting for me outside." How could she not notice that Shi Huang had been following her? He thought he was being very discreet. Thinking of the boy's aggrieved expression, Njin's mood brightened considerably. You don't remember me?" The person in front of her was named Tu Yin, with delicate features and a slightly darker complexion, like a child who had grown up by the sea. Njin hesitated for a moment, thinking, "I haven't been messing around with any men or women since I came here." Suddenly realizing something, she calmly said, "My memory isn't very clear. Could you tell me?" Tu Yin looked somewhat aggrieved, but he continued, 11 years ago, at the Jiahui North Port in Mayu, we were on a fishing boat bound for Danshan. Our boat encountered gray mist, and then a madman appeared. Although he dealt with the gray mist, countless energies still went berserk. Besides you, only I survived on that boat." And Jean mentally calculated the time. 11 years ago, that was her second time on the Ziliosis continent, an experience she had no memory of. She continued without changing her expression, 11 years ago? But you saw it today, I represented Huilun Academy in this competition, proving I was under 20. 11 years ago, how old was I? You mistaken me for someone else. No. I know why. And Jin's eyes instantly sharpened upon hearing this. Before she could speak, she was interrupted by a voice from outside the door. "Is this gentleman with the guests inside? Why doesn't he come in?" The person speaking knocked lightly on the door, and then opened it. "Gentlemen, your tea and refreshments." After setting the table, she left the room. And Jean composed herself, glancing at the half-length red hair peeking out from the doorway, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Tu Yin asked, "Is that your friend?" And Jean hummed in agreement, and stood up. "Please wait a moment." She walked to the door, and habitually pinched Shi Huang's cheek. "Do you want me to go back with you? Would you wait for me outside for a while?" Shi Huang's eyes suddenly reddened. "Just a friend?" Before Jean could answer, he added, "I understand. I wait for you outside." And Jean watched Shi Huang's departing figure without saying anything more, turning to Tu Yin and saying, "You can continue." Shi Huang, who had run all the way out of the house, only stopped after covering almost half of his hometown. He stood there for a long time before moving again. He tapped his bracelet a few times, searched a few places, and then immediately went there. Listening to Tu Yin recount how he returned home and couldn't eat or drink, accidentally finding a portrait of the high priest in the family's treasure vault, he finally connected the heroic figure from the stories of his childhood with the woman he longed for. And Jean looked at the person in front of her in silence for a long time before speaking. "It seems you really know me." She then asked, "You knew from the beginning that you were a descendant of Atlantis?" Tu Yin nodded. "I grew up listening to stories of Atlantis. Every elder in my clan longed for the return of Atlantis. I just never expected that the high priest was you." He carefully observed Jin's expression, his feelings somewhat complicated. In the first few days, he had been thinking of her day and night, and the woman's figure often appeared in his dreams. Later, upon learning her identity, he dared not harbor any further thoughts, burying his youthful, innocent feelings deep within his heart. And Jean was somewhat at a loss. Her memories hadn't returned as Ti Fei had said. She still didn't understand what Qi Ge and Lin Lang meant by the restriction. She knew so much about the woman named Jin Yu. Was she really her? Tu Yin spoke cautiously, then placed a token in front of Njin. "This is the token of Keidu, one of the 13 cities. As long as you infuse it with magic, the people of Keidu nearby will come to help you." He spoke with a lack of confidence, because Keidu was Atlantis' intelligence station, arguably the weakest island in terms of power. And Jean asked, "Who controls Atlantis?" Tu Yin replied, the twins born from the camellia tree. But 200 years into the continental calendar, for some unknown reason, the twins born from the camellia tree became extremely fragile. To be protected by the camellia tree, they have never left the main city of Atlantis. And Jean asked one last question, when will Atlantis rise? Tu Yin shook his head, the elders aren't sure either, but they told us to be on high alert and ready at any time. And Jean accepted the token and nodded thoughtfully. After finishing her conversation with Tu Yin, it was already night. And Jean had just stepped out of the restaurant when she sensed a familiar presence approaching. The next instant, her hand was grasped familiarly by someone, who spoke with a wrong tone. Are you going to resist? And Jean covered her mouth and chuckled. Do you think I let a stranger get this close? She turned to look at Shi Huang, only to be suddenly pulled very close by. Shi Huang spoke, seemingly trying to remain calm, but her voice still trembled slightly with nervousness. I want to give you something. And Jean found it amusing, but still played along. The two stopped, and she closed her eyes. Okay, what are you going to give me? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her earlobe droop slightly, as if something had been placed on it. Okay. And Jean opened her eyes, took out a small mirror from her storage container, and looked at herself. It was an earring somewhat similar in style to the one she always wore on her right ear, both being fiery red with shimmering gold, reflecting the moonlight beautifully. And Jean was delighted. Where did you find this? It's beautiful, I love it, thank you. Shi Huang spoke somewhat shyly. I had my eye on it for a long time, and I thought it would suit you perfectly. Today I went to the forging room and added phoenix essence blood and light magic crystals. Besides its beauty, it can continuously increase your magic power and protect you. And Jean exclaimed, so precious. Shi Huang looked at Jean silently for a long while before he couldn't help but stroke her face. No, you are more precious. Chapter 117. And Jean placed her hand on Shi Huang's hand, smiling as she asked, what do you want to say? Her smile was serene, as if she knew everything. That smile seemed to encourage Shi Huang. He calmed himself and finally spoke in a relatively calm voice, though his words were still somewhat incoherent. I don't want to be just friends. I want to stand by your side. I want to have a special place in your heart. I want to hold your hand anytime, anywhere. I want to be a part of your life. I want to have a closer relationship with you. And Jean looked at him earnestly. And one more thing? Shi Huang paused for half a second, then quickly said, I like you. I want to be with you. As soon as he finished speaking, and Jean tilted her head and kissed him. Shi Huang was completely stunned. Before he could react, and Jin's smiling face appeared before him. If it weren't for the lingering warmth on his lips, he probably would have thought it was just a beautiful fantasy. He stammered, that doesn't count, it's not. It's not. He almost bit his tongue in his haste. And Jean smiled sweetly, and kissed him again. The attack was fierce, and Shi Huang was completely unable to resist. He stumbled back a few steps, pinned against a stone pillar by Jean. And Jean held him tightly with one hand, and wrapped the other around his waist, the two inseparable. Shi Huang felt all the blood rush to his head. He couldn't say anything, couldn't do anything, and could only submit to Jin's control. Finally, Jean gently bit Shi Huang's lips, took a step back, looked at the flushed young man, and said with great pleasure, I agree. Shi Huang gasped for breath, his ears ringing. It took him a while to realize what Jean had just said. He explained in surprise, really? You really agreed? He then hugged Jean tightly, jumping up and down with joy, the girl's figure dancing in the air before landing. And Jean, seeing his reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, keep your voice down, don't disturb the neighbors. Shi Huang put Jean down and hugged her tightly. I'm so sorry, I was just too excited. The two walked back to the hotel. A short distance ahead, in a clothing store, a beautiful young woman and her lover were picking out clothes. It was late, and the store was nearly empty. Yue's eyes crinkled with a smile. I go in and change first, wait a moment. The Dragon King ruffled Yue's hair, okay. Yue pursed her lips, grabbed the clothes, and ran to the fitting room, her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. It had been so long since she'd gone shopping. She felt relaxed and happy. While Yue changed her clothes, the Dragon King sat outside with his eyes closed. A short while later, he heard someone lift the curtain. Changing so quickly, the Dragon King opened his eyes, and saw Yue standing in front of the mirror. The clothes she was wearing weren't the ones she had brought in earlier. He wondered when she had changed. I'm done changing. These will do. The girl looked at herself in the mirror, satisfied. She turned around, and saw the Dragon King staring at her. She smiled playfully. Why are you looking at me? Am I pretty? The Dragon King was speechless. She was pretty, but this wasn't Yue Wei's usual style. She wore a light white tulle dress with a sheer overlay, her delicate collarbones peeking through the contrast of the white tulle and her black hair. The hem of her dress slid up to reveal most of her calves, the shimmering silver leg ornaments tinkling softly with her movements, the coiled ornaments further emphasizing the long slender whiteness of her legs. She raised an eyebrow. What's with that expression? Doesn't it look good? No, it's too beautiful. But the Dragon King, seemingly out of thin air, took a long black robe from the rack and draped it over the girl's shoulders. Before he could speak, he sensed something. You're not Yue Wei. Who is Yue Wei? The Dragon King took a swift step back as he spoke, his expression unsettling. This girl's magic was extremely weak. She couldn't possibly be Yue Wei. The girl was also curious. Yue Wei, this name. Dragon King? Who are you talking to? Yue Wei, having changed into her new clothes, came out of the fitting room carrying them, tugging at her hem as she walked. These clothes seem more complicated than they look. I've been wearing them for a long time. The moment Yue Wei looked up, the Dragon King instantly appeared in front of her, pulling the girl into his arms. Yue Wei was surprised, her face flushing instantly. Dragon King, what's wrong? Even though they had been in a relationship for a long time, they had never been so intimate in front of outsiders. After all, they were both rather shy in this regard. The Dragon King said softly, "Don't speak." His tone was somewhat off. He looked at the girl before him, horrified. Why would such a person appear? Someone who looked exactly like Yue Wei. If it were any other girl, they could say they were twins. But if it was the Yu family of Huilin, then there was only one explanation. Although Yue Wei had questions she wanted to ask, she sensed something was amiss and fell silent. She surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the Dragon King, no one present possessed more magic than herself, unless they were deliberately concealing it. What's wrong with you? You've been staring at me the moment I appeared, and touching me everywhere. Sister, you be the judge, whose fault is it? The girl, who looked remarkably like Yue Wei, puffed out her cheeks, displaying a charming and coquettish demeanor, much like Yue Wei when they first met. Her words were quite exaggerated, making her seem like a fearless, mischievous devil. Yue Wei turned her head, seemingly wanting to say something, but the Dragon King pressed her against his chest. Yue Wei couldn't help but look up. Dragon King? What's wrong? The Dragon King said in a deep voice. I mistook you for someone else. I'm very sorry. With that, he pulled Yue Wei away from the shop, tossing a bag of gold coins steadily onto the shopkeeper's table before leaving. Dragon King, what exactly happened? Yue Wei, who had been dragged along, was somewhat displeased. The Dragon King pursed his lips and said in a low voice, Didn't you confirm the Yu family's identity when you went home last time? Yue Wei nodded. The Dragon King's face darkened. I told you before, after the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Huai, passed away, a Yu Huai tree appeared in the Yu family's sacred land. That tree branched out and produced leaves, but rarely bore fruit. Because what it bore wasn't fruit, but people. Yue Wei exclaimed in surprise, what fruit? Bearing people? This? The Dragon King's face was grim. As far as I know, the Yu Huai tree hasn't borne fruit for many years. The last time it bore fruit was over 3,000 years ago. Yue Wei was still a little confused. Then what does this have to do with us? The Dragon King's expression stiffened. Each fruiting signifies an impending major change for the Yu clan. Not long after the last fruiting, the gray energy first wreaked havoc in the world. And the fruit that bears fruit, she, isn't truly a person. She was merely chosen by Yu Huai to save the Yu clan. He paused. That girl just now looked exactly like you. Yue Wei was immediately taken aback. How is that possible? She couldn't help but look back, only to find that they were already far from the clothing store, and the girl hadn't come out. The Dragon King frowned. He couldn't bring himself to recount the story from 3,000 years ago. The person born from Yu Huai at the time looked exactly like the Yu clan patriarch at the time, and after dealing with the gray energy, that person disappeared. As a secret of the Yu clan, this matter was almost unknown to outsiders. Few knew what happened between the patriarch and that person, and even fewer knew whether it was the patriarch or the fruit that survived. As the Dragon King pondered, Yue Wei suddenly felt unwell. She gasped for breath and fainted within moments. The Dragon King's expression changed drastically, and he immediately took Yue Wei back to their residence. No one knew that the young woman who had just been in the clothing store had also felt a tightness in her chest at the same time as Yue Wei's discomfort. She struggled to her feet and walked outside, watching the two figures disappear before finally collapsing, powerless. But if anyone had witnessed this, they would have been astonished to find that her body ultimately vanished in a wisp of smoke. Yu Ten awoke in the sacred grounds of the Yu family. Gazing at the large tree before her, she slowly approached it, murmuring softly, "I met that child. I really do look just like her." The tree rustled as if blown by the wind. As if receiving a response, Yutan continued, "I know. I know. This is my destiny. I exist for her. And you? How did you feel back then?" The tree, named Yu Huai, continued to rustle. Yutan chuckled softly, "Why would I ask you? You can't speak anyway." She paused for a moment, then said, "Very well, the sooner I help her resolve her problem, the sooner I can return to your side." As she spoke, she gently kissed the trunk of the giant tree. Perhaps feeling the chill of the autumn night wind, she pressed herself even closer to it. Hometown City, Dream Hotel. Yu Wei was still unconscious when she returned to the hotel. The Dragon King, his face ashen, only entrusted Zhu Yingtong and a few others to look after Yu Wei before leaving to find a solution. The team's healers took turns checking Yu Wei's condition, but couldn't figure it out. They could only cast simple healing spells to ease the blockage in her magical energy channels. Mo Xuanqi watched the flurry of activity, a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Zhou Yu walked to his side, noticing his slightly furrowed brows, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Xuanqi snapped out of his reverie and whispered, "You remember, right? I'm a Lancer. Although I don't have the accurate prophetic abilities of Lan Xing and Mo Shengshi, I possess a stronger sense of perception than ordinary people. You all need to be careful lately. I'm so worried about you all." He almost bit his tongue. Zhou Yu looked at him quietly, then smiled and nodded. Chapter 118. Even half a month later, during the finals, Yu Wei still hadn't regained consciousness. Initially, Meng Qian, who was leading the team, had a headache, but she still made 2 contingency plans. The finals were a format that alternated between individual battles, 2-person battles, and team battles. Since each person could only participate a maximum of 2 times in each of the 3 formats, everyone's matches were arranged in advance. In the individual battles, to give other members of the team experience, Zhu Yingtong was arranged to finish off the remaining members. The 2-person battles were relatively common pairings, Bai Xuanji and her brother, Xiao Xuanyan and Shi Huang, and Qian Yu and Mu Chunyu. The 2 team battles were originally planned to be between Mo Xuanqi's team, Bai Xuanji, Qian Yu, Mu Chunyu, Wu Ting, and Zhu Yingtong's team, Yu Wei, and Jin, Xiao Xuanyan, Shi Huang. However, due to Yu Wei's absence, Meng Qian had to arrange for several substitutes to join Zhu Yingtong's team in advance for practice. Ultimately, Shui Xingqian was the most successful in this process. With such overwhelming strength, the outcome was no surprise. Nie Qingjiu, who hadn't publicly appeared on the mainland for centuries, finally made it to the competition. Looking at this year's predictably one-sided event, she complained, "I knew that woman Wu Nianlu showing off her 2 disciples was no good. With those 2 kids around, this competition is utterly pointless." Louis patted her head comfortingly, "Don't complain. Go present the awards." The final prizes of the competition were always awarded by the Demon Priest Tower. In previous years, Louis and several black-robed priests took turns presenting them. This year, Jior had finally made an appearance, and there was a strong demand for this powerful and mysterious red-robed priest to present the awards. Nie Qingjiu changed into a more formal priestess's robes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she slowly descended from the high hall, followed by the black-robed priest, with Sheer carrying the prizes. At this moment, this usually unreliable red-robed priest looked exceptionally serious and dignified. Following the established order, she presented the prizes to the 3rd and 2nd place teams, finally arriving at the champion Huiluan Academy team. She took the box containing 8th-tier magic crystals and handed it to the 2 captains. She paused slightly, muttering, "Why does he look so familiar?" Huasier whispered back, "Isn't he the guy who withdrew from the competition halfway through?" Mo Xuanqi nodded. And Qingjiu suddenly realized, "You grown so much." Then, she smiled sweetly, "The Demon Priest Tower still welcomes you. If you're willing, I can still offer you the position of Black-Robe Priest." She tilted her head slightly, turning to Zhu Yingtong beside her, "This little girl you are too." And Qingjiu raised her scepter high and declared loudly, "Whether it's the Demon Priest Tower, the Magic Association, or the royal families of the various empires, all welcome outstanding magicians to join us." Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi exchanged a glance, breaking out in a cold sweat. Only this fearless red-robed priestess would dare to snatch someone right under Wu Nianluo's nose. The 2 could vaguely sense the feeling of being watched emanating from the audience. "If you 2 don't speak properly, you'll be going back to practice more." Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly, clasped her hands in greeting, and said, "Thank you for your kind words, senior. I already have a destination to take." The final stages of the competition had concluded, and everyone in the arena was gradually leaving. And Ai Qingjiu reverted to her usual carefree self, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Oh? Where do you plan to go?" Zhu Yitong replied, "Naturally, I learned my skills at the academy and returned to serve my homeland, clearing away the ash from the people." And Ai Qingjiu glanced down at her. I remember now. You are Zhu Yinheng's child." Zhu Yitong's expression changed drastically. "Senior, you know my father?" This was the first time she had heard about her family since leaving the Zhengrong Empire. And Ai Qingjiu casually said, "It seems we met once a few hundred years ago?" Just as Zhu Yitong was about to ask something, a bell rang out from the nearby demon priest tower. And Ai Qingjiu's face suddenly turned extremely pale. She whispered, "They come after all." Before she could say anything more, she heard Emo Xuanqi, and with sheer screams beside her. She turned her head, and saw that Zhu Yitong had fainted a few breaths after the bell rang. Wen Yanluo's expression also changed drastically upon hearing the bell. She quickly went to Zhu Yitong's side, picked her up, and said to Emo Xuanqi, "Let's go back to the hotel first. I know what happened." She paused for a moment, then said to Ai Qingjiu, "Zhou Yu will probably be affected as well. Please bring him over." Although the two often clashed over trivial matters, Ai Qingjiu knew a bit about Zhou Yu's background and understood that today's events were no small matter. She nodded, and sent Washir to find Zhou Yu. Hearing their conversation, Emo Xuanqi's face grew anxious. "Zhou Yu? What happened to him? What impact will this have on him?" Ai Qingjiu sighed softly. "I heard you're from Lanster?" Without waiting for Emo Xuanqi's reply, she added, "Children who wander far from home eventually return." Leaving behind that ambiguous statement, she slowly departed. Emo Xuanqi, flustered and confused by their antics, hurried back to the hotel. To his surprise, besides Zhu Yitong and the still unconscious Yu Wei, even Jin, who had been waiting in the waiting area, had fallen unconscious, as had Zhou Yu, who had been brought over by Ai Qingjiu. Wen Yanluo instructed teachers Su Sha and Meng Qian to take Bai Xuanji, and the other students back to the academy for their classes as scheduled. Emo Xuanqi and the other students from Class 0 stayed behind out of concern. Xiao Xuanyin had originally planned to stay as well, but her brother reminded her of the gray aura that needed to be dealt with promptly. Yes, the gray aura on Xiao Xuanyin's hand hadn't been truly cleared. Although Xiao Xuanyin hadn't participated in many matches throughout the competition, she had done her best to complete them within her capabilities. But no one knew the extent of the pain Xiao Xuanyin had endured. That was gray aura that even a mage at the divine descent level would find difficult to dispel. Inside the room, she removed the gloves made of a special substance. Her originally wheat-colored skin now revealed a deathly gray-white. This hand still couldn't be saved. Even with the healing power of Feng Yunling, a radiant deity, and the supplementary Shao clan's secret techniques, they could only control the spread of the gray energy and save her life. From this day forward, she could no longer wield a sword with her right hand. She glanced at the people inside, bid a final farewell to Yu Xinin, and then left with her brother this place where she had only stayed for a year, but which was filled with happy memories. Back to the unconscious ones. After Yu Wei fell into a coma, the Dragon King went to the Yu clan to look for Yu Qifeng, and did not return for several days. On the third day after the four fell into a coma, the Dragon King returned with Yu Qifeng. Yu Qifeng was also very surprised to hear about the result within the clan. As the Dragon King knew, the Yu Huai tree had not borne fruit for 3,000 years, and now, this sudden change certainly indicated an impending transformation. After instructing several elders of the clan and reviewing relevant records, she arrived in her hometown to check on Yu Wei's condition. The fruit that the Yu Huai tree bore this time was called Yutan. Yu Qifeng stated that the resonance effect of the Yu Huai fruit on Yu Wei had passed, and would not have any negative impact on her body. According to relevant records, the Yu Huai fruit could even grant those chosen by the Yu Huai a superior perception of magic, which would be more beneficial to her future cultivation. Even when she faced mortal danger, the Yu Huai tree could save her. I never thought that the Yu Huai fruit that the Yu clan had waited so long for would actually descend upon this little child, Yu Qifeng exclaimed. Then why can't they wake up yet? The Dragon King asked anxiously. The seeds we planted back then have now borne fruit, Yu Qifeng whispered. The Dragon King suddenly realized something. You mean? The children who wander far away will eventually return home. Emo Xingqi's prophecy came true at this moment. Emo Xuanqi asked, what does that prophecy mean? Yu Qifeng sat by the bed, placing her hand on Yu Wei's wrist to channel magic into her. Their bodies are currently enduring unbearable pain. After they awaken again, they will be completely integrated into this world. Their time will become equal to ours, and they will grow up alongside you. They will no longer be people forgotten by time. Mo Xuanqi was astonished, yet felt it made perfect sense. After all, special cases like Zhu Yitong and the others, spending 10 years on the Western continent, while their own bodies only aged 1 year, such beings were truly unbelievable. Wu Nianlu nodded silently. After their last encounter with Shang Jia, I noticed a change in their physical condition. Their physical growth rate has accelerated compared to before, which might be a sign that the seal between the two worlds has been broken. Wu Ting asked doubtfully. The seal? Yes. The journey to another world orchestrated by Mo Shengshi has finally come to an end. Wu Nianlu said softly. This isn't necessarily a bad thing for them. After this, their consciousness, perception, emotions, everything, will be closer to the Ziliosis continent, which is beneficial for their cultivation. Mo Xuanqi asked, why did the seal suddenly break? No. It was a sudden unraveling, yet everything was foreshadowed. This matter involves far too many factors. I only gleaned a glimpse from the numerous prophecies. It concerns the increasing power of the gray energy. Mo Shengshi had to revert to his own energy from the spatial barrier of yesteryear to confront the ever-growing gray energy, which also made it extremely difficult for them to find spatial rifts to travel through time and space to the Western continent. Another point is that the barrier of the Northern continent has grown increasingly powerful, causing spatial rifts to collide and affecting the flow of time. Everything is traceable. The tolling of the bell at the Demon Priest Tower was merely a record of the time frame mentioned in the prophecy, with only slight deviations. Wu Nianlu quietly looked at Zhu Yitong and the others, letting out a long sigh. Welcome, you have officially arrived in this world. Chapter 119. These past few days, everyone stayed at the hotel, taking turns looking after Zhu Yitong and the others. Wu Nianlu left behind a large pile of rare treasures and elixirs before disappearing again. Mo Xuanqi, however, noticed something slightly off about Shi Huang. One day, after Shi Huang and Wu Ting took turns on duty, Mo Xuanqi quietly followed him to the hotel's backyard. The distance was too great, and Shi Huang's vigilant magical barrier prevented him from hearing who Shi Huang was talking to or what they were saying. However, he could see the animated expression on Shi Huang's face. Mo Xuanqi couldn't help but feel ashamed. In this respect, he was indeed very compatible with Jin. Meanwhile, Shi Huang contacted Bai Jie through a secret method and began to ramble on. It's been half a month, and Zhu Yitong and the others still haven't woken up. And Jin woke up once. Yu Wei has been sleeping the longest, but judging from the conversation between the Dragon King and Yu Qifang, she should wake up soon. Xiao He. He doesn't seem to have noticed anything wrong, and there's nothing unusual about him. He's quite different from the usual 90-odd times. Before, you, Sister Bai, always took care of him at home, but this time he's exceptionally talented. Is it because this is the last time? Not only did he run away on his own, but he also became Wu Nianlu's teacher. How much time does he have left? Any time. How can I possibly keep an eye on him? I have my own life too. Fomer, I'm begging you. Upon hearing this, Shi Huang couldn't refuse any longer and could only say, all right, I keep an eye on him. Bai Jie asked something else, and Shi Huang replied, I heard from Xiao He that Wu Nianlu seems to have gone to the Yangwei Empire. She's probably planning to take the 0 class there for training. But the Shui family has probably already exploited everything good in the Yangwei Empire. I wonder what we gain there. After a few more casual words with Bai Jie, Shi Huang ended the call. Turning around, he saw Mo Xuanqi staring at him with an unfriendly expression. Without thinking, Shi Huang took off running. Mo Xuanqi was faster. He stopped Shi Huang, who was about to flee, and asked sternly, Zhou, you told me that you participated in the demon hunting operation at the Demon Sacrifice Tower under the identity of Fonger as before. How did you manage that? Shi Huang coughed, thinking, oh, that's what it is. Our Phoenix clan's secret technique, the ninefold Phoenix Shadow. Mo Xuanqi pondered, I've seen this secret technique in books, but how did you manage to have 2 clones with such strong abilities? Back in the Demon Sacrifice Tower, 12-year-old Fonger only had level 30 magic power. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the identity of Fonger has become. Even with the help of the Magic Priest Tower, a saint-level mage's progress would be nothing short of miraculous. As for Shi Huang, at 17 years old, and with magic power in the 40s, while not the absolute best in Class 0, she was definitely among the best of her peers. The Phoenix Shadow ninefold secret technique creates clones in battle to confuse the enemy before attacking. This is the conventional method of using this technique. Generally speaking, the clones are slightly weaker than the main body, let alone possessing independent consciousness. To create 2 beings simultaneously, like Shi Huang, is unprecedented. Zhou Yu had previously suspected the relationship between Fenger and Shi Huang. Having carefully observed Fenger during their mission, he concluded that, both in terms of strength and behavior, she was indeed a living, breathing person. Meanwhile, Mo Xuanqi had also observed Shi Huang occasionally, and his opinion aligned with Zhou Yu's. Mo Xuanqi also had doubts about Fenger's identity. Her age and magical power seemed somewhat arbitrary. Considering she was a descendant of the Phoenix, perhaps different from ordinary magicians, he hadn't questioned her much before. But now it seemed Shi Huang might be hiding many things from him. Shi Huang's voice tightened. Our Phoenix clan's secret techniques. How clear can those books be? I definitely know best, understand best. If you don't explain clearly, I tell Jean you're pretending to be a man to deceive her. Shi Huang shouted. How am I deceiving her? Our Phoenix clan is inherently dual gender. Fenger is me, and Shi Huang is me. Whatever form she likes me to take, I will maintain that form, accompanying her for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, until she no longer likes me. He spoke with increasing insecurity. Was this deception to Jean? He didn't know. But he only knew that if the truth would make Jean sad or unhappy, he wouldn't let her know the truth. He would be Jean's 10 Phoenix for life. The lifespan of the Phoenix clan is incredibly long, but he wanted to stay by Jean's side forever. Mo Xuanqi was stunned by 10 Phoenix's strong desire, and remained speechless for a long time. You like her that much? You only known her for a short time? 10 Phoenix said softly, I just like her. I just want to see her happy. Mo Xuanqi didn't continue the topic. He pondered, my sister and I are twins, the same age, and grew up together. Why do you seem more familiar with her? 10 Phoenix said guiltily, I watched you two grow up. You were only a few years old when you started running around outside, never home. Of course, I'm more familiar with Xiaobai. Shi Huang's words hinted at a strange message, but Mo Xuanqi didn't have time to investigate further. Wu Ting rushed out of the hotel. Brother Shi Huang, sister Jean is awake, she said. Before Wu Ting could finish, Shi Huang dashed into the hotel like a gust of wind, leaving Mo Xuanqi and Wu Ting looking at each other with mutual disdain. The two exchanged a glance, each snorting before returning to their rooms one after the other. Yu Wei and the other two gradually woke up. Further observation was needed regarding their physical growth. Zhu Yingtong, however, remained unconscious. Wu Nianluo had placed a magical barrier around the room where Zhu Yingtong had been settled. Even if Zhu Yingtong's yin-yang fire went out of control, it wouldn't affect the surrounding area. A woman's figure appeared in the room at some point. Mom! Mom! The unconscious Zhu Yingtong murmured. The woman wiping the sweat from Zhu Yingtong's brow paused. My little Tong, you called the wrong person again. Yawn. After all these years, haven't you had enough of being both father and mother? Another female voice came. Zhu Yingtong naturally couldn't respond. The one who spoke was the woman kneeling beside her. Before Wei Shengyin could answer, she continued, that's right. Ever since you ate Wei Shengyin, you're practically her aunt. Taking care of someone else's child is only right. But haven't you had enough of this childish game after all these years? This time, receiving no answer, her alluring face showed displeasure. Taowu, look at me. Wei Shengyin put away the basin and damp cloth, then looked at the person kneeling beside her, responding, Xiongqi. Xiongqi's face then regained its gentle smile, and she asked, what are your plans now? Wei Shengyin replied, I need to take Xiaotong to the imperial ruins first. She paused. There lies the Snow Mountain heart left to her by my sister. Once she truly merges with the Snow Mountain heart, her cultivation path will be without any further problems. There are also many ice-type treasures that Zhu Yinheng found for her. They will surely protect her during absorption. Xiongqi noticed someone mentioned in her words, and her face immediately turned ugly. Zhu Yinheng? You're still thinking about that dead man? Wei Shengyin's expression remained unchanged, her tone perfectly calm. He's not dead. Xiongqi plopped down on Wei Shengyin's lap, biting her lip fiercely. I forbid you to think about him. Wei Shengyin pushed Xiongqi away, touching her bleeding lips, her expression still perfectly calm. I'm just correcting your words. It's a mistake in the book. Xiongqi's tone was alluring and seductive. Even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. You lived with him for so long, you can't be sure you still have a place for that other person in your heart, can you? Before Wei Shengyin could answer, Xiongqi asked again, you said he's not dead, so where is he? He's so good to you. His heart is completely tied to you. If he hadn't disappeared back then, would you have been willing to leave? Do you still love him? Wei Shengyin looked directly into Xiongqi's beautiful and bewitching eyes. I did love him. He was very good to me and Xiaotong. Qiongqi's beautiful face turned red with anger. Since he's not dead, and you loved him, why don't you go find him? Wei Xingyin looked out the window. He's not dead. But it's no different from being dead. He transformed into the strongest city wall, protecting his country. Seeing that Wei Xingyin seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further, Qiongqi stopped trying to provoke her and asked gruffly, "Then where are you taking Zhu Yingtong over?" Before Wei Xingyin could speak, she felt her heart begin to pound fiercely, and her face changed drastically. Now, a gust of wind howled past, and Qiongqi could no longer see the two figures in the room. She cried out in panic, "Wei Xingyin? Wei Xingyin? Tao Tai? Damn it, they left me again." And Jean, hearing the commotion in the next room, hurriedly pushed open the door. "Tong Tong, you're awake? Qiongqi? What are you doing here? When did you arrive?" Qiongqi's face was grim, full of. Her face clearly showed her displeasure. "I came today, with Tao Tai." Following behind in Jean, Shi Huang whispered, "Who is this person? And who is Tao Tai?" And Jean whispered back, "I explain in a bit." She glanced inside and asked Qiongqi, "Your abilities have returned? Didn't you say you couldn't take us back?" Qiongqi replied somewhat awkwardly, after Tao Tai and I recognized each other. Not long after, I recovered." And Jean was filled with questions. What did this have to do with Tao Tai? Shi Huang, however, seemed to realize something. He suddenly shrank behind in Jean, his face flushed. And Jean asked again, "Was it Tong Tong's aunt who took her? Where did they go?" Qiongqi shook his head. She said she was taking Zhu Yingtong to the imperial ruins. Her voice was almost inaudible at the end. But where are there any imperial ruins now? Where is she going? Chapter 120. Zhu Yingtong felt herself floating in the air, like a footless bird, never able to land. That feeling was free, yet seemingly bound by invisible shackles, making it hard for her to breathe. Xiaotong. Xiaotong. Who was calling her? That name could only be Auntie? She abruptly snapped out of her dream, gasping for breath, her forehead and back drenched in sweat. Before her stood Wei Xingyin. Zhu Yingtong excitedly hugged Wei Xingyin tightly. Countless words flashed through her mind, but choked in her throat, unable to be uttered. Wei Xingyin gently patted Zhu Yingtong's back, revealing a faint smile. "I'm here." In Zhu Yingtong's time, she hadn't returned to that world for over 7 years, and she hadn't seen this aunt, who had lived with her for over a decade for 7 years. She wanted to say something, but her voice trembled with tears as she spoke, only able to repeatedly call out Auntie. Wei Xingyin gently rubbed her face, repeating the same words, "I'm here." After what seemed like an eternity, Zhu Yingtong finally composed herself. Her eyes were red, and she washed her face with water, finally regaining her composure. She asked, "Annie, where is this? What are we going to do? Wasn't I at the demon sacrifice tower before?" Wei Xingyin explained the issue of time flow to Zhu Yingtong, who nodded after listening. "Our teacher mentioned this after our battle with Shang Jia at Wanqiu." Wei Xingyin touched Zhu Yingtong's hand bones. "Yes, your bone age has been slowly increasing recently. Your coma a while ago could be considered a self-protective mechanism of your body, otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable." Changing the subject, she continued, "The place I brought you to is the ruins of an empire, now underground in a city of Mayu. Here are things left to you by your mother and adoptive father, extremely beneficial to your body and cultivation." "Mother?" Zhu Yingtong's thoughts instantly became confused. "Mother, she..." Wei Xingyin frowned slightly. "She was a very, very good person. She was also a very good mother. Although she couldn't be there to watch you grow up, she loved you very much." She relaxed her brows and took Zhu Yingtong's hand. Let's go in together." It was a long, deep staircase leading underground. The moment Zhu Yingtong took her first step, she felt a bone-chilling cold wash over her. The underground palace, devoid of sunlight, exuded a dangerous aura. She walked down the long staircase and finally arrived at the gate. Zhu Yingtong raised her hand and pushed open the black iron gate that had been sealed for thousands of years. The gate emitted a heavy, resonant sound that echoed for a long time within the underground palace. The moment the door opened, a chill even more intense than in the hallway rushed in, and Zhu Yingtong instinctively ignited a layer of flames to ward off the cold. As the door fully opened, a faint blue light emanated from within. Zhu Yingtong channeled her inner magic, extending it outwards. Guided by the flame's glow, she spotted several inconspicuous oil lamps. With a wave of her hand, the lamps touched the flame, illuminating the entire underground palace and revealing its contents. This underground palace, while not grand, was extremely tall. Its entirety was visible the instant the candlelight illuminated it, and the chilling aura emanated from the enormous, iceberg-like object at its very center. Zhu Tong was utterly astonished, her words stammering, What is this? Wei Shengyin looked up at the indescribably awe-inspiring iceberg, her expression complex. You continuously infuse this ice with magic, awakening the guardian of the tomb. Zhu Tong, without suspicion, poured magic into the seemingly endless iceberg before her. Wei Shengyin began to recount the past. Yenner should have mentioned it to you, right? You were plagued by the yin-yang fire from a young age, unable to grow normally. To suppress the yin-yang fire and protect your heart, your sister found this extremely cold ice and sealed you within it. There are very few times when the seal can be broken. Roughly every 100 years, you can emerge to breathe. You stayed here, from the year 816 of the Imperial Era until the day the Imperial Era ended. After that, through the message Yenner left beforehand, I took you away from the underground palace and resealed you on the Snow Mountain, without letting anyone know. Afterwards, I left the ancient Imperial ruins with Qiongqi and the others, collecting Yenner's soul along the way. This continued for 2,000 years. Until the year 2000 of the continent's calendar, Yenner's soul showed signs of awakening for the first time. She resonated with your body, so I left the already strained group and found you alone, placing her soul within your body to nurture it. Her control over the yin-yang fire far surpasses anyone else's. Even though she wasn't fully awakened, her manipulation of the yin-yang fire was enough to protect your heart meridian. But even so, your appearance remained like a child's, showing no signs of growing up. After that, I led you all across the continent alone, searching for a way to allow you to grow normally. Until the year 2500 of the continental calendar, I met Zhu Yanheng in the Jingrong Empire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong suddenly remembered something. She took out the time scrolls from her storage device. Wei Shengyin stared at the time scrolls in silence for a long time before continuing. He said he fell in love with me at first sight. I told him I had a child, and he said he didn't mind. Not long after, I married him. A hint of unease appeared on her face, and her words became somewhat incoherent. To confirm your identity, I used mental magic to make everyone in the manor see illusions, so no one ever doubted your origins. Zhu Tong nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the time spent storing those items in the Zhengrong Empire was intentionally orchestrated by Zhu Yanheng. She suddenly realized something and asked, but the Emperor of the Zhengrong Empire told me that my aunt's magic is fire-based. How could it be mental magic? As she spoke, she took out the Sanqiu sword from its artifact seal. The Sanqiu sword, as if reunited with its former master, emitted an excited hum. Wei Shengyin slowly stroked the sword's blade and whispered, I am Wei Shengyin, and also Tao Tai. We four great magical beasts do not have specific magical attributes. If we were to delve deeper, our magical attribute is attributeless. We were born before this world, when this world was still in chaos. Whether it's mental magic or fire magic, I simulated it with external forces. At that time, although your magic had not yet awakened, it was affected by the yang flame, so it must be related to fire. Zhu Yanheng's magic is ice-based, so I simulated fire magic. I see. Wei Shengyin continued, until the year 2700 of the continental calendar, when Zhu Yanheng disappeared in the northern border of Jingrong, I took you away from the Jingrong Empire. At that time, the Northern Spirit Pavilion was frequently attacking the Yu and Zhou families of the western continent. I learned of Yu Qifang and Mo Xingqi's arrangements, so I proactively approached Mo Xingqi and, at the same price as the Dragon King, came to this other world with him. The price she spoke of was exchanging magic power to maintain the spatial rift. Wei Shengyin let out a long sigh. The story between you and me is almost over. Is there anything else you want to know? Zhu Tong asked gravely, I want to know, how did my sister die? Wei Shengyin was silent for a moment, then spoke indifferently. It was the gray aura. Zhu Tong was shocked. But my sister told me that a devourer killed her. That person possessed many kinds of magic, only a devourer could achieve that. Wei Shengyin shook her head. If it weren't for that gray aura, with Yenner's magic power already exceeding level 100, who could have harmed her? Zhu Tong suddenly recalled the gray aura that Consort T had mentioned on Di Fuyan at the Golden Spring. She recounted how they had encountered Shang Jia at the Hill of the Dead, and Miss Yin who had fought Lan Xing, as well as the unnamed gray aura that had injured Wu Nianluo. Wei Shengyin, although the first time the gray mist took human form and wreaked havoc occurred in the 1300th year of the Imperial Era, according to historical records, it had already appeared more than 200 years earlier, causing many people to fall ill. Its earliest known act of wreaking havoc can be traced back to the 500th year of the Imperial Era, an unprecedented plague that claimed the lives of many powerful mages in the empire. Yenner was the empire's emperor, the most gifted person in the empire. After taking the throne, she traveled to many places to deal with the Ash Chi. Although Yin Yang fire naturally has a restraining effect on Ash Chi, it is so strange and cunning that even with Yinner's formidable strength, she could only suppress it. It wasn't until hundreds of years after the Empire's fall that the people of Shanshan discovered an effective way to combat and resolve the Ash Chi. Zhu Yingtong then asked, "Who was the person who severely injured my sister? What were their motives? What did they want to obtain?" Wei Shengyin shook her head. "I only seen that person a few times. He was originally from the northern continent, whom Yinner met while traveling. He seems to have some connection with the Northern Spirit Pavilion. On the day of the Northern Invasion, someone saw a person wearing a Northern Spirit Pavilion mask appear outside the Imperial Palace's treasure vault. That man was my sister's former lover? The Emperor's consort?" Zhu Yingtong asked hesitantly. Wei Shengyin looked at her in surprise. "She even told you this?" She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't bring herself to say it. "The Empire has no Emperor's consort. I'm not entirely clear on what happened between them, but it's a fact that she and that man ultimately didn't marry. In the days that followed, I and several capable ministers handled all matters large and small within the Empire, while Yenner, along with that man and many of her friends, worked on resolving the Grey Aura issue on the continent." She sighed deeply. "I don't know why they ultimately broke up." Before Zhu Yingtong could ask anything more, the iceberg in front of them suddenly roared, and an ice-blue figure appeared before them. "Guardian of the Tomb, Mei Han, is here. Who has summoned me?" Chapter 121. That figure, appearing like a phantom, like the dragon girl they had first seen, didn't seem to exist in reality. Wei Shengyin bowed respectfully to her. "I am Wei Shengyin, daughter of the Snow Mountain. This is my sister's child, Di Lintong." Zhu Yingtong's heart skipped a beat. So this was her original name. Wei Shengyin turned to look at her. "I forgot to tell you before," she continued. "We have come here to retrieve the heart of the Snow Mountain left behind by my sister." "The heart of the Snow Mountain?" The woman named Mei Han repeated Wei Shengyin's words softly. "So it's you. You've grown so much." Zhu Yingtong looked at Wei Shengyin, somewhat confused. Wei Shengyin said calmly, "Yes, she is the child you have protected all these years." Zhu Yingtong fell silent. So, she had spent over 700 years here in silence? In that case, come forward. Zhu Yingtong glanced at Wei Shengyin, who nodded slightly, and then stepped forward. Zhu Yingtong had only taken a few steps forward when Mei Han swiftly retreated. In an instant, she seemed to merge with the iceberg behind her, and a few breaths later, the iceberg shrank into a palm-sized, icy blue object. With a gentle push from Mei Han, the object was sent into Zhu Yingtong's body, and shortly after, Zhu Yingtong entered a meditative state. Wei Shengyin looked at the expressionless Mei Han and asked, "You stayed here for so many years. Don't you want to leave?" Mei Han's face was stern. "Where can I go?" Wei Shengyin said calmly, "I heard that Xiaodong's master is taking them to Holmer Snow Mountain for training." Mei Han's expression changed slightly for the first time. "Holmer Snow Mountain? How could it be open to the public?" Wei Shengyin shook her head. "I heard Wenyanluo has a way to get in, but I don't know the specifics." "Wenyanluo? It seems I've been asleep for too long. No one knows when an outsider recognized by the Snow Mountain has appeared in this world." Wei Shengyin secretly smiled slyly. "Then what are your plans?" Mei Han raised her head slightly. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want me to go out with you, don't you?" Wei Shengyin smiled calmly. "Naturally, your thoughts are more important." Mei Han snorted softly, saying nothing more. Wei Shengyin already knew this meant agreement. How long had passed in this dimly lit underground palace before Zhu Yingtong finally ended her meditation? Just before she fully emerged from her meditation, she seemed to hear a voice in her mind. "Your Highness, the path ahead is fraught with turmoil, and the journey is long. Please take care." Zhu Yingtong's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her clenched fist and understood. Zhu Yingtong let out a long breath and slowly stood up. Wei Shengyin, using the dim firelight, looked at the girl before her and smiled gently. "Why do you seem to have grown taller again? You can now grow with the time on this continent, so in less than a month, it will be your 18th birthday. My little Tom will soon be a young lady. Back when I was still young, you would only grow for a few years before I had to use a secret technique to make you revert to your child form. You would cry as you slowly shrank, and it broke my heart." Zhu Yingtong nodded. "After coming here last time, I grew another 2 centimeters. Hearing Wei Shengyin's words, she felt a slight stirring in her heart, and reached out to hug Wei Shengyin tightly. "Thank you. Thank you for your unwavering support over these thousands of years." Wei Shengyin was startled for a moment, then quickly recovered. She smiled and patted Zhu Yingtong's back. "Let's go. We've been here for a month. We need to catch up with your teacher and the others. Zhu Yingtong nodded, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, connecting with Yu Wei and the others in her heart through the art of inscription leisure. During this competition, Zhou Yu's schedule was arranged by Anai Qingjiu. He spent most of his time cultivating through secret techniques in the Demon Sacrifice Tower. Any slight progress was immediately taken by Anai Qingjiu to fight against the gray energy. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, Zhou Yu's magic power was almost catching up with hers. Therefore, the ability of this art of inscription leisure had also slightly improved, allowing them to communicate better. A short while later, Zhu Yingtong finished her conversation. They reached the territory of the Yangwei Empire. Let's go directly there. Wei Shengyin nodded. Let's go! The two turned and walked out of the sunless underground palace, leaving behind the dust of history once again sealed within. After leaving the palace, Zhu Yingtong felt for some reason that someone was watching them. Wei Shengyin covered her mouth and chuckled. It's Mei Han. Hold out your hand. Zhu Yingtong did as she was told. A flash of blue light appeared, and a Thumbelina appeared in her palm. She looked at the person in her palm in astonishment, then turned to look at Wei Shengyin, her eyes filled with boundless surprise. Mei Han now appeared only the size of her palm, her figure still as ethereal as when they first met, as if the person in her palm was merely a projection. Wei Shengyin. Back then, my sister returned to Holmer Snow Mountain many times to resolve the Yang Flame problem in your body. Mei Han is a being born from the heart of the Snow Mountain. She follows my sister's will and guards the underground palace built for you. Zhu Yingtong asked curiously, but where did she come from? And she can even change size. It's truly amazing. She can temporarily reside in the Snow Mountain heart within you. Once we reach Holmer Snow Mountain, she can move freely. The little Mei Han in Zhu Yingtong's hands rolled over and yawned, looking as cute as a lazy cat. Zhu Yingtong looked at Mei Han in her hands, somewhat at a loss. She said gently, Senior Mei Han, wouldn't you like to go back to the Snow Mountain heart first? It looks so strange of me to be holding Thumbelina like this. Mei Han glanced at her, stood up, stretched, and then transformed into a blue light, returning to Zhu Yingtong's body. Zhu Yingtong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and the two continued towards their destination. After half a month of Yi Buju's rapid travel, the two finally arrived at the place marked by Yu Wei and the others through telepathy. It was a hotel on the border of the Yangwei Empire. Stepping out of the hotel, one could see the outline of the snow-capped mountains in the distance, but this was the closest hotel to them. Following Wu Nianluo's usual practice, the Mo Xuanqi group had walked all the way to the Yangwei Empire, arriving only a few days earlier than Zhu Yingtong and her companion. Wu Nianluo allowed everyone to rest for another day, and the next morning, they set off for the snow-capped mountains. Let me make this clear from the start. Holmer Snow Mountain doesn't welcome outsiders. So, if you want to qualify to stay here, it's up to your own abilities. If you don't, you either have to sleep in the wilderness or travel back and forth every day. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone answered loudly. Isn't Andy going? Zhu Yingtong asked Wei Shengyin, falling a few steps behind the others. Wei Shengyin shook her head. I'm not going. Good luck to you all. Her expression was inscrutable. She thought to herself that if she went, she probably wouldn't be able to leave. Zhu Yingtong didn't think much of it. She nodded and followed the others. The group from Class 0 walked for about an hour before arriving at the edge of a forest outside the snow-capped mountains. The forest looked somewhat eerie even from the outside. It seemed shrouded in mist, with extremely low visibility. Stop, Wu Nianluo said. As soon as they stopped, they felt a hurricane rise around them, instantly lifting them into the air. Wu Nianluo led Zhu Yingtong and the others forward for about 100 meters before stopping. She smiled sweetly and pointed to the forest below, almost invisible in the thick fog. Who wants to go down first? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi both trembled. That familiar feeling of being controlled returned. They exchanged a glance, their lips twitching slightly, and then jumped down without hesitation. However, Mo Xuanqi also pulled Zhou Yu along. Zhou Yu was somewhat confused, but didn't resist. Wu Ting watched the three walk in front, gritted her teeth, and summoned the silver soft pearl, slowly descending as well, leaving everyone stunned in place. What's going on? And Jean took a step back in shock. This was too high. She just saw Teacher Nianlu ascend at least several hundred meters. Not everyone has wings like Zhu Yingtong and Zhou Yu. Shi Huang immediately grabbed Jin's hand. Don't be afraid, Xiao Jin, I'm here. Before Shi Huang could finish speaking, Wu Nianluo kicked her down. Shi Huang. And Jin called out, catching a glimpse of Wu Nianluo's raised hand out of the corner of her eye. She thought to herself that if teacher Nianluo was going to toss her down like a chick, she'd rather jump herself. She said with a serious face, "Teacher Nianluo, I do it myself." Then Anjin plummeted straight down. The girl's scream disappeared as the phoenix wings unfolded. Clearly, what lay below was an indescribable scene of intimacy. Did teacher Nianlu get upset today? Yue muttered softly, reaching the edge of the small platform Wu Nianlu had magically conjured to support everyone. Just as she was about to jump, a resentful voice sounded behind her. "What did you say, Xiao Yu?" Yue quickly put on a polite smile. "I was thinking about which pose would look better." "Teacher Nianlu, I go first." "Sister Xinin." With that, she faced Wu Nianlu, her back to the misty forest, and leaped down rapidly, not forgetting to take Yu Xinin, the last student in class 0, who also lacked the ability to fly, with her. The plants in the forest seemed to hear Yue's call, growing rapidly and successfully catching the two of them. Wu Nianlu watched the class 0 students gradually descend, her expression slowly returning to its usual calm. She then quickly used her magic to reach the summit of the snow mountain. Zhu Weitong saw Wu Ting's floating figure during her descent and flapped her wings to catch the girl. As they gradually descended, everyone felt their magic being suppressed, and they finally noticed the unusual nature of this forest. Visibility was extremely low, but based on their rough estimate before landing, they were still at least half a day's journey from the snow-capped mountains. Would they be spending their first day in the middle of nowhere? A sense of despair washed over them all. Chapter 122. Xu Yingtong, with Wu Ting in tow, and Zhou Yu, with Mo Xuanqi, landed steadily. Xu Yingtong looked up at the sky. Visibility was extremely low, only allowing her to see objects within a few meters. Seeing no one approaching, she frowned and, together with Zhou Yu, tried to contact Yue and Anjin using the Winxian technique, but received no response. Xu Yingtong clicked her tongue. This forest certainly seemed strange. She took Wu Ting's hand. "Let's move forward first, and be careful not to get separated." Everyone nodded. Wu Ting grasped Xu Yingtong's hand and subconsciously glanced at the two beside her. She saw Mo Xuanqi leading Zhou Yu a few steps ahead, while the carefree young man slightly tilted his head, revealing a defiant smile. Wu Ting froze for a moment, then jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. Before she could say anything, Xu Yingtong scooped her up in his arms. Xu Yingtong's voice reached her ears. "Buju's awake. Let Buju carry us faster." Wu Ting swallowed back her words the moment she touched the fluffy Buju, and could only puff out her cheeks and look at Xu Yingtong with a mournful expression. Xu Yingtong, oblivious to the small chaotic scene around her, looked at Wu Ting's round, big eyes and still childish face, and exclaimed, "Little Ting has grown quite a bit this year." Mo Xuanqi chimed in, "Yes, when she first came, she was only the size of a radish. We thought some kid had run away from home." He wasn't wrong. Wu Ting was only 10 years old when she enrolled, practically a child. Xu Weitong nodded in agreement. "She's almost as tall as Yue this year." Mo Xuanqi tilted his head, at least half a head shorter. Wu Ting pouted, "I grow back." Xu Weitong directed Yi Buju to run forward, marking the trees with magic as they went, proving they weren't just going in circles. Moreover, as they moved forward, the mist seemed to gradually dissipate, which Xu Weitong vaguely felt was related to the snow mountain heart within her. Along the way, the group observed their surroundings and occasionally chatted. Teacher Nianlu seems to be in a bad mood today. Mo Xuanqi nodded. "I asked my sister before we left, and she said she had a fight with Dean Lan." Xu Yingtong's eyes widened in shock. "Dean Lan? She's so good-tempered. Even somewhat mild-mannered? They actually had a fight?" Mo Xuanqi helplessly shrugged. "Yes, you can think of it as teacher being unreasonable on her own." Xu Yingtong nodded mechanically, seemingly understanding. "Ah. What did they fight about?" "Various rumors. One rumor is that there's a great beauty on the snow mountain, and teacher went there specifically to see her old flame. Another rumor is that teacher has seen through the world and wants to live a secluded life." They all nearly choked on their own saliva. The remaining three exchanged bewildered glances. Xu Yingtong asked hesitantly, "An ex-lover. Is it true?" Mo Xuanqi rolled her eyes slightly. "I don't know. I never even heard of this mountain." Zhou Yu said, "Holmer Snow Mountain is a mountain range on the border of the Yangwei Empire, a mountain that isolates the extremely cold icy plains. It's famous in the Yangwei Empire for its no one survives, and its reputation probably hasn't spread throughout the entire continent yet." Wu Ting nodded. No wonder the Shui family didn't come to seize it. The group didn't chat for long before Yi Buju led them out of the forest. Looking out, they saw beautiful yet dangerously distant, boundless snow-capped mountains. At the foot of the mountains not far away stood two people dressed similarly. The two wore thick woolen hats, revealing only a pair of bright, piercing eyes. One of them, seeing Zhu Yingtong and the others arrive, looked at the sky with great surprise. "You actually came out so quickly. Are you truly the chosen ones of this continent?" His voice trailed off at the last part, but everyone present was a powerful mage, and everyone heard him clearly. Zhu Yingtong and the others exchanged glances, tacitly refraining from questioning the chosen ones. Zhu Yingtong asked, "Young men, is there a problem with getting out of the forest so quickly?" The other person replied calmly, "The forest you just passed through is called the Misty Forest, also known as the Misty City. No matter where you enter, you be enveloped by the mist, trapped in an illusion. This illusion will show you what you most desire, causing you to become addicted. If you can't escape the illusion in time, you eventually become fertilizer for the forest. Only those with strong wills, who can escape the illusion, can complete the first test of the Divine Mountain. This is the reason why there's no way out of the Misty Forest once you enter. The people of the Divine Mountain occasionally go out to buy supplies, but they always return to the Divine Mountain." So throwing them off the sky really was just Teacher Nianluo's twisted sense of humor. Zhou Yu looked back at the forest with some worry. "I wonder how Yu Wei and Jin are doing." The first to speak said, "It's a miracle you all came out so quickly. It's been a long time since we've seen anyone emerge from the Misty Forest so fast." His words had barely faded when a burst of flame erupted from the forest, accompanied by the young man's clear, high-pitched voice, bringing a touch of vitality to the once silent snow-capped mountain. "Make way! Make way! I'm here!" Zhu Yingtong's eyes lit up. It was Shi Huang's flame. The mist seemed to be suppressed by the flame. Their journey had been too smooth. She wondered if her yin-yang fire could also break through the encirclement in this misty forest. She felt a little itchy. A few flames appeared in her palm and then dissipated. She knew there was no need to prove it now. Recalling the flames that had extinguished so quickly, a thought stirred within her. She seemed to understand something. The man stared in disbelief at the group rushing out of the forest. You all." Leading the charge was Shi Huang, his soul-sealing spear burning with undying phoenix flames. Yu Wei's life-sustaining lock was strapped to his waist. Behind him followed Jin Yu Wei and Yu Xining. The group smiled broadly, seemingly unaffected by the mist. The man stammered. Even a fire mage couldn't break through the mist this quickly. Shi Huang scratched his head. "Are you talking about me?" "Sorry, I'm a descendant of the phoenix, unlike the ordinary fire mages you've seen." Zhou Yu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the word phoenix. He glanced at Shi Huang with a hint of scrutiny, then at Jin behind him, whose expression remained unchanged, and remained silent for the time being. Jin smiled. That idiot Shi Huang fell asleep almost immediately after jumping down. I had to wake him up. Shi Huang pouted, looking aggrieved. "We agreed not to mention this." Jin chuckled. "Oh really? I don't remember that." Seeing Shi Huang completely under their thumb, everyone burst into laughter. Jin leaned against Yu Wei and whispered in her ear, "I think the trials on the sacred mountain are nothing special, and this misty forest is nothing either. Can we really get better training here?" Zhu Yingtong smiled slightly. "The training has already begun." Yu Wei asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Zhu Yingtong, "The sacred mountain is rich in energy, but it's actually difficult to cast spells. It trains our magic under high pressure. Here, if we can find a suitable training method, we can train faster than in the academy's simulation room. Just now, Shi Huang probably couldn't use magic like usual and had to use weapons to cast skills, which proves this point." Jin glanced back at Shi Huang, who was grinning foolishly beside her, raised her hand to feel the magic within him, and agreed with Zhu Yingtong's statement. The other person remained composed. "Since you're all here, please follow us. Once you're on the sacred mountain, please be sure to follow its rules. First, no shouting." He lowered his gaze and glanced at Shi Huang. Shi Huang shuddered at that look, immediately covering his mouth, stammering, "Sorry, I'd be more careful next time. Second, the houses on the sacred mountain are all self-built. If you intend to stay on the sacred mountain long term, you must be prepared." Jin muttered under her breath, "Seriously? We have to build our own houses again." Third, the wind howled, growing stronger and stronger, and the figure gradually disappeared at the foot of the mountain. In the temple atop the snow-capped mountain, Wen Yinlu sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, playing chess. Across from her stood a woman dressed entirely in white, a snow-white dress, the hem of which was casually spread on the ground. A snow-white veil obscured her face, and her snow-white fingertips, caressing the chess pieces, made her appear completely inhuman. Behind Wen Yinlu stood two Snow Mountain servants, who, upon closer inspection, resembled two exquisitely crafted dolls. Each of them held a flower growing in a bowl of water. The flowers looked incredibly magical, swaying gracefully, and one could faintly sense the energy emanating from Wenyanlu nourishing them. Mount Holmer was never open to outsiders unless they received the mountain's approval. No one knew the name of the woman before them. All the Snow Mountain people dared only call her High Priestess. Only Wenyanlu dared to call her that before she was kicked out of the house. Sister Snow Maiden, you really don't plan to come down the mountain? What's fun about this Snow Mountain? Come with me and see some other scenery. As the saying goes, after eating delicacies all the time, you need something lighter sometimes. Hey, I'm not coming down here. The High Priestess called Snow Maiden didn't speak, but simply flicked a piece from the chest box beside her. The force was just right, hitting the piece Wenyanlu was about to take, embedding the white piece into the chessboard. Wenyanlu exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my, what a fine chessboard! Oh, what a pity!" The Snow Maiden slightly raised her head, her icy voice coming from beneath her veil. "Will you play or not?" "Play, of course I will. I'm thinking." Before the tournament, everyone only knew that Wenyanlu had spent 5 whole months in the snowy mountains. No one knew what she had done to emerge unscathed from the rumored Holmer Snow Mountain, even gaining its approval so that her children could cultivate in this precious land. Only the high priest before her knew that they had fought for 5 whole days. After the truce, Wenyanlu brought a prophecy. To change the sacred mountain, a destined person must come to experience it. No one knew what she would bring. Perhaps destruction, perhaps rebirth. And all of this was exactly what the high priest desired. Chapter 123. A round mirror suddenly appeared in the main hall, displaying the situation Zhu Yingtong and the others had encountered on their journey. Heart of the Snow Mountain, Phoenix Fire, why didn't you just send them directly to the Snow Mountain? The high priest, whom Wenyanlu called Snow Maiden, said casually. Wenyanlu chuckled. What's so fun about the Snow Mountain? Coming here to see your deadpan face? Or to stand in the cold wind? This Snow Mountain of yours only gets a little challenging halfway through. The Snow Maiden ignored her and continued, Yin Yang Fire has only appeared twice since the continent's birth. Wenyanlu interrupted, 3 times. The Snow Maiden slightly raised her eyes, a hint of mockery in her unseen gaze. Wenyanling's broken flame, is that Yin Yang Fire? Wenyanlu shrugged indifferently. An incomplete Yin Yang Fire is still Yin Yang Fire. The Snow Maiden looked at the faces flashing in the round mirror, and recited some of each person's characteristics. A dark youth burdened with a curse. A member of the Yu family with a karmic connection to the Dragon Clan. A mage unable to absorb energy on their own. A devourer with 2 souls in 1 body. A girl blessed by the Dragon Clan, with an unknown bloodline. Born into the Yu family. But they are light attribute mages. You kids are truly gifted. Wenyanlu laughed, of course, otherwise how could they have gotten into my class 0? Aren't you going to keep an eye on them? Children must walk their own paths. I just need to provide them with more choices. Wenyanlu strongly agreed with her educational philosophy. Aren't you worried about them? I heard that the boy named Mo Xuanqi was raised by you. The curse on him seems to be a rare positive spell. No, the spell is too complex for me to explain, but this archmage, not even 20 years old, is no less talented than his junior sister who uses Yin Yang Fire. Wenyanlu shrugged indifferently. Then what kind of curse is this? I thought he was as gifted as me. Xuanyu looked up at her, probably somewhat shocked by her shamelessness. Don't you find it strange? Hearing Xuanyu mention Mo Xuanqi repeatedly, Wenyanlu touched her chin thoughtfully. I didn't sense it. His magical progress is similar to mine back then. If you know anything, don't beat around the bush, just tell me. Sister Xuanyu. Wenyanlu suddenly realized something, her hand twirling the chess piece slightly. Hesitantly, Wenyanlu asked, you say you spend all your time on the sacred mountain. How do you know so much? The Snow Maiden's movements didn't falter. Before your last visit, the head of Chaoyang Manor came once. In Chaoyang? What did she want with you? That person is elusive. I wanted to fight her. No, just spar with her. But she's never let me set foot in her manor. She let me see something. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Although Wenyanlu couldn't see the Snow Maiden's face, she felt a chill run down her spine, a feeling she rarely experienced. Wenyanlu's expression changed drastically as she realized something. What did she let you see? Could it be the Eye of the Future? The Snow Maiden shook her head. The Eye of the Future? What's that? She brought a magical mirror. With a wave of her hand, a mirror as tall as an adult appeared in the palace. The mirror was prismatic, with 3 sides, each exquisitely crafted. Wenyanlu calmed herself and examined the mirror closely. It was indeed a mirror that could see into the past. However, this mirror couldn't see everything. It couldn't cross barriers and had a cooldown period. Overall, it was an extremely dangerous device. The eye of the future is Luo Yi's eye. Wen Yanluo pinched her brow. She had tried several times to test Yin Chaoyang under the guise of sparring, but he had always brushed her off. Currently, there was still no evidence to prove that Yin Chaoyang was missing. Hopefully, she was overreacting. That prophet from Lanster? I heard that her talent as a child was even more outstanding than her brother's, but unfortunately, she was later targeted. The Snow Maiden's tone was indifferent, as if she were talking about something unrelated. Wen Yanlu clenched her fist. Yes. Before I met Louis, her eyes were already gone. Xuenu slightly raised her hand, and slowly, images of Imo Xuanqi at various ages appeared in the mirror. She looked at the images with great interest. It seems I haven't been keeping up with the outside world for a long time. Kids these days are truly surpassing their parents. Wen Yanlu nodded in satisfaction. That's right, you don't even know who raised him. She looked more closely. What exactly is this sorcery you mentioned? Xuenu stared at the person in the mirror for a long time. Does he have any disordered memories? Wen Yanlu pouted. Xiao He stopped being close to me after he turned 11, and he doesn't like to confide in me, but from what I observed, he doesn't. He has a twin sister, Xiaobai, who is more mature. Sometimes I feel like she's not a child under 20. Xuenu nodded thoughtfully. In that case, there's no need to worry. Perhaps it's just a blessing from her family. Wen Yanluo also nodded thoughtfully. You reminded me. I go back and ask Yanluo. After all, she's a child from her clan. The Snow Maiden gave a perfunctory then flipped her hand, and Wen Yanluo's face was suddenly reflected in the tall mirror. But the next second, Lan Lui's face appeared in the mirror instead. The mirror couldn't convey language. One could only see the two seemingly arguing about something. The Snow Maiden asked with interest, What are you two arguing about? How could someone with her temper argue with you? Wen Yanluo stared blankly at Lan Lui's face in the mirror, only snapping out of her reverie upon hearing the Snow Maiden's voice. Louis, she thought. No, she's already used her brother's eyes to activate the prophecy again. Her health is already poor. Every time she glimpses the world, her health deteriorates. This time she kept it a secret from me. If I hadn't discovered it, she probably wouldn't have told me. The Snow Maiden nodded knowingly. What did she see? Wen Yanluo shouted, Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. I won't tell you. The Snow Maiden chuckled. I'm afraid she didn't even tell you, did she? Wen Yanluo stroked the chess piece in her palm. I already said that heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Don't expect to learn anything from me. The next moment, Wen Yanluo resumed her usual joking manner. Sister Snow Maiden, please tell me again, that guy Yin Chaoyang, he gave you such a treasure for no reason. Didn't he ask for anything in return? She came to exchange for the essence of the sun and moon. The price she paid was similar to Wen Yanluo's, providing energy to the Snow Mountain. However, no one knows whether this energy goes to the Snow Mountain or the Snow Maiden. Wen Yanluo exclaimed, Sun and moon essence? Isn't that a precious thing that only yields a few drops every 100 years in the heart of your Snow Mountain? You wouldn't give it to me last time I asked? The sun and moon essence is a unique sacred item of the Snow Mountain, extremely beneficial to people. It can effectively heal both physical injuries and damage to the spiritual sea, though it has a slight drawback. I told you, the sun and moon essence only takes effect once every 500 years. Only 300 years have passed since you last asked me for it. Giving it to you would be a waste. Wen Yanlu muttered, I didn't say I was going to give it to Luo Yi. The Snow Maiden snorted, it's even less effective for you. What old injuries do you have? Wen Yanlu leaned against the chessboard, suddenly getting very close to the Snow Maiden. Give me some more, I won't shortchange you on the energy you need. The Snow Maiden didn't move. Wen Yanlu seemed to see a slight flicker in her cold eyes through the veil fluttering in the wind. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The next instant, the Snow Maiden swung her arm, and a crystal-clear porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. She twisted her wrist, and the bottle grazed Wen Yanlu's face, leaving a tiny scratch, from which a few drops of bright red blood fell into the bottle. She twisted her arm again, and the bottle landed steadily in Wen Yanlu's hand. The Snow Maiden's voice was icy. You will be ruined by her. Wen Yanlu smiled. Dying at her hands doesn't matter. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely awkward. Wen Yanlu broke the silence, stroking her chin as she asked, What does Yin Chaoyang want the essence of the sun and moon for? Who can her blood save? I saw her child last time. He seemed quite healthy. You said her child doesn't look like her at all. Where did she bring him back? She wouldn't really be hiding a man in the manor, would she? Xuenu said playfully, Why are you so concerned about her? Aren't you afraid Lon Louis will get jealous? I care about the health of each of my opponents. If they're not in good health, how can they compete with me? Sister Xuan Nu, don't you think so? Wu Nianluo, resting her chin on her hand, continued, so many years have passed, Sister Xuan Nu, and you still haven't regained your memories. Did you gain anything from that mirror Yin Chaoyang gave you? Xuan Nu suddenly crushed the chess piece in her hand. Wu Nianluo remained silent, continuing to play chess leisurely. After a long while, Xuan Nu finally spoke slowly. Yes, do you want to know? Wu Nianluo's eyebrows twitched. Oh! I'd like to hear the details. Back to Zhu Yingtong and the others who had been climbing the mountain, everyone secretly felt they'd been tricked again. Wait a minute. Whose Good Samaritan training involves helping an old lady find her lost hen? Whose training involves delivering love letters to a teenage girl? Whose training involves repairing an old man's heated brick bed? Whose training involves chopping wood for a carpenter? Everyone. Is our class 0 some kind of charity group? However, as time went on, they began to discover something mysterious. The snow mountain was full of treasures, not only in its abundant magical environment, but also in the fact that every step revealed a 100-year-old immortal herb, and every step further revealed a powerful tonic. Yu Wei, heaven. This is simply heaven. Yi Buju, fairyland. This is simply fairyland, and they seemed to be only at the very bottom of the snow mountain. What awaited them beyond? Chapter 124. In their first month at the snow mountain, Yue Wei contacted the Dragon King. The Dragon King told them to focus on their cultivation on the mountain, as this was a rare opportunity. And Jean, meanwhile, was lost in thought. It sounds like the lion's parents say, when their children go away to study. She received a glare from the Dragon King. In their third month at the snow mountain, Zhu Yingtong successfully broke through to level 70 in magic power, crossing the first threshold to becoming a magician. At this time, Zhu Yingtong had just turned 18. At such an age, with such strength, she would be at the very top, no matter where or when. In their 10th month at the snow mountain, Mo Xuanqi became the second member of the team to break through to level 70 in magic power. 4 months later, Zhou Yu broke through to level 70. In their 17th month at the snow mountain, Zhu Yingtong separated from the main group for the first time. It was a clear morning. The sacred mountain was perpetually covered in snow, and even under the June sun, it remained cold. The group, who were focused on their cultivation, only discovered Zhu Yingtong's disappearance around lunchtime. As they frantically searched house to house, a woman in a white dress descended from the sky. Her face was obscured by a veil, but her voice was exceptionally cold. That's her destiny, you don't need to disturb her. Hearing this, the group had no choice but to continue with their tasks. The Snow Maiden hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately remained silent. Zhu Yingtong, having mistakenly entered the secret realm, walked over 100 meters before realizing this wasn't the usual path to her cultivation grounds. The area was still covered in snow, but there wasn't a single house in sight. In the vast, snowy landscape, Zhu Yingtong tried several times to call out to Yi Buju through their magical beast contract, but received no reply. She guessed that this was some kind of mysterious space, severing her connection with Yi Buju. She muttered to herself, I have to supervise Yi Buju's cultivation when I get back, so I won't be unable to contact him every time. He's supposed to be the king of spaces. She summoned her flames as usual, only to find that, as before, her magic was slightly suppressed here. Even her wings were listless. Zhu Yingtong walked aimlessly, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the space. Yingtong? Zhu Yingtong paused for a moment, then said uncertainly, Qi Xian? Qi Xian. Is that you? The space in front of her seemed to distort slightly, and a faint figure appeared before her. It was Qi Xian. Zhu Yingtong looked at the figure before her with delight and said, Qi Xian, what are you doing here? Do you know where this is? Qi Xian shook his head. It was the spirit that was attached to you before. If your spiritual body showed any abnormalities, I could sense it. What's here now is just a wisp of my divine consciousness. He paused for a moment, then said softly, I will protect you. Zhu Yingtong snorted twice, don't look down on me. I'm about to enter the spirit venerable realm now. A hint of surprise flashed in Qi Xian's eyes. It's only been 2 years, and you progress so rapidly. Zhu Yingtong smiled, yes, it's all thanks to this sacred mountain. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have progressed so quickly. The two walked together, and Zhu Yingtong told Qi Xian about her experiences on the sacred mountain over the past year. Back when they were still at Huilun Academy, the two often exchanged letters. Upon arriving at the snow mountain, without any post stations, the two almost lost contact. However, Zhu Yingtong had a sudden inspiration. using a magic array to send letters wasn't a bad way to communicate. As for Chi Xian's reply, her plan was to add another magic array to the letter, creating a chain of interconnected arrays. If Wu Nianluo knew she was using the array personally taught by the founder's disciple in such a small matter, given Wu Nianluo's personality, she'd probably praise her for being clever. However, letters couldn't express things as clearly as face-to-face conversations, and besides, she didn't have much time to write, only occasionally finding time to send some ordinary greetings. So, throughout the journey, Zhu Yingtong's mouth never stopped, while Chi Xian remained attentive, responding appropriately. However, this harmonious yet ambiguous atmosphere didn't last long before it was shattered by a fierce roar. The moment the beast's roar echoed, Zhu Yingtong summoned the remnant autumn sword and immediately went into battle stance. So it was you who did this. With his long sword held horizontally before him, Zhu Yingtong carefully examined the snow-white magical beast, over 10 meters tall. He had heard from the villagers that a magical beast was harassing the area, appearing out of thin air each time, leaving behind a trail of carcasses and injured residents, only to vanish again. According to the villagers' descriptions, it was at least an 8th-tier magical beast. Spatial magic, so it must be you. Zhu Yingtong, sword in hand, stood before Chi Xian, turning his head slightly to ask, Chi Xian, you're just a spirit, so stand behind me. Chi Xian smiled. I said I would protect you. His spirit took a small step forward, placing a hand on Zhu Yingtong's sword-wielding palm. A tingling, electric sensation, indescribable as it surged from his palm to his chest, making Zhu Yingtong feel as if he were on fire. Looking at the handsome face so close to his, Zhu Yingtong swallowed nervously, then flashed a bright smile. Alright, let's fight side by side. At that moment, Zhu Yingtong felt as if divinely inspired. The long sword he wielded possessed extraordinary power, and in no time, the demonic beast was forced to retreat. To their astonishment, the demonic beast, which had been several stories tall, had shrunk to the size of a palm-sized weasel in no time. It stared with its large, wet, black eyes at the two about to swing their swords at it, letting out a piercing scream. Zhu Yingtong froze, his attacks losing accuracy. With the weasel's defenses, his blow cleaved a mountain not far behind them. The weasel swallowed hard, staring at the black smoke billowing from the mountain behind it. It then turned back to Zhu Yingtong and Chi Xian, repeatedly clasping its hands in a gesture of supplication and making soft whimpering sounds. Zhu Yingtong, is it begging for mercy? Chi Xian, it seems so. Zhu Yingtong stepped forward, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and said angrily, even if you're begging for mercy. Fine, if you promise not to harass, attack, or damage the villagers' houses, etc., I let you go. The weasel nodded vigorously. Zhu Yingtong released its grip, and the weasel instantly ran 10 meters away. Suddenly, the weasel revealed an indescribable smile. Its snow-white tail suddenly became bushy and enormous. It swept its tail forcefully behind it, and a deafening roar suddenly resounded. Chi Xian's expression changed drastically. An avalanche. Chi Xian instantly focused, his body seemingly regaining a slight sense of solidity. He grabbed Zhu Yingtong's arm, pulling the girl into his embrace. The snow beneath their feet suddenly lost its support, and the two of them plummeted downwards. Loose snow fell from above, solid fists slamming into Chi Xian's back, yet his expression remained unchanged as he diligently searched for any foothold. The feeling of being embraced was peculiar. Despite the frigid snow, she felt a strange warmth. Zhu Yingtong felt her heart pounding wildly. Her lips trembled as she spoke, Chi Xian, I can't wait any longer. I have to tell you now. Chapter 125. Zhu Yingtong's clear, resonant voice echoed through the valley. I really like you. Can I? Have we take our relationship a step further? It's the kind of relationship where we hold hands, hug, and kiss. It's the kind of relationship where I want to enjoy all the beautiful scenery with you for many, many years to come. I want to see you as soon as I open my eyes, and say good morning to you. I want to say good night to you before I close my eyes. Chi Xian seemed to be in a mental whirlwind, taking a long time to react. His face was a kaleidoscope of colors, like a vibrant palette of paints, his fair complexion turning crimson, then purple, and finally as black as the bottom of a pot. His expression seemed somewhat vulnerable, his eyes misty, making one's heart soften. Aren't we that kind of relationship? Although he hadn't achieved anything beyond holding hands and hugging. Zhu Yingtong's mind seemed to freeze. Huh? Chi Xian bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I misunderstood before. In that instant, Zhu Yingtong's mind raced faster than ever before. Her eyes lit up. You? Zhu She couldn't find the words to describe this wonderful misunderstanding. Her heart pounded like a drum, never stopping. She leaned close to Chi Xion's lips, their bodies almost touching. Her voice was incredibly tender. Since that's the case, I kiss you. Chi Xion didn't move, only closing her eyes with a slight tremor in her eyelashes. Seeing this scene, Zhu Weitong felt her heart skip a beat. Her brain simply couldn't process anything more. She held Chi Xion's waist with one hand and caressed his face with the other, her eyes filled only with the man before her. The first kiss was fleeting, but the next was fiery and unstoppable. Chi Xion felt an unprecedented tingling sensation shoot from his tailbone to the top of his head. He struggled to bring them both down to safety. Before he could even regain his footing, Zhu Weitong pounced on him, pulling him into the snowdrift behind him. Even though the snow was melting behind him, he felt an indescribable heat spreading throughout his body. After landing on level ground, Zhu Weitong cupped Chi Xion's face in her hands, exploring deeper, seemingly drawn into the vortex he couldn't escape. The howling of the wind and snow seemed to grow clearer and clearer. After what appeared to be a long time, the two finally broke free from the kiss. Zhu Weitong looked up. Chi Xion's face was flushed, his hair ornament askew, and his lips were slightly parted, as if he were asking for a kiss. Chi Xion, seeing Zhu Weitong before him, quickly snapped out of his daze. His cheeks and ears were still flushed. He pursed his lips and helped Zhu Weitong to her feet. Neither of them wanted to break the tender atmosphere between them, but the silence was broken by the breathing of a third party. In the blink of an eye, the two acted almost simultaneously, each grabbing one of the weasel's ears. The weasel that had previously escaped was now lifted up by the two of them. The weasel kicked its legs in midair, making discontented whimpering noises. Zhu Weitong said irritably, I was kind enough to let you go, and you played dirty tricks on me? Unexpectedly, the weasel hugged Zhu Weitong's arm, and spoke in human language, My dear sister, I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry to get back to my sister, and my tail accidentally brushed against the snow mountain. It really wasn't intentional. Kind people, please let me go. Zhu Weitong looked at it suspiciously. Your sister? The weasel nodded, tears streaming down its face. We sisters were originally two weasels living on the sacred mountain. We've been here since birth. The sacred mountain gave us life and nurtured us, everything was fine. But thousands of years ago, after the Snow Maiden ascended to the position of high priest, she began to accept outsiders. The arrival of those outsiders changed many things on the sacred mountain. The food we used to love is gone. Zhu Weitong asked curiously, What did you eat before? The weasel replied listlessly, A kind of plant that grows on the rock walls of the sacred mountain. Those outsiders discovered that the plant had miraculous effects on treating colds, and every day people braved the dangers of climbing cliffs to pick it. Gradually, the plant on the cliffs became fewer and fewer. That's why I occasionally came out to scare them. Who knew they were so weak? Chi Xion said, Those plants grow in the world, they don't belong to anyone. Since that's the case, naturally whoever gets it first gets it, that's always been the rule of heaven and earth. If you like that plant as food, why don't you grow it yourselves? As a magical beast, although your innate intelligence isn't as great as humans, you already reached the 8th rank, and your lifespan is long enough. If you're willing to learn self-reliance, why do this? The weasel was stunned by what he said, and after a long while, asked, Self-reliance? What's that? Zhu Weitong said, Self-reliance means living by one's own strength. Like humans, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, obtaining the fruits of their labor. If humans were in the wild, they would also use their abilities to gather wild fruits and hunt wild animals. The weasel muttered, But I don't know how to grow things. Wasn't it also self-reliance, when I used to pick plants from the cliffs? Zhu Weitong nodded, That's also a form of self-reliance, but if the external conditions aren't available, humans will create them themselves. I heard a little about the plant you mentioned, it's called sangwa, right? It's red, and only grows on cliffs, with only 2 or 3 small fruits on each plant. Seeing the weasel nod, she continued, The Snow Mountain people mostly live at lower altitudes, and they can't cultivate sangwa in their dwellings, which is why they choose to brave the heavy snow to find it. You, however, are a magical beast raised in the snow mountains, very familiar with them, and unafraid of the cold. Perhaps your usual dwelling place is more suitable for growing sangwa. If you can learn to cultivate sangwa, then no need to risk picking them anymore. The weasel looked at her expectantly. Then can you teach me how to plant them? Zhu Weitong recalled, I remember seeing a solitary snow mountain dweller in the snow mountains. Her house was built high up in the mountains. I saw some wild berries outside her house, and she mentioned that the taste and yield were better than the wild ones. The weasel's eyes lit up. Before it could say anything, Zhu Yitong rubbed its round, furry face. So hurry up and unlock the spatial magic, so I can find that sister, and see if she's willing to teach you. The weasel kissed Zhu Yitong on the cheek. This little sister is such a good person. With that, it waved its little arms, and the isolated snow mountain revealed its true form. Zhu Yitong looked at the snow mountain that had reappeared before her, roughly determined her location, and then pulled Qi Xian along, setting off on their journey. What's your name? My name is Jinuo, and my younger sister's name is Xiaokai. We lived on the snow-capped mountains for 1,000 years. Chapter 126. Relying on her memory, Zhu Yitong quickly found the older sister's residence. She placed Jinuo, who had been drooling at the sight of the wild fruit outside, into Qi Xian's arms, and knocked on the door. Sister Dan Tong, are you there? The door opened shortly, and a woman with a cold expression stepped out. She seemed rather quiet. Zhu Yitong rattled off a long string of words, before the woman responded with a few hms. After their conversation, Zhu Yitong took Jinuo from Qi Xian and handed her to Dan Tong. She stroked Jinuo's head. You have to study hard, or you won't get anything good to eat. Jinuo blinked her big, watery eyes. This little sister is so kind. Let me give you something. As she spoke, she grasped Zhu Yitong's tiny paw, and a small bead appeared in her palm. Zhu Yitong was taken aback. This is... Jinuo chuckled. This is my reserve food, but it's not tasty. I don't usually like it. Seeing Zhu Yitong's still furrowed brows, she explained, although the high priestess accepted outsiders, she doesn't care whether they live or die. Like you said, humans risk their lives in the snow mountain searching for various things. This energy comes from the dead, but I didn't kill them. I know most humans dislike their own kind, carrying the aura of death. I processed this bead. It won't make you uncomfortable. If you absorb it yourself, it will greatly increase your cultivation. If you put it into the body of a dying person, it might save their life. Zhu Yitong's heart stirred upon hearing this, but before she could speak, Jinuo blinked her large, wet eyes and said, I have nothing else to give you. You've given me such a great favor, I feel bad if you didn't accept it. Zhu Yitong sighed softly, all right, I accept it. Then cultivate diligently from now on, and don't hurt anyone maliciously. Jinuo watched her carefully place the bead into her storage container before nodding with a smile. Zhu Yitong then said to Dan Tong, since that's the case, Sister Dan Tong, let's go. Dan Tong nodded, it's quite far here, be careful. Thank you for your concern, we will be careful. After waving goodbye, Zhu Yitong and Qi Xian embarked on their return journey. The road home was indeed long. Based on their past experience, it was rugged and treacherous, requiring at least 3 days and 3 nights to traverse. However, perhaps a fortuitous encounter awaited them, for they encountered an old friend only half a day into their journey. Suddenly appearing before them was the Snow Maiden. She was still as she always had, clad in snow-white robes, obscuring her true face, but her words surprised them. She parted her lips slightly, her voice icy. I have a request. Zhu Yitong and Qi Xian exchanged a glance. Zhu Yitong said, Senior, please speak freely. If it is within my power, I will certainly assist you. The Snow Maiden raised her hand, and a pair of ice blue jade pendants appeared in her palm. These are jade pendants forged with my essence. They can transmit my messages to you. I hope that one day, if you can sense my call through them, you will reach the snow mountain as soon as possible. Zhu Yitong looked at the jade pendant in Xuannu's palm with slight hesitation. She asked, somewhat puzzled, why are there only 2 of us? The man beside you is a highly talented mental mage. His mental magic follows a different path than Wunianlu's. And you are the one prophesied to save me. She paused, then continued, the relationship between the 2 of you is more suitable to solve my problem than your master-disciple relationship with Wunianlu. Upon hearing the latter part of Xuannu's words, Zhu Yitong's hand, clasped with Qi Xian's, twitched slightly involuntarily. Zhu Yitong recalled the first part of Xuannu's words, and became even more puzzled. Prophecy? Senior, why is that? Before coming to the Snow Mountain, I didn't know you. Xuannu looked at her earnestly. With a hint of curiosity, I'm also puzzled, but Imo Xingqi's prophecies had never been wrong. Zhu Yitong remained silent for a moment before accepting the jade pendant Xuannu offered. I am willing to help Senior Xuannu. Xuannu's interest was piqued now. Oh. Why are you so quick to agree? Zhu Yitong bit her lip, and after a long pause, replied, I feel a sense of familiarity with Senior Xuannu. I can't quite put my finger on it. Xuannu also paused for a moment before smiling and saying, then it seems we are quite destined. Looking at the Snow Maiden dressed in pure white, And then at the boundless snow-capped mountains before her, Zhu Yingtong, recalling the many times the sacred mountain had been mentioned, finally decided to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. Senior, I have a question. Do you know someone named Wei Shengyin? According to Di Fuyan, their mother came from a sacred mountain that was perpetually covered in snow. Judging from various signs, it was highly likely that this was the mountain. If the Snow Maiden knew Wei Shengyin, perhaps she would also know her own mother. Perhaps she could learn about things related to her mother. Perhaps she could know whether her mother was alive or dead. According to Di Fuyan, before her death, her mother's soul lamp was still lit. It was only after the fall of the empire that the soul lamp lost its power and went out. This did not necessarily indicate whether her mother was alive or dead. Unexpectedly, the Snow Maiden shook her head without hesitation. I don't know her. Zhu Yingtong's disappointment was visibly obvious, but she still perked up, all right. The Snow Maiden, seeing Zhu Yingtong's dejected expression, her face beneath her veil slightly lost in thought, quickly recovered. Since you agreed to my request, I escort you a little further. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and drew a teleportation array. Ji Nua's spatial magic flows slightly faster than usual. More than a month has passed since you left. Go back quickly, or your companions will worry even more. Zhu Yingtong was startled upon hearing this, and pulled Qi Xian into the teleportation array. The Snow Maiden watched the teleportation array gradually disappear, her expression indifferent, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Before long, her body also gradually dissipated into the snow, returning to the highest and most supreme temple of the sacred mountain. The teleportation array was incredibly fast. Zhu Yingtong only vaguely saw Qi Xian's expression change slightly, and he opened his mouth as if to say something. Before she could see clearly, she was back in their usual residence. It wasn't mealtime yet, and everyone was cultivating in their respective places. Zhu Yingtong felt the lingering warmth in her palm and muttered, "What?" He disappeared again. But then, she felt a slight warmth on the back of her hand, and a glowing mark lit up. She felt Qi Xian's voice appear in her mind. Talking bad about me? Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise, Qi Xian? How? How did you do that? Qi Xian's soft laughter echoed in her mind. This is my spiritual imprint. With it on you, you only need to concentrate to contact me at any time. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed with delight, that's amazing. Then I have to bother you properly. After a slight cough from Qi Xian, he spoke again, okay, whatever you want. The two chatted briefly before ending the call. Zhu Yingtong decided to start preparing dinner for everyone. Just as she turned around, and Jean, who was wandering around, pounced on her. Tong Tong, you're finally back. You didn't even tell us you were coming back, really. Who were you chatting with just now? You didn't say anything, just stood there without moving an inch. Zhu Yingtong smiled apologetically. I just got back not long ago either. Senior Xuan used a teleportation array to send us back, so I didn't have time to contact you. She paused, then spoke with a shy smile. I was just talking to Qi Xian using a mental imprint. We established a relationship. She paused again, then solemnly said, a romantic relationship. And Jean heard mental imprint. Imprint, she explained, then covered her mouth somewhat embarrassedly. A mental imprint. That thing. Zhu Yingtong asked curiously, you heard of it? And Jean nodded vigorously. It's a unique ability of mental mages. It allows them to communicate across distances and barriers, without consuming the magic power of either party. A mental mage only has one chance in their lifetime to gift an imprint. Even if the recipient dies, the imprint simply disappears and doesn't return to the mental mage, so it cannot be given a second time. Zhu Yingtong finally understood the preciousness of this imprint. She looked at the faint mark on the back of her hand, and smiled knowingly. And Jean, recalling the latter half of Zhu Yingtong's sentence, widened her eyes in astonishment, almost stammering you, and Qi Xian. Zhu Yingtong, a little embarrassed for the first time in her life, replied, yes. Under Jin's dumbfounded gaze, Zhu Yingtong confirmed her doubts again, then recounted her extraordinary adventures on the snow-capped mountains over the past month. And Jean still looked somewhat dazed. Zhu Yingtong waved her hand in front of her eyes a few times, saying with some concern, don't you like Qi Xian? I noticed you seemed a bit annoyed by his nonsense when we first met, but he apologized to me, so don't take it too hard. And Jean grasped Zhu Yingtong's hand, perked up, and smiled. I don't dislike him. It's good that you like him. After all, he's the person you chose to spend the rest of your life with. You've been through so much together, you understand his character better than I do. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she asked, he's so much older than you, do you mind? She tilted her head slightly, seemingly wanting to say something more, but her voice was too soft for Zhu Yingtong to hear. Zhu Yingtong smiled. No, isn't the Dragon King also 3,000 years old in the Great Yi way? She looked at Jin's hesitant expression, and Jin, just say what you want to say. In the end, and Jin only shook her head, nothing. She pinched Zhu Yingtong's cheek, as long as you're happy. The two chatted idly for a while, then looked at the sky before returning to their lodgings to prepare dinner. Northern Nuyueki Continent, Northern Spirit Pavilion. Second brother, what's wrong? Bai Jie asked, looking at Wan Chiga, who had suddenly broken out of his meditation. Wan Chiga remained silent for a long while before speaking. Chi Xian has given away his spiritual imprint. Bai Jie explained in surprise. Brother Chi Xian he? Wan Chiga gazed at the sunset outside the window, his voice low and somber. Back then, I intentionally distanced him from the whole affair. Whether it was getting close to Di Fuyan or the various matters concerning the Imperial Library, I didn't let him participate. Although Han Lung shares the same face with him, almost everyone who knew Han Lung back then is dead. Now, Chi Xian can start a new life with his own identity. Over the years, he has indeed lived a lot of the free and unrestrained life he enjoyed, but a deep sorrow filled his brows. In the end, I'm the one who wronged him. Bai Jie called softly, second brother. Wan Chiga sighed softly and fell silent. Chapter 127. The Glorious Empire, Chaoyang Manor. In a seemingly ordinary room, a highly concealed spatial magic isolated everything within. As usual, Yin Chaoyang used a little magic to pass through the door and entered a remarkably cozy room, its style completely different from the rest of the manor. The room was sparsely decorated. The most striking feature was the rustic wooden bed in the center. She lifted the layers of curtains, revealing a man lying there, almost imperceptible. In that instant, Yin Chaoyang seemed to recall many beautiful memories of the past, her expression softening considerably. She slowly leaned against the edge of the bed, carefully placing her hand on the man's, gently stroking it again and again. She murmured to herself, 500 years have passed since you last regained consciousness. I miss you so much, I miss you all so much. You know, in Atlantis, if they knew I would capture them if they came ashore, they would become even more isolated from the world in these 500 years. It's alright, I go find them. Soon. I will find a way to truly cure you. She gently kissed the man's fingertips. Don't leave me like that scoundrel did, or no one will love me anymore. Yin Chaoyang took out a pair of beads from his pocket. She looked at the floating, yet unlit beads with a fierce glint in her eyes, but then, seemingly mindful of those around her, she quickly composed herself. She whispered to herself, the light of Lanster. I will obtain it. Holmer Snow Mountain. 3 years had passed since they first arrived at the Snow Mountain. Today, the day when Yanlu and Xuannu had agreed upon arrived, and the group was about to leave the Snow Mountain. Over the past 3 years, everyone had gained a great deal. Each person's magic power had increased by nearly 20 levels. Mo Xuanqi had already touched the threshold of the Spirit Venerable Realm, while Zhu Weitong had long since broken through to the Spirit Venerable Realm. However, what might be easily overlooked was the age of everyone, especially the youngest, Wu Ting. 3 years ago, when they came to the Snow Mountain, Wu Ting was only 11 years old, and now she had just turned 14, yet her magic power had already reached a terrifying level of 65. It should be noted that over the years, the earliest record for breaking through level 60 in Huilun Academy, the most powerful academy on the entire continent, was held by Su Enai at the age of 21. But this record had been broken time and time again by the students of Class 0, Mo Xuanqi, who broke through level 60 at 17 years and 11 months. Zhu Yingtong, who broke through level 60 at 17 years old. And now, Wu Ting, who broke through level 60 at 13 years and 3 months. Everyone marveled at Wu Ting's talent. It was truly unprecedented. Only Zhu Yingtong and the other 3, who knew the truth, exchanged bewildered glances. They understood that this extraordinary talent was likely bestowed upon them by the Dragon Maiden through the blessing of the Dragon Clan, yet they were still astonished by her unparalleled speed of absorbing energy from heaven and earth. With parting imminent, the group, having made many friends during their 3 years in the snowy mountains, were all reluctant to part. At Jin's suggestion, they invited their friends from the snowy mountains to a border city of the Yangwei Empire. And Jin had arranged a hotel in advance for everyone to enjoy drinks. The dozen or so people chatted about romance and reunions in the room, creating a lively atmosphere. However, all good things must come to an end, and farewell was inevitable. Zhou Yu woke up with a hangover, staring blankly at the bright light on the ceiling, his brain taking a long time to register. He felt himself sleeping on a soft, large bed. He turned his head slightly, but was terrified. He saw Wu Ting's sleeping face. He almost rolled off the bed, his brain, which had finally registered, crashing again. He stiffly turned his head to look more closely and realized that Wu Ting was quite far from him, on the bed, at opposite ends. Behind Wu Ting slept Jean, who was clinging to Wu Ting, and on the edge of the bed was someone else, seemingly Shi Huang. Zhou Yu sighed softly. He should get out of this mess as soon as possible. He pulled away slightly, but heard a soft hum from under the covers. Zhou Yu froze again. But the voice was familiar. His senses, numbed by alcohol, gradually returned, and he felt someone hugging his waist. He mentally prepared himself before mustering the courage to pull back the covers, but his other senses acted faster than his hands. He sensed someone else by the bedside. He slowly turned his head, and met the gaze of a strange girl. The girl stood by the bed, appearing a few years older than Wu Ting. Her eyes swept over him, and the rest of the group sleeping haphazardly on the bed, a look of curiosity in them. He involuntarily closed his eyes, a headache forming. Could someone tell him what was going on? The girl looked at the group still asleep and asked softly, "Little brother, do you usually sleep like this? It must be very warm." Zhou Yu rubbed his temples. "No, who are you?" The girl clasped her hands in greeting and replied, "My name is Jia Ruhan. I come on my master's orders to escort my brothers and sisters back to the demon sacrifice tower to discuss important matters." Zhou Yu pondered. "Jia Ruhan? Your surname is Jia. What is Jia Yinshan to you?" Jia Ruhan stated directly, "He's my master." Zhou Yu murmured softly, "I see." Jia Yinshan was the almost unknown third deity descended to the demon sacrifice tower. He didn't claim the identity of a red-robed priest, but acted as a member of the demon sacrifice tower. He remained secluded within the tower for many years, and his story was little known. Perhaps their conversation awakened Mo Xuanqi from his sleep. He stretched and crawled out of bed, looking at the girl who had suddenly appeared before him, a hint of confusion appearing in his sleepy eyes. Zhou Yu introduced Jia Ruhan to him, and Mo Xuanqi nodded in understanding. Mo Xuanqi went to wake his companions, while Zhou Yu asked Jia Ruhan what was going on. Jia Ruhan thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know either. You find out when you get there." The group gradually woke up, all having heard of Jia Ruhan's arrival. As they packed their belongings and prepared to leave the hotel, Jia Ruhan stopped them. She said, "I am a space-type mage. I can take you to the headquarters of the Magic Priest Tower. Just stand in front of me." The group stopped. They found an open space, and Jia Ruhan prepared to cast a spell. Zhu Yingtong whispered to Mo Xuanqi, "Why do I feel like this little sister keeps staring at us?" Mo Xuanqi silently looked at Jia Ruhan, just in time to see her quickly look away, and said indifferently, "I don't know. Perhaps we know when we get there." The teleportation array of spatial magic was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the hometown city of the Zhengrong Empire from the border of the Yangwei Empire. Outside the entrance of the Demon Priest Tower, Wu Nianluo paced back and forth, looking somewhat anxious. And in the shade nearby, a reclining chair had appeared out of nowhere, and sitting on it was the expressionless Lan Lui. And Jean, wow, this is the first time I've seen Dean Lan with this expression. She always had a faint smile on her face at the academy. Even when I first saw her at the beach, she wasn't this cold. Yu Xining, I'm more curious that Dean Lan actually came out. Yu Wei, yes, I heard that Dean Lan has never left the academy. It seems the rumors are unreliable. Mo Xuanqi, Dean Lan indeed rarely leaves the academy. The academy needs someone to oversee things. Zhu Yingtong, so teacher Nianluo is pacing back and forth here so anxiously, waiting for someone. Xia Ruhan, who was standing nearby, rushed to the entrance of the demon sacrifice tower in 3 strides. She respectfully bowed to Wu Nianluo. "Greetings, martial uncle." Wu Nianluo glanced at the girl in front of her and waved casually. Xia Ruhan then turned and went upstairs. "Martial uncle? Xia Yinshang and Wu Nianluo are fellow disciples." Shi Huang's imagination ran wild. So, teacher Nianluo is here to see her fellow disciple? Several people nodded in agreement. Wu Ting, then why not go upstairs? Are they not on good terms? Zhu Yingtong, it seems I never heard teacher Nianluo mention this fellow disciple before. Mo Xuanqi also shook his head, neither have I. Yu Wei, so, it's because they haven't been in contact for a long time, and he doesn't know how to start a visit suddenly. Several people nodded in agreement. And Jin's imagination ran wild. Could it be that teacher Nianluo did something to wrong the senior Xia? Shi Huang, they haven't been in contact for so long, could it be a love rival? The others glanced furtively at Lan Lui, then quickly turned away. And Jean suddenly shouted, "I remember." For some reason, She seemed to feel a sharp gaze fall upon her for a moment, and she immediately lowered her voice. That's Xia Yinshang. Before Jean could finish speaking, the gates of the demonic sacrifice tower opened again, and a young man dressed in plain clothes walked out. He looked to be in his early 20s, only a few years older than the others, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at Wu Nianluo, his voice gentle as he spoke, "Senior sister." And Jean swallowed hard. He likes teacher Nianluo. Sure Huang. Oh no, he's a rival to Dean Lon. The others huddled near the hotel entrance, chirping. So they want us to come back to watch this show. Wu Nianluo chuckled dryly at Xia Yinshang. She turned to say something to Lan Lui, who was standing not far away, but only saw Lan Lui walking towards the group inside the hotel, leaving her with only his back. Xia Yinshang spoke softly, "Senior sister, let's go upstairs and talk. We haven't seen each other in a long time." Wu Nianluo chuckled again, but followed Xia Yinshang into the demon priest tower. The group stood in a row as Lan Lui approached, their expressions slightly stiff. Lan Lui walked into the hotel, glanced back at the group, and then said calmly, "What are you standing there for? Come in." The group followed Lan Lui into the hotel. Upon entering the room, Lan Lui explained why they had been summoned. Over the past 3 years, the gray mist had spread severely, requiring them, as students of Huilun Academy, to cooperate with the Demon Priest Tower and the Magic Association to deal with it. This task was still premature for everyone's current abilities. Only Zhu Yingtong and Mo Xuanqi possessed the strength to resolve the gray mist independently. Therefore, they were currently only undertaking finishing touches, aiming to observe and learn how to combat it. As for Zhou Yu, as a black-robed priest, he would periodically return to the Demon Priest Tower to receive instruction from Nai Qingjur, and should soon be able to handle the gray mist independently. Everyone agreed. They originally planned to stay at the Demon Priest Tower for a while, cultivating and accompanying several seniors on missions. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Mo Xuanqi received a message from his hometown, his expression changing drastically. He only had time to say goodbye to Zhu Yingtong before hurriedly leaving. Zhou Yu, worried, followed him. About an hour after returning to the Zhengrong Empire, Wu Ting finally received a delayed message from her aunt, Wu Ma Yuyin, "Return immediately." She hurriedly contacted Wu Ma Fu, but received no response. Checking the royal location, she found Wu Ma Fu extremely close, both located in the same city. Wu Ting rushed out of her hotel room to look for Wu Ma Fu, only to encounter Yu Wei and Jean in the hotel lobby, carrying the unconscious Wu Ma Fu. "Little Fu!" Wu Ting cried out in anguish. Yu Wei comforted her, "We already treated her. She's just exhausted from traveling day and night." And Jean added, "Let's go upstairs and talk about it. There are too many people here." After speaking, she glanced silently at Wu Ting. Although they already knew Wu Ting's true identity, the situation was unlikely to end well. They had all heard Wu Ma Fu's delirious murmurs before she lost consciousness. "Your Highness, the princess is..." "Return immediately." None of them believed that the princess Wu Ma Fu spoke of was Wu Ma Yuyin, but the power struggle within the royal family was extremely complex, and it involved their friends. They wouldn't stand idly by. With everyone's careful care, Wu Ma Fu regained consciousness half an hour later. However, she seemed to be plagued by nightmares, and her emotions were extremely volatile. Wu Ting, who had been by her side, took her hand, sensing her unstable breathing, and began to channel her magic into her. After regaining her composure, Wu Ma Fu spoke, "Your Highness, Princess Xiaoping has rebelled. She has imprisoned Princess Shuming in the palace, and Mr. Lan Cheng and Mr. Huang Jue are also trapped in the bamboo forest behind the mountain." Wu Ting's hands clenched into fists. "Where is Mother? His Majesty's condition has not improved. Princess Xiaoping has dispatched heavy troops to guard the main hall." Wu Ting angrily said, "Damn it. I'm going back right now." She turned to leave, but Wu Ma Fu immediately stood up and followed behind. The hotel room door was flung open, and 2 figures, unable to dodge, pounced on Wu Ting. And Jean was in front. Due to the momentum, she directly knocked Wu Ting to the ground. "Excuse me, can we come in?" Wu Ting, pinned beneath him and seeing stars, didn't react for a long time. Chapter 128. The moment Wu Ting opened the door, Zhu Yingtong, who was at the back, took a step back without falling, looking embarrassed and remaining silent. But Yu Wei and Jean, unable to dodge in time, rushed into the room one after the other. Wu Ting, realizing what was happening, was furious. "You? Eavesdropping on me?" And Jean, regaining her composure, carelessly picked up Wu Ting. "Little Wu Ting, don't always frown. What if you get wrinkles later? But magicians don't worry about that. Speaking of which, archmages and supreme spirit lord level magicians gradually stop growing to maintain their appearance. What if little Wu Ting doesn't grow taller later? Wu Ting was so angry she couldn't speak. She seemed to have never won a verbal battle with Jin. At the doorway, Yue Wei said worriedly, "We're also very worried about Xiao Yan's health." Wu Ting's mind went blank. She opened her mouth several times before finally managing to stammer, "You all." And Jin gently placed Wu Ting on the ground. "When you were little, we held you like this too." Wu Ting's expression worsened. "You knew all along? But you never told me?" And Jin made a face. "It's clearly you who didn't want others to know, so we had no choice but to act along with you." Wu Ting's face flushed and paled in turns, unable to speak for a long time. Yue Wei frowned slightly. Yu Yan meant the same thing. She hopes you can do as you please. Saying this, she handed Wu Ting Yu Yan's reply from back then. Wu Ting quickly glanced at it and remained silent. At this moment, Zhu Yitong spoke up. "If you want to go back to MOU, going directly there is too slow. Let's all go together using a spatial talisman." Wu Ting silently agreed. As they descended the stairs, Yue Wei anxiously inquired about Xiao Yan's health. Wu Ting paused for a moment before saying, "My mother suffers from chronic cold, and her health is deteriorating day by day. I've been traveling since I was little, searching for herbs to ward off the cold." And Jin nodded knowingly. No wonder little Wu Ting chose a fire-type herb for the entrance exam. Wu Ting nodded sadly. "It's been a long-standing problem. But everything I've done only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. My mother's condition is still getting worse." Yue Wei lowered her head in thought. "When you were born, Sister Dragon Girl mentioned cold flour. Could this be the culprit?" Wu Ting exclaimed excitedly, "Yes. That's it. And Yu Yan and Uncle Lanchum also mentioned it." Seeing Wu Ting's eager eyes, Yue Wei could only comfort her. "I asked Sister Dragon Girl again." Upon arriving outside the hotel, Jin left a message for Yu Xinin and Shi Huang, and Zhu Yitong led them to the capital of Mayu in the blink of an eye. The capital was vastly different from usual. The streets were deathly still, with almost no shops open. The group walked cautiously along the street, only to find that even their usual residence, Haoyue Township, was heavily guarded. Yue Wei tried to contact Wuma Xiaoyan via communicator, but Wuma Fu stopped her, shaking her head. "It's useless. Their communicators must have been confiscated. They can't contact the outside world at all." Hearing this, Zhu Yitong also abandoned the idea of contacting Yingshi, fearing that any unusual activity would attract the attention of the guards. Wu Ting couldn't wait a moment longer. "I go straight in through the main gate." Wu Mafu grabbed her hand. "You are the rightful crown prince, the only legitimate heir to the empire. Princess Xiaoping is wary of your presence. It would be extremely dangerous for you to go directly there." Zhu Yitong pondered. "No, Wu Ting will go in directly." Seeing the hesitant looks from the crowd, she continued, "I enter the palace through the passage left by the sea. Although Yue Yan ordered it to be repaired later, it won't be difficult for me to get in. Only we from back then know about that place, so it should be easier to enter. Once inside, I go find Xiaoyan. I'm a fire mage. Perhaps I can temporarily alleviate the cold poison in her body." Yue Wei and Jin, Yu and Wu Ting will enter through the main gate. The crowd vaguely sensed Zhu Yitong's intentions and nodded in agreement. So the group split into two. While Yue Wei and the others headed towards the main gate, Wu Ting used a special potion to remove the marks that had been covering her hair color. Yue Wei and her companions were stopped as soon as they approached the gate. "This is the Imperial Palace. No one may enter without an audience." Yue Wei reached for the token given to her by Wuma Xiaoyan years ago. "This is the token bestowed upon me by Her Majesty the Empress. Whoever sees this token is subject to absolute obedience." As Yue Wei had anticipated, the guard did not recognize the token in her hand, simply repeating, "No one may enter without an audience. I am Wuma Yiting, Crown Princess of the Mayu Empire. You will all retreat." Wuma Yiting leaped before them. Her long, pinkish-brown hair proclaimed her imperial status, and most strikingly, her face was identical to that of Her Majesty the Empress, Wuma Xiaoyan. The soldiers guarding the gate exchanged bewildered glances. They could argue that they couldn't verify the token in Yue Wei's hand, but the Crown Princess was undeniably before them. If they disobeyed, they would have no way to deny it later. The group exchanged glances, and finally opened the gates of the Imperial City. Yue Wei and the others exchanged a look, then quickly ran into the Imperial City. Zhu Yitong received fragmented messages from Yue Wei, relayed by the Dragon Girl, regarding methods for treating the cold flower, but ultimately all indicated that it was incurable, only able to alleviate her pain. The Dragon Girl stated that the cold flower had been deeply rooted for over 10 years, and Wuma Xiaoyan would ultimately meet her end. Zhu Yingtong had already entered the palace from the seaside. Looking at the message from the dragon girl, she clenched her fists, flames spontaneously erupting on her arms. She remained silent for a moment, then the flames subsided. She murmured to herself, I must save her. I will definitely save her. Following her memory, Zhu Yingtong arrived at Wuma Xiaoyan's palace. As Wu Mafu had said, Princess Xiaoping had deployed heavy guards. After some deliberation, she decided to force her way in. Before she could act, she sensed the aura of a magician. She turned sharply, only to bump into someone she knew. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in shock, Sister Yujiu? The newcomer was indeed Gui Yujiu, who was equally astonished. Yingtong? How did you get in? Behind her was a young man, seemingly a few years younger than Yujiu, in his early 20s. Yujiu introduced him, this is Fengsen, the fifth son of the Feng family. We managed to sneak into the palace by infiltrating the soldiers' camp. Zhu Yingtong briefly recounted what had happened years ago, then told the two her plans. Yujiu nodded knowingly. I have a military token. I distract them, and Fengsen will guard the gate first. I come back later. Zhu Yingtong nodded. That's even better. Yujiu had the two hide around the corner, then went forward to talk. Soon, the gate to Wuma Xiaoyan's palace was unguarded. Zhu Yingtong and Yujiu quickly approached. She watched as a flame ignited in her hand over the large lock before the door, and the lock instantly turned to dust. Zhu Yingtong turned to Fengsen and said, I'm counting on you. Fengsen nodded, and Zhu Yingtong then entered the bedchamber. The temperature inside the bedchamber was slightly lower than outside. The chill was strange, not caused by the weather, yet it could be sensed by mages with exceptional sensitivity. However, ordinary people or mages of insufficient power would likely find it unsafe to remain inside. Perhaps this was why the bedchamber was unguarded. Zhu Yingtong quickly entered the bedchamber, and saw Wuma Xiaoyan lying on the bed, her face ashen. Zhu Yingtong's expression changed, and she quickly reached her side. Zhu Yingtong grasped Wuma Xiaoyan's wrist, sensing an extremely chaotic aura within it. Her expression hardened, and she gently helped Wuma Xiaoyan's limp body to sit up. Wuma Xiaoyan, her body temperature below normal, leaned against Zhu Yingtong's chest, breathing weakly. She opened her mouth, her voice barely audible. Who? Zhu Yingtong replied softly, seemingly afraid of disturbing the fragile woman, It's me, Zhu Yingtong. A glimmer of clarity seemed to appear in Wuma Xiaoyan's hazy eyes. You all come? Zhu Yingtong only replied, We all come. Don't worry, everything will be alright. I help you dispel the chill now. With that, she placed her hand on Wuma Xiaoyan's back, gently channeling warm energy into her body. Time passed, and with the infusion of fire magic energy, Wuma Xiaoyan's condition seemed to gradually improve, her body temperature returned to normal. However, her expression still showed some weariness, her complexion remained listless, and Zhu Yingtong knew that the root cause had not been eradicated. She straightened Wuma Xiaoyan's body, and the next moment, she completely entered Wuma Xiaoyan's sea of consciousness to search for the flower that was as cold as ice. Meanwhile, Yu Wei and his entourage, having entered the imperial city gates, arrived directly at the palace prepared year-round for Princess Shuming, Wuma Yueyin, under the guidance of Wu Mafu. Inside the palace, besides the guards standing watch, only two women sat playing chess in the central hall. These were Princess Shuming, Wuma Yueyin, and Princess Xiaoping, Wuma Ning. As Yu Wei and his group burst into the hall, Wuma Ning, having just finished listening to a servant's report, angrily slammed a chessboard to her feet and splashed tea in Wuma Yueyin's face. You two sisters have raised such loyal dogs. Those two bastards from the Feng and Gua families somehow managed to infiltrate the imperial guards. Now they're guarding Wuma Yueyin's palace, not even a fly can get in. Wuma Yueyin, despite being splashed with tea, showed no anger, merely calmly. Wiping the water from her face, she calmly replied, My elder sister is the rightful empress of the Mayu Empire. No one can replace her except her heir. Her eyes slightly upturned, her demeanor gentle, yet her words left no room for argument. All you can do is imprison us here. You won't get the secret letter from the Feng and Gua families, nor will you obtain Mr. Huang Ju's promise. How can you expect to gain the throne's approval? She raised her head slightly, womaning, It's not too late for you to back down now. Chapter 129. As soon as Wuma Yueyin finished speaking, the two saw Yu Wei and the other two barging into the hall. Wuma Yiding's expression hardened upon seeing Wuma Yueyin imprisoned in shackles. She immediately rushed forward and used magic to remove the handcuffs. The group shielded Wuma Yueyin behind them, and only when they stared at Wuma Ning, who was being supported by attendants, did they notice that her legs seemed somewhat unsteady. Wuma Ning sneered, Fine. Everyone's here? Today I make sure you all stay here. Guards. Before she could finish speaking, the jade pendant around her neck shattered. She was thrown back several steps by the powerful magical energy before being steadied by the attendants behind her. She murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? This is the only remaining Kunshan jade from back then. How could anyone have entered the barrier created by the Kunshan jade? After speaking, she subconsciously looked outside the hall, and Yue and the others looked on in confusion as well. A woman rushed into the hall. It was Jin. Following her were Huang Ju and Lan Cheng, who had been imprisoned in the back mountain by Wu Ma Ning using a barrier. Upon entering the hall, Lan Cheng ran towards Wu Ma Yueyan, and the two embraced tightly in silence. Wu Ma Yueyan knew that Wu Ma Ning would not mistreat Lan Cheng and Jin for the sake of his reputation, but seeing her beloved alive and well now finally calmed her anxious heart. Wu Maning pointed at Jin and roared, "You witch! What method did you use to? And Jin scratched her cheek innocently. Which? Are you talking about me?" She tilted her head and smiled slightly, her expression unreadable. Indeed, some people have called me a witch. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped behind Wu Maning, shoved aside the servants behind him, and pressed Wu Maning's shoulder to make her sit back down. "Your Highness, don't move." Wu Maning, being an ordinary person who had never practiced magic, was completely immobilized under Jin's restraints. She could only roar, "Wu Ma Fu, what are you standing there for? Quickly kill Wu Ma Yiting?" Wu Mating's expression changed drastically. She looked at Wu Ma Fu behind her in disbelief, her lips trembling as she spoke. "Little Fu?" Wu Ma Fu simply lowered her head, remaining silent, though her body trembled slightly. Wu Ting, incredulous, grasped Wu Ma Fu's shoulders, her voice fragile. "What do you mean? Xiao Fu, please tell me." Wu Ma Ning's voice was sharp. "What, didn't your mother tell you? Wu Ma Fu is my child. She was shamelessly stolen from me by Wu Ma Xiaoyan." Her words shocked everyone in the hall. Even Wu Ma Yueyan looked astonished, clearly unaware of this. Wu Ting exclaimed in astonishment, "You're lying. Xiao Fu grew up with me. Her birth mother is clearly Princess Wang Lu, Wu Ma Zhao, who died in childbirth." Wu Ma Ning sneered, "These are all lies Wu Ma Xiaoyan made up to deceive you. Wu Ma Fu is the child I carried for 10 months and gave birth to. Wu Ma Yiting, ask the person in front of you, see if she acknowledges me as her mother?" Wu Ting looked at Wu Ma Fu with pleading eyes, desperately hoping that Xiao Fu's words would be the answer she longed to hear. Wu Ma Fu's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, she knelt down in front of Wu Ting with a thud, calling out in an extremely weak voice, "Your Highness." She said nothing, yet it was as if she had said everything. Wu Ting stumbled back a few steps, her face filled with disbelief, gasping for breath. She tripped over scattered weapons and stumbled, but Yue caught her just in time. Wu Ma Ning shouted again, "Wu Ma Fu, have you forgotten what I said? Attack now." Behind her, Jin frowned slightly. "Sister, don't be so agitated. Let's talk again in a couple of days when you calm down." She coldly raised her hand, intending to strike Wu Ma Ning's neck, but was stopped by two voices. Wu Ma Fu ran to Jin's side, exclaiming, "No! Stop!" The voice was incredibly weak, as if she were barely holding on. Everyone looked over and saw Wu Ma Xiaoyan entering through a side door, with Zhu Yingtong supporting her beside her. And Jin looked at the newcomers with a bored smirk, but also withdrew her magic. At the same time, the main hall doors flung open, and a group of well-trained soldiers entered, led by Gui Yuzhou and Fengsen. Wu Ma Xiaoyan sat on a chair handed to her by Zhu Yingtong, raising her eyes to look at the soldiers below, her tone chilling. "Wu Ma Ning, I know you secretly raised many private soldiers over the years. But as long as I am still in Mayu, I will remain the Empress of Mayu. All Mayu soldiers, stand down. What happened today must not be revealed." The private soldiers, who had been inside the hall, were forced out by the Mayu soldiers. Outside the door stood the current leaders of the two major Mayu families. They naturally knew what to do. After the command ended, Wu Ma Xiaoyan sat down again, panting heavily. Zhu Yingtong stood behind her, continuously channeling warm energy into her. Wu Ma Yiting wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes before stepping forward. "Mother." Wu Ma Xiaoyan nodded slightly. She glanced at Wu Ma Fu beside her, then looked at Wu Ma Ning before speaking again. "Wu Ma Fu is indeed Wu Ma Ning's daughter." Ignoring the various reactions of the crowd, she continued, "When I was pregnant with shouting, I often went to Wu Ma Ning's residence. I later learned that the coldness in my body also affected her. You were weak from a young age, and the cold flower's aura caused you to be born prematurely." Wu Ma Ning's words were filled with anguish. "You told me it was a stillborn. If it weren't for my subordinates reporting this later, allowing us to recognize each other, otherwise, you would have separated us, mother and child. Until when? Wuma Xiaoyan remained silent. That child was born with extremely weak breaths. Even the imperial physician said she couldn't be saved. She was lucky. She made it to Lancheng and returned to the palace. I originally planned to tell you after she recovered a bit more. I had people take meticulous care of her for almost a year before she could get out of bed, but I later learned that you had closed your doors to everyone and were rarely in the empire. From then on, you began to raise private soldiers. Wuma Ning didn't deny it, but said sharply, "Is this why you made my child recognize a thief as her mother?" In her eyes, both Wuma Xiaoyan, who took Wuma Fu away, and Wuma Zhao, whom Wuma Xiaoyan made her child recognize as her mother, were thieves who stole her child. I know you resent me, you hate me. You always thought I caused you to lose your child. Wuma Xiaoyan stroked the warm jade in her hand. But if you only wanted your child back, you wouldn't have said those things to Xiao Fu. The embellished love and hate, the exaggerated succession feuds. When will this cycle of revenge end? Why tell all this to a child not even 10 years old? Wuma Ning abruptly turned to Wuma Fu Yu. Wuma Fu's hands were clenched into fists at her sides, still silent. Wuma Xiaoyan sighed softly. 3 years ago, after your first meeting with Xiao Fu, I already knew. After she returned, she told me everything. I made her make the decision. Her decision was to stop you. I know all your little tricks. Wuma Ning, enraged, suddenly stood up and slapped Wuma Fu across the face, then quickly collapsed back into her chair, her legs giving way. Her slap was so fast that even Njin, standing beside them, didn't react in time. Njin grumbled you. She was about to say something more when she saw Wuma Fu shake her head at her. She silently rolled her eyes and casually cast a healing spell on Wuma Fu, quickly restoring her swollen cheek to its original state. Physical wounds can be healed, but wounds inflicted on the heart are difficult to erase. Wuma Ning took a few deep breaths and said coldly, Wuma Xiaoyan, I have never been able to defeat you. Kill me or do whatever you want with me. Wuma Ning was terrified upon hearing this, and she immediately knelt on the ground. I beg your majesty to spare my mother's life. Wuma Xiaoyan's eyes were calm, aiming, what do you mean? Seeing that Wuma Ning did not speak, Wuma Fu turned around and knelt in front of Wuma Ning, grabbing her sleeve and crying bitterly, Mother. Why must you fight for that position? In Mayu, Her Majesty the Empress loves her people like her own children, and everyone loves her. She works tirelessly for the people of Mayu, and even when she is unwell, she still thinks of her people. Why did Mother launch this war, this unusual change of the throne, to plunge the common people into such misery? Looking at Wuma Fu's tear-streaked face, Wuma Ning remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh before lowering her head. Your Majesty. Wuma Xiaoyan gazed at Wuma Ning and pronounced, Princess Xiaoping, Wuma Ning, is imprisoned in her residence and shall not be released without summons. Wuma Fu. Wuma Xiaoyan paused, looking at Wuma Yiting's earnest gaze beside her, before continuing, Princess Wangel's daughter, Wuma Fu, will serve as the Crown Princess's personal lady-in-waiting, obeying only the Crown Princess. Thank you, Mother. Thank you. Your Majesty. Wuma Fu helped Wuma Ning out of the main hall, leaving only their own people inside. Wuma Xiaoyan, who had been holding her breath, finally relaxed. She looked somewhat listless, but with Zhu Yingtong's help, she was much better than when they had met earlier. Wu Ting called out, Mother. Wuma Xiaoyan waved her hand. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Yue asked Lan Cheng, teacher, is there no way to cure Xiaoyan's illness? Lan Cheng frowned, but ultimately shook his head. For so many years, despite being called a divine physician, he couldn't even diagnose the root cause of Wuma Xiaoyan's illness. He could only diagnose that the cold had penetrated to the bone, and besides using fire-based medicine and energy to alleviate her pain, he could do nothing else. At this moment, Njin, standing to the side, suddenly spoke up, I have a way. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Njin smiled slightly, only Mr. Huangju and Ning Tong need to stay. Everyone else, please leave. Yue cast a questioning glance at Njin, who nodded slightly. When have I ever lied to you? Yue then nodded, and led the group out of the room. Chapter 130. Zhu Tong was somewhat confused. She could stay, but why did Mr. Huangju have to stay too? Njin smiled and said, Tong Tong, please continue to maintain Xiaoyan's functions with fire energy, just like before. I be responsible for channeling the cold flower back into Huangju's body. Zhu Tong nodded, and helped Wuma Xiaoyan to the bedside. During this time, Zhu Yingtong kept pondering Njin's words. Where did Jean get the solution for the cold flower? Even the dragon girl said there was no way. What did? Channeling it back into Huang Jue's body. Mean? Did it mean the cold flower was originally on Mr. Huang Jue? Then how did it end up in Xiaoyan's body? Wait. At this moment, Zhu Tong had a bizarre, bold guess. But she didn't say it aloud, instead staying behind Wuma Xiaoyan, concentrating on channeling magic power. And Jean, noticing Zhu Tong's changing expression, unconsciously smiled slightly but remained silent, quietly searching for the scattered energy of the cold flower within Wuma Xiaoyan's body. Both girls were unusually quiet and focused, leaving Wuma Xiaoyan and Huang Ju exchanging complex glances before immersing themselves in a long period of healing. 3 days after everyone left the room, and Jean and Mr. Huang Ju emerged. Wu Ting, who came to check on her daily, rushed to Jean, anxiously asking, "How is mother?" And Jean smiled and patted Wu Ting's head. "Leave the rest to Yingtong. Xiaoyan has been eroded by the cold flower for too long. Her constitution is quite weak. Yingtong will likely need to help Xiaoyan recover her energy and spirit over a long period, but overall, she should be fine." Wu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." She was about to turn to ask her teacher something when she saw Huang Ju leave silently, his face expressionless. And Jean watched Huang Ju's departing figure with interest and asked softly, "Lil Wu Ting, have you been Huang Ju's teacher since you were little?" Wu Ting nodded. "Since birth, I often met Huang Ju. After my magic awakened, my mother had me perform the apprenticeship ceremony." And Jean nodded knowingly, thinking that Xiaoyan had really kept it a secret. She looked at Wu Ting, who was still peeking inside, and picked her up, carrying her outside. "Don't disturb Yingtong, in case something goes wrong." Wu Ting immediately covered in Jin's mouth. "I know, let's go." And Jean smiled, and led Wu Ting towards Haoyue Township. Not long ago, on the almost grassland, Mo Xuanqi, summoned by his family crest, learned of the disturbances in his hometown and rushed to the grasslands. But upon arriving, he was filled with shock and rage. The once boundless grasslands were now deathly still, permeated with the stench of blood. The lush grass was now stained with blood, a testament to the fierce battle that had taken place. Mo Xuanqi hurried towards the old family home. Along the way, he heard the cries of demonic beasts and stopped abruptly. He found a small lark trembling in the nearby woods, hiding from the carnage. Mo Xuanqi listened to its mournful cries, while Zhou Yu tended to the lark. Within moments, Zhou Yu sensed something amiss. He looked up sharply, and met Mo Xuanqi's gaze. Both exclaimed in unison, "Gray aura." Fortunately, the gray aura surrounding the little lark was merely superficial, and wouldn't cause it much harm. Zhou Yu quickly healed its external injuries. After Zhou Yu had essentially finished treating the little lark, Mo Xuanqi instructed it to return to the forest, and not come out for the time being. Mo Xuanqi was furious beyond measure, and it seemed as if traces of blood were seeping from between his clenched fists. Seeing this, Zhou Yu cast a healing spell. Mo Xuanqi suddenly stopped. "You?" Zhou Yu interrupted him. "Whatever lies ahead, I will face it with you." Mo Xuanqi quietly looked at Zhou Yu's face, then suddenly hugged him tightly. "Thank you." But he felt extremely uneasy. He had a premonition that what awaited him ahead would be difficult to resolve. Without further words, the two hurried towards the old house. Before even entering the gate, they were met with an overwhelming stench of blood, and both their faces turned extremely pale. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Mo Xuanqi pushed open the old mansion's main gate. Inside the front hall sat a woman. The woman, clad in a black robe, sat calmly on a high seat. Backlit, the two could barely make out her features. Upon closer inspection, her expression was extremely calm, but her actions were anything but. Branches, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, pierced the bodies of several elders of the clan. Their golden glowing blood flowed down the branches into a porcelain bottle, while those nailed to the wall appeared to be barely clinging to life. Behind the woman were Lan Ling and Lan Ji, also nailed to the wall, both unconscious due to their lower cultivation levels. With a whoosh, Mo Xuanqi summoned his dark spear. With a flick of his magic, the branches snapped in two. Zhou Yu ducked down and caught the lancers one by one, but he only possessed simple healing magic, barely managing to stop their wounds. Even with subsequent treatment from a healer, they would likely need several years of proper recuperation to fully recover. The woman's voice was soft and tender, and she sounded quite young. "You come. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The object she was playing with was the Lancer family crest, the very thing that had summoned Mo Xuanqi. Mo Xuanqi's face was cold. "Who are you? The Lancer family has no grudge against you. Why did you hurt them?" "The Lancers are treasures from head to toe," and since ancient times, many have coveted you. I am merely one of them." The woman chuckled softly. "I have no name, everyone calls me Missine." Mo Xuanqi's expression darkened further upon hearing her words. This was Missine, who had been missing for nearly 2,000 years. The last time she appeared on the western continent of Ziliusis, she had taken Lan Xing's eyes. Missine watched Zhou Yu leave with the others without reacting, for what she wanted was the blood of the man before her. The blood of a lancer at the spirit venerable level, and so young, would better nourish the eye of the future. With a casual wave of her hand, Missine conjured a dark magic circle beside her. The circle looked terrifying, with branches writhing around it, the very branches that had pierced the bodies of several of her clansmen earlier, creating an extremely eerie scene. Her voice held a hint of pleasure. "Will you come in yourself, or should I drag you in? If I were to do it, I might not be so gentle." Mo Xuanqi's face darkened. From the man's words, it seemed he was unaware of his sister's existence. Moreover, his sister was currently in seclusion, cultivating, and could not be disturbed. Fomer was also unable to receive messages. It seemed only he could protect everyone. He didn't answer Missine, but silently took out a medicine bottle from his storage device, the very same potion he had taken when dealing with the Wan family in Wanling City. He swallowed the pill expressionlessly, summoning a dark spear in his hand, assuming a fighting stance. Missine helplessly shrugged. "Sigh, I clearly gave you a choice." Before she could finish speaking, she felt a gust of wind behind her. Looking closer, she saw Zhou Yu, who had already rescued Lan Ling and Lan Ji. Miss Yin's expression darkened. With a flick of her arm, black vines swept towards the two of them. Mo Xuanqi flashed in front of Zhou Yu, brandishing her dark spear, relentlessly severing the endless stream of attacking vines. Zhou Yu, having settled Lan Ling and Lan Ji, quickly joined the fray. One wielded a long sword, the other a spear, and they swiftly cleared away the first wave of vines. The young lady scoffed. "One's just reached the spirit venerable realm, the other's not even close. How naive. So what if they taken a potion that could rapidly increase their strength?" Before them stood the young lady, renowned for years, who had wreaked havoc on the Lancer family 2,000 years ago, and whose existence had defied the efforts of countless high-level mages. "I don't have time for your antics," the young lady muttered to herself, then manipulated the gray mist to surge towards the two. Instantly, the entire old house was filled with gray mist, emitting a foul odor. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhou Yu leaped in front of Mo Xuanqi, pushing him several meters away with a single palm strike, instantly escaping the attack range of the vines. The vines pierced through Zhou Yu's body, and countless wisps of gray mist gnawed at his bones, causing him to howl in pain. The fact that even someone as composed as Zhou Yu could utter such an unbearable scream was enough to imagine how terrifying the damage from the gray mist was. Mo Xuanqi's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He kept swinging his spear at the branches, trying to save Zhou Yu, but he was blocked by the ever-growing vines. The young woman watched Mo Xuanqi's expression with amusement, a thought forming in her mind. She stretched out her arm, and Zhou Yu, entangled in vines, was quickly pulled back. She tightened her grip, binding Zhou Yu even more tightly. Zhou Yu groaned, more blood gushing from his wounds, his face growing increasingly pale, beneath which lay an indescribable dark hue. The young woman laughed, raising her voice. "I make a deal with you. Your blood for his life, how about it?" Zhou Yu barely managed to hold on. "Go." Mo Xuanqi's expression was unreadable. How could he possibly abandon Zhou Yu alone? The young woman continued, "I only need a portion of your blood. I guarantee you won't die, and he won't die either. Go!" Zhou Yu shouted with his last ounce of strength. "Wenxian, summon him." The Wenxian sword, wrapped in vines, emitted a faint green light. The vines, unable to withstand Wenxian's energy attack, gradually cracked. But these tendrils were still controlled by the Maiden of Shade. As soon as one shattered, a new tendril would entwine itself. She sneered, and the branches, under her control, bound Zhou Yu even tighter. The gray aura increasingly permeated Zhou Yu's body, making it almost impossible for him to control his magic. The Wenxian sword, deprived of its magical support, gradually lost its luster. The Maiden of Shade continued, "You know how terrifying our gray aura is. If you continue to consider this young man's future path as a mage might be ruined." She paused, then added, "If you willingly step into this magic circle, I will remove the gray aura from his body, and I can guarantee that it won't hinder his cultivation in the future." She smiled sweetly. "How about it? His life or death is in your hands." Chapter 131. Zhou Yu tore at the vines binding him, but his strength gradually waned. Through blurred vision, he watched helplessly as Mo Xuanqi walked step by step into the trap prepared for him by Yin Gunyang. He was utterly powerless to stop him. He began to doubt himself. He had followed Xiaohe home to protect him, so why did Xiaohe ultimately have to sacrifice himself? Mo Xuanqi's expression was blank, yet he still resolutely stepped into the magic array. The vine suddenly pierced through his body. His face contorted in pain, but he didn't call for a stop. Golden glowing blood flowed down the branches into a fist-sized jar. The jar seemed bottomless, no blood seemed to overflow. Mo Xuanqi's face, however, grew even paler from blood loss. Yin Gunyang revealed a satisfied expression. Mo Xuanqi's blood was more potent than all the light of Lancer she had collected before. Her journey of thousands of miles to the grasslands had not been in vain. As she watched the two pearls within the round cup gleam even brighter, her smile deepened. Zhou Yu roared, "Enough. How much more do you need? Don't go back on your word." Hearing this, Miss Yin looked up at Mo Xuanqi, who was nearly unconscious, then glanced at the situation within the round cup. After a while, she finally put away the branch. Mo Xuanqi, almost completely drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. As the vine was pulled away, Miss Yin sensed the gradually changing magical power within Mo Xuanqi's body, a hint of surprise on her face. She murmured softly, "So that's how it is. This is your tribulation. Wanqiga, you deceived the heavenly Tao in this way? But I couldn't even retain a single soul or spirit of his." She knew, of course, that the person before her was the very person she and Consort T had discussed by the Golden Spring, the one Wanqiga had saved against fate. She had come with thorough investigation, arriving just in time for the last rebirth. Wanqiga and Baijia were tied up in the north and unable to arrive. She only needed to face this minor spirit lord. This was the best opportunity before he became a god, and she could obtain the highest quality light of Lancer. The waiting felt incredibly long. Zhou Yu's throbbing nerves lost all sense of time. She only felt a soft thud as she was gently thrown to the ground, the discomfort from the gray aura quickly dissipating. The maiden Yin chuckled, "I kept my word, none of you have any gray aura left." She glanced at the mess on the ground and left unmoved. Zhou Yu, ignoring her own wounds, endured the pain and went to the unconscious Mo Xuanqi, using her remaining magic to stop his bleeding. With his remaining magic power exhausted, Mo Xuanqi gradually awoke after Zhou Yu's desperate wait. Zhou Yu quickly fed him some more medicine, and also took some magic replenishing pills himself. Before the two could say anything more, a sudden female voice rang out in the old house, "Oh dear, she's finally gone." Zhou Yu recognized the somewhat familiar voice, and sensed something was wrong. He looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a woman with the same face as Luo Lai, but shrouded in a gray aura. It was Shang Jia. She smiled charmingly. "It's her loss that Yin didn't take your lives. I love your human energy the most. And look closely, you two are both quite good looking, just the kind of looks I like, hee hee." Mo Xuanqi had just woken up, and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Zhou Yu's expression was inscrutable. He summoned two long swords, holding K in his hand, and Wen Xian standing behind him. Wen Xian quickly drew a barrier around Mo Xuanqi, who was enveloped within it before he could react. He frantically pounded on the barrier. "Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu? What are you doing?" The Wen Xian sword, with its powerful offensive capabilities, ranked among the 10 divine weapons, and also possessed a powerful support ability unmatched by the other weapons. As long as he didn't die, Mo Xuanqi would be safe. As long as he didn't die, Wen Xian's barrier could replenish his energy. As long as he didn't die. His expression was resolute. He didn't answer Mo Xuanqi's words, and charged directly at Shang Jia with his sword in hand. 3 years ago, the Zero-class team first faced Shang Jia head-on. At that time, his magic power had just reached level 50, and the strongest members of the team were Grand Magister Nayuer and Zhu Yingtong. Even then, they had no chance against Shang Jia, who possessed at least spirit venerable strength. Now, he was also approaching the threshold of spirit venerable, but facing the overwhelming pressure from Shang Jia. While not entirely intimidated, he knew he had little chance of winning. Without help, the other Lancer clansmen were in very poor condition, and their strength was no greater than his. He couldn't possibly send a distress signal to Zhu Yingtong and the others. Wen Xian's communication capabilities were still imperfect, unable to clearly convey the situation. Not only were the grasslands far away, but if Zhu Yingtong and the others came alone, it would likely only harm them. Even Zhou had rarely contacted him since he went to the Snow Mountain, only knowing that she was still completing the devouring. This was his first time using Wen Xian's barrier. He didn't know how effective it would be. If, as the book said, the barrier wouldn't break as long as he lived, then it could protect him. But he dared not gamble. He was even more afraid. that Xiao He would dispel Wen Xian's barrier from the inside for his sake. If he was here, Wen Xian would only listen to him. If he was too far away, it wouldn't be difficult for Xiao He to break the barrier. He had to stand here, guarding until the very last moment. If he entered the barrier with Xiao He, the rest of the Lancer tribe would become Shang Jia's primary target. Only if he stayed here was it best for Imo Xuanqi. He had to live longer, for him, and for Imo Xuanqi. Zhou Yu shook his head with a touch of self-mockery. How could he have so much to say at the end? If he could survive, he thought. The battlefield was ever-changing, and after several exchanges, Zhou Yu felt that Shang Jia's strength hadn't significantly increased compared to 3 years ago. Back then, they had encountered the possessed Luolai outside the forest. Because Shang Jia couldn't use Luolai's full abilities, they weren't completely defeated by Shang Jia's fierce attacks. Shang Jia's own attack style was different from the Luolai's ability she borrowed. Furthermore, Shang Jia's own strength might not be as great as Luolai's, but Zhou Yu's strength had made a qualitative leap compared to 3 years ago, so perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope today. However, that gray aura was truly troublesome. Even a touch would lead to annihilation. Wind attributes didn't have a clear advantage against the gray aura, so he couldn't gain the upper hand and could only carefully deplete her energy. Shang Jia, however, showed no sign of panic. Her power could draw from all the negative emotions in the world. On the grassland outside the old house, countless magical beasts, suppressed and injured by Yin, lay scattered. Yin disdained such emotional energy, which only benefited her. After several exchanges, Zhou Yu's attacks had noticeably weakened, while Shang Jia showed no signs of fatigue. Zhou Yu also sensed something amiss. Before he could think further, Shang Jia pinned him to a pillar with a single palm strike, rendering him immobile. The sword Zhou Yu had used to resist the gray energy was gradually succumbing to the corrosive aura, and the light on its blade dimmed. Shang Jia, somewhat annoyed at being unable to subdue Zhou Yu, relentlessly attacked his defenses with her gray energy after capturing him. She also launched a separate offensive against Imo Xuanqi. After several powerful attacks, Zhou Yu's magic power was severely depleted, and even the barrier constructed by Wen Xian showed cracks. Imo Xuanqi, who was barely managing to recover his magic power within it, suffered several backlashes, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yu sensed the anomaly in Wen Xian's barrier, and struggled to break free from the gray energy's restraints, thrusting his sword at Shang Jia. Shang Jia, unable to control the situation, became enraged. She roared, and several bolts of lightning struck from a distance, the mournful cries of magical beasts echoing across the grassland. Zhou Yu couldn't determine the source of Shang Jia's lightning magic power. Perhaps she had stolen it when she possessed Luolai, or perhaps she had another method, but he could sense that Shang Jia's abilities had been enhanced by the fear inflicted by the magical beasts. As if he had made a decision, Zhou Yu slowly moved toward the barrier while resisting Shang Jia's attacks. Enraged by the hard-won lightning strike, Shang Jia was even more astonished by Zhou Yu's intentions. Was he planning to withstand double the attack? She sneered, "Let me make you a part of me first." She ruthlessly absorbed the negative emotions of the grassland, her attack on Zhou Yu becoming even more forceful. Zhou Yu was forced into a corner, yet he still stood in front of Imo Xuanqi. Countless wisps of gray energy began to swirl around him, but he still didn't budge. As the gray energy gathered, Zhou Yu's face grew increasingly ashen, until he could no longer withstand the pressure. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably, his eyes began to glaze over, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Imo Xuanqi abruptly interrupted his recuperation within the barrier. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Yu covered in blood, almost unconscious, lying before him. He roared in fury, "Shang Jia!" The Wen Xian sword seemed to sense its master's danger and instantly dispelled the barrier, its blade returning to Zhou Yu's body to heal his injuries. Shang Jia was forced back half a step by the intense energy Imo Xuanqi unleashed, but quickly regained his footing and launched an even more ferocious attack on the two. While the barrier healed Imo Xuanqi's wounds, he felt his magical power was less abundant than usual, even showing signs of weakening. This made his defensive technique somewhat ineffective. The Wen Xian sword's healing allowed Zhou Yu to regain some semblance of consciousness. Sensing the rapidly approaching gray energy, he abruptly rolled to shield Imo Xuanqi, the remaining gray energy piercing through Imo Xuanqi's defenses and instantly passing through his body. Despite his deliberate obstruction, the gray-clad figure remained completely unharmed by Imo Xuanqi. Zhou Yu coughed up blood repeatedly. Looking at Imo Xuanqi's pained expression, he spoke softly, his words barely audible this time. I protected you this once." Chapter 132. Shang Jia acted decisively, deciding to press her advantage. However, before she could even unleash her attack, she sensed an anomaly in the back mountain. Instantly, she was suppressed by powerful fire energy, rendering her immobile. Shang Jia was horrified. Who was it? Before she could react, she let out a shrill scream. Looking closer, she saw herself pinned to a stone pillar by a long red spear, unable to move an inch. When the intense energy subsided, Shang Jia saw a woman suddenly appear before her, dressed in a red dress with red hair. Searching through Luo Lai's memories, she recognized this person as the 12th demon lord of the northern continent, the Fire Lord Feng'er. Shang Jia inwardly cursed. This person's fire magic was a master at countering gray energy. She wouldn't stand a chance against Feng'er. Looking at the 9 fire rings surrounding her, she was clearly a divine-level mage. But then she thought, perhaps this body was more suitable for her than those 2. Thinking this, she no longer intended to retreat. With this in mind, Shang Jia began to gather gray energy around the spear. Seeing this, Feng'er waved her hand, immediately retrieving the Yuhun spear. She stared at the gray energy around the spear, her brow furrowed, and infused it with fire magic energy. As the flames burned, wisps of foul-smelling black smoke rose, and the Yuhun spear instantly returned to normal. Feng'er tossed her storage ring to Emoshwanchi, which contained many healing medicines. She urged, "Go to the back mountain. There's a phoenix barrier there, and also the light attribute energy left by Sister Bai. Perhaps it can heal Zhou. Emoshwanchi only snapped out of her daze upon hearing Feng'er's words. She bit her tongue to regain her senses before carrying Zhou towards the back mountain. Feng'er stood by the old house, spear in hand, observing Shang Jia not far away. Shang Jia only took a small step forward, but Feng'er keenly sensed it. A weapon imprint flashed in her palm, and a long red whip appeared in her hand. The whip lashed through the air, quickly catching up with Shang Jia's figure. In an instant, it tightly wrapped around her neck. Feng'er swung it forcefully, sending Shang Jia flying dozens of meters backward. A teleportation array suddenly appeared behind her. In a dizzying moment, Shang Jia found herself on a boundless grassland. Feng'er stepped into the spatial array beside her, following closely behind. A great battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, back at the back mountain, Emoshwanchi and his companion. Emoshwanchi stumbled to the back mountain, and quickly found the energy stone left by Shwanji. He helped Zhou near the energy source, and then swiftly took out precious medicine from Feng'er's storage device, and gave it to Zhou. But the injury did not improve. As he grew suspicious, he was shocked to notice that Zhou's wounds were emitting a murky gray aura. Emoshwanchi didn't have time to wait, and immediately channeled all his magic power into Zhou's body, sending all the light attribute energy into him. The gray aura surrounding Zhou quickly dissipated. But before Emoshwanchi could rejoice, he saw the gray aura shift unpredictably, seemingly poised to return. Emoshwanchi was alarmed and hurriedly continued to inject magic power, but since Shwanji herself was not present, the light attribute magic power she had left behind was clearly insufficient against the flexible gray aura. In just a few breaths, the gray mist quickly gathered around Zhou again and began to spread into the wounds that were still bleeding. Under the attack of the gray mist, Zhou's breath quickly weakened again. Emoshwanchi murmured, How could this be? He looked at the golden blood still seeping from his wounds, a bold idea forming in his mind, but after careful consideration, he realized a crucial element was missing. Just as despair gripped Emoshwanchi, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He desperately shouted that name, Luo Zi. Luo Zi. Come out. I know you have a way to save him. Come out. After a moment of screaming, Emoshwanchi's mind went blank, then he suddenly remembered another name for Luo Zi. Tao Tai. Tao Tai. I need you to come out. I find you anything you want. Just save him. Save him. The entire cave was silent for a few seconds. Then, with a not-so-strong magical fluctuation, a small spatial teleportation array appeared, and a small, curly-haired dog strolled out from it. He was silent for a moment, then spoke in human language. When did you find out? Emoshwanchi chuckled softly just now. Tao Tai didn't delve into the answer to that question. He glanced at the dying Zhou and asked, What do you want me to do? Emoshwanchi spoke in a hoarse voice. The gray energy is blocking all energy from entering Zhou's body. I need you to help me isolate the gray energy on his body, or eat the gray energy. At the same time, I will inject the light of Lancer into his body. Tao Tai snorted, leaving aside whether I have the ability to block the gray energy. That girl just took nearly half of your blood. The blood of your Lancer clan is not like that of ordinary humans. Now your cultivation will stagnate for at least 5 years, and you still want to bleed him out? Mo Xuanqi said, I once read your story in an ancient book. You once single-handedly sealed away a gray aura that had transformed into a human. Tao Tai yawned, which brat saw that? Then he raised his furry paw. Even if I had that ability, look at me now, how could I help you? Mo Xuanqi was silent for a moment, then said, What do you want to eat? I go find it for you. What I want, I'm afraid you won't give me. Tao Tai licked his front paw. What I want is all your memories from this life. He had spent over 20 years with him. Tao Tai knew how delicious his memories were. This time, Mo Xuanqi remained silent for an even longer time. Looking at Zhou Yu's pained expression, he sighed softly, It's a pity I can't even say goodbye to you. He then raised his head and looked directly into Tao Ya's unusual eyes. Then let's begin. With that, he slowly approached Zhou Yu's forehead, and golden blood gushed out, quickly flowing over Zhou Yu's wounds. The wounds gradually healed, but the lurking gray energy around the wounds, unwilling to give up, tried to launch another attack, only to be tightly absorbed by a large, blood-stained basin behind them. At the same time, Tao Ya's canine body gradually began to transform into human form. One of its hands hovered above Mo Xuanqi's head, seemingly also absorbing something. Mo Xuanqi's face contorted in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he did not stop it. Meanwhile, on the grassland outside the old house, the scene of carnage indicated the fierce battle that had taken place. With the combined efforts of Feng'er and Wuji, the countermeasure of fire attribute magic, and the powerful divine descent, Shang Jie was forced into a series of defeats. In the end, covered in wounds, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Feng'er gazed wistfully in the direction Shang Jie had disappeared. During the Zero Class's demon hunting operation, Zhu Yingtong and the others had their first encounter with Shang Jie. She hadn't participated due to seclusion, but she had learned of Shang Jie's strength afterward. Even when Shang Jie couldn't unleash the full power of Luo Lai, she still managed to rout the Zero Class. In less than 4 years, Shang Jie had grown to the point where it took her and Wuji's combined efforts to defeat her. If she were allowed to continue developing unchecked, the future of the continent would be in grave danger. The spatial teleportation array lit up beside Feng once more, this time teleporting Rong Sun. Feng'er patted Rong Sun's shoulder. I'm leaving this to you. Rong Sun looked at the devastation and nodded sadly. After giving her instructions, Feng'er hurried to the Lancer Old Mansion, where she met the frail and elderly acting clan leader, Lan He, in the main hall. Feng'er said sincerely, Chief Lan He, thank you so much for taking care of Xiao He all these years. The frail old man sighed, I should be thanking you all for preserving the hard-won bloodline of Lancer. Feng'er continued, I will ask Brother Wuji to help strengthen the barrier around the old house. As long as Brother Wuji is stationed in the north, no one can break through this barrier, and this situation will never happen again. Feng'er took out a specially made communicator from her storage ring. Brother Wuji. Yes, I'm here. With Feng'er's help, the entire old house was quickly surrounded by the barrier. After resolving this matter, Feng'er rushed to the back mountain. When Feng'er arrived at the back mountain and saw the scene before her, she was shocked. Mo Xuanqi and Zhou Yu lay on the ground, their breaths weak, both seemingly on the verge of death, but she could sense no trace of ash on their bodies. Although she did indeed give Mo Xuanqi a storage container filled with high-quality healing medicines, they had dealt with the gray energy for many years, and knew that the damage it inflicted on mages couldn't be resolved with ordinary medicines. Even in the northern continent, only Xiao Rua and Bai Jie could deal with the gray energy. Rong Sun's current strength could only address the gray energy as an external phenomenon, not truly cure a mage's problem. Now that Xiao Rua was gone, and Bai Jie and Wan Chiga were preparing for Mo Xuanqi's rebirth, they naturally couldn't travel thousands of miles to clear the gray energy from Zhou Yu. Giving Mo Xuanqi healing medicine was merely a way of reminding him to stay away from the battlefield through Zhou Yu. Feng'er approached Mo Xuanqi and, seeing the golden blood remaining on his lips, understood what had happened. She stared blankly for a long time, a pang of sorrow rising in her heart. But a question still lingered in her mind. Mo Xuanqi had never systematically learned how to deal with gray energy in this life. Even with the light of Lancer as an aid, how could he? Lost in thought, Feng'er keenly sensed the presence of a fourth person. She shouted, Who's in there? Hearing rustling sounds coming from inside, she slowly approached and saw several pieces of men's clothing scattered in the shadows. A boy-like figure was still squatting on the ground, searching for something. Feng'er's eyebrows shot up. Pointing her gun at the boy, she roared, Who are you? The boy slowly turned around, revealing gleaming white teeth. So that's where that fragrance came from, Little Phoenix. Chapter 133. A chill ran down Feng'er's spine, upon hearing his words. Before she could even process what he said, she saw the clothes scattered on the floor. She immediately forgot about it, then stormed forward angrily. You? Don't you have any manners? How dare you touch other people's things like that? Her storage device wasn't restricted so that Imo Xuanqi could access her medicine, not so just anyone could take it. Besides, the clothes he was wearing were ones she'd bought with Jean when they went shopping together. And Jean had complimented them, and she hadn't even worn them properly for Jean yet. This man, he was infuriating. Luozi glanced at her, casually stuffing the clothes into his storage device, his face full of disdain. Your clothes are all too small. Do I need to transform into a teenager? The rest are just SOSO, only this one is alright. Fulmer was so angry she couldn't speak. You. Luozi glanced at her again, seemingly casually saying, how come you, Phoenix, are so young? The last Phoenix died over 4,000 years ago, and you're not even 2,000 years old yet. Even if you Phoenixes are oviparous. It's really strange. Fulmer's eyes widened upon hearing this. Who are you? How do you know anything about Phoenixes? However, Luozi had no intention of explaining. After dressing, he went to Zhou Yu's side, picked her up, and something seemed to fall from Zhou Yu's hand. Luozi glanced at it briefly, then casually stuffed it into Zhou Yu's pocket. When he reached Fulmer's side, he spoke calmly. If you really want to know, you can ask the people who raised you. They should know more. Having said that, he turned and left without looking back. Fulmer, though filled with countless questions, had no way to voice them. She hurriedly went forward, picked up the barely breathing Imo Xuanqi, took out her communicator, and connected with Wuji, who was far away in the north. After a burst of magical energy, the two disappeared from the cave. Back in the northern continent, Fulmer, with Imo Xuanqi, quickly found Wanqish and Bai Jie, who had made ample preparations. The secret chamber was exceptionally dark, with only a faint light emanating from the very center. A stone coffin stood out starkly, its size unusual, roughly twice the normal size. To the left of the coffin lay a man, surrounded by dozens of tiny, inconspicuous points of light. By the light, the man in the coffin bore the same face as Imo Xuanqi, whom Fulmer held in her arms. Wanqiga and Bai Jie were continuously infusing the man in the coffin with magic. This soul-returning ritual had lasted for nearly half a month, and since it couldn't be stopped, it had given Yin Gunyang the opportunity to attack the Lancer family. Wanqiga calmly said, Fulmer, put Xiao He over here. He was referring to the other side of the coffin. Fulmer responded, following Wanqiga's instructions. She carried the extremely weak Imo Xuanqi to an empty space in the coffin. She smoothed the boy's collar. She had done this many times before, but this was the last time. Watching this boy grow from childhood to adulthood many times, even she sometimes felt a sense of disorientation, let alone Bai Jie, who had waited even longer. Wanqiga then said, Fulmer, go out. Xiao Bai and I are fine here. Fulmer nodded, not saying much, but only glancing at Bai Jie one last time before leaving. Bai Jie was the one who raised her. Perhaps only Bai Jie could answer her questions. Bai Jie gave Fulmer a reassuring look and said softly, go. Fulmer then closed the door. The secret room fell silent again. Wanqiga reached into a hidden compartment and retrieved a golden spike. He glanced at his sister, who was trying to appear calm, and sighed softly, perhaps I should do it. Killing her brother, still breathing, was too painful for an older sister. She had experienced this scene 98 times. At least, for her, this was the last time, to see her living brother die before her eyes. Bai Jie looked at the spike in Wanqiga's hand, and finally accepted the golden pestle tailor-made for Imo Xuanqi. The pestle was a foot long, with an hourglass-shaped glass container in the center, used to hold her heart's blood. Bai Jie gripped the golden pestle, her feigned composure barely concealing her trembling hands. She walked to Imo Xuanqi's side and whispered, Xiao He, just bear with it, just a little longer. We be reunited soon. Xiao He, my brother. She closed her eyes, the golden pestle in her hand finally plunging into the boy's heart. The golden blood overflowing from his heart quickly filled the hourglass on the pestle. Bai Jie's hand touched the still warm blood flowing out, and she cried out incoherently, Second brother. Second brother. Save him, save him. Wanqiga raised his hand and pushed forward. The points of light that had been beside the person in the coffin began to swirl around him in an orderly fashion. A moment later, another point of light emerged from the hourglass in the center of the golden pestle in Bai Jie's hand, entering the last position of the team, while the body brought by Fulmer gradually began to dissipate. Sensing Imo Xuanqi's life fading once more, Bai Jie closed her eyes in anguish, yet continued to channel her magic into Wan Chiga. Wan Chiga's eyes sharpened, and with a shout, the bright spots intensified, beginning to enter Mo Xuanqi's body one by one. As Wan Chiga's magic coalesced, Bai Jie could clearly feel the body within the coffin, dormant for over 2,000 years, gradually regaining its vitality. Time passed, and the quiet room was filled with the breathing of a third person. Tears finally fell from Bai Jie's eyes. She knelt beside the stone coffin, watching Mo Xuanqi gradually regain life. She wept, calling her brother's name again and again. Finally, the hand she remembered touched her cheek once more, and a weak voice spoke, "Sister." Wan Chiga looked at the two in the room, left, and closed the door, leaving the space and time to the siblings separated for so many years. Wan Chiga stepped out of the room, and saw Feng'er waiting outside. Seeing her conflicted expression, he knew she had questions. "Leave them here. Let's go somewhere else." Feng'er nodded and followed closely behind Wan Chiga. They walked in silence for a long time before Feng'er finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. "Second brother, who are my parents?" "I never seen them, and you never mentioned them. I grew up with Sister Bai, and she's never told me anything about my parents." Wan Chiga seemed lost in memories, not immediately answering Feng'er's question. After a long pause, he said, "The phoenix lineage is a single lineage. Your mother was the only phoenix in the world, and your father was Ji Majuan, the greatest scholar in the land." Feng'er exclaimed in surprise. "So, Qi Xian's teacher is my father?" Wan Chiga nodded. "Your father was a human with shallow magical power, while your mother was a phoenix with a long lifespan. Their union was destined to end in tragedy. Senior GMO passed away before you were born, when your mother was already pregnant. Later, she followed her ideals and entrusted you to Qi Xian. Qi Xian took you back to the Northern Spirit Pavilion, where Bai Jie and Ji Liang cared for you in your early years. That phoenix egg. We never seen a phoenix hatch, nor did we know how long it took to incubate an egg, so we took turns watching over you until you finally emerged more than 2,000 years later." Feng'er nodded thoughtfully. "My mother, what was her name?" "Her name was Shishi." Finally, Wan Chiga asked, "Who did you meet?" Feng'er pouted unhappily, thinking of Luo Zi. "I don't know. I don't know that person, but he seemed to know a lot about phoenixes." Wan Chiga remained silent, not pressing further. The siblings in the secret chamber talked a lot about their lost time, seemingly trying to fill the 2,000 years of void. On her way to see Luo Lai, Feng'er encountered Mo He carrying Bai Jie as he walked out of the secret chamber. Feng'er hesitated as she approached. She was born after Mo He's accident, and according to the forbidden technique her second brother used, Mo He wouldn't have the memory of those 99 rebirths, so she wasn't sure if Mo He would remember her. Moreover, this person before her seemed to only show a slight smile when facing Bai Jie. Otherwise, as Luo Lai had described, he indeed had an icy expression. Feng'er cleared her throat and spoke first. I go check on Sister Luo Lai." Mo He nodded, his expression expressionless. "Feng'er, thank you for taking care of your sister all these years." Feng'er exclaimed in surprise, "You still remember me?" "I really haven't." Mo He shook his head. "Sister just told me a lot. Your name appeared a lot. I really wasted my time raising you." Feng'er swallowed her little complaint. Feng'er unconsciously hummed a couple of times, unable to suppress the thought of the boy Mo Xuanqi had desperately tried to save in that dark cave not long ago. She coughed twice. "You have no memory at all?" "Mo He, sister told me a lot about Binjia, Wuji, Rong Sun, and you." Feng'er nodded in agreement. These were all people who had entered the Northern Spirit Pavilion after Mo He's accident. Mo He paused. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Perhaps the sound of their conversation disturbed Bai Jie's sleep. She groaned and woke from her dream, then slowly opened her eyes. Feng'er stopped herself from speaking the moment she saw Bai Jie's gaze. "No, I went to see Sister Luo Lai." Bai Jie whispered, "Put me down." Mo He agreed immediately. Bai Jie stood on the ground, the spring breeze lifting her veil. Mo He tenderly touched the curse on her face. Bai Jie was slightly stunned, involuntarily touching her cheek, as if that person was right beside her. "It's okay, I wait for him. Just like I eventually waited for you." Chapter 134. After leaving the cave, Luo Zi quickly lost most of his energy and reverted to his canine form. He let out a couple of frustrated howls, intending to carry Zhou Yu towards the Demon Priest Tower headquarters, but then he saw that Zhou Yu's Light of Lancer had already healed all his wounds. Luo Zi could even sense that Zhou Yu's strength had greatly improved. As his wounds healed and his magic replenished, a hidden magic circle on his body began to flicker. Luo Zi only had time to hurriedly grab Zhou Yu's arm before a powerful magical fluctuation occurred, and the two disappeared into the vast grassland. Luozi opened his eyes to find himself in a dimly lit chamber. Looking closely, he noticed the person before him was veiled, obscuring their face. Looking into those familiar eyes, he realized with astonishment that this was none other than Yu Xian, the black-robed priestess of the Demon Priest Tower, Zhou Yu's sworn sister whom he had taken in as his sister shortly after joining the tower. Yu Xian withdrew the magic from the continuous array. She staggered towards Zhou Yu, and seeing his pale face, cried out in anguish, "Priestess." She had placed this spatial array on Zhou Yu long ago, intending to use it for teleportation in times of need to avoid unnecessary harm. However, this time she clearly felt an obstruction, preventing the array from functioning properly. Only now could she teleport Zhou Yu back. She didn't know what had happened to Zhou Yu over there, but seeing the bloodstains on his clothes, she could guess he had endured a fierce battle. Moreover, Zhou Yu was now unconscious. Seeing him like this broke her heart. Luozi then realized there was a fourth person in the secret chamber, the red-robed priestess of the demonic sacrifice tower, Zhou Yu's teacher, Enai Qingjiu. He immediately held his breath, trying to minimize his presence. Fortunately, Enai Qingjiu was completely focused on Zhou Yu, and didn't notice the little dog that had appeared with him. She simply raised her hand and helped Zhou Yu to his feet, her palms pressed against his back, continuously channeling magical energy. The Lancer light leapt on him, by Emo Xuanqi was gradually absorbed, and Zhou Yu's breathing became more stable. Seeing Zhou Yu's condition gradually stabilize, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Enai Qingjiu's expression changed slightly. The aura on his body. Is it Lancer? Her tone was filled with surprise. How could Lancer's aura be so strong? Sensing the changes in the energy within Zhou Yu's body, she secretly thought that after he woke up this time, his magic power would likely surpass that of the other black-robed priests in the Magic Priest Tower. However, the hardship and bitterness in obtaining this energy were probably only known to Zhou Yu himself. Enai Qingjiu patted Yu Xian's shoulder, comforting him. If Zhou Yu can fully absorb this energy this time, he might become the youngest divine descent master on the entire continent. That would be a good thing. Saying this, however, she couldn't quite manage a smile. Although she hadn't personally witnessed how Zhou Yu obtained so much Lancer's light, she knew about it. Lancer's light was the blood of the Lancers. Even a tiny drop was extremely beneficial to a mage's cultivation. Even for ordinary people who couldn't cultivate, it was a top-grade tonic. Of course, perhaps heaven isn't so cruel as to heartlessly treat the Lancers as exquisite delicacies. Others' absorption of the light of Lancer is limited, unless it is absorbed slowly over many years, forming a kind of morbid nurturing. But the Lancer family was no ordinary family. They wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. Living on the remote grasslands, they possess formidable self-defense capabilities, and so far, no one had ever been known to actually attempt such a thing. Many foolish individuals had tried to obtain the precious Lancer light from the lone, powerless Lan Lui, but Wu Nianluo had swiftly slain them all. Zhou Yu's ability to absorb so much Lancer light at once meant he had previously absorbed a considerable amount. Enai Qingjiu looked back at Zhou Yu, who still had a furrowed brow in his sleep, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The process of obtaining this gift must have been extremely painful. Jior caught Luozi, who was trying to sneak away, without warning. Looking at his gritting face, she said seriously, "I remember you. You were always with Xiao He." Jior frowned slightly. "Zhou, you went back to the Lancer family with Emo Xuanqi. What happened? How did Yu Xian's magic array suddenly trigger?" She turned to Yu Xian and asked, "What's the situation at Lancer?" Yu Xian shook his head. Mo Ming said there's a new barrier outside the Lancer family, and they won't be receiving anyone for a while. Ever since Yu Xian sensed the passive triggering of the magic array, Enai Qingjiu had Mo Ming investigate the Lancer family's situation, but they still couldn't figure out what had happened. However, according to Mo Ming's investigation, although there were signs of treatment on the grassland outside Lancer's residence, the aura of many injured magical beasts could still be sensed, suggesting that a fierce battle had taken place there. Luozi, grabbed by one leg, let out a series of whimpering sounds, stubbornly refusing to admit anything. Enai Qingjiu, annoyed by the noise, chuckled sinisterly, "Do you know whose disciple Emo Xuanqi, whom you usually follow, is? It's Wu Nianluo, you know. When that woman goes crazy, even I dare not easily provoke her." Luozi inwardly wailed countless times. Of course he knew. He had followed Emo Xuanqi for 20 years, and had known Wu Nianluo for over 10 years. How could he not know how crazy that woman was? Let him go. Right now. He couldn't stay a moment longer. If Wu Nianluo's little lover hadn't dragged him over, he wouldn't have needed to get involved in this mess to save his life. After Anai Qingjiu finished speaking, she turned to Yu Xian and asked, hasn't Wu Nianluo and his senior brother finished talking yet? It's been so many days. Yu Xian, they haven't come out yet. Jior said helplessly, Wu Nianluo won't come out, and Lan Lui has been guarding them the whole time. I'm under so much pressure. Luo Zi's dog ear seemed to have heard some information that was beneficial to him, and he quickly ran away from Anai Qingjiu and disappeared. Yu Xian looked up, Jior waved her hand indifferently, let him be. Taking good care of Xiao Zhouyu is the most important thing. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. Luo Zi, who had been running at top speed, hurriedly ran out of the secret room based on his memories from back then, and then used his keen dog nose to find the room where Lan Lui was in the hotel. He howled for a long time, only to find that the person in front of him couldn't understand what he was saying at all. He missed Xiao Hei so much. He missed Zhou Yu so much. But he couldn't tell them any of this. To fulfill Lan Lui's prophecy and exchange his energy with Emo Xuanqi to save Zhou Yu, he had exhausted all the energy he had accumulated over the years. And what did he get in return? He didn't even have anyone to talk to. What a secret. He just kept it to himself. His howls were silenced by a slap from Lan Lui, who quickly stroked his fur before he could make any more noise. Still a step too late, missing. Luo Zi continued to howl meaninglessly, but gradually discovered that Lan Lui's palm, touching his head, was slowly transmitting a rich energy, and he could even utter brief human words. You? Lan Lui stroked Luo Zi's fur and said calmly, consider this my deposit. The rest is up to you. Luo Zi tried to start a conversation with Lan Lui with concise sentences, but was repeatedly cut off by her secrets must not be revealed. Luo Zi muttered, if you can't reveal this, then why did you come to me? Finally, probably annoyed by his taunts, Lan Lui slowly said, a devourer cannot die. Luo Zi had seen Zhou back in the demon sacrifice tower, and knew about Zhou Yu's relationship with Zhou, so she naturally knew Zhou Yu's identity as a devourer. Luo Zi muttered under her breath, I wonder what you're planning. What could a devourer be used for? As various records show, almost no devourer throughout history has been able to grow up successfully. They spontaneously, or willingly, absorb magic power that doesn't belong to them, becoming the best container. A thoughtful look appeared in Luo Zi's eyes. Then how are you going to explain this to Wu Nianluo? He stretched out his chubby front paw and gently pulled at her neck. She's gone. Lan Lui's tone was indifferent. I warned her not to care too much about Emo Xuanqi. Fate hadn't revealed itself fully to her. She could only glimpse fragments through the fog. That child would eventually leave Wu Nianluo. Hearing this, Luo Zi also became somewhat curious. You and he are both from the Lancer family. Don't you know what the situation is like on his side? Aren't you the Lancer's great-great-great-senpai? Lan Lui stroked Luo Zi's smooth fur and said, the Lancer people have always had weak kinship ties, and since their migration 1,000 years ago, their population has become even smaller. After settling on the grasslands, they guarded their ancient houses passed down for thousands of years, but few children were born and grew up healthy. My brother and I went out to train alone at a very young age. When Emo Xuanqi was born, I only had a shallow sense of it, and even his name. They didn't even know what the name was. They hadn't expected him to make contact with the North. No, to be precise, the North contacted them. She blinked her eyes, which still seemed somewhat unaccustomed to their appearance after all these years, her tone cold. Before I was 300 years old, missing gouged out my eyes. The recovery period was so long that I didn't even notice one of the stars in the sky being transplanted. Luo Zi nodded in agreement. In that case, his sister at the academy must be someone special. Perhaps after returning to the academy this time, she wouldn't see that person anymore. Lan Lui, perhaps to keep him company. Luo Zi added, aren't you the most powerful prophet on the continent? He paused, sorry, I forgot, after you were injured, that title fell to your brother. He continued, aren't you curious about what happened to him? What his future fate will be? Chapter 135. The ability gained in exchange for freedom is truly rare. Lan Lui sighed. There's so little I can do now. Since losing those eyes of the future, I can see far less than before, and my prophetic abilities are dwindling with each use. And she smiled at Luo Zi. Fate? Such an ethereal thing. Do you truly believe in it? Luo Zi looked at her smile with an indescribable feeling, but couldn't help muttering, you're truly a peculiar one. As a prophet of Lancer, you never believe in fate. Lan Lui smiled faintly. Although I am a prophet born with prophetic abilities in the Lancer family, I look forward to seeing those flowers bloom with a different kind of beauty. That way, they feel more like living, breathing people, the most spiritual and unique beings in this world. I also seen those who refuse to give up, those who refuse to accept fate. Lan Lui finished speaking and fell silent, gazing at the afterglow on the horizon, lost in thought. Zhou Yu awoke 3 months later, and many things had happened during that time. And Rong, who had been living in the other world for a long time, suddenly contacted Wei Shengyin and Qiongqi, saying that many spatial rifts had appeared on Earth overnight, accompanied by a rapidly spreading gray mist. Due to its wide distribution and large quantity, even though she had immediately gathered magicians from the Yu and Zhou families, who still possessed magical power to deal with it, they were still short-handed. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek support from the Ziliosis continent. The gray mist feeds on negative emotions such as anger, sadness, and fear. It is growing at an unimaginable rate. If it is not dealt with, it will probably permeate the entire Earth within 10 days. This is a premeditated invasion. They're no longer satisfied with just Zilioxes. Niching Jior slammed her hand on the table in anger. Damn it! Is this a declaration of war? Do you know who's leading this time? Yin Girl or Shang Jie? Or perhaps, a new enemy? And Rong's voice came from the mirror of time and space. Neither. It should be gray energy that condensed into human form after Shang Jie. How many people can you mobilize? This gray energy isn't too powerful. It's still in its growth stage. Mages with magic power of level 70 or above should be able to handle it. Niching Jior rubbed her temples. My side, including the Magic Priest Tower and the Magic Association, excluding the mages already deployed, can mobilize 3,000 mages of level 70 or above. As for Divine Descent Masters, like Wu Nianluo and herself, they might have to enter the gray energy realm earlier. And Rong pondered, 3,000, that's a bit few, but let's get them here first. Qiongqi and I will jointly open a spatial gate, first focusing on 1,000 base points on Earth to see if they experience any discomfort upon teleportation. Since 3 years ago, when Zhu Yingtong and the others' life trajectories officially aligned with the Zilioxis continent, after a brief adjustment period, their time progressed in sync with the entire continent. The flow of time between Zilioxis and Earth gradually changed, becoming almost identical between the two worlds. However, no Zilioxis mages have ever traveled to Earth, and it's unknown whether they can adapt to the mixed energy of that world. And Rong then asked, by the way, what about Njin and the others? They're currently in the Mayu Empire. Yu Wei and Njin should be able to get there too. Zhu Weitong hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. Zhou Yu hasn't emerged from seclusion yet either. Yu Wei and Njin's strength is barely enough. They have considerable experience and should be able to help. During the journey to the Mayu Empire to heal Wuma Xiaoyan, Zhu Weitong seemed to have developed a deeper resonance with the Yin-Yang fire. She actually entered seclusion while healing Wuma Xiaoyan, her magic power increasing at a visible rate. Everyone believed she could break the record for all spirit venerables breaking through to the Divine Descent realm. The rest of the Zero-class team were also quite busy. Wuma Yiding and Wuma Yueyin were handling Mayu's affairs, extremely busy. Yu Xining, summoned by her family, returned to the Yu family from the demonic sacrifice tower. However, only a few days after Yu Wei and the others arrived in Mayu, Shi Huang, who was far away in the demonic sacrifice tower, also came. And Rong spoke with some unease. Okay. I have some personal matters to attend to. I contact them myself. And I Qingjor nodded, closed the mirror of time and space, and went to handle the overall coordination. And Rong, standing nearby, felt a little embarrassed for the first time. And Jean, having connected the communicator, asked, and Rong, when are we going? Will you meet us? Which node are we going to? And Rong coughed, do you remember the library left behind by Qiongqi on the rooftop of your school? And Jean responded, and Rong continued, after she left with Tao Tai, I took over this place. The magic here is abundant, making it a primary target for the gray energy. And Jean asked anxiously, how are you now? And Rong coughed again, I'm inside the barrier, so I'm fine. With my magic supporting me, those guys won't be able to break in any time soon. Then let's come over now. Why have you been coughing? And Rong coughed for a while before getting to the point. You remember Jiang Shua, right? And Jin's voice trailed off for a moment, then she quickly asked, what happened to Sister Shua? Is she alright? Shi Huang, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed the change in Jin's emotions, but Yu Wei was even faster, manually muting her voice. Yu Wei recognized her. She was the top student in the grade, supposedly born in the first year of junior high in a summer month, hence the name Shua. It's not a big deal, but it's not small either, and Rong sighed. After graduating from university, she returned to your school as a student teacher, and it's currently class time. Because of the energy within the library, your school is surrounded by gray energy, and that great energy seems to be choosing hosts with superior physiques. Just like when Shangjia parasitized Luolai back then. I fought one of the gray wisps that had taken human form and rescued Jiang Shuo from him. She's still inside the barrier, unaffected by the gray wisps, just unconscious. And Jean exclaimed, "You call this okay? I'm coming right now. Where's Yu Qi? How is she? Yu Qi is at home. I set up a barrier, she should be fine." And Rong sighed. "The school is under my protection now, so it's safe inside. But you're breaking in from the outside, so be prepared." And Jean shut down her communicator, grabbed Yu Wei, and prepared to find Qiong Qi, becoming part of the first team to head to Earth. Shi Huang, standing nearby, quickly stopped Jean, who was about to leave hastily. "I go with you." Yu Wei said, "Teacher Nianluo told you to focus on breaking through to level 70 before coming into contact with the gray wisps in this operation." Shi Huang, unable to express his predicament, stammered, "Then I have my sister go with you. While your magic attributes have some resistance against the gray energy, your direct attack power isn't strong. She can protect you. She just finished clearing out a section of gray energy, and is already on her way back." And Jin's anxious mood calmed down instantly. She quietly looked at Shi Huang for 3 or 4 seconds before smiling and saying, "Okay. Yu Wei, and I will go find Qiongqi first. When Feng arrives, have her come directly to Qiongqi. You should also hurry up and break through." Shi Huang mumbled and then disappeared from their sight at lightning speed. Under the control of the Phoenix secret technique, he could have used both Shi Huang and Feng'er's identities simultaneously, but it was better to avoid trouble. He really wanted to stay by Jin's side, and the strength of the Feng'er identity was undoubtedly more convincing. Yu Wei stroked her chin, her brows slightly furrowed. "Why does Shi Huang seem so strange?" And Jean smiled faintly. "Perhaps she's eager to break through. Let's go back to Haoyue village." Shortly after they went to the Mayu Empire, Wei Shengyin and Qiongqi followed them there. Ingshi quickly ordered rooms to be prepared for the two. The moment Yu Wei and Jean stepped into Haoyue village, Feng'er's figure followed closely behind. And Jean looked at Feng'er with a half smile, but didn't say much to her. She simply said to Qiongqi, "Please ask Senior Qiongqi to escort us there." Qiongqi nodded, then activated spatial magic, and in the blink of an eye, the three disappeared from the courtyard. However, Wei Shengyin gazed thoughtfully at the dissipating magic in the air and said, "The phoenix? Isn't it a single lineage heir?" Qiongqi didn't hear her whisper, snuggling into Wei Shengyin's arms and whining, "I'm going to open the spatial gate so many times later, I'd be exhausted, give me some more." Without waiting for Wei Shengyin's reply, she cupped her face and kissed her. Wei Shengyin didn't think about it anymore, pulling Qiongqi to a corner and returning the kiss, a continuous flow of energy swirling around them. On Earth, Enrong quickly met up with Yu Wei and the other two. Enrong chose a landing spot near Jin's house, not far from the school. The usually bustling school district was now unusually quiet, filled with a bitter smell. And Jean instinctively clutched the necklace around her neck. As if sensing something, she abruptly turned to look at a building behind her. A loud crash followed, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind and the sound of shattering glass. A small, thin figure appeared behind the swirling smoke, growing larger as it approached. And Jean instinctively cried out, "Qi," then stopped abruptly. She rushed forward, catching the retreating girl, and whispered, "Qi Yu." Feng'er rushed forward, her spear unleashing a burst of flame that scorched the ash trailing behind, which dissipated within moments. The girl looked up at Jean intently, but before she could react to her address, she was interrupted by the crying of a smaller child in her arms. Yu Wei stepped forward and took the infant from the girl's arms, comforting it. The child quickly calmed down. "My name is Yueqi. I'm Jin's younger sister," the girl, whose features bore little resemblance to Jean, introduced herself. Chapter 136. Yu Wei comforted the infant she was holding, then stared at the object in Yueqi's hand, stammering for a long time without uttering a word. It was an extremely long arrow, held in the little girl's hand, surrounded by unusual black flames, immediately reminding Yu Wei of the longbow the dragon girl often used. Yu Wei looked at the girl before her, her mind filled with countless thoughts. When she last returned home, Yu Wei had confirmed her identity from another world, Zhou Yu knew even earlier, and Zhu Yitong had also learned her true identity while spending time with Di Fuyan. 3 years ago, after participating in the competition, they had all fallen into a deep sleep for a considerable period due to their return from another world. But to this day, they still didn't know Jin's origins, or how she had come to Earth from the western continent of Ziliusis. Back then, only the Yu and Zhou families, along with Wei Shengyin who brought Zhu Yitong, had crossed time and space. And Yuechi, who had lived with Jin for over 10 years, was clearly not an ordinary human. Who was hiding the truth from whom? Yue frowned slightly, about to speak, when she saw Jin beside her, her eyes sparkling with a smile. And Jin's expression was enigmatic, yet strangely reassuring. She pursed her lips, suppressing the urge to ask. And Jin said softly, after we get back, once Yue wakes up, I tell you everything. Yue felt a pang of sadness. She knew, and Jin knew everything. She remained frowning. Yue felt Jin wasn't as lively as before. Was it because she knew something? Fomer, standing beside her, also looked curious. What can only be told after we get back? And Jin smiled mysteriously. A secret. Fomer spoke. What secret are you hiding from me, my brother? Her words were trembling with panic. She almost bit her tongue. And Jin looked at Fomer, still smiling. I won't tell you. After enjoying Fomer's discomfiture, she turned to Yuechi, who had been ignored for a while, and said, Why did you run out? Didn't Enrong say it was safer to stay at home? And Yuechi pointed to the child in Yue's arms, noisy. And Jin, what's this? She had been away for almost 4 years, and had absolutely no recollection of this tiny, radish head-sized child. And Yuechi pointed to the direction she had broken through the window. That gray energy lurked here yesterday. The neighbor's couple went out this morning and haven't come back, and the child next door has been crying. Fonger chimed in, generally speaking, the younger the child, the clearer their energy is, and they have almost no resistance, so they are the first choice for the gray energy to feed on. And Yuechi glanced at Fonger, about to say something, when Jin quickly covered her mouth, saying, Little Yuechi, come with us to the school to find Enrong and the others. And Yuechi stared into Jin's eyes for a few moments, then didn't mention anything about Fonger. She turned to Yue, what about this one? Yue looked at the giggling baby in her arms, and couldn't help but think of the scene when she first saw Wu Ting in the MOU palace. She squeezed the baby's little hand. She has absolutely no ability to protect herself. It's safer for her to stay with us. After we deal with this area of gray energy, we help her contact her parents. And Jin nodded, that's the only way. The four, carrying the child, hurriedly set off. Along the way, they encountered numerous restless wisps of gray energy, all of which they successfully dealt with. As the gray energy diminished, the sky in the area seemed to clear up. Before long, they arrived outside the school. It was a school day, and almost all the teachers and students were inside. As Enrong had said, the school was shrouded in gray energy, the entire place deathly still, but a faint magical barrier could be felt constantly resisting the restless gray energy. Fonger looked around, wrinkling her nose. Besides these scattered wisps of gray energy, there should be at least one other gray energy entity here, its strength no less than Shang-Chi's. She felt a slight worry. If they were to truly encounter that entity, she wondered how confident she was in protecting Jin on her own. And Jin gazed intently at the school building she remembered, her eyes burning. It should be nearby. Yue summoned the floating life lock, a long, pale green lock imbued with life force encircling her. I take care of this. Such a large expanse of gray energy required a continuous output of energy to deal with, and inside Enrong's barrier, Jiang Shuo lay unconscious, awaiting rescue. And Jin responded, then said to Yuechi, would you stay here to protect Yue? And Yuechi took the child from Yue's arms and nodded. Fonger grabbed Jin's wrist, and seeing the teasing look in Jin's eyes, as she turned her head, she stammered, I go with you. If there's any strong gray energy there, I protect you. And Jin blinked, and finally nodded with a smile, okay, you take care of yourself too. Watching Jin and Jin's departing figures, Yue took a deep breath, extended her arms, and the floating life lock gradually became slender, then formed a disc shape around her and Yuechi, continuously releasing gentle yet irresistible wood-type abilities, extending outwards bit by bit, intertwining with and countering the gray energy. And Jin, leading Fonger, hurried towards their destination. They encountered some troublesome gray energy along the way, but the two easily resolved them. Upon reaching the top floor of the teaching building, Jin looked at the familiar door before her, gently touching it, and softly said, Enrong, I'm here. Fonger stood in the stairwell, her spear held before her, its powerful fire attribute keeping the gray energy at bay. The entire space was silent for a few seconds, then a vortex appeared at the door, and Enrong hurriedly emerged, carrying the unconscious Jiang Shuo. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo, Jin's usually composed expression softened with anxiety. She strode forward, took Jiang Shuo from Enrong's arms, and checked her condition. Fonger, watching the beautiful Jiang Shuo in Jin's arms, and considering Jin's anxious demeanor throughout the journey, could roughly guess their relationship. A pang of jealousy rose in her heart, but she knew that in her current position, she had no right to speak. And Rong glanced at Fenger, who was standing half a step away, then at Jiang Shu in Jin's arms. She gestured towards Fenger and asked in Jin, "Who's that?" And Jin didn't even look up. "My boyfriend's sister." She didn't dare admit it, so she played along. "Oh dear," and Rong exclaimed, then winked and whispered, "Does she know that you and Jiang Shu?" Fenger, standing nearby, inwardly groaned. "Everyone here except Jiang Shu is a magician. I can hear even the softest whisper." Chapter 137. Extreme light attribute energy gathered in Jin's hands, then slowly flowed into Jiang Shu's body like water. Jiang Shu's brows were furrowed, clearly restless even in his sleep. And Rong crossed her arms and asked, "What's wrong with her?" "I arrived just in time. The Grey Aura shouldn't have harmed her." And Jin remained silent for a long time before saying, "It's a magical awakening." This was too unexpected. And Rong had never helped anyone awaken magical talent before, so it was normal that she hadn't noticed. Fenger's heart tightened upon hearing this. She had thought that even if there were past entanglements, in the long nights to come, the person who would accompany Jin would surely be an extremely outstanding magician, not an ordinary human, with a lifespan of only 100 years. But now? And Jin keenly noticed the dejected Fenger beside her, finding it somewhat amusing, but didn't immediately comfort her, simply quietly transferring energy to Jiang Shu. A strange silence fell over the space for several minutes. The spatial energy suddenly became murky. And Rong flashed a shield in Jin behind her, her expression serious as she watched the air distorting before her. Drip, drip. Two heavy dripping sounds suddenly rang out around them. A voice, not belonging to them, suddenly filled the quiet space. 1, 2, 3. So beautiful, and so much energy. Sui Yin really likes your smell. So fragrant, I want to eat you all. Another drip, and before Rong could speak, she vanished from Jin's sight. Fenger's grip on the spear seemed to grow unusually heavy. She immediately turned, calling out in a panic, "And Jin!" Tick-tock. And Jin and Jiang Shu also vanished. Fenger only saw Jin's solemn expression. Fenger's face turned extremely ugly. A fierce flame erupted from the spear in her hand, repelling the strange-smelling slime that had begun to cling to her body. The voice rang out again, "Ah, fire, it's that hateful fire. I won't eat you anymore." Fenger sneered, "Then I come find you." With that, the flames around her intensified, determined to shatter the darkness before her. On the academy's playground, Yue was struggling to cope with the scattered gray mist around her. Although this gray mist was relatively weak, its quantity seemed to be constantly increasing. Under the stalemate, her magic power was gradually depleting. And Yueqi looked around, vaguely sensing that an even larger energy was swirling around, but she couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past Yueqi's ear. She snorted coldly, a golden light flashing in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, the long arrow in her hand deftly changed shape, attacking in multiple directions. The gray mist seemed to materialize instantly, emitting a grating cry as it was pierced by the arrow. Yue, standing beside her, noticed that as the arrow was fired, the energy of the gray mist surrounding her gradually weakened. Before Yue could even feel joy, she sensed that the energy of the surrounding gray mist was weakening, yet it also seemed to be surging and gathering. With the unknown before them, the two had no choice but to remain still. In a short while, a man's figure appeared before them. He was extremely ordinary in appearance and build, the kind of person who would be lost in a crowd within seconds, yet he sent chills down the spines of both Yue and Yueqi. Ah! Two beautiful human girls. Using you as host bodies isn't out of the question, but Yunmei will probably scold me again. Let me see your abilities. One is a Wood Attribute member of the Divine Wood clan, and the other. Huh? I can't tell. But I feel you must be even more delicious. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuan Ban. If you are willing to offer your bodies to me, I can let you die without pain. Yue's expression was cold and stern. He merely snorted and summoned 9 scales from his artifact seal to attack Yuan Ban. With incredible speed, leaving only a blur in the air, a chilling voice rang out, "Keep dreaming." Yuan Ban, unarmed, easily parried the attack from Jiu Lin. A crack appeared in his smiling face for a moment. This is the aura of a dragon? I never imagined you, a human, would be connected to dragons. If you possess a dragon seal, then you'd be even more delicious. He muttered, snapping his fingers. Another wave of gray mist swept in, abruptly interrupting Yueqi's energy transfer to Yue. And Yueqi's expression changed slightly. She had to balance her internal energy with the scattered gray mist to ensure the vital signs of the teachers, and students within the academy. Lacking energy replenishment, Yue slightly halted her attack, but she quickly summoned the floating life lock to surround her, providing her with energy. The floating life lock, one of the 10 great divine artifacts, offered Yue assistance no less powerful than in Yueqi's. Soon, Yue clashed with Yuan Ban again. The 9 scales and the floating life lock bridged the gap in strength between Yue and Yuan Ban, but the gray energy capable of transforming into human form was not comparable to ordinary gray energy. It was far more troublesome than any gray energy battle Yue had encountered in the past. Yuan Ban's abilities weren't primarily offensive, which allowed Yue, who had only recently reached the saint-level archmage, to exchange blows with him several times. However, as time went on, the gray energy continued to erode Yue's senses, and she clearly felt her magic power rapidly draining away. Her brows furrowed, and she couldn't think of a way to break the stalemate. Yuan Ban looked at the blood-soaked Yue, his face filled with a greedy drool. So fragrant, so fragrant. I can't wait to devour you. Yuan Ban was forced back a step by a sudden arrow, but his body, pierced by the arrow, quickly recovered. He looked at Yueqi, who was still purifying the gray energy not far away, and said with a sinister expression, "Don't rush, it'd be your turn soon." Before he finished speaking, Yuan Ban's arms transformed into a cloud of mist, striking directly at Yue. Yue's expression changed drastically. She no longer had any magic power left to dodge. 2 buzzing sounds suddenly appeared in the space, and everyone felt the air around them slightly distort. A spatial magic circle suddenly appeared. "Senior Wuji, thank you." With a barely audible voice, 2 figures stepped out of the spatial array, one after the other. The one moving faster was a woman. She wielded a sword in her left hand, slicing through the air. The sword hummed, its energy dispelling the swirling gray mist, allowing Yueqi a moment to catch her breath. Then, she plunged her sword straight into the ground. Her right hand flashed with a weapon seal, and a golden book floated beside the sword, its dense energy spreading outwards. And Yueqi quickly recognized what it was: weapon ranking number 99, golden list tomb inscription. A weapon without offensive capabilities, a weapon specifically created by human mages to combat the gray mist. The man, slightly behind, flew towards Yue. He touched her shoulder, instantly switching places with her. His eyes, hidden behind his mask, fixed on Yuan Ban half a step away, his tone icy. Gray mist. Yuan Ban, surrender. Chapter 138. Behind the man, Yue didn't even see his weapon before Yuan Ban's head crashed to the ground, turning into a cloud of gray smoke before it even hit the ground. Trying to run? A fierce hurricane of wind swept through the space, enveloping the gray smoke. Unseen but heard, a hoarse, grating roar echoed. Divine descent? How could it be a divine descent? How could a divine descent come to this world? The man's fingertips swept down, and the wind transformed into countless blades, piercing through the gray smoke formed from Yuan Ban's body again and again. As the attack intensified, Yuan Ban was at his limit, with no chance of survival or counterattack. However, upon closer inspection, Yue discovered that within the fluorescent green wind energy, there was also a golden energy, making the already lethal attack even more powerful. Yue followed the source of the golden light, and discovered it emanated from the golden weapon held by the woman standing sideways to Yueqi on the playground. The woman was also dressed in a black robe, her face partially obscured by her hood. The golden book floated in the air after she cast her magic, continuously releasing purifying energy in all directions. Then, she seized opportunities to attack the restless gray energy lurking nearby. A few strands of black hair drifted out from under the hood, and Yue occasionally glimpsed a pair of dark eyes, cool and composed, yet familiar. Yue was startled and unconsciously looked over. After some investigation, she finally confirmed that this was Xiao Xuanyan, who had left after the competition years ago, who was the person who had saved her. His face was completely hidden by a mask, and before Yue could think further, she noticed the sleeves billowing in the wind, the man's arm still hanging down, and the emerald bracelet on his pale wrist. Yue was startled and instinctively called out a name. "Senior Xiaozong?" The man stiffened, but finally pulled down his hood and removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. Several years had passed. He looked a few years older than Yue remembered, but he was unmistakably the person she remembered. Xiaozong smiled slightly. It's been years, and Yue has grown into a beautiful young woman. Reunited with an old friend after so many years, Yue's eyes welled up with tears. She wiped away a single tear from the corner of her eye. That person must be Xuanyan. I didn't expect Senior Xiaozong to also be from the Western continent, and even Xuanyan's older brother, and so powerful at that. How is Xuanyan's injury now? For a moment, she even forgot to ask about the man's real age, why they had studied at the same school, and yet he possessed such formidable strength. Xiao Zong frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although her right hand is severely damaged beyond repair, the gray aura won't affect her future cultivation. He added with a touch of relief, she has also practiced diligently on her own for several years, mastering left-handed swordsmanship, and is no less skilled than before. Yue Wei felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. What a resilient and tenacious person she had been. In just a few fleeting glances, she had seen 6 wisps of wind flashing in the magical imprint beside Xiao Xuanyin. The agonizing trials she had endured over those years of cultivation were perhaps only known to her. After catching up briefly, the two rushed to the inscription on the Golden List tomb to release their energy and help clear the gray mist from the academy. As the gray mist weakened, the group keenly noticed the barrier within the space loosening. Xiao Zong swiftly shielded Yue Wei and the other two behind him, raising his hand to confront the barrier. The next second, space suddenly tore open with a crack half a person's height, and the person emerging from it stumbled unsteadily. Yue Wei exclaimed in surprise, "Senior in Rome? Senior Jiang Shu?" Looking behind them again, she saw that the spatial rift had disappeared. She asked anxiously, "Where's Jean? Why are there only the two of you?" And Rome rubbed her aching temples. "That guy tricked us." She looked at Jiang Shu, who had woken up but looked pained, and then saw Xiao Zong half a step away. She casually put her arm around his shoulder. "Oh, she's a divine descent master. Then please continue to help her with the magic awakening. I really don't know how to do this. I can only barely maintain it." Actually, the 4 of them, being magical beasts, didn't have precise magical attributes. All their specific magical attributes needed to be activated temporarily, with the help of external objects. In this situation, where could she find objects with attributes? Xiongqi had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to stabilize spatial attribute magic, but the others weren't so lucky. Although Xiao Zong still looked somewhat bewildered, seeing the woman's pained expression, he still focused his energy and continued to awaken Jiang Shu's magic. Seeing that Jiang Shu's problem was solved, and Rong continued, "We encountered a strange fellow there, and she kidnapped Jean and that girl named Feng'er. That place is very strange, it changes very quickly. I sensed Jin's presence several times and tried to transfer there, but I couldn't. However, I did manage to find Jiang Shu." Yue Wei frowned deeply. Xiao Xueqian walked to her side and remained silent for a long time, still trying to find the right words. And Yueqi stepped forward and said in a relaxed tone, "Let's take the teachers and students from the school to the shelter first." And Rongnan noticed in Yueqi. "Huh? You, they know? Huh? You?" And Yueqi only glanced back at the school building, then looked away, her tone unreadable, "Dare to mess with my sister, that guy is dead." Chaotic land. Since entering this place, Feng'er has been unable to see normally. She can only ignite red flames in her eyes, which help her see, but also burn her eyes. A continuous stream of gray mist surrounds Feng'er. The flames on her body constantly release energy, and the gray mist never stops. This is a battle between magical powers, and she can only struggle to hold on. The abilities of this guy before her might even surpass Shang Jie's by a fraction. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before Feng'er, unleashing a powerful attack. Caught off guard, Feng'er could only hastily raise her spear to defend, yet she was still forced to retreat. Feng'er looked through her fiery red eyes, and saw Sui Yin emerge from the portal, uttering words that defied her belief. "Ha ha ha. I really want to show you my most prized creation. From the summit of Kunlun, the divine Jade Jean." Feng'er, weakened by the powerful attack, could barely stand, but upon hearing the word Jean, she managed to lift her head, looking at the woman emerging from the spatial portal behind Sui Yin. An expression of disbelief gradually appeared on her face, her voice trembling slightly. "Little Jean. Little Jean." Sui Yan's face showed curiosity. "What is your relationship?" "Ah, that doesn't matter. I feel an incredibly intense emotion, more intense. More intense. I love this feeling." Chapter 139. And Jean emerged from the portal with an unusually cold expression, her eyes chillingly black. She held a golden scepter in her hand. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the top of the scepter appeared incomplete. Sui Yan's long fingernails grazed Jin's cheek, leaving faint red marks, but Jean showed no reaction. Sui Yin spoke, her voice low and seductive. "Go, kill her, and bring me her heart." She laughed coquettishly, "The heart of a powerful fire mage. After eating it, I'd be immune to fire." And Jean stiffly tilted her head slightly, gazing at the woman in the distance, Her expression one of pain and confusion, and stepped closer to her. Feng'er stood up, leaning on her spear, which, perhaps sensing its owner's palpitations, began to tremble for the first time. How could a soldier who couldn't even hold a gun properly face the enemy? Feng'er's lips trembled as she spoke. Xiao Jin, don't you recognize me? Before she could finish, and Jin's scepter slammed heavily into the ground. Feng'er groaned in pain and flew several meters backward. On the high platform, Sui Yin watched this scene with astonishment in her eyes. A saint-level archmage, actually able to repel a divine descent with a single blow? It seems the divine jade Yin mentioned is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity I don't know if that thing still exists, or where it is, otherwise I'd like to go and soak in it. At the same instant, unnoticed, and Jean briefly closed her eyes, then opened them again, appearing no different from an ordinary person. She swung her arm, throwing her scepter at Feng'er. Sui Yin, standing nearby, looked curious. What kind of fighting style is that? Sui Yin felt a flash of golden light before her eyes, instantly disoriented. Alarm bells rang in her mind, but it was too late. She was struck head-on by Jean. Her vision was still blurred with white light. Before she could even see what weapon Jean was wielding, she heard Jin's roar. Moonlight, form a shield. Protect her. The scepter Jean had hurled at Feng'er instantly transformed into a soft shield, enveloping the nearly unconscious Feng'er from all sides. And Jin's attacks didn't stop. She seemed unaffected by the gray aura, her fists, imbued with light, raining down on Sui Yin. Sui Yin took over a dozen punches before she could react. Several times she tried to retreat, but Jean caught up. Only when the white light disappeared did she regain a slight advantage. Sui Yin retaliated, asking questions with resentment. She let out a piercing scream. Why won't you obey my orders? Everyone in this world. Anyone who gazes into my eyes, and hears my voice will submit to me. Why won't you obey my orders? And Jin's face was icy cold, as she approached Sui Yin with incredible speed. The two were so close, that Sui Yin could almost see Jin's beautiful golden eyes. In that instant, Sui Yin was filled with bewilderment. And Jean held no weapon, her long, slender, white arm simply pierced straight through Sui Yin's chest. Her voice was barely audible. You bastard. I've been deceiving myself for so long. Why expose me? Under Sui Yin's stunned gaze, Jean shouted, Chun, please lend me your power. As Jin's arm passed through Sui Yin's body, light began to gather, and in that instant, the light of the world illuminated the entire chaotic land. The almost scattered gray mist scattered and fled in all directions, perhaps unwilling to accept its fate. It began to attack its surroundings haphazardly, emitting incomprehensible sounds, yet one could sense the terrifying power within. Chun, I need a little more power. A voice, inaudible to outsiders, came from the depths of her heart. And Jean lowered her eyelashes slightly, whatever the price. I know. Her murmur was extremely soft. No one could hear her sorrow. That day, the whole world brightened. Even Inuechi, who was rescuing others at school, felt a calling from the depths of her heart. She looked up at the outside world with some unease, her heart filled with fear and trepidation. Sister. Every place illuminated by light was no longer a chaotic land. This sinful place no longer existed. And Jean picked up Feng'er, who had lost consciousness but was being protected by Inu, trampled the gray mist on the ground, and left this place that had once been filled with filth. Inu transformed into human form, fluttering her small wings as she followed behind Jean. Sister, where are we going? And Jean was silent for a moment. Home. Back to our home here first. I need to help Feng'er recover as soon as possible. Inu responded, opening a small portal in front of her, and the group ascended into the air. And Jean opened her eyes again, seeing her familiar yet strange home, which she hadn't seen for several years. And Jean first placed Feng'er in her room, then turned to see the little one following closely behind. She ruffled Inu's hair. Go find Shiyu. Perhaps she needs your help. Inu grasped Jin's hand. What about you, sister? Will you abandon me again? And Jin's heart clenched. She knelt beside Inu, embracing her tightly, and gently comforted her. No. I go back soon after I finish things here. I take you all back with me. Inu finally smiled sweetly. Okay. And Jean pinched her cheek again. Also, check the gray energy around here. But take care of yourself. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Inu nodded, glanced at Jean one last time, and left the small house. And Jean watched Inu's figure disappear before returning to her room to begin healing Feng'er. The symptoms were similar to those from previous encounters with gray energy, the gray energy inside and outside the mage's body needed to be expelled before any healing could continue. Otherwise, all healing methods would be futile. She called that name again in her heart, then said as if to herself, I know, you don't need to remind me so many times. So nagging, just like an in. The voice seemed silent for a moment, then suddenly sounded in Jin's ear, Your Nin is me. He is a part of me. And Jin's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The owner of the voice seemed unconcerned by Jin's reply, still lending her power. Jin blinked hard, and when she opened her eyes again, she was clear-headed once more. Jin hugged Fenger tightly, pressing her entire body against hers. Energy flowed continuously into Fenger's body, and the gray energy quickly dissipated, yet still lingered restlessly in the room. Jin sensed the vast and surging energy within Fenger. She slowly sat up, nestled between Fenger's legs, and gently touched Fenger's brow with her fingertips, guiding the powerful yet volatile energy within her, little by little, smoothly, into Fenger's energy core. Little liar, you lied to me for so long. She said this, but a tear involuntarily fell, landing directly on Fenger's lips. Actually, I was a liar too. Fenger whimpered, opening her hazy eyes. Perhaps not fully conscious, she didn't understand her current identity, only repeatedly calling out Xiao Jin. Jin gazed at Fenger's misty red eyes, which bore some mottled marks, the after-effects of using flame eyes. Jin gently touched the corner of her eye, then lowered his head, and began to lightly peck at her, one kiss after another. Fenger felt a tingling sensation all over her body, and the atmosphere seemed to instantly become romantic. Fenger stammered, You're teasing me. Jin chuckled, intertwined breaths, faster results. After Fenger uttered those words, she suddenly heard her own female voice echoing in her ears. Instantly, her heart pounded like a drum, her lips moved incessantly, her eyes reddened, and she was speechless. Seeing Fenger's expression, Jin felt both amused and heartbroken. She gently kissed Fenger's lips and said calmly, I know. Fenger subconsciously responded to the kiss, and it took her a while to react. When did you find out? From the first moment I saw Fenger. Jin looked at Fenger's wide eyes, and continued, because the Phoenix lineage is a single lineage race. If two phoenixes appear in the world, their relationship will only be one of one giving birth to the other, never a sibling relationship. Fenger was still visibly surprised. Neither her second brother nor Baijia had told her about this. Jin continued kissing the edges of Fenger's eyelids. Fenger felt a slight warmth in her eyes, and within moments, as far as Jin could see, her eyes returned to normal. As Jin continued to release the power of Chun, the wounds on Fenger's body from her fight with Sui Yin healed in no time, and even her magic showed signs of a subtle breakthrough. Fenger bit her lip, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, So, do you prefer me as a boy or as a girl? Seeing Jin hesitate for a moment, she immediately replied, Whichever you prefer, I can stay that way forever. Jin chuckled, What about you? Which do you prefer? This is your body. You should do whatever makes you happy. Fenger muttered softly, I want to see you happy. Then she quickly added, Then let's do it this way. Jin nodded, looking at Fenger's blood-stained clothes, and said, Then change your clothes inside. I wait for you outside. We head out to find Yue Wei, and the others later. Fenger obediently hummed in agreement. After leaving the room, Jin didn't linger. Instead, she began to sense the atmosphere of the entire apartment building, only relaxing after confirming there was no lingering dust. In fact, she remembered many things, and naturally she would explain them to Zhu Tong and the others when she got back. But as for matters of the heart, she could put them aside for now, teasing Fenger now, and then was quite amusing. Jin thought to herself, Inu, I told you my sister was a devil, Chiyu. I knew that guy was doomed. Chapter 140. Fenger, having changed her clothes, saw Jin standing in the living room, and almost instinctively threw herself into her arms. Jin smiled, and ruffled Fenger's hair. Let's go! The two quickly arrived at the school. On the way, Jin tried to contact Yue Wei through her communicator, but found there was no signal in this other world. So she tried calling out to Yue Wei in her mind through the spirit of the tattoo, but only received intermittent responses. The sky was still almost exactly as it had been when they arrived, and Jin didn't notice anything unusual until she contacted Yue Wei, at which point she realized a whole day had passed. After Yue Wei and the others dealt with the gray energy at the school, they headed to the shelter in the area, continuing to deal with the gray energy along the way. Only Jiang Shua and Yuechi and Enrong remained at the school to assist the teachers and students with the aftermath. Enrong taught Jiang Shua some very simple methods of using magic, which could also temporarily protect him. The magical energy in this world is sparse, making it unsuitable for magicians to cultivate. And Rome also mentioned that the passage between this world and the continent of Zeleusis has been opened, and more gray energy might occasionally escape into this world. If she wanted to protect those around her, and Rome suggested that Jiang Shua undergo specialized magical training. Jiang Shua said she needed some time to accept this. And Jean also learned about the current situation on the way. The human world was relatively orderly. Due to the emergency response of the magicians, the order of this world was almost completely disrupted, and human intelligent life remained unchanged. After the gray energy was quickly contained, everyone's life basically returned to normal, but the government still advised residents to minimize going out to avoid causing trouble for the magicians' cleanup work. After learning of the arrangements, Jean decided to wait for Yue and the others to return at school, and in the meantime, she began to teach Jiang Shua some simple methods of spirit infusion. Jiang Shua was already 26 years old when her magic awakened. If she decided to become a magician in the future, her path would inevitably be difficult, but at least she wouldn't be completely helpless when facing gray energy in the future. As for Fenger, she was watching the two people intimately interacting not far away with a mournful expression. Since her identity as a phoenix was officially revealed, she felt she had even more rivals, because Jean didn't care about the gender of her lover. Or rather, Jean was bisexual. She would have to guard against both men and women. How could she live like this? And Yuechi, standing beside her, looked at the aggrieved Fenger and asked, "You're my sister's lover?" Fenger immediately turned her head away, tears welling up in her eyes. "Hasn't Xiao Jin mentioned me?" Her words were abrupt and disjointed. After all, it was only recently that she had openly confessed her identity as Fenger to Jean, let alone to Yuechi, whom she had only met twice. And Yuechi gave a polite smile, but didn't answer. She was holding Inu in her arms. Due to the current difference in the two sister sizes, and their yet-to-be-revealed relationship with Jean, they hadn't announced their relationship to the outside world, treating it as a mutual appreciation between magicians to avoid suspicion. Inu whispered in Yuechi's ear, "She is the child of the phoenix god Shishi." And Yuechi's eyes flickered. No wonder my sister was attracted to her. It must have reminded her of the past. The two spoke in classical Chinese, unafraid that Fenger would overhear their conversation. Inu smiled and said, "She just quietly asked me about my relationship with Jiang Shua. I told her I didn't know Jiang Shua, but I heard they seemed to have dated before, and she immediately wilted." And Yuechi couldn't help but laugh too. Our big devil sister has been running around for so many years, accumulating so many romantic entanglements. Poor little phoenix. "Fenger, what are you saying? I don't understand anything. Why is your gaze suddenly filled with pity?" And Jean walked to Fenger's side, pinched her cheek, and whispered, "Don't tell Yue and the others about your identity for now, I tell them." Fenger blinked, but... She choked, pointing to Yuechi and Jean behind them. "I just... already... accepted... the identity of Fenger." Her words suddenly stopped, looking at Jiang Shua, who was about to walk up to them. Fenger suddenly leaned close to Jin's face and kissed him without hesitation. And Jean touched her cheek, sensing Jiang Shua's approach. She chuckled, "Yuechi and the others, it's all right, they know. I talked to Yue." Fenger, though somewhat puzzled, nodded obediently. Jiang Shua, not far away, also saw Fenger's actions. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to come forward or go back, and could only stand awkwardly in place. And Jean broke the silence first. She turned and walked towards Jiang Shua, then took a beautiful silver bracelet from her storage device and placed it on Jiang Shua's wrist, softly saying, "Sister Shua, whatever path you choose in the future, I hope you will be healthy, happy, and blessed. This bracelet contains a portion of my energy. It can protect you in times of crisis." Jiang Shua quietly looked at Jin's face, finally embracing her, his voice gentle yet powerful. "You too, be happy." And Jean nodded. The second day of Jean and her group's stay at the school, Yue and the others also returned safely. And Jean was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Zong, but more delighted by the reunion with an old friend. And Jean intentionally or unintentionally approached Xiao Shuiyan several times, but concluded that the gray energy had been infiltrating for too long, and she wasn't absolutely certain she could resolve it. If the seal were to be broken again, it would do more harm than good for Xiao Shuiyan, and it would be another painful confrontation. With the seal's blessing, Xiao Shuiyan's future breakthrough to divine descent wouldn't be a problem, so it was best not to tell her about it until she regained all her power. Otherwise, it would just be a false alarm. The matter at the school was thus properly resolved, and in Rong and Xiong, good news kept coming from the 3,000 strongholds Qi was in charge of teleporting to. suggesting that the gray mist invasion would be completely resolved soon. The parents of the child they met on their first day were also found by Yue and the others at the shelter, and the family was reunited, weeping with joy. And Rong chose to stay, saying she could help them discover and resolve the problems here as soon as possible. And Jean didn't insist, only taking Yuechi and Inu back to the western continent. Yue and the others successfully returned to the continent through Qiongqi's spatial gate, while Xiao Zong and Xiao Xuanyan temporarily parted ways with them. Fomer watched Xiao Zong's departing figure, sensing the familiar spatial magic, and couldn't help but wonder about his true identity. Xiao Zong and Xiao Xuanyan were both children of Xiao Jin, the young master of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was one of the 8 great families of the western continent, so how could they be connected to the northern continent? Xiao Jin died at just over 100 years old, only 20 years ago. How could Xiao Zong, not even 100 years old, have reached the level of a god descending to earth? What extraordinary encounter had he had? Unable to find an answer herself, she sent a message to her second brother, but received no reply for a long time. The group quickly returned to the western continent. Yue originally wanted to exchange information about the journey with Jean, but saw Jean emerge from the spatial array, her face pale, and go straight into her room, leaving Yuechi and Inu outside. Yue nervously knocked on the door, only to hear Jin's relatively calm voice from inside, which reassured her. Yue thoughtfully looked at the closed door, then glanced at Fomer, who stood anxiously outside, and decided to wait for Jean to come out before discussing the trivial matters of the journey. Inside the room, Jean immediately set up numerous protective barriers. She enveloped her entire body in Chun's energy, then pressed her slightly trembling right hand, while her left hand emitted a faint glow. She was healing herself. She hadn't expected that the gray energy, upon contact with the dense magical energy here, would instantly retaliate. That powerful counterattack almost overwhelmed her. Even under Chun's protection, it was incredibly painful. She could hardly imagine the excruciating pain Wan Chiga had endured with broken bones, when Nianluo's skin-corroding agony, and the unbearable pain of Xiao Shuer, who was only 17 at the time. She didn't know how much time had passed before Jean emerged from the room. It was already dusk, and guarding the door were the 2 little ones, Yuechi and Inu. Seeing their worried expressions, Jean smiled and comforted them. "I'm fine, I can be healed." And Yuechi took Jin's hand, her voice filled with concern. "Let's go back quickly. Only a pure power like the camellia tree can completely eliminate the ash." And Jean replied, "Soon, we be back soon." As she spoke, she looked towards the back mountain of Mayu Imperial City, where her old friends resided, and who were key to her return from Atlantis. Mayu Imperial City, Back Mountain Bamboo Forest. "Are we leaving?" The woman's voice still carried a hint of weakness. Moonlight shone on her face, revealing her beautiful features. It was none other than Empress Moyu, Wuma Xiaoyan. Before her stood Huang Ju, tall and imposing, a faint smile on his face. "Yes." Huang Ju bids farewell to your majesty. Huang Ju paused, then added, "May your majesty's kingdom prosper, and your fortunes turn from adversity to prosperity." Wuma Xiaoyan wearily closed her eyes. Good, good, good. I also wish you all your dreams come true." Huang Ju gave her one last look before turning and leaving. 1,000 miles away, in Shanchen. Looking at the 12 weapons imbued with immense power before her, Li's eyes welled with tears of excitement. She was finally able to return to her long-awaited homeland. Lin Lang, who had been quietly watching her, stepped forward and draped a warm cloak over her shoulders, saying softly, "It's windy tonight, let's go back." Having just finished forging the last divine weapon, Li leaned weakly against Lin Lang, murmuring wearily, "Lin Lang, we can finally go home." Lin Lang said softly, "Yes, we're going home." He picked Li up and walked back, saying to the 2 behind him, "Zhong Yan, Liao Yu. After we leave, Shan Chen is counting on you too. Do a good job, don't let us down." The 2 replied in unison, "Yes. We wish your highness all your dreams come true." Lin Lang smoothed Li's slightly furrowed brow, his voice almost inaudible. "Yes, after so many years, your wish has finally come true." The world was about to undergo a tremendous change.